Tianran walked through the supermarket, an AirPod in his ear playing news about a sudden surge in animal attacks on humans. He barely reacted, focused instead on filling his cart with supplies for his younger sister, Han Han. As he turned into the produce aisle, he overheard two men whispering about a man who had been fine one moment but collapsed and died from a mysterious disease. Loading his purchases into the back of his car, Tianran glanced around the parking lot, the unsettling conversation lingering in his mind. The world still seemed normal, but he couldn't shake the feeling that it wouldn't stay that way for long. With the car packed to its limit, he drove off, determined to be ready for whatever was coming. Tianran glanced at the supplies in the back of his car. Instant foods, meat, snacks, and canned goods stacked neatly. All he needed now was diesel. As he drove toward the nearest station, his phone rang. "Hello?" he answered. The voice on the other end was familiar. It was a woman, a potential wife, reminding him of the proposal she had brought up before. She spoke of how much better his life could be if he accepted her conditions, hinting at how his current life didn't align with her plans. Tianran's tone was steady as he responded, "I'm not willing to put my sister in an orphanage just to make this work." There was a sharp intake of breath on the other end, followed by her cold response. "If you're planning to bring her along, I'm not interested in marriage." Tianran's grip on the steering wheel tightened, but his voice remained calm. "Li Han is my sister," he said firmly. Tianran listened as the woman's voice on the other end grew sharper. Her anger boiled over, and she declared she was done. She wouldn't marry someone unwilling to leave his sister behind. "Fine," Tianran replied calmly, not bothering to argue. He ended the call, his focus on the road ahead. Suddenly, a loud thud jolted the car, and Tianran slammed on the brakes. His heart raced as he looked out, wondering if he'd hit a dog. Stepping out to check, he saw what looked like a goat lying on the road. But as he approached, he froze. It wasn't just any goat. Its eyes glowed an unnatural red, staring straight at him before it bolted into the woods. Shaking off the strange encounter, Tianran parked the car and began unloading the groceries at home. His thoughts were interrupted by his sister, Han Han, calling out to him from a distance. She ran toward him, two excited dogs trailing behind her. "Brother, let me help!" she exclaimed, her face beaming with enthusiasm. Tianran handed her a bag of groceries, his lips curling into a small smile. "Here, carry this inside, but don't drop it," he said, watching as she ran off with the dogs close at her heels. As the group walked towards their destination, a strange creature with glowing red eyes loomed in the distance, watching them silently from the shadows. Unnoticed by them, it stayed motionless, waiting. Later, they gathered around a table, excitement buzzing in the air as they discussed the solar eclipse that was about to happen. The countdown had begun, and everyone was eager to witness the rare event. Tianran glanced over at Li Han, reminding her, "Make sure you put on your glasses." As the countdown continued, Tianran's gaze shifted toward the window, noticing something strange. "What is that?" he muttered, his voice low with concern. Li Han, looking out, gasped. The sun had turned an eerie black, surrounded by a growing blue glow. The phenomenon expanded, continuing to grow with every passing second. With the countdown nearing its end, 3. Suddenly, without warning, the air outside shifted. A massive storm began to swirl, winds howling as they ripped through the surroundings. The group scrambled in confusion, realizing that something far more sinister than the eclipse was unfolding before them. As the eclipse reached its peak, Tianran watched in horror as his black dog began to convulse, its body shifting and contorting, its eyes glowing an eerie red, as if the celestial event was transforming it into something unnatural. Suddenly, a bull-like creature charged at Tianran, its massive horns aiming directly for him. Heart pounding, he sprinted towards where his bow was resting, hoping it was close enough. When he grabbed it, his breath caught. The dog, now transformed and mangled, lay in the corner, bloodied from the creature's attack. His hands trembled as he notched an arrow, gathering all his focus to pull back the string. Just as he prepared to release, a window popped up before him, displaying unfamiliar information. Without hesitation, he shot. Multiple arrows shot forward in rapid succession, slicing through the air, heading straight for the creature. The bull let out a shrill, agonized shriek as the arrows embedded into its head. But to Tien Ran's shock, it didn't slow down. It only grew angrier, its massive body charging forward relentlessly. Tien Ran's excitement quickly turned to frustration as the creature continued its assault. Desperately, he glanced around for more arrows, but a chilling thought struck him. If the bull had mutated, then his black dog had likely mutated too, and it was no longer safe for his sister, Li Han, to stay inside. In the room, Han Han anxiously paced, glancing at Xiao He, her once innocent dog now acting strangely. "What's wrong with you, Xiao He?" she whispered, worry creeping into her voice. But before she could react further, her other dog with glowing red eyes, now unmistakably mutated, lunged at her with terrifying speed. In a split second, Tien Ran burst through the door, eyes wide with horror. With a swift leg maneuver, he quickly intercepted Xiao Bai's attack, knocking the dog aside in a desperate attempt to protect his sister. The once loyal pet, now a twisted version of itself, growled fiercely, ready for another strike. Tien Ran, panting with urgency, turned to Han Han. "Get to the safe house, now. Don't come out until it's safe," he ordered, his voice firm with desperation as he tried to shield her from the chaos unfolding. As Tien Ran rushed to push Han Han inside the safe room, a sudden blue projection appeared in front of him, displaying a readout of how many living beings were within range. Far too many for comfort. He quickly shoved his sister inside, his voice urgent. "Stay here and don't come out no matter what," he commanded, locking the door behind her. Just as he closed it, the mutated white dog lunged at him, its teeth bared. But Xiao He, the black dog, now a fierce protector, intercepted the attack, biting down hard on the creature's neck, forcing it back. Grateful but knowing the danger wasn't over, Tien Ran turned and sprinted toward the weapons stash. He grabbed his axe, determination burning in his chest. The bull was still out there, and he had no intention of letting it, or anything else, threaten his sister's safety. The bull charged at Tien Ran with terrifying force, but with a swift sidestep, he managed to evade the creature, causing it to ram into the tree behind him. The bull's horn became lodged deep in the bark, leaving it temporarily stuck. Tien Ran seized the opportunity, gripping his axe with both hands, and shouted at the creature, "Go and die!" before swinging it with all his strength. But just as he prepared for the final blow, a sharp pain erupted in his neck. The mutated white dog, Xiao Bai, had attacked from behind, sinking its teeth into him. Tien Ran gasped in shock, realizing the depth of the danger. If Xiao He hadn't intercepted earlier, he might have been the one lying dead now. The frustration and anger surged through him, but his attention was quickly diverted back to the bull. Suddenly, the bull, still impaled by the tree, shifted, and its own horn plunged into its stomach, seemingly killing itself in the process. Tien Ran blinked in disbelief, but before he could process it, a strange voice echoed through his mind. Apocalypse, survival game matching. Blood pouring from his wounds, Tien Ran collapsed to the ground, barely able to keep his eyes open. He was about to succumb to the darkness when the system's announcement cut through the chaos. Apocalypse survival games successfully matched. Apocalypse game successfully loaded. The system's voice echoed coldly in Tien Ran's fading mind. Player, Li Tien Ran. Shelter, a poorly run manor, level 1. Shelter, skill Eye of Truth. Rank, B rank. The words blurred together as Tien Ran drifted in and out of consciousness, his body weak and drenched in blood. The system's mechanical tone continued, indifferent to his pain. Points needed to upgrade to Fortress rank. 8 million. Through the haze of agony, Tien Ran's thoughts scrambled. What shelter? What system? None of it made sense, yet the ominous numbers and rankings carved themselves into his mind as his vision dimmed further, leaving him teetering on the edge of life and death. Tien Ran's eyes fluttered open, his body sprawled on the cold ground outside his home. He blinked against the dim light of dawn, the chill seeping into his bones. "I'm still alive," he murmured, his voice hoarse. The memory of being pierced by the bull's horn flashed through his mind. He looked down at his torn, blood-soaked clothes, proof that it wasn't a dream. Yet as his hand instinctively touched his neck and chest, he realized something impossible. His wounds were gone. "What is going on?" he whispered, his heart racing. He struggled to his feet, scanning his surroundings. The chaos of the battle was evident. Broken trees, claw marks on the ground, and the faint metallic smell of blood in the air. "Where's that bull? And Xiao Bai?" he muttered, his thoughts swirling in confusion. His eyes darted to the ground, searching for answers. He clenched his fists, desperate to piece together what happened during the moments he had lost consciousness. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Tianran's mind, snapping him from his daze. "Player Tianran, welcome to the Apocalypse survival game. Player identity has been activated." He froze, the haunting words replaying in his head. The memories of the strange system, the bull, and Xiao Bai came flooding back. Before he could process it all, the voice continued. "The first round of destruction season has descended. There are 30 days until the next round of destruction season. Natural disasters will ravage the world, and the only fortress you can rely on is your shelter." Tianran's pulse quickened as the weight of the situation sank in. The system's tone remained emotionless as it issued a mission. "Survive the Apocalypse survival game and build your shelter into the strongest fortress." His mind reeled. "Wait, this is just the start?" he muttered. The voice offered no answer, but the realization dawned on him as he surveyed the poisoned land around his home. The once vivid greens now dull and lifeless. The first round poisoned the land where we live. What's going to happen next? The question lingered, heavy with dread. Walking closer to his white dog, Tianran noticed it lying unconscious on the ground. Its chest faintly rose and fell, proof that it was still alive. He crouched down, examining the creature closely. "It must have eaten a poisoned plant and mutated by accident," he murmured, his voice tinged with both frustration and concern. Reluctantly, he decided to lock Xiao Bai in a cage. "I'll find a way to cure you, my precious dog," he vowed, his heart heavy as he carried the limp animal to the barn. Turning his attention to his sister, Tianran opened the barn door. Darkness engulfed the space as he reached for the light switch. Nothing happened. His heart sank. "The power's out!" "But the diesel generator should be fine," he muttered, confusion growing into unease. Han! He called out, his voice echoing in the stillness. No answer. His worry deepened as he scanned the barn, his footsteps quickening. Then, his eyes caught sight of something, a pair of small feet sticking out from behind a stack of supplies. Han! He screamed, rushing toward her motionless form. Dropping to his knees, he grabbed her, shaking her gently. Fear gripped his chest like a vice as he desperately searched for signs of life. Meanwhile, Han remained peacefully asleep, unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. Elsewhere, Tianran was gripping the wheel tightly, the distant hum of the generator back at the barn now a faint memory. In his vehicle, a simple handgun rested on the passenger seat, the only weapon he'd brought along. Out of nowhere, mutated creatures emerged from the shadow, their glowing eyes locking onto his car as they began to chase him down the desolate road. The creatures' shrieks filled the air, growing louder with every passing second. Just as Tianran contemplated using his handgun to fend them off, the distant rumble of a powerful engine shattered the tension. A military truck roared into view, barreling down the road and overtaking him in seconds. Before he could react, the truck swerved abruptly, cutting him off and forcing him to slam on the brakes. His car skidded to a halt, tires screeching against the pavement. The truck stopped ahead, its mounted machine gun swiveling to aim directly at him. Tianran froze, his grip tightening on the handgun as the standoff began.
Thank you to all our Patreon VIP members who support us and get access to up to 16 episodes early. Link in the description.
As Tianran cautiously approached the city, he found himself surrounded by scenes of desperation and chaos. A man popped out of the military truck, gripping the machine gun tightly and pointing it straight at him. Tianran immediately raised his hands, deciding it was better to comply than risk further trouble. The soldier, speaking into a walkie-talkie, briefly glanced at Tianran and then back at the road. It didn't take long for Tianran to notice the insignia on the soldier's uniform. It was from the nearby military base. "Don't stay out here too long," the soldier warned, lowering his weapon slightly. Tianran explained his dire situation, mentioning the lack of resources at his house and his need to gather supplies. "What's the situation in the city?" he asked cautiously. Before the soldier could fully answer, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Base B needs immediate assistance," it commanded. The soldier hesitated for a moment before turning back to Tien Ran. "The city isn't safe anymore. Get what you need and head home early," he warned firmly. Tien Ran nodded in agreement, though his mind drifted to someone else. Despite their breakup, he still felt an obligation to check on his ex-girlfriend, Jong Lynn. She might be in danger, and he couldn't ignore that possibility. As he ventured further into the city, announcements blared over loudspeakers, detailing the dire state of emergency. Police cars and ambulances were scattered across the streets, but civilian vehicles were almost non-existent. Tien Ran noticed a stationary ambulance nearby, with paramedics frantically loading a bleeding man into the back. Chaos was everywhere. People screaming, others injured, and the city's pulse in disarray. Near the main road, he stumbled upon a government resource station. A long line of people waited impatiently as supplies were rationed out. A police officer announced the rules: 5 caddies of rice and 1 caddy of vegetables per person with valid certification. The prices were staggering. Rice was being sold for 160 caddies, vegetables for 280 caddies. Arguments broke out in the line, tensions flaring as people fought over their place. As Tien Ran neared Jong Lynn's apartment, a vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt in front of him, cutting him off. A large, overweight man with a stylish mustache stepped out, holding a hefty bag of supplies. "Need food?" the man asked, showing off his stash of watermelons, tomatoes, rice, and more. Tien Ran wasn't in the mood for games. "If you're willing to eat all that food, then I'll buy it," he replied coldly. The man blinked, confused and slightly offended. "What are you talking about? You were just in line for supplies, weren't you? Are you calling me a liar?" he demanded angrily. Tien Ran didn't flinch. His patience was running thin, and his distrust of strangers had only grown. "Leave me alone," he said firmly. When the man refused to back off, Tien Ran pulled out his handgun and aimed it directly at him. "Last warning," he said, voice steady. "Leave me alone." The man hesitated, his eyes darting between Tien Ran's gun and his face, before grumbling and backing away. Tien Ran lowered his weapon, but kept it ready as he continued to Jong Lynn's apartment. When he reached her door, he knocked and called her name, but there was no response. He knew where she kept her spare key, so he retrieved it and let himself inside. The scene inside the apartment immediately put him on edge. The place was in complete disarray, furniture overturned, belongings scattered everywhere. But there were no bloodstains or clear signs of a struggle. "What happened here?" he murmured, stepping carefully through the mess. His heart sank as he realized she was nowhere to be found. Standing in the chaos, Tien Ran couldn't shake the thought. Where could she have gone in the apocalypse? At home, the system began to speak. Rank B Level 1, Shelter Skill Reward, Eye of Reality. All objects and creatures will be displayed digitally in front of the host. The system continued, explaining that Tien Ran now had Level 1 Shelter Authority, which allowed him to remotely control the shelter and perceive it even when he wasn't physically there. Shelter area, 30 acres, usable for fishing, farming, and construction. The system then revealed that Tien Ran's farm was currently operating at a loss. The greenhouse was displayed as a Level 1 dilapidated greenhouse, broken down and shabby. Determined to turn things around, Tien Ran grabbed a hoe and began working the field, sweat dripping down his face. Just then, Han Han called out excitedly, "Big brother, a plant has sprouted." Rushing to her side, Tien Ran saw a tiny green shoot emerging from the soil. The system prompted, "Tomato seedlings detected. Time until crop maturity, 48 hours. Relieved and ecstatic that the anti-radiation seeds were working as promised, Tien Ran realized this might be the key to surviving the apocalypse. He turned to Han Han and asked if she had memorized the rules he'd given her. Excitedly, she recited, 1. Don't eat any food unless it's given by Big Brother. 2. Without Big Brother's permission, don't leave the farm. 3. If I see any strange animals, I must hide. A notification suddenly appeared. Crops are mature, ready for harvest. Tianran harvested 70% of the crops, converting a portion into points while keeping the rest in his inventory. The system prompted, "Are you sure you want to recycle 200 kilograms of anti-radiation crops?" After confirming, the system notified him that he'd gained 2,000 points. Tianran kept 30 kilograms of crops in his inventory and stored the ancient medicinal carrots for later. The system announced, "First recycle complete. Achievement unlocked. Recycle Master. Reward, Artificial Intelligence Work Robot." Tianran was thrilled by the reward system. Holding the small robot in his hands, it greeted him cheerfully. At first glance, the robot appeared tiny and unimpressive, but its sleek design hinted at hidden capabilities. Suddenly, the robot sprang to life, moving with incredible speed. Slash-like appendages emerged from its arms, ready for action. Tianran realized the robot could execute commands directly from his thoughts. To celebrate the successful harvest, he prepared a large chicken dinner for everyone. Before serving the food, he reminded Han Han, "Don't tell anyone we have food. If you do, you won't eat for 3 days." Han Han promised to keep the secret. After dinner, Tianran gave some chicken to Xiaohe, their other dog, and comforted Han Han, who was worried about Xiaobai. "Xiaobai's badly hurt, but once he recovers, he'll play with you again. For now, don't disturb him while he rests." Heading to check on Xiaobai, Tianran found the dog caged and glaring at him defensively. The once loyal pet now looked like a feral monster, its mutation further progressing. Xiaobai's eyes locked on Tianran, a strange hostility emanating from the animal. Suddenly, the system alerted him. Intrusion detected. Accessing the monitoring screen, Tianran saw a figure outside his gate. A shabby-looking man identified by the system as a level 3 threat, male, 42 years old. Recognizing the man, Tianran muttered in surprise, "Uncle Nan? What is he doing here?" Tianran stood just inside the gate, watching Uncle Nan carefully. "Why are you here?" he asked, his voice steady but firm. Uncle Nan, holding a used cloud maker, looked desperate. "Tianran, I need help," he said quickly, his voice trembling. "Do you have any surplus food? The market prices are outrageous. I can't afford anything." Tianran studied him for a moment before responding, "Speak clearly." "What's going on?" Uncle Nan explained his dire situation, his family struggling to survive amidst the chaos. "We're barely holding on," he admitted, his voice heavy with shame. "I don't know where else to turn." There was a pause. Tianran didn't want to reveal too much and carefully replied, "I don't have much either. Most of my crops were destroyed by the mutations." Hearing this, Uncle Nan rubbed the back of his head awkwardly, realizing he had little to offer in return. His helplessness was written all over his face. Despite the harshness of the apocalypse, Tianran thought of the time Uncle Nan had saved his family. He decided to repay the kindness. "Wait here," Tianran said, heading inside. He returned moments later with a bag full of cup noodles. "This is all I can spare," he said, handing it over. Uncle Nan's eyes welled up with gratitude as he took the bag. "Thank you, Tianran. You've helped more than you know," he said before leaving. Watching Uncle Nan walk away, Tianran muttered to himself, "That's about 5 days worth of food." He knew the unpredictability of human nature during the apocalypse, and decided that if he helped Uncle Nan again, it would have to be in secret. Later that night, Tianran crept toward Uncle Nan's home with another bag of supplies. As he approached, he heard coughing, harsh and wet. Peeking inside, he was startled to see a man lying on a bed, coughing up blood. Uncle Nan was kneeling beside him, tears streaming down his face. "My son!" Uncle Nan sobbed. "Don't die on me," he muttered. Han Han, who had followed Tianran unnoticed, whispered, "Uncle Nan's son is coughing a lot of blood." Tianran examined the scene closely. He must have eaten irradiated vegetables by mistake, he concluded. Though the situation was grim, a thought crossed Tianran's mind. This might be the perfect opportunity to test my products. Suddenly, the window shattered and a bag was thrown inside. Uncle Nan jumped to his feet, yelling at the unknown assailant, "Show yourself!" His son, however, seemed oddly intrigued. "Father, get the bag," he urged, his voice filled with excitement despite his condition. Tianran, still outside, decided it was time to leave. From a distance, he could hear Uncle Nan comforting his son, offering him food from the mysterious bag. "Eat this. The hospital can't help you anymore," Uncle Nan said, tears in his eyes. As the young man ate, he suddenly screamed in pain. Uncle Nan rushed to his side, shouting his name as the coughing worsened. But then, something unexpected happened. His son's body reacted violently, followed by silence. Meanwhile, Tianran walked along the road, noticing something peculiar. Electricity flickered back on in the distance. Does this mean the signal is working now? He wondered aloud. Pulling out his phone, he dialed Jong Lynn's number. It rang a few times before going to voicemail. Unbeknownst to Tianran, the phone he called was inside a car. A woman lay unconscious in the back seat, her phone ringing loudly. "Turn that off," one man in the car snapped, annoyed by the noise. The other man complied, silencing the phone before returning to their conversation. "How much food do you think we can get with this new product?" one of them asked. The driver shrugged. "Does it matter? They want humans for some reason. Just take the money and keep quiet." Driving back home, Han excitedly remarked, "Did you see that? Just by eating the carrot, the person healed, and Zhao Tian's body changed from gray to blue. How amazing is that?" Tianran was astounded at how graphic her description was. His mind raced with the possibilities. As the car sped through the road, a figure suddenly darted near them at incredible speed. With a sudden bang, the creature slammed into the roof of the car, shaking the vehicle and startling both of them. A monstrous hand gripped the roof, and Tianran's eyes widened as he saw the creature towering on top, its massive teeth and blood-red eyes glaring down. With a deafening roar, it reared back, slashing at the vehicle with a deadly swipe, narrowly missing Tianran. Han, get down!" Tianran shouted, grabbing his handgun. The creature's claws scraped along the roof as the car bounced, but Tianran floored the accelerator, attempting to outrun the beast. And Tianran's speed worked in their favor. He slammed the vehicle into the creature's stomach, sending it flying off the hood with a resounding crash. With the creature now sprawled on the ground, Tianran stopped the car. He stepped out cautiously, inspecting the monster. Seeing that it was dead, Tianran bent down to examine the creature. It looked like a mutated monkey, with a strange serial number marked on its body. He wondered where it could have come from. There were no nearby farms or zoos. After dealing with the creature, Tianran turned to Han. "Go watch the animation the TV," he told her, trying to change the subject and lighten the mood. As he made his way toward his mutated dog, Tianran felt a mix of hope and worry. He was determined to try something new. "System, take the medicinal roots out of my inventory," he commanded. The system responded immediately, and the roots appeared in his hand. Knowing the food could remove toxins, Tianran wondered how it might affect his dog. If the carrot could cure human mutations, maybe it could help his dog return to normal. He made the dog eat the carrot, hoping for the best. At first, the dog became agitated, barking and growling furiously. Suddenly, thunder raged outside, which startled Han, causing her to jump. Alarmed, she rushed to her brother's side. Sneaking up on him playfully, she tried to scare him. But when she saw her dog lying motionless on the ground, she froze. "No!" she cried, rushing over to the dog. She shook it gently, but it didn't respond. Tears filled her eyes. "Why does this have to happen? We have the carrots. Why can't they save Xiao Bai?" she asked, her voice trembling with desperation. Tianran kneeled beside her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "The carrots can't save those that are already mutated. The process is too far gone." Han refused to accept it. "No, please, I don't want her to die." She cried, refusing to let go of the hope that somehow there was still a chance to save Xiaobai. The two siblings stood silently beside a towering tree, its ancient branches swaying gently in the wind. At its base was a newly built grave, the soil fresh and undisturbed. Both Tianran and Han Han stared at it, their hearts heavy with loss. The atmosphere was tense and downcast, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Later at home, Han Han sat on the couch, watching her favorite kids' show in an attempt to distract herself. Her laughter was absent though, and her eyes lacked their usual sparkle. In the kitchen, Tianran busied himself preparing dinner. He glanced toward Han Han and called out, "Xiaohei, stay with Han Han, will you? Keep her company." Xiaohei, the loyal dog, wagged its tail and obediently trotted over to Han Han. It nuzzled her hand, trying to lift her spirits. Just as Tianran finished chopping vegetables, the system's familiar voice chimed in. "Radiation-resistant crops have matured. It's time to harvest." Tianran tapped the system interface, accepting the harvest with a click. In an instant, a notification popped up. "You have harvested 500 kilograms of radiation-resistant crops and 10 kilograms of ancient medicinal-grade crops." A small smile tugged at Tianran's lips as he redeemed the points. His hard work had paid off. Moments later, another notification appeared. "Congratulations, your greenhouse has upgraded to level 2, ordinary greenhouse." Tianran's excitement was short-lived, however, as a new system announcement echoed in his mind. "Warning, system defense shelter is only at level 3. Current protection is limited to small animals. Risks are significantly high. It is recommended to prioritize safety improvements immediately." Tianran furrowed his brow. The realization hit him. His shelter was barely adequate to defend against the dangers of the apocalypse. He couldn't afford to leave things as they were. "Looks like safety has to come first," he muttered to himself, his determination growing. Expansion could wait. For now, his priority was ensuring that he and Han Han would be safe, no matter what threats came their way. With a determined click, Tianran upgraded the walls of the shelter to level 2, immediately deducting 1,000 points from his system balance. He didn't hesitate. Safety came first. Next, he purchased a perimeter power grid for an additional 500 points. The system confirmed the installation, and the defenses around the shelter lit up, crackling faintly with energy. Scrolling through the options, Tianran noticed a red robotic unit labeled Radar Parade, Level 1, and decided to buy it. The system deployed the robot, a sleek machine with glowing sensors, designed to scan for intruders and provide early warnings. But as the notifications rolled in, he glanced at his remaining points. They were dangerously low. He knew he still needed to purchase mechanical guards to ensure Han Han's safety when he wasn't around. His gaze landed on the robotic dog option, a high-tech protector with an impressive skill set. Yet, when he saw the cost, his heart sank. It was far beyond what he could afford. After a moment of hesitation, Tianran made a decision. Points could be earned again, but lives were priceless. He accessed the system's warehouse, selling off a large portion of the grains he had stored. The points surged back into his balance, and he immediately allocated them to purchases. First, he acquired a Level 1 Hummingbird, a small but deadly aerial unit. It had a speed rating of 5 and a damage rating of 3. Its attack method was precision shooting. Then, he purchased a Level 2 Hound, a mechanical dog with a damage rating of 7. It boasted an arsenal of attacks, including burning, shooting, and biting. Wanting to test his new companions, Tianran commanded the Hummingbird to target some falling leaves outside. The tiny machine zipped through the air with uncanny precision, slicing the leaves in half as they drifted downward. "Impressive," Tianran muttered, watching the small patrol bot in action. It was now an airborne guardian that could swiftly eliminate intruders. Next, he turned to the Hound Warrior. "Let's see what you can do," he said, pointing to a large rock. The mechanical dog opened its mouth, and a purple laser beam shot from its mouth, striking the rock and shattering it into pieces. Tian Ran couldn't hide his astonishment. Calling Han Han, he brought her to the shelter's yard, where the robotic dog stood waiting. "Han Han," he said, gesturing to the machine, "this is for you. It's your new companion, and it will always keep you safe." Han Han's eyes widened as she approached the mechanical dog. She placed a hand on its smooth metal surface, her expression torn between wonder and sadness. "You can even name it," Tian Ran said gently. "If you want, you can call it Xiao Bai, like our old dog." Tears welled up in her eyes, and she nodded. "Xiao Bai, you'll protect me, won't you?" The robotic hound let out a soft mechanical bark, as if in response. Han Han knelt down, hugging its sturdy frame as tears rolled down her cheeks. In that moment, Tian Ran felt a sense of relief. He couldn't replace the past, but he could give Han Han a safer future. In an office, an assistant was reporting to a man who's asking how everything was going. The assistant reported that only number 7's data was doing well and able to punch through 5mm thick steel plates. When he mentioned the other project, the assistant murmured that Vice President Ren is not happy that we didn't donate the medical equipment if we report this to the head office. Things won't be good, sitting down Liang Tianyu, the general manager of Tianrun. Pharmaceutical? Champete. He says that the girl's background is small and things were done secretly and she wouldn't be able to figure it out. He told the assistant to tell Chen Nan to keep an eye on Ren Xiao so that she doesn't ruin her business, hoping that maybe, just maybe, there will be a great treasure. In a bustling hallway, Vice President Ren Xiao stormed into the general manager's office, her tone sharp and unyielding. "Where is Liang Tianyu?" she demanded, her piercing eyes locking onto the startled assistant. The assistant hesitated before replying. "Mr. Liang is not at the office at the moment," she says. As she opened the office door, Ren Xiao's expression darkened. She began to yell. Instead of donating equipment and medicine to help people, he's busy conducting animal experiments. Her voice carried a biting edge of frustration. The general manager, seated calmly behind his desk, interjected, his tone composed but firm. "Vice President Ren, this is the general manager's office. I'd appreciate it if you didn't barge in unannounced." Ren Xiao turned her glare toward him, but the man remained unfazed. "Also, I'm a businessman," he said evenly, leaning back in his chair. "It's only natural for me to aim for profit in everything I do. Frankly, I'm not sure today's medicine can even begin to address the world's current diseases." "What?" Ren Xiao snapped, her disbelief evident. The general manager smiled faintly. "You're a shareholder in this company, aren't you? Imagine the impact and the profits if we discovered a groundbreaking cure to the problems plaguing the world." Ren Xiao tilted her head, a glimmer of curiosity crossing her face. "So," she said, with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, "has Mr. Liang's research made any progress?" The general manager chuckled lightly. "Even the federal government hasn't developed effective drugs yet," he said, deflecting her question. "Then I suppose I'll have to visit your lab myself," she declared, her tone resolute as she fingered the glowing blue necklace resting on her chest. Mr. Liang continues, his demeanor calm, but his voice eager. "Vice President Ren, if you could allocate more manpower to our project, progress would undoubtedly be faster." Ren Xiao glanced at him, her expression unreadable. "I'll consider it," she replied. "But first, I need to see the lab for myself before I decide to cooperate further." Mr. Zhang, standing nearby, nodded politely. "You're more than welcome to visit, Vice President Ren. I'll arrange for a personal escort to ensure you have full access." Ren Xiao turned on her heel, her heels clicking against the polished floor as she headed out. "Prepare the lab for my inspection," she called over her shoulder, leaving the room filled with a tense but purposeful energy. As Ren Xiao exited the lab's main corridor, Her assistant hurried alongside her, their voice low but filled with concern. "Vice President, you spent so little time in the office that we still haven't found any secret entrances to the lab. It's like this place is a fortress." Ren Xiao smirked. "That general manager is a sly fox. He's hiding something, and I intend to find out what." She paused, then asked, "What about the scientist we captured? Did you get anything from them?" The assistant shook their head. "No, they're blindfolded every time they go in or out of the lab. But we did manage to get our hands on a keycard." Ren Xiao's eyes narrowed as she considered the possibilities. "Then the question is, where's the secret laboratory?" Moments later, they entered the brightly lit research wing, accompanied by a man named Tu Zi, who introduced himself as the lab director. "Vice President Ren," Tu Zi said with a rehearsed smile, "I'll personally walk you through everything we've been working on." He led her to a towering glass tube filled with a glowing blue liquid. Suspended inside was a grotesque, mutated creature with pulsating veins and sharp, unnatural features. "This," Tu Zi explained, gesturing to the tank, "is subject number 7. It's the only one among our test subjects that didn't go berserk. Its physical power has increased tenfold, though it still exhibits some instability and occasional aggressiveness." Ren Xiao raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Before she could ask more, a nervous-looking scientist hurried into the room and leaned close to whisper in Tu Zi's ear. Tu Zi's face drained of color as he absorbed the message. Ren Xiao noticed his unease and couldn't help but smirk knowingly. "This is my doing," she thought, though she maintained an innocent expression. Tu Zi straightened and turned to her, his voice strained but polite. "Vice President Ren, it seems there's been an urgent matter that requires my attention. Someone else can continue the tour in my place." Ren Xiao interrupted him with a wave of her hand. "No need. I'll just look around a bit and leave on my own." The director hesitated, visibly uncomfortable. "I'm afraid that's against protocol. All visitors must be accompanied." Ren Xiao cut him off with a disarming smile. "Relax. We're all under surveillance, aren't we? Nothing to worry about." Tu Zi's hesitation lingered for a moment before he finally relented. "All right, but for your safety, we'll keep monitoring you at all times." He gestured to his team and hurried out to deal with the emergency. Once alone, Ren Xiao casually strolled through the lab, her demeanor calm and collected. With a subtle touch to her earpiece, she murmured, "It's time to act." A man's voice responded in her ear, calm and focused. "Understood." Back at a control station, the hacker's fingers flew across his keyboard. In moments, the lab's surveillance system was hijacked and the camera feeds went dark. Ren Xiao grinned. "Cameras are down?" she asked. "Completely," the hacker confirmed. "Good," she replied. Her voice turned sharp. "Start scanning this place. Find their hideout." "On it," the hacker said, as he began running a full sweep of the lab's network and layout, uncovering its hidden secrets. Ren Xiao stood still for a moment, looking around the room with calculated confidence. Let's see how well that sly fox hides his secrets. Ren Xiao ran her fingers along the smooth walls, feeling for any signs of a hollow section. The hacker's voice came through her earpiece, calm but urgent. "You've got 30 minutes tops before they notice the system's been tampered with." "Understood," she whispered back, her eyes scanning for anything out of place. After a tense few minutes, her fingers tapped against a subtle indentation in the wall. Pressing it, she heard a soft click, and a hidden doorway slid open, revealing a narrow, dimly lit passageway. Ren Xiao stepped inside cautiously, her heels echoing against the cold metal floor. The air was heavier here, carrying a faint chemical odor. She moved deeper into the hidden lab, and as she turned a corner, she froze. Before her stood rows of massive glass tubs filled with water. Inside them were human beings, floating lifelessly, their bodies unnaturally pale, with wires and tubes snaking into their skin. Some had strange growths or scars, as if their bodies had been surgically altered or experimented on. The hacker's voice cut through the silence. "What's it like in there?" Ren Xiao's voice was low, laced with a rare hint of unease. "It's worse than I imagined. This isn't just unethical, it's monstrous." "Do I need to call the dead office to intervene?" the hacker asked, referring to a covert task force that specialized in eradicating illegal experiments like these. Ren Xiao hesitated, her gaze moving to the far end of the room. "Not yet, wait a minute." Her eyes locked onto another tank, larger than the rest, with an eerie glow emanating from its base. Inside was a creature that made her stomach turn. The being had the face of a human, but its lower half was that of a fish, grotesquely stitched together at the waist. Its eyes were open but lifeless, and its body was scarred and misshapen, as though it had endured unspeakable torment. Ren Xiao swallowed hard, her composed exterior cracking just slightly. They're not just experimenting on humans, they're hosting things, abominations. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the fields as Tian Ren picked the last of his special corn. The golden husks shone under the light, showing they were ready to eat. Han bounced over, eyes bright. "Finally, we're having grilled corn, right?" Tian tossed her an ear of corn. "Help me finish picking, and we can eat sooner." Han groaned. "I'm too hungry to wait." Tian chuckled. "Then go get some firewood. I'll make grilled corn with butter." Han's face lit up. "Butter? You're the best." She ran off and quickly came back with a pile of wood. Soon, the fire crackled and the smell of roasted corn filled the air. Han grabbed one as soon as it was ready and took a big bite. So good." Tian sat nearby, smirking. "If you keep eating like that, you'll turn into a fat pig." Han glared at him, but kept chewing. "Not my fault your food is so good." Tian watched her eat. She'd been eating more lately, and so had he. These special crops made their bodies stronger. "Don't worry," he said. "You won't get fat, you're just growing." Han grinned. "Good, make me a spicy one next." Tian flipped another corn over the fire, but then knock, knock, knock. He looked up. Who would visit at this hour? When he opened the door, Xia stood there holding a bag. Tian frowned. "Xia? What are you doing here?" Tian turned to Xia, curiosity flashing in his eyes. "So, what brings you here?" he asked. Xia rubbed the back of his neck, looking a little embarrassed. "The other day, you gave my family some instant noodles. My father insisted on returning the favor, so he sent some food for your family. I brought it over." Tian smiled, waving it off. "You didn't have to do that. I just helped the right person, that's all." Still, something piqued his interest. "Where did you find all this food?" he asked. Xia hesitated for a moment, then admitted, "I found it in my yard. Might have been left there by a relative, or someone who snuck it in." Tian raised an eyebrow, but didn't press the matter. Xia then shifted, looking like he had something else on his mind. "Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you." "Go ahead," Tian said. "I heard there's a new grain shopping center opening on the outskirts, south side," Xia explained. "Still has a lot of stock. I wanted to borrow your truck to go buy some." Tian considered the request. "Oh, and I don't have a driver's license?" Xia added sheepishly. "It's not too far, but the place is kind of remote." That was it. He was asking Tian to drive him there. Tian had been meaning to check the place out in a few days anyway. Now seemed as good a time as any. Plus, with the mechanical guards at home, he wasn't too worried about Han's safety. Ba's combat abilities alone were more than enough to handle trouble. "All right," Tian agreed. "We're old acquaintances, after all, but I need to be back before noon to cook for Han." Xia's face lit up with relief. "Thanks, I appreciate it. Sorry for the trouble." Tian waved him off again. "Wait here, I'll get the truck." Before leaving, Tian made sure to check on Han. "Stay inside and don't open the door for anyone," he told her. Han grinned. "Don't worry, besides, Ba is super strong now." But then he gave her a serious look. "Only use B in emergencies, all right?" It's dangerous otherwise. Han pouted but nodded. Okay, I won't blow up rocks anymore. Tian chuckled and ruffled her hair. Be good. Xia and I are going shopping. We'll bring you back some candy. Han perked up instantly. Candy? Really? Really, Tian assured her. Her excitement doubled. Can I say hi to Xia? Tian smirked. You just want to show off Ba, don't you? Han huffed. I'm 6 now. I'm not a little kid anymore. Tian laughed, but let her come along. Outside, Han greeted Xia eagerly. Hi, Xia. Guess what? Ba can... Tian quickly cut her off. All right, time to go. Han, get out of the truck so Xia can sit. Han frowned but obeyed. You're so mean, she muttered as she stomped back inside. Tian shook his head, smiling. As soon as the truck pulled away, Han sighed dramatically and went back to her cartoons. Tian, meanwhile, focused on the road. But Xia, after a few moments of silence, turned to him. Is it okay for Han to be alone? He asked. The world's getting chaotic. What if bad guys target the farm? Tian scoffed. Who'd bother with my shabby farm? I don't have money or food worth stealing. But Han is only 6, Xia pointed out. Even if she had a weapon, she wouldn't be able to use it. Tian nodded. That's why the gate's electrified. No one's getting in. Xia looked reassured and leaned back in his seat. But after a moment, he pulled out his phone and quickly typed a message. Tian noticed. Texting someone? Xia stiffened and stuffed the phone back in his pocket. Just borrowed some money from friends, he muttered. Back at the farm, Han was glued to her cartoons. Excitedly, she threw her arms up. Rainbow warriors should use their super evolution. Lemon yellow, golden yellow. She hugged her dog tightly and giggled. Hey, do you think Xia can be a rainbow warrior too? Her dog barked in response. Han snickered. Last time we saw Xia, he was green with greed, but now he's all red. She burst into laughter at her own joke, kicking her feet happily. Tian handed some money to Xia, who looked confused. Tian explained that he didn't have much either, but Xia could take it for now. Xia refused, insisting that Tian had already done enough for his family and he couldn't accept more. Tian, however, insisted, telling him to stop talking nonsense and focus on driving. Grateful, Xia promised to repay his kindness. As they drove, Tian navigated. Go straight for 500 meters, turn right in 300, then another 200 meters ahead, there's a fork in the road. After 100 more meters, turn right. But just as Tian prepared to make the turn, Xia suddenly swerved left, claiming the road ahead was closed. Tian immediately sensed something was wrong. That's not true, he snapped. I travel this road all the time. It's the main route through the township. It wouldn't just close unless there was a major disaster. He demanded to know where Xia had heard that. Xia hesitated before saying a friend told him. Tian wasn't convinced. Give me your friend's number. I want to hear it from him directly. Xia urged him to trust him, promising he wouldn't do anything to harm him. Hesitant, but with no other choice, Tian turned the car around. Meanwhile, a group of bystanders noticed the unusual situation. One man whispered, "Something's not right." He alerted others in a nearby car. Why would Tian turn back alone? What should we do? Another asked. Nan, their leader, responded grimly. Get ready, the target is approaching. We stop them here. Lang added, we need them alive. Block all escape routes and attack from the front and rear. He sneered. Let's see if they can grow wings and fly away. Inside the car, Xia suddenly broke down, apologizing. His voice cracked with guilt. Tian, I betrayed you. It's all my fault. Tian tensed. What are you talking about? Tears streaming, Xia confessed, they took my father. I had no choice. Tian's grip on the wheel tightened. Who? They're from Tin Run. They know you have the antidote for the poisoning. They forced me to lure you away so they could capture Han and make you submit. Tian's blood ran cold. Han is only 6. They're trying to kidnap a child? I don't know what they plan to do, Xia cried. They threatened my father's life. I had no choice. Just then, a car screeched to a stop, blocking their path. Xia turned pale. They're here. Tian's eyes darkened. Enough. You tested me? Everything you did, everything you said, was just to confirm if the farm was protected. His voice turned sharp. Even when you were playing with your phone, you were messaging them. Outside, armed men were already closing in on Tian's house. Xia pleaded, Tian, please, just give them the antidote. There's too many of them. We can't escape. Tian stared at him coldly. You put Han in danger. I don't want to kill you, Xia, but I will never forgive this. Xia sobbed. I regret everything, but I had no way out. Tian's voice was firm. I'll deal with you later. He turned toward the approaching enemies, eyes blazing with fury. As for them, his voice like steel. Not a single one is leaving my farm alive.
Want to stay ahead of the story? Get up to 16 episodes early only on Patreon. Support the channel, unlock exclusive content, and be the first to know what happens next. Click the link in the description and we'll see you way ahead. In the story. Now, back to the video.
Xia remembered the night when he was healed. Nan had been so happy about it, saying how scared he had been. Xia admitted that he couldn't believe he had actually survived. Nan commented that Xia was an idiot for eating something different that caused his illness. Xia explained that he was so hungry he couldn't stand it anymore, and found an apple in the cellar that didn't seem to have any trace of contamination. Nan scolded Xia for being so desperate and daring to eat anything from the cellar, as it was all in contact with the ground. Xia replied that they had been eating nothing but gruel for several days, so he decided to take a gamble. Otherwise, he would have starved to death sooner or later. Nan told him to stop talking nonsense and mentioned that he had borrowed some food. They had received a wave of food drops, among them a magical elixir that saved Xia's life. This must have been a blessing from the gods. They couldn't bear to see Xia suffer so much, so they saved his life. Nan reminded Xia that many people had died from accidentally eating poisonous vegetables, and he was the only one who survived. Therefore, they must go to pay homage to their ancestral graves later to thank them for their blessings. Xia thought that if there really was a god, such a disaster shouldn't be allowed to happen in this world. He believed the elixir had been given by someone who didn't want to reveal their identity. Then, he noticed a bag of fruits and heard Nan ask if he was hungry. Xia couldn't believe someone had given them so much food while their family had been left to starve without even the basic necessities for survival. Nan reassured him that they had received all this food and he was going to get something for Xia to eat, emphasizing that Xia was still recovering from a serious illness and needed to recover well. Suddenly, Xia remembered something and got up to go outside. Nan asked where he was going. Xia replied that he would be back in a while. Nan insisted that Xia wasn't fully recovered and needed to rest. Xia asked to be left alone, then went to someone's home and knocked on the door. The boy inside replied, telling him to stop knocking rapidly and demanded to know who was there. When Miao opened the door, he was shocked to see Xia covered in blood. Miao asked what Xia wanted. Xia replied that his home had been robbed and he just wanted to check the surveillance video. Miao asked what that was. Xia showed him the camera and said it was a 360-degree unplugged wireless monitor. Miao agreed. Xia asked to check who had beaten him up because he needed to find them. Miao agreed but told him to hurry because it was his sleep time. As Xia went to check, he thought the camera had the perfect angle for his alleyway and wondered who the person would be. Then, he saw a truck and recognized its owner by the license plate. He then returned home. Nan asked what he had been doing. Xia replied that he had found out who saved his life. Nan asked who it was. Xia said it was Tian. He had checked the CCTV and found that Tian's arrival and departure times matched the time of Xia's rescue. Nan said that Tian was a good person who not only gave them food, but also saved Xia's life. Xia then asked Nan if he had heard the news that the Tinan Run group was paying a good amount of money to those who could find a solution. Nan was shocked and asked what Xia was thinking of doing. Xia replied that he was trying to make life a bit easier for both of them in this hellish world. He questioned how long their current food supply would last and what they would do afterward, asking if Nan still expected Tian to give them more food. Nan slapped Xia and asked if he wanted to repay Tian with such hatred. He exclaimed how he could have given birth to such an ungrateful beast and threatened to break Xia's legs if he dared to go to Tianan. Xia asked if Nan understood their current situation, saying they could only rely on themselves to survive. He insisted he was doing what he had to do to survive, and that was all, as he was thinking about how they couldn't get rid of their pursuers because they were following too closely. He saw 2 cars blocking his way. Just then, he found himself surrounded from all sides. He came out holding Xia tightly in his grasp. Chen called Tian, introducing himself as an affiliate of the Tianan-run pharmaceutical company. He explained that he was using a special method to get Tian to meet him and assured Tian that he had no ulterior motives. Chen mentioned that the Tianan group had the cure for the poisoning pandemic and proposed discussing a cooperation. Tianan would provide the cure, and they would contribute their efforts, making huge profits together. Tian asked what would happen if he refused. Chen replied that Tian had only 2 options. The first was to cooperate, making everyone happy, allowing them all to earn money with smiles on their faces. Tian then asked about the second option. Chen responded that they would find the cure for the disease themselves, implying they would use force if necessary. Tian replied that it was only by chance he had discovered the cure for the poisoning epidemic, and there was only 1 dose, which he had already used. Chen called Tian, introducing himself as an affiliate of the Tianan-run pharmaceutical company. He explained he had come to discuss cooperation regarding Tian's cure for the poisoning pandemic. Tian regretted they had come all this way for nothing, noting they didn't even have guns, and Xia was of no use to them. If they had firearms, they could have simply injured Tian without the need for threats. Chen remarked that Tian seemed unmoved, even in the face of danger. Chen made a call and asked if they were at the farm gate, instructing them to capture the little girl and feed her the poisonous fruits. He questioned the point of electrifying Tian's broken fence, knowing it was surrounded by insulation protection veterans. He urged Tian to understand his own value and cooperate to make money together with Tianan. Tian's demeanor turned ominous, and he expressed his hatred for threats. Chen wondered how a mere farmer could have such a terrifying gaze. Tian warned Chen that he should be grateful they hadn't come to the farm together, or they wouldn't be alive much longer. Chen dismissed Tian's warning, feeling confident in their numbers. He demanded Tian cooperate, promising he and his sister would live. Seeing Tian's reluctance to cooperate, Chen ordered his people to cut off Tian's limbs and leave him alive. The intruders managed to break through the walls of Tian's farm, creating such a loud disturbance that Han could no longer enjoy her cartoons in peace. Annoyed, she felt a strong urge to silence them once and for all. Meanwhile, Tian found himself fighting alone, effortlessly throwing enemies aside with sheer force. Chen, witnessing the chaos, was stunned. He hadn't expected the farm to have such powerful defenses, and it was clear that the intruders needed to be lured away. From a distance, a man observed the battle, his suspicions growing as rocks were blasted apart. At first, he thought explosives were being used, but upon closer inspection, he realized something else was at play. His plan quickly changed. Tian needed to be captured alive. No one had truly grasped the extent of his strength. Tian himself was amazed. Just a few days of eating radiation-resistant crops had drastically enhanced his body. His speed, strength, bone density, and reflexes had improved far beyond what he ever imagined. In ancient times, warriors pursued mastery through swordsmanship, but Tian had found his own path, with his fists. A man lunged at him with a knife, but Tian sidestepped with ease. His movements felt sharper, more refined. Let's create some space first, he thought, fully aware that his physical abilities were no longer ordinary. Spotting Chen, Tian raised his gun. Fear flashed in Chen's eyes as he realized his mistake. He hadn't expected Tian to be armed. If he could just close the distance, the gun would become useless. Desperate, Chen tried to warn Tian, insisting that there were far more powerful figures backing him and that provoking them would bring dire consequences. Tian didn't care. He fired, taking down several fleeing intruders. The survivors scattered in panic, and Chen took the chance to disappear into the woods, waiting for Tian to run out of bullets. As Tian's shots stopped, Chen smirked from behind a rock, assuming his enemy was finally out of ammunition. This was his chance. He prepared to strike, but before he could make a move, he heard the distinct click of a pistol being loaded. Tian had retrieved another gun from his inventory and was now aiming directly at Chen from above. Chen's confidence wavered. How does he still have a weapon? He muttered, growing uneasy. Is he a martial artist too? Meanwhile, back at the farm, the battle had already ended. Every intruder lay motionless on the ground. B stood at the center of the carnage, her mechanical systems running through a final assessment. The last intruder had been eliminated, his head blown clean off. For a moment, she hesitated. If Tian returned and saw this, would he think she was too violent? Would he reject her? Not willing to take that risk, B hurried to dispose of the bodies before Tian came back. Chen, now severely injured, gasped for breath, realizing too late that threatening Tian with a child had been a grave mistake. Desperate, he pleaded for mercy, promising to reveal everything if Tian spared him. Tian, unfazed, told him there would be no easy way out. But he gave Chen a choice, either a quick, painful death or a chance to be healed, only to continue suffering. I have plenty of bullets and plenty of time, Tian remarked coldly. Faced with no alternative, Chen agreed to talk. Tian's first question was simple. Who was behind the attack? Chen hesitated, but then admitted that it was Liang, the CEO of Tianrun Pharmaceuticals. Tian wasn't surprised. Liang was ruthless, known for manipulating markets and inflating prices. It all made sense. When asked if anyone else was involved, Chen explained that Liang had kept the operation secret, even from the company's top executives. However, he revealed that Liang had been in conflict with the company's vice president and was using this situation to gain more authority, impress headquarters, and eliminate the VP from the Southern City branch. Tian considered this carefully. Tianrun Pharmaceuticals, despite its power, was only a subsidiary of a much larger corporation. He needed to be cautious. He smacked Chen to keep him conscious and demanded to know if Liang had reported anything to headquarters. Chen shook his head. Liang was too afraid that word would get back to his rival, the vice president, which could ruin his plans. That meant the situation hadn't escalated beyond their control yet. Now, Tian wanted to meet Liang face to face. Just then, Chen's phone rang. It was Liang. Is the mission done? Liang asked. Chen, under Tian's watchful eye, hesitated before replying. We have the target under control, but he insists on meeting with you before revealing anything. Liang's voice dripped with frustration. You're useless, Chen. You can't even handle one man? Chen quickly apologized, explaining that Tian was tight-lipped and had already taken out several of their men. There was silence before Liang finally gave in. Fine, take him to Warehouse 78. I'll be there soon. The call ended abruptly. Unbeknownst to Liang, Tian had forced Chen to say those words. With no time to waste, Tian tied Chen up and had Xia switch clothes with him. During the car ride, Xia, still shaken, quietly thanked Tian. Tian simply responded, "Don't get sentimental. Your father was just in the wrong place at the wrong time." Xia lowered his head, murmuring an apology. When they arrived at the warehouse, Xia, disguised as Chen, stepped inside with the bound Nan. Liang stood waiting, flanked by two men, his expression filled with suspicion. "Why just the two of you? Where's the boy?" Liang demanded. Xia quickly made up an excuse. The messenger got knocked out. He's in the car, and Chen, he had a stomach ache, so he ran to the restroom. I figured I should bring Nan over first. Liang scoffed. Pathetic. He turned his attention to Nan, who was bound and battered. You're still alive? Guess I didn't hit you hard enough? His men laughed before delivering another cruel kick to Nan's side. Jia trembled under Liang's piercing gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Liang barked. Bring him here. His men continued to beat Nan, while Liang sneered, calling them worthless. Then everything changed. A thunderous crash shook the warehouse as Tian came smashing through the roof, landing a powerful kick straight into Liang's chest. Stunned silence followed. Liang, struggling to get up, coughed and glared at Tian. The walls weren't easy to climb, he muttered bitterly. Tian didn't respond. He simply raised his gun, aiming directly at Liang. The two guards froze in place. Don't move, Tian ordered. His voice was calm, but the threat was clear. Liang's eyes darted toward the unconscious Chen. How did you get here? Did Chen betray me? Tian smirked. You're a smart man, Liang. How did someone as clueless as you become the head of Tianrun? Liang clenched his teeth. You think you can just waltz in here and kill me? Depends, Tian said casually. You just threatened a child. Maybe I should see if it's worth keeping you alive. Liang straightened up. If you kill me, my men will kill Nan instantly. Tian arched an eyebrow. Are you sure? A flicker of doubt crossed Liang's face. Killing you is far cheaper than negotiating, Tian added. Liang snapped his fingers. Kill them all! His men reached for their weapons, but before they could react, Tian pulled the trigger. 2 shots rang out. The guards collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Jia gasped in horror. You didn't have to… Tian cut him off. If you think I'd let them live after what they tried to do, then you're even dumber than I thought. Ignoring Jia's protests, he turned his gun back to Liang, who was now completely alone. You wanted to play this game, Liang, Tian said, his tone icy. Now let's see how well you handle losing. Jia, still trembling, wasted no time. He rushed to free his father, knowing that Tian's wrath was only just beginning. Xia and Nan knelt before Tian, their faces heavy with guilt and gratitude. Xia bowed his head, apologizing for everything, admitting that his regrets could never make up for what had happened. Still, he thanked Tian for sparing them. Tian, unfazed, assured them that he didn't believe in guilt by association. Nan had done him no harm. Nan, however, blamed himself. I should have stopped him, he muttered. I should have done something. Enough with the apologies, Tian said. Move forward instead of asking for forgiveness over and over. He made it clear. Xia didn't deserve punishment, and he wouldn't harm him. But what happened next? That was up to Xia. Xia swallowed hard and promised that he and Nan had no secrets left. They were on Tian's side now. Tian nodded. Then let's clean this up, gather the bodies. Nan hesitated. What are you going to do? Get rid of the evidence, Tian said simply. As they stacked the bodies together, Xia glanced at Nan. Is he burying them? Nan sighed. Leaving them here is too risky. Just as Nan reached out to move Chen's body, there was a flash of movement. Chen, barely alive, lunged with a jagged piece of broken mirror. Nan barely dodged, stumbling backward in shock. Xia's eyes widened. How? Chen smirked, his face twisted in pain. I've got nothing left to lose. Might as well take one of you with me. He swung the broken glass at Nan again, but this time, Xia stepped forward, taking the blow himself. Xia! Nan shouted as blood seeped from his side. Before Chen could strike again, the roar of an engine cut through the chaos. Tian's truck barreled forward, a sickening thud. Chen's body crumpled to the ground. Xia gasped in pain, collapsing as Nan rushed to his side. Tears welled in Nan's eyes. You idiot! Why did you do that? Xia forced a weak smile. Guess I finally did something right. Nan shook his head, guilt twisting inside him. You were right about me. I was useless, too scared to be good, too scared to be bad. And because of me, you… His voice broke. You deserved better. Xia exhaled, his strength fading. "Tell Han, thanks for the candy." He closed his eyes, and he was gone. Nan clenched his fists, overwhelmed with grief. After a long silence, he and Tien set fire to the warehouse. Flames engulfed the remains, erasing the evidence of the battle. Far away, in a quiet office, Ren sipped her tea as a frantic messenger burst through the door. "Calm down," she said coolly. "Speak slowly." The messenger took a shaky breath. "Liang is dead." Ren's fingers paused around her cup. "Oh?" Soon after, she examined the bodies herself. "Are you certain?" A forensic doctor nodded. "DNA from dental pulp confirms it. Liang and Chen are dead. The others, we have no matches for them, no missing persons reports, and given the lack of police resources, further investigation isn't likely." Ren barely acknowledged that. "Accident or murder?" "Murder," the doctor replied. Several bodies had bullet wounds. They were shot before being stacked and burned in a car. Some showed signs of torture. Ren studied the remains. Whoever did this wasn't just killing. They were sending a message. She tapped her nails against the desk. If this was a personal attack against Liang, then she had no problem celebrating tonight, with 2 bottles of red wine. But if this was a strike against Tianrun Corporation, she narrowed her eyes. That meant war. Tien placed a small bomb at the back of Nan's neck. "Are you sure about this?" he asked. Nan's expression was hard. "I'll risk my life for it," he declared without hesitation. Tien nodded. "I've erased what I could, but Tianrun might still find a trail leading back to us. Don't let what happened to Xia happen again." Nan clenched his fist around the device. "I won't fail." With that settled, Tien shared everything with him before they returned home. As they arrived, Tien called out, "Han, what are you up to?" Nan blinked in surprise. Han was completely unfazed by the chaos they had been through. She even had a robot dog following her around. Outside, she had arranged a crane and a small mound of sand, carefully concealing the bodies. When she noticed them, she quickly denied doing anything wrong. "I was just playing a digging game," she said innocently. "I didn't set anything off." Tien sighed. "I saw everything." Han's shoulders slumped. I didn't want you to hate me." Tien's expression softened. "Why would I hate you?" "Because She hesitated. "I killed people." Nan watched quietly as Tien knelt before Han. "No matter what you've done," Tien assured her, "I'll stand by you, always. You're my family, Han, the most important person in my life. I'm just glad you know how to protect yourself." Han's eyes welled up. "Then, I'll always protect you too." Nan exhaled, feeling the weight of the world shifting too fast around him. Then, Han hesitated before revealing something else. "I saw them, Tien, the ones who tried to hurt us. They were red." Tien frowned. "Red?" Han nodded. "That's the color they gave off. It made me hate them." "Is that why you ordered B to eliminate them?" "B said they deserved it. They knocked down the gate while I was watching cartoons." Tien thought for a moment. "And do other people have colors?" Han tilted her head. "Yeah, you're blue. Hei is green. Xia was red too." Nan swallowed hard. "And me?" Han hesitated. "Gray, but there's a little green too." Tien realized something. Everyone Han saw in red had harbored ill intentions. Could it be an evolved ability? "Do you see any words or letters on them?" he asked. She shook her head. "Number just colors." Tien's mind raced. "And when did you start seeing them?" "A week ago, right when the world began to collapse." Tien pinched Han's cheeks playfully as he thought. Han huffed. "Why do you always do that?" Tien smirked. "Because I think better that way." Nan chuckled despite himself. Tien's theory solidified. After eating radiation-resistant crops, their bodies had changed. Their strength, reflexes, even their perception had evolved. Han's ability to see colors. It was like a built-in warning system. "You have the eye of good and evil," he told her. Han beamed. Does that mean I can help you? Tian nodded. If you ever see someone glowing red again, tell me. You're my strongest assistant. Han giggled. I like that. Tian ruffled her hair. Now, are you hungry? She grinned. Always. Later, they all sat down to eat. Tian turned to Nan. From now on, you'll live here. Help with the farm. Nan didn't argue. I don't know everything yet, but I'll do what you say. Han clapped. Where will you stay? I'll build a small hut near the gate. Keep watch. Han paused. And Shia? Nan's voice was quiet. He's gone to another world to atone for his sins. Han thought about that. It seems like people who glow red don't live long. Tian didn't correct her. I'll make sure no one bullies you or Hei, Han declared. If they do, B will take care of them. Tian chuckled. Good girl. Now, eat. Nan sat silently, realizing there was no going back. His hands were already stained with blood. If he was going to live in this world, he would follow Tian, and he would make sure his son's death wasn't in vain. Elsewhere, in a high-rise office, a man watched a press conference. A speaker addressed the crisis. It has been 15 days since the catastrophe. The death toll on Blue Star has reached 38.6 million. In the Yanhang Federation, 4.7 million have perished. The federal government is transferring grain reserves, and soilless cultivation technology will soon be scaled up. Do not panic. The man's son approached. What should we do? The man's gaze didn't waver. Did you read Ren's report? Yes, the boy replied. Liang is dead. A smirk crossed the man's face. Tian is a good earner, a shame we lost him. He glanced at a classified document. The mutation process was accelerating faster than expected. The military police have captured a level 5 mutated beast near the southern border, he murmured. His son's eyes widened. That's impossible. The highest level we've ever researched is level 3. The man leaned back in his chair. Nature is evolving faster than we are. There was a long pause. Jing, he said finally, you'll take over the lab. Ren discovered something interesting about Liang's experiments. We'll see if she was right. The boy nodded. Ren sat in her office, lost in thought. The records from 2 days ago had seemed entirely routine, giving no hint of anything unusual. Yet, the surveillance footage from those critical days had been deleted by Liang, leaving them with nothing to go on. It seemed futile to dwell on it now. For the moment, they had more pressing matters to attend to, like the location of the new research institute. And of course, she still had to welcome the incoming leader. Stepping outside, Ren greeted Jing, who had arrived from the south. After a firm handshake and a few brief introductions, Ren noticed a man standing behind Jing. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who's this?" Jing explained, "This is Kui, the king's assistant." Jing then mentioned hearing about a possible research institute location and asked Ren if he could take a look at it. Ren nodded, agreeing to show him a few locations on the outskirts of the city for him to choose from. The scene shifted to Tian, who was inspecting his fish livestock in the pond. He had fish ranging from level 1 to level 5, and he marveled at the variety of species available. Tian noted that the points required to purchase different types of fish at the same level were consistent. Then, his eyes caught something unusual, a bluefin tuna, a rare pre-apocalyptic fish, available for 500 points. Excited, Tian asked Han, "Do you like bluefin tuna?" Han's eyes widened. "Isn't that the one that melts in your mouth?" "Yes," Tian confirmed with a smile. "We couldn't afford it before, but now we can eat as much as we want." Han beamed. "Let's have a feast." Tian gathered his equipment and suggested to Han that they use the excavator to dig a fish pond. Han, full of enthusiasm, agreed immediately, and soon Hei joined them with the excavator. Tian, Han, Hei, and Nan made their way to an open area where Tian instructed them to start digging. Nan, rubbing Hei's head, noticed how much larger it had grown and asked about its age. Tian explained that Hei had already reached adulthood and shouldn't be growing any larger. Nan speculated that Hay had gained weight due to the good food on the farm, recalling how small Hay had been when it first arrived, only reaching Nan's knees. Now, it reached up to their thighs. Tien nodded, acknowledging that daily proximity made the gradual changes less noticeable. He feared potential mutations, like bees, but reassured himself that all poisonous crops had been disposed of after the bee incident. He considered whether Hay had evolved due to the consumption of radiation-resistant crops, like Han, and decided to keep a close eye on him. As Tien continued to monitor the situation, he noticed a visitor approaching. Wondering who it could be, he turned to check, and Nan asked what had caught his attention. Tien observed 2 men and a woman approaching with a threat level of 8. It was Ren, Jing, and Kui. Jing knocked at the gate, and Ren asked Jing if they truly needed to inspect the new locations she had selected. She emphasized the enhanced equipment and security the locations offered, but Jing assured her the farm was excellent and the location adequate. He intended to finalize the purchase before transferring operations there. Ren reluctantly agreed, but couldn't shake her feeling of frustration at Jing's lack of acknowledgement for the effort she had put into securing those places. Jing instructed Kui to keep knocking, determined to get Tien's attention. When Tien arrived and inquired about their business, Jing identified Tien as the owner and expressed a need to discuss business face-to-face. Tien refused, insisting that they speak from where they stood and to make it quick, as he was busy. Jing conceded, attributing the urgency to the chaos outside. Ren, puzzled by Tien's demeanor, introduced herself as the general manager of Tian Run Company and clarified their intention to purchase the farm. She asked about his price, and Tien wondered how they had found his farm already. Ren explained that they would meet Tien's demands, whether it was his asking price or other conditions. She even offered him a place in the villa area of the city center if he needed it. Tien firmly declined, expressing his preference to stay where he was. Ren pressed him to hear their offer, hinting that being from the southern side, Tien might recognize Tianrun's reputation and change his mind. Tien reiterated his contentment with his current situation, stating that not even a mountain of gold would sway him. Frustrated, Kui slammed the gate in anger, triggering a security alert in Tien's system. The warning indicated a minor attack with a strength of 2, asking if Tien wanted to retaliate. Tien declined, noting that Kui could easily trigger a serious response with just 1 punch. Jing scolded Kui and slapped him, reminding him of their leader's teachings and warning him against such behavior without permission. Kui apologized, acknowledging his mistake. Tien found the situation intriguing. Jing reassured Tien not to take it personally, describing Kui as ignorant. Tien dismissed the incident and invited Kui closer to the gate. As Kui approached, Tien swiftly struck him with precision using his hummingbird technique, knocking Kui to his knees. Tien quipped that Kui had punched his gate, and in return, he had punched him back. With a smirk, he suggested they were now even and indicated they should leave if there was nothing else. Jing, silent but smiling, didn't protest. Jing wrote a brief note, apologizing for the inconvenience they had caused Tien and expressing regret for any trouble. He included his phone number, suggesting that Tien could contact him if he ever changed his mind. Ren, however, found Tien's dismissal rude and doubted he would ever call. She watched as Tien tore up the note without hesitation, fueling her determination not to be looked down upon. As they got into their car to leave, Tien stood by, pondering how quickly Tianrun had managed to locate his farm. He questioned whether they had specifically been searching for him, or if it was mere coincidence. Resolving to retrieve the hummingbird guard, he watched their departure, knowing they would cross paths again soon. With only 10 days remaining until the next destructive season, he took stock of his plantation's stable output and the progress in the aquatic area. His next step was to develop a livestock section, ensuring survival in the difficult times ahead. Later that evening, after preparing dinner, Tien sat down to eat with Han and Nan. Han excitedly asked him to try the sesame sauce she had made, and after taking a bite, Tien agreed. It was delicious. She mentioned how comforting mutton hot pot was during winter, and Tian nodded in agreement, reminiscing about its warmth. Nan, shifting the topic, questioned if they were dressed appropriately for the current climate and expressed concern about the land's decreasing cultivability. Tian noted that Han had been curious about something for a while, but decided not to elaborate. Nan, understanding the unspoken message, assured him he wouldn't pry into his secrets. Tian then revealed something unexpected. He wanted Nan to mentally prepare himself, as the food they had been eating wasn't ordinary. Over time, it could lead to changes in the body, such as heightened immunity to cold, improved physical fitness, and possibly even unique abilities. Nan, intrigued but skeptical, remarked that it sounded like something straight out of a science fiction story. Tian chuckled and explained that, given the nature of the apocalypse, what once seemed like fiction had now become reality. He likened the changes to evolution rather than anything supernatural. Nan admitted he didn't fully understand, but decided to focus on his meal. Curious, he asked if anyone had visited that day. Tian confirmed it had been representatives from Tianrun. Nan was surprised by the implications and half-jokingly wondered if even he, an old and seemingly useless man, could benefit from the farm's food. Tian reassured him, advising Nan to rest early while he went out for some errands. Meanwhile, Tian tracked the location of Hummingbird number 1 and discovered it was in the Harmony Villa district. The scene shifted to Ren, who had returned home with Jing and Kui. She offered them a place to stay for the night and promised to arrange proper accommodations the next day. Jing thanked her, expressing concern about causing trouble. Ren dismissed the notion and led them downstairs, allowing them to choose from the 4 available rooms. She assured them that dinner would be brought to their rooms, and Jing agreed with her arrangements, urging Ren to rest early. As Ren settled in, a small hummingbird drone from Tian's possession hovered around her, irritating her. She grumbled about mosquitoes being present despite the cold weather, not knowing that she was being spied on by a mechanical bird. After a long day, she decided to pamper herself with a skincare session. Staring into the mirror after a refreshing shower, she studied her reflection and mused about whether a successful and beautiful woman like herself left any room for others. Applying a face mask, she noticed the persistent buzzing noise and mistook it for a beetle. Annoyed, she opened the window to let it fly out. The fresh night air was a welcome relief after the room had been heated by the air conditioner. However, just as she took a deep breath, she froze. Outside the window, standing eerily still, was a young boy staring directly at her. The boy leaped inside, moving swiftly before Ren could react. She tried to call for help, but he silenced her with a firm grip over her mouth. Panic surged through her mind as she wondered where her bodyguards were. How could they allow an intruder to get this close? She mentally noted that she would fire every last one of them. The boy forced her to lie down, his strength overwhelming. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. Realizing resistance was futile, she tried a different approach. She had to stay calm and de-escalate the situation. He issued a chilling warning. He would release her only if she remained silent and did not resist. Otherwise, he would act faster than her guards, and he had a knife to ensure it. Ren forced herself to breathe evenly. When he finally let go of her mouth, she quickly offered him an alternative. "There's money, jewelry, gold, all in the bedside cabinet," she said, her voice steady despite the fear bubbling inside. "Take it. Take everything you want. Just don't hurt me. I swear I won't call the police." The boy smirked at her cooperation. "You understand how things work," he mused. Ren nodded, keeping her tone composed. "The world runs on wealth. Hurting me would bring you nothing but trouble. If you take the money and leave quietly, it'll be enough to buy plenty of food." But then, his expression darkened. "I didn't come here for money." A cold realization struck her. This wasn't a robbery. Her mind raced to another possibility. "Then what?" A horrifying thought flashed through her mind. "You're not some pervert, are you?" He cut her off sharply. "Did you send someone to kill Liang? His voice carried a sharp edge of accusation. Why did it take you so long to start investigating? Ren's pulse quickened. So this was about Liang's murder. It wasn't a random attack. He must have been connected to Liang in some way. But how? As far as she knew, all of Liang's closest associates were dead. You knew Liang? She asked cautiously. The boy's gaze hardened. He did me a favor once. Now, I want revenge. Ren pieced it together. He must have heard about her investigation and come looking for answers. If you're here to accuse me, you're wasting your time, she said firmly. Yes, I'm investigating, but I don't have enough clues yet. No one does. The boy remained skeptical. Convenient, he scoffed. Liang dies, and you take his place. That doesn't look suspicious to you? Ren clenched her jaw. He was right. Without evidence, she looked just as guilty as anyone else. And she had made plenty of enemies in the southern side. It wouldn't have been difficult for someone to use the chaos to eliminate Liang. I had no reason to kill him, she stated. His position wasn't worth that much to me. The boy studied her carefully before nodding. That makes sense. His suspicion wavered, but doubt lingered. You really don't have any suspects? Ren sighed. None. Liang erased all recent documents and surveillance before he died. I don't even know who he was dealing with at the time. How do you expect me to find a suspect when there's nothing left to investigate? The boy frowned. So, Liang was covering his own tracks. He wanted everything for himself. Before Ren could respond, footsteps echoed outside. The boy tensed. Without hesitation, he struck her on the neck, knocking her unconscious just as the door burst open. Kui charged in, his voice booming. Ren! The maid, pale with fear, hurried to check on her. The alarm system was triggered, she stammered. Something happened. Kui scanned the room, eyes darting to the open window. Don't let him escape, he ordered. Outside, the boy swiftly descended, but he had underestimated his pursuers. Jing stood waiting below, calm but firm. Breaking into a woman's bedroom in the middle of the night? He mused. That's pretty low. The boy narrowed his eyes. How did you find me? Jing smirked. You stepped on a gravity sensor at the window. The moment you did, I told Kui to block the door. If you didn't want a direct fight, you only had one way out. The boy gritted his teeth. He had to admit, Jing was sharp. But could a bean sprout like him actually stop him? Testing him, the boy lunged forward with a powerful punch. Jing blocked effortlessly, countering with a strike of his own. The force sent the boy stumbling back. He was stunned. Jing wasn't just some strategist, he had real combat skills. Jing glanced down at the faint scars on his own leg. Interesting, he mused. Your bones should be shattered after that impact, but you're still standing. The boy's hands trembled slightly. Jing's gaze sharpened. You've trained in martial arts, haven't you? I didn't see any techniques though. Where did you learn to fight like that? Silence stretched between them. Jing's voice turned ice cold. If you don't answer, I'm not letting you leave tonight. Tian studied Jing carefully, still stunned that his opponent had blocked his punch so effortlessly. His physical abilities had already surpassed normal human limits, yet this man had stopped him. Was Jing a trained martial artist? The thought troubled Tian. He didn't want to be entangled with a skilled fighter. But before he could dwell on it further, approaching voices signaled that others had heard the commotion. Tian exhaled sharply and looked at Jing. I don't have time to play with you, he said. Next time we meet, I'll beat you to death. Jing lunged to attack, but the boy swiftly tossed a handful of dust into the air, blinding him. Jing coughed, struggling to clear his vision as the boy mocked him. Wash your eyes, I'll be leaving now. By the time Jing managed to blink the dust away, the boy had already leaped over the wall. Goodbye, he called out, disappearing into the night. Jing's companions arrived moments later. Are you okay? One of them asked. Did you let him escape? Still rubbing his stinging eyes, Jing shook his head. That kid? He's something else. He was fast, intelligent, and possessed near superhuman physical strength. Whoever he wasn't ordinary. Jing felt an unexpected sense of admiration, but also determination. He would find this boy again. One of his men suggested they pursue him, but Jing declined. With that speed, we won't catch him, he admitted. Instead, he turned his attention to Ren. What's her condition? A guard returned from checking on her. She's unconscious, but it's not serious. He didn't hurt her beyond that. Jing sighed. Give her the medicine from the cabinet when she wakes up. The dosage should already be written. The maid hesitated. Should we call the police? Jing shook his head. Number. The southern side is too chaotic right now. If we involve the authorities, we might create unnecessary problems for our contacts in the army and police force. The maid nodded in understanding. Things are getting worse out there. Just then, Kui entered, his face grim. We have a problem, he announced. The hard drive is missing. Jing's eyes narrowed. The gray one that was plugged into my computer? Kui confirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, Tian had already returned home. He placed the stolen hard drive on his desk, contemplating his next move. Disconnecting his network cable, he ensured there would be no external access before plugging it into his laptop. If this belonged to Jing, it might hold valuable information about what Tian-run Corporation was really up to. As the files loaded, Tian's eyes flicked through the contents. Experimental reports, creatures undergoing mutations. The results were grim. Many had died in the process. But what caught his attention the most was Jing's personal notes. Jing believed in something greater. Despite the failures, he saw evolution as the key to a better world. He wasn't just running experiments. He was searching for a way to push humanity into its next stage. Tian frowned. This wasn't just some confidential Tian-run document. This was Jing's vision. A world where human limitations no longer existed. Jing theorized that radioactive food was accelerating genetic mutations, reshaping the bodies of beasts, and possibly even humans. These weren't just catastrophic deformities. This was forced evolution. According to the notes, the current mutations were flawed, leading to premature deaths. But Jing believed he could correct that path. Even if it cost countless lives, he was willing to push forward to what he called the next civilization. A world where humans wouldn't suffer from terminal illnesses, where birth defects would be eradicated, where people wouldn't be seen as burdens due to weakness. Instead, they would be as strong as tigers and leopards, living well beyond 100 years. Tian leaned back, deep in thought. Was this madness or genius? Jing's words carried an unsettling conviction. He was fearless in his pursuit of this future, whether it led to triumph or annihilation. Back at their headquarters, Jing and Kui had no success in tracking the hard drive. It's possible they haven't accessed the contents yet, Jing speculated, or they used some method to avoid detection. The master disk wasn't receiving any signal from the stolen drive. Kui frowned. Was the information on it important? Jing exhaled. It's old data. Even if they managed to open it, they wouldn't understand it. Still, unease settled in him. If someone discovered his research notes, they would realize he hadn't come to the southern side for business. He had come for something far more significant. Kui crossed his arms. Feels too coincidental. We arrive here, and suddenly we're attacked. You really think number 7 was behind it? Jing shook his head. If number 7 wanted us dead, he wouldn't have sent a rookie. That kid is strong, but he lacks experience. A silence settled between them. Ahead of them lay only darkness. Behind them was the abyss. There was no turning back now. Tian glanced at his calendar. November 21st, 2025. He stared at the hard drive, mulling over Jing's ideas. Some of them resonated with him. But the willingness to sacrifice human lives? That was where he drew the line. Had they already begun human experimentation? Tian held up a small piglet, a fluffy rabbit cub, and a tiny chick. Han's eyes lit up in excitement. Where did you get these cute little animals? She asked, practically bouncing with joy. Tian hesitated. Explaining it properly would be too complicated. Instead, he smirked and came up with a simple answer. "I have a magic treasure bag," he told her. "I can take out anything I want from it." Han gasped, her excitement doubling. "Really?" "Really," Tian assured her. "But it's our little secret, okay?" She nodded eagerly, making him chuckle. It was amusing how quickly she accepted his explanation. Then, he noticed her cradling the rabbit, stroking its fur as she played with it. "Han, don't play around with our precious food," he said. "Put it back in the shed." Han froze. "Food?" She clutched the rabbit protectively. "You mean, you're going to eat it?" Tian sighed. "That's what livestock is for." He started listing dishes. Spicy rabbit stew, grilled chicken legs, pork chop rice, sautéed rabbit with pickled pepper. "Stop!" Han wailed, hugging the rabbit tighter. "I don't want to eat it, it's so cute." Tian folded his arms. "You're not planning to become a vegetarian, are you?" Han hesitated, looking at the rabbit, then at Tian. Finally, with a deep breath, she handed the rabbit back. "Fine," she mumbled. "I'll eat everything, without wasting a single bite." Tian smiled. "Good." Just then, a message arrived. His plantation had produced a rare crop, albino corn. Intrigued, he told Han to go play while he checked on the cornfield. When he arrived, he examined the new crop. The albino corn was a rare level 2 item, a single-use consumable with an incredibly low probability of appearing, 1 in 100,000. Its effect? A temporary burst of power, increasing strength, speed, and reflexes tenfold for 30 seconds. Tian raised an eyebrow. "So it's basically Popeye's spinach," he muttered. Curious if he had more, he searched through the fields. No luck. It was clear that these rare crops only appeared by pure chance. If he wanted more, he'd have to increase his planting efforts. But that came with risks. Overplanting might reduce the overall quality of the crops. Instead of gambling on rare products, he decided to focus on steady, honest farming. Points were his real priority, and rare finds like this were just bonuses. Meanwhile, Ren sat in her office, deep in thought. The thief who had broken into her home? Who was he? He had come asking about Lang. Her hands clenched into fists. She vowed to find him and make him pay. Her security guards were useless. They had failed to stop a single intruder despite their numbers. The military and police had no resources to investigate, so if she wanted results, she'd have to take matters into her own hands. Then she remembered the hair. A single strand had gotten stuck to her clothes, too light to be hers. It had to belong to the thief. She smirked. "Got you." Determined, she went downstairs to speak with Jing, who was calmly sipping tea while reading a book. Jing glanced up as she approached. "Feeling better?" She nodded. "The massage techniques you taught me really helped," she admitted. "I didn't feel any pain today." He set down his cup. "Glad to hear it, but I assume that's not the only reason you came." Ren sighed. "You know me too well." She hesitated for a moment, then continued, "It's a bit embarrassing, but since you're an expert in biological research, I was wondering if you could help me with something." Jing raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" She pulled out the strand of hair. "Can you run a DNA comparison and find a match for this? It's from someone in the southern side." Jing examined the hair, then leaned back in his chair. "You realize how difficult that would be, right? Comparing it to the entire southern side would be like finding a needle in a haystack. There are over 100,000 people there. Collecting and analyzing that many DNA samples would take forever." Ren crossed her arms. "I just need to find one person. If it's too difficult, we can forget it?" Jing studied her for a moment, then smirked. "I never said it was impossible." Ren's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Then, I'll be counting on you." Ding carefully measured the reagent, ensuring the dilution was precisely 10%. As the injection completed, the experimental subject's muscle fibers thickened dramatically. cellular activity surging thousands of times beyond normal limits. Then, something went horribly wrong. The subject's genes, contaminated by foreign organisms, caused unexpected mutations. Its eyes split into a cluster of compound lenses, its body convulsing as it entered a violent, uncontrollable state. Restraints snapped like brittle twigs. Experiment 5, Virus B, the 34th attempt, had failed. Glass shattered, chaos erupted, the lab was destroyed. Jing bolted upright in bed, heart pounding, drenched in sweat. The nightmare had returned. A memory from long ago played in his mind. A gathering, a party, boys whispering. One of them smirked, asking why Jing was always left alone. His brother, Jin, stepped forward. Because he's a bastard. The others snickered. They decided to have some fun, holding Jing's head under the water, forcing him to swallow it, humiliating him. Be gentle, Jin had instructed. Leave no marks. Our father expects better from him. They obeyed, but the cruelty remained. Gasping for air, choking back sobs, young Jing had pleaded, "Please, just stop." They only laughed. Jing clenched his fists as the dream faded. He wasn't that helpless child anymore. The V-shaped viruses were stabilizing. He was close. Once he perfected his ultimate mutant, he would surpass his brother. For good. At Tien's house, Han sat in front of the television, watching the news. The screen displayed grim reports. It has been 19 days since the world changed. Over 100 mutated livestock carcasses have been discovered piled in N-Town. Tien walked in, raising an eyebrow. "Since when do you watch the news? What happened to cartoons?" Han crossed her arms. "I'm not a little kid," she said. "I want to know what's going on." Tien smirked. "You already helped me plenty. You can see people's evil thoughts. That's useful enough." She beamed, but remained firm. "You're getting stronger, so I need to catch up." Tien had been watching her closely. Despite her rapid evolution, she never seemed to lose control. The anti-radiation products were clearly reshaping her body, but it wasn't the same as the dangerous mutations others had undergone. That was a relief. He patted her head. "Nan and I are heading out to dig the pond. If you get hungry, grab some snacks." An hour later, Han wandered into the kitchen, stomach growling. On the table sat a small wooden box. Curious, she lifted the lid. Inside, 2 shimmering seeds rested on silk padding. Divine Gain Seeds, level 4. Tien had mentioned he and Nan were growing nuts. Maybe these were part of that? She shrugged and popped one into her mouth. Instant regret. Ugh, it's so bitter. She winced, quickly handing the second seed to Han, before rushing for water to rinse the taste away. Moments later, drowsiness washed over her like a wave. Her limbs felt heavy, her mind foggy. Something wasn't right. That night, as the household slept, a low growl echoed through the darkness. Nan stirred awake, ears twitching. Then, a bark. He sat up, alarmed. Turning on the light, his eyes widened in horror. Hay was on the floor, coughing violently. Blood splattered against the wooden planks. Then, her body convulsed. The dog's limbs twisted unnaturally. Her breathing turned ragged. She lifted her head, and her eyes gleamed with something inhuman. With a guttural snarl, she lunged. Nan barely had time to react before she attacked. Nan barely managed to dodge Hay's sudden attack, his heart pounding. He had seen many mutations before, but this was different. Hay's stance was low, her body coiled like a predator ready to strike, yet there was no mindless rage in her eyes. She was still Hay, just changed. Carefully, Nan raised his hands in a calming gesture. "It's me, Uncle Nan," he said gently. Hay's gaze flickered with recognition, but before he could reach her, she let out a sharp bark, startling him. Then, without hesitation, she bolted, leaping through the window with unnatural grace. Nan's breath caught as she scaled the tall fence effortlessly and vanished into the night. Just then, Tien arrived, his expression tense. What happened? She just ran, Nan said, still in shock. She was different, wild, but she still knew me. Tien's jaw tightened as he processed the news. Before he could respond, Han appeared, rubbing her eyes sleepily. "What are you guys doing outside?" Tien forced a reassuring smile. "Nothing to worry about. Hey probably just wanted to stretch her legs. She'll come back soon." But Han wasn't convinced. "She never leaves my side when I sleep," she said, frowning. "And what did Uncle Nan mean by crazy?" Tien glanced down, noticing Han's bare feet against the cold ground. Without thinking, he lifted her up. "You'll catch a cold," he murmured. Han wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice small. "Is she gonna turn into Ba too?" Tien hesitated. "Don't overthink it," he said. "Did Hei eat anything unusual today?" Han shook her head, then paused. "Just farm food. Oh, and some of your growing nuts." Tien's eyes narrowed. The divine grain seeds. His mind raced. Could they have triggered an evolution? And if so, why was she acting so erratic? He called up his system, but no response came. A sinking feeling settled in his chest. Turning to Han, he set her down. "I'll go bring her back," he promised. "You stay with Grandpa Nan and get some sleep." Han clutched his sleeve. "You have to bring her back." "I will," he said firmly. "She's family." Hei sprinted through the night, her body burning with unnatural heat. Her vision sharpened. Her ears twitched at the faintest sound. The urge to hunt clawed at her mind. She imagined tearing into the throats of living creatures, tasting their warmth, their life. But she couldn't. If she killed a human, she could never return. Just as her thoughts spiraled, a figure emerged from the shadows, a woman in a long overcoat. Her piercing gaze locked onto Hei. "The oracle spoke of a sacred beast," she murmured. "And now, here you are." Tien tore through the streets on his bike, his patrol mosquitoes scanning every corner. Next, his chest tightened. If the military police found Hei first, they'd kill her. Then, a voice called out, "You're looking for the black wolf dog, aren't you?" Tien skidded to a stop. A woman stood before him, calm and unreadable. "Where is she?" he demanded. Instead of answering, she tilted her head. "Do you know the truth behind the apocalypse?" Tien clenched his fists. "I don't care. Just tell me where she is." The woman smiled faintly. "The disasters were divine punishment. Humanity's sins must be cleansed. This world will not heal until every last human is gone." Tien exhaled sharply. "Great. A lunatic." She continued as if he hadn't spoken. "But salvation is still possible. Join our self-help society. Confess your sins, and you may yet be spared." Tien narrowed his eyes. "And let me guess, there's a membership fee?" The woman nodded solemnly. "Different levels, different offerings. The higher your rank, the closer you are to God." Tien scoffed. "And how much does salvation cost?" "Between 3 to 300,000 units, she replied. "But since you are the master of a sacred animal, you may simply bring it to us instead." Tien's patience snapped. "You need to refine your scam tactics," he said flatly. That was embarrassing. Her expression darkened. "How dare you insult God?" Tien smirked. "Because I don't have time for fairy tales." He turned on his heel, walking away. The woman called after him, her voice cold. "Those who reject salvation will face eternal damnation." Tien didn't bother looking back. "Sounds like a you problem," he muttered.
Sorry for the interruption, but if you're loving this series, you don't have to wait. Get up to 16 episodes ahead right now on Patreon. Support the channel, unlock exclusive content, and stay ahead of the story. Links in the description. Now back to the video.
Hei's mind drifted back to the past. Tien stood on the side of the road, a cigarette between his fingers, smoke curling into the night air. The hum of passing cars barely registered in his ears, until he heard something, a faint whimper. Frowning, he turned toward the sound, stepping off the pavement. A few feet away, just past the curb, a dog lay motionless. Blood pooled beneath its body. A car accident? He wasn't sure, but beside it, huddled in the shadows, was something even more heartbreaking. A tiny, trembling puppy. It was curled up against the lifeless body, barely breathing, but still alive. Tien crouched down, gently scooping up the small creature in his hands. "You're tougher than you look," he murmured. The puppy blinked up at him, too weak to resist. Tien exhaled, glancing back at the larger dog. The mother, gone for days, but her pup had somehow survived. He sighed. A lot of people lose their parents like this too. His thoughts snapped back to the present as Hay suddenly lunged forward, sinking his teeth into a man's leg. A scream rang out. Nearby, a group of men, armed and tense, watched the scene unfold. One of them smirked. "Looks like Xiao won't last much longer." Just then, Jing arrived, his gaze sharp. "How did the mutated beast get inside?" One of the men, shifting uncomfortably, explained. "Xiao. He's addicted to smoking. Went into the woods for a cigarette. Didn't see the beast until it was too late." Jing's eyes narrowed. "And?" "He flicked his cigarette butt at it," the man continued. "Must have pissed it off. Thing went berserk and attacked him." Jing's expression darkened. "And you let this happen?" The man raised his hands in defense. "The beast wasn't hiding in the bushes. We didn't see it until it attacked." Jing's mind raced. Low-level mutants don't hide. They wander, mindless, following warmth and movement. But this one had waited. It had strategized. And now it had bitten the guard's leg without finishing him off. Jing's breath hitched. That meant it understood the danger of guns. It was using the guards as shields. Jing felt a rare thrill pulse through him. This is it. The perfect specimen, the key to stabilizing the V virus. "Get everyone," Jing ordered. "Now." The men stiffened at his tone. "Capture it alive before the military police arrive," he continued. "Tranquilizers only. We can't risk killing it." They hurried to obey, loading sedative rounds into their guns. Hay, sensing the danger, bolted. Shots rang out. He dodged one. Another grazed him. His muscles tensed. Then, a hit. Panic surged through him, his vision blurring as he stumbled forward. "Don't let him get away," Jing barked. Meanwhile, at home, Tien stiffened as a second hummingbird alert came in. Large canine paw prints detected. Approximately 700 meters southeast. His gut twisted. "Hey?" Without hesitation, he grabbed his gear and rushed out. When he reached the location, his breath caught. Paw prints, blood, fresh. Tien knelt, running his fingers over the crimson-stained dirt. Hay had been here, injured. His pulse pounded. What in the world happened? And more importantly, who was after him? The people from Ding's group were chasing Hay in their cars. Ding thought that no mutated animal could move so fast, and he was excited to observe its muscular tone while running, admiring the creature's beauty. He was determined to catch the dog. Meanwhile, Tien spotted Hay and ordered the hummingbird to show him. He saw Hay being chased by cars and, upon zooming in, recognized Ding among the people in the vehicles. Tien wondered why Ding was after Hay and if he wanted to capture him for research. Tien took out an albacore from his inventory, determined that those people wouldn't get away with it. The pursuers were shooting at Hay, who dodged their attacks as he continued ahead. Ding contacted the other two cars in his group and instructed them to surround Hay from both sides, aiming to drive him into the old factory up ahead. They agreed and moved into position. As they prepared to execute the plan, Hay spotted them and used a tree for support to jump over one of the cars, causing it to crash. A man fired a bullet toward Hay, but Tien swiftly moved in with white light blazing around him, using his power to intercept and block the shot. He realized that after consuming the albacore and entering a frenzy state, he had 26 seconds remaining before it wore off. Hay wondered if the person blocking the shot was Tien. Ding was astonished to see the white light surrounding Tien, Tien knew he had only 26 seconds left and swiftly moved to take down all the men before the effect wore off completely. Ding was shocked by Tien's sudden prowess. With just 5 seconds remaining, Tien closed in and delivered a powerful punch, causing Ding to fall. As the 26 seconds elapsed, Tien moved back, sensing there might be side effects from using the Albin core. Ding realized how close he had come to danger and decided Tien was too dangerous to be left alive. Aiming his gun at Tien, he fired. The bullet hit Tien just as He launched an attack on Hong. Tien gritted his teeth, feeling the searing pain from the bullet wound. He pressed a hand to his side, trying to steady his breathing. His enhanced state from the Albin core had faded, and exhaustion was creeping in fast. As Tien regained consciousness, he found himself lying on top of He, who was walking at the time. He asked how He was doing. Trying to access the system, Tien discovered it wasn't responding. He then noticed something white appearing. Tien's breath caught in his throat as he watched the white cocoon surrounding He crack and crumble away. From within the fragmented shell, a figure emerged, no longer just the massive black-furred canine he had known. He now stood upright, his body towering over Tien, his form caught between human and beast. His powerful limbs bore traces of muscle and sinew far beyond any normal animal, and his glowing amber eyes burned with intelligence. Tien could hardly believe what he was seeing. Hey? The creature blinked, his elongated claws flexing. He looked down at himself, then back at Tien. His mouth opened, and though his voice was rough and guttural, it carried words. Master. Tien took a step back, his heart pounding. This wasn't just evolution, it was something entirely beyond that. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Ren's grip tightened around the edge of the bed as she watched Jing's body convulse violently. His veins darkened beneath his skin, his muscles bulging unnaturally. The V-shaped virus was taking effect. Keep him restrained, Ren barked, her usually composed demeanor breaking for the first time. The medical staff had already shackled Jing to the reinforced hospital bed, a thick bomb collar secured around his neck in case he lost control. His eyes shot open, pupils dilating as his entire body trembled under the immense force of the virus, rewriting his very being. Dai watched in silence, his jaw clenched. If this works, he won't be the same person anymore. Ren didn't look at him. He'll be stronger. The scene shifted back to Han and Nan, waiting at home. Nan urged Han to sleep, assuring her that Tien would return with He soon. He warned that the cold weather could make her sick, but Han shook her head. I won't get sick. I'm healthy, she insisted, determined to wait. She reached for Nan's hand. Grandpa, hold my hand. It's warm. Nan chuckled as he took her small hand, only to pause in shock. It really is warm, he murmured, amazed at how much her health had improved since eating food from Tien's farm. Han grinned. I'm an evolved superwoman. Nan laughed, lifting her onto his lap as they waited together. Eventually, dawn arrived, and both had dozed off. A sudden noise jolted Han awake. She rushed outside, calling for Tien. Did you find He? Then she saw them, He carrying Tien on his back. Her eyes widened. What happened to him? Tien managed a weak smile. I brought He back. Nan hurried over, astonished at the sight of He standing upright like a person. Meanwhile, Tien helped He put on normal clothes to cover his transformed body. Han circled He, inspecting him with awe. You changed a lot, but your fur is still the same color. He smirked, effortlessly lifting Han onto his shoulder. You're still as mischievous as ever? Tien, now more composed, analyzed the situation. He, a Czech wolf dog, had somehow fused with human genes, evolving into something beyond nature's design. His transformation must have occurred when his atavistic genes triggered a berserk state, causing him to flee to avoid harming them. Now, He had stabilized, but the implications of his evolution were staggering. As Tien's injuries caught up with him, Nan brought the medical kit. You need to disinfect the wound first, he cautioned. Tien ignored him, sterilized a knife, and dug the bullet out himself, wincing as he did. Nan flinched. "You're just pulling it out like that? What if it gets infected?" Tien waved off his concern, then retrieved a glowing carrot from his inventory. Nan gasped as it appeared out of nowhere. "Where did—" Tien bit into the carrot. Within moments, his wound closed, and even his fractured bone knit back together, leaving only soreness behind. Nan stared in disbelief. What? What kind of miracle medicine is that? Tien wiped his mouth. Ancient-grade medicinal carrots. Helps with healing. As his body repaired itself, Tien's mind wandered to genetics. All living things underwent constant cellular regeneration, old cells dying, new ones taking their place. Normally, this process was stable, but under certain conditions, stability could be shattered, creating sudden genetic mutations. These mutations could go two ways. The first, beneficial evolution, like what happened with him, Han, and Hei. Their bodies gained enhanced abilities without losing their original functions. The second, fatal defects. The terrifying mutated beasts roaming the world were prime examples. Their physical strength was monstrous, but their genetic flaws doomed them to short, unstable lives. Even if they regained sanity, they wouldn't last long. Survival wasn't just about strength, it was about genetic perfection. Meanwhile, in a sterile lab, Jing's eyes fluttered open. He was alive. The researchers around him murmured in amazement. No human has ever stayed conscious after being injected with the V virus. Jing's survival meant their experiment had entered a new phase, but Jing knew better. This isn't a success, he rasped. Even though I survived, my mutation isn't perfect. The others fell silent. My strength and speed are enhanced, Jing admitted, flexing his fingers. But my body is deteriorating. At most, I have days left to live. A chilling realization settled over the room. If Jing didn't find a perfectly mutated creature soon and extract its DNA, he was as good as dead. Ding prepared himself, his upper body ribs forming a protective structure on his back. Da arrived and informed them that a detective from the Southern Military Police Bureau was present. He questioned whether it would be appropriate for them to investigate the intruder and alert the military. Ding responded by stating his proficiency in boxing, Muay Thai, grappling, Sanda, and several other deadly martial arts. He also possessed a 65-kilo golden dragon badge from the Federal Sanda Association. His reflexes and physical fitness were more than 2.8 times that of an average adult. In other words, he could already be considered one of the strongest people in the world, and there were few who could defeat him head-on. However, the person who attacked him couldn't be considered human at all. His power source was similar to that of the perfect mutant wolf dog, indicating he might also be a perfect mutant. Perhaps their perfect mutations originated from the same source, which could explain why he came to rescue the wolf dog. That person's movements reminded Ding of the other guy from before. Daewei asked if Ding suspected that those two were the same person, but wondered if it was wise to reveal their hard-earned research results. Ding replied that he knew what he was doing. The V virus hadn't allowed him to achieve perfect evolution yet, but if that information could lead him to the perfect mutant, he could afford to take the risk. After all, he didn't have much time left. He then went to meet Detective Yuan and apologized for keeping her waiting, hoping his appearance didn't frighten her. She reassured him that it didn't, and asked if what he had to tell the military would be of interest to her. He excused himself and unbuttoned his shirt to reveal the changes in his body, explaining that he was in a state that would normally be impossible to survive. The additional bone spurs continued to grow as his body developed, and if his heart were pierced, that would be the end for him. Time was running out, and in exchange, he expected her full assistance in finding that person as soon as possible. She agreed, expressing pleasure in working with them. The scene shifts to Tien sitting on his farm, where he purchased 19 divine-level powerful seeds. He considered the level 4 divine-level powerful seed category such as the cherry tomato. Its soil requirements included fertile, high-quality land with daily irrigation using pure water. The growth cycle spanned 18 days with a survival rate of 18%. Its effects included promoting genetic vision, enhancing beneficial genetic development, preventing negative genetic developments, and promoting evolution. Tien explained that, in other words, the primary focus of level 4 seeds was to promote evolution, which he saw as the key to a new era for mankind. He wondered if, in the future, humans could become gods. With such advancements, would he be the god who created the gods? He found the planning conditions to be harsh, realizing he needed to spend a lot of points to level up the land. Despite its expense, he proceeded with the purchase. He spent 95,000 points to purchase 19 good land upgrade coupons, leaving him with 580,000 points. Now, 19 ordinary lands had been upgraded to good land. He noted the nutrient-rich black soil capable of growing crops above level 4 and boosting yields for crops below level 3. Aware that there wasn't much time left before the second wave of the destruction season arrived, he considered growth agents, which were also costly. He purchased 12 growth agents, knowing their limited effectiveness in promoting the ripening of level 4 crops. He planned to add more agricultural robots to speed up planting and needed to save points to buy ordinary seeds to upgrade his farm. All the small robots were busy farming, and Tien knew he had to do his best to harvest as many ripe crops as possible before the second wave of the destruction season arrived. The scene shifts to the city, where two men in white coats covering their heads enter a building. The first man asks the second if it would be possible for someone as humble as Immaculate Eagle to meet the Holy Lord as a human being. The second man replies that the first man needs to tell the Holy Lord what he saw, and the Holy Lord will pass judgment. Despite not attracting the required number of believers that week, if the information is true, they could still receive gifts from the Holy Lord. The first man remarks how wonderful this is and thanks him, noting that his family could survive another month. Only those who devoutly worship the Holy Lord can survive in the apocalypse. They continue walking and talking, arriving at a hall where the first man informs the Holy Lord that the pure sheep sent a letter stating that a new holy beast has been discovered. They notice two individuals already present in the hall, one of whom asks the man in the coat to elaborate on the news. He then claps and says that it is good and that it would make the Holy Lord even more powerful. The man in the coat congratulates the Holy Lord, saying that with the nourishment of the new holy beast, the Holy Lord will soon complete his emergence. He asks if he can inspect the recent arrivals. The man next to him agrees, mentioning that the Holy Lord had grown tired of eating small desserts, and all they needed to do was bring back the sacred beast and sacrifice it to the Holy Lord after his emergence. Behind them, a voice from a hooded figure speaks, saying he wants something. A man replies that he understands and thanks the Lord for his kindness. The figure insists again that he wants to eat the wolf cubs. Tien sat watching the news, the glow of the screen casting flickering shadows on the walls. Breaking news, the anchor announced. A tragic accident occurred earlier today on a mountain highway in the southern suburbs. A private vehicle lost control on a sharp bend, plunging nearly 100 meters down a cliff before rolling over and exploding upon impact. Tien's grip on the knife tightened as he chopped vegetables. The anchor continued. Authorities have confirmed 3 passengers were inside, 2 adults and a child. Firefighters arrived swiftly, but while both adults were found deceased in the wreck, the child was miraculously discovered hanging from a tree branch nearby. She has been transported to a local hospital for treatment. Tien sighed, his heart heavy. A child losing both parents in an instant. It wasn't fair. A glance at the clock made him pause. His parents had promised to be home by 3 p.m., yet the hours had slipped by and there was still no sign of them. A strange unease settled in his chest. He picked up his phone and dialed, only to be met with silence. Their numbers were off. He tried again, no response. Meanwhile, miles away, sirens wailed as firefighters fought against the raging flames of a car engulfed in fire. Smoke billowed into the night sky as emergency responders rushed to rescue a child, Han, who dangled precariously from a tree. Carefully, they secured her, taking note of her injuries. A fracture, but she was alive. Gently, they transported her to the hospital. At the hospital, medical staff whispered among themselves. "Has she spoken yet?" one nurse asked. "She's young. She might not remember anything. Or maybe she's just too traumatized to speak," another replied. One of the nurses checked with local authorities and returned with a surprising discovery. She was an orphan, adopted just 2 days ago. Wait, then her adoptive parents were the ones in the accident? A third nurse asked, eyes widening. A colleague hushed them, shifting uneasily. "Let's not speculate too much. There are some irregularities in the adoption process. The orphanage she came from, it wasn't exactly following protocol." A voice interrupted their murmurs. "Has the deceased's family been notified?" "Yes," a nurse confirmed. "They're on their way now." Soon after, Yuan and Tian arrived at the hospital. "Where is the morgue?" Yuan asked. The nurse hesitated. "Are you here to claim the bodies?" Yuan nodded, leading Tian through the cold, sterile hallways. As they stood before the 2 covered bodies, Yuan turned to Tian with a solemn expression. "I'm sorry for your loss." Tian shook his head. This has to be a mistake. My parents were the only ones in the car. Where did the child come from?" Yuan frowned, offering a measured response. "I understand this is difficult. To be sure, we can run a DNA test." Tian nodded stiffly. "Yes, there's no way. My parents aren't dead. They've just disappeared." As he waited outside the examination room, Han approached him, hesitating before whispering, "I'm sorry." Tian looked at her, confused. "Why are you apologizing?" Tears welled in her eyes. "If I hadn't asked my aunt for help that day, my uncle and aunt wouldn't have taken me in, and none of this would have happened." Tian knelt down, pulling her into a hug. "It's not your fault. Don't ever think that." Moments later, W arrived with the results. The DNA test confirmed a 99% match. They were your parents. Tian's breath caught in his throat. The weight of reality crushed him. His parents were truly gone. Overcome with emotion, he held Han tightly, the grief washing over them both. The door burst open as a woman hurried toward Ding, her breath uneven. "We have the results." Ding's sharp gaze settled on her. "Go on." She took a steadying breath before continuing. "The intruder has been identified as Tian, 26 years old, a graduate of Jingnan Normal University with exceptional academic achievements. 2 years ago, his parents adopted a 4-year-old girl. Unfortunately, both parents died in a car accident, after which Tian returned to the southern suburbs from Jingyan province. He inherited their farm and has been living there ever since." Ding narrowed his eyes. "That's it?" The woman nodded. "There's nothing remarkable about his background. Even if the DNA test confirms he stole the USB drive, there's no direct proof that he was the one who attacked you." Ding leaned back, thoughtful. "He seems ordinary, but no ordinary man could have taken me down so easily." He replayed the fight in his mind. That night, Tian had displayed unnatural speed, strength, and precision. A person living an average life for over 2 decades shouldn't have been able to overpower someone like him, someone trained in combat. If Tian had been in hiding, honing his skills for years, there would have been traces, experience that couldn't be faked. But his movements had been raw, unrefined. That left only one possibility. His physical abilities must have undergone a dramatic change recently, Ding muttered. His fingers drummed against the desk. There's only one explanation for that: perfect mutation. The pieces started falling into place. If Tian had undergone a perfect mutation, it would explain why he intervened to protect the wolf dog. Their powers must have originated from the same source. Ding's expression darkened. An organization capable of producing not just one, but two perfect mutants. That's a power far more terrifying than anything we've seen before. The woman hesitated before speaking. What if we've been looking at this the wrong way? She glanced at Ding. What if perfect mutation isn't just a result of the V-shaped virus? What if something else is at play? Ding's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting his mutation wasn't caused by the V-virus? She nodded. Ding scoffed. The probability of a perfect mutation from the V-virus is 1 in 100 million. There are only a handful of known perfect mutants worldwide, including the Beastmaster. And yet, 2 cases appear in the southern suburbs. His voice dropped. The odds don't add up. It's beyond improbable. He stood, hands clasped behind his back. There must be another factor at play, a second key to perfect mutation. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit office, a man sat behind a heavy wooden desk, studying a set of documents. Yuan handed him the files without a word. After a long silence, he finally spoke. If this is truly a case of successful human evolution, the military will take an interest. They'll send someone to keep a close eye on both parties. Yuan nodded. That was my assessment as well. Tian stood in the middle of his field, carefully pouring 2 growth agents into the soil. Within moments, the ripening time of the level 4 divine crops was cut in half, reducing the remaining maturity period to just 128 hours. His focus was broken by Nan's voice over the radio, sounding concerned. Tian, something's wrong with hay. Tian stiffened. What happened? Nan hesitated. He's been staying on the roof all day. No matter how many times I call him, he won't come down. That's never happened before. Usually, he listens. Tian's eyes narrowed. He had seen this behavior once before, on the eve of the first destruction season. Hay's instincts had evolved, making him even more attuned to danger. If he was acting this way, it meant something was coming. Without hesitation, Tian activated the hummingbird drones, sending them on a wide patrol within a 1-kilometer radius. Just as he was about to check their readings, his phone vibrated in his pocket. At first, he ignored it. Who would be sending texts at a time like this? But when he finally glanced at the screen, his entire body tensed. The basket of fruit in his hands slipped, scattering across the ground. Nan and Han looked at him in confusion. Tian? But he didn't answer. He barely heard them. His heart pounded in his chest. This has to be a joke, right? Without another word, Tian sprinted to his truck, jumped in, and sped off, leaving behind a cloud of dust. From a hidden surveillance station, Ding watched Tian's truck disappear into the distance. He turned to Dowie, who monitored the live drone feeds. Looks like we got his attention. Dowie let out a low whistle. We're using a high-end UBTWZ stealth drone to spy on a farm. You don't think that's overkill? Ding didn't respond, his focus locked on the screens. He leaned closer, eyes narrowing. Zoom in there, enhance. Dowie followed the command, revealing tiny reconnaissance drones scattered across the farmland. Ding frowned. Miniature unmanned scouts? On a rundown farm? That wasn't the only strange thing. The crops flourished in an environment where nothing should grow. Globally, every plant with soil exposure contained the V-shaped virus. Yet here, everything was untouched, thriving even. These crops are immune, Ding murmured, and they aren't just growing, they're being cultivated. A heavy silence settled in the room. Dowie finally broke it. So, what are we looking at here? Some miracle farm? Ding's expression darkened. This isn't a farm. He leaned forward, his voice cold. It's a stronghold. He had already mapped out every detail of the layout. If Tian wasn't there, that meant only one thing. Hay was, the perfect mutant. He turned to his team. Move in, now. Helicopters roared overhead, sending out 3 successive shockwaves to scan the area. The electromagnetic pulses swept over the land, yet every electronic device remained operational. A soldier's voice crackled over the comms. "All clear, no interference detected." The moment confirmation came through, the teams disembarked, weapons at the ready. Ding stepped out, his boots crunching against the soil. His gaze swept over the farm with careful calculation. He wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. Tian gripped the steering wheel tightly as he skidded to a stop in front of a cemetery. He barely registered his own shaking hands as he ran toward the gravesite. His breath caught in his throat. His parents' graves were empty. He took a step forward, his mind racing. This isn't possible. His phone buzzed again. Slowly, he raised it to his ear, staring at the new message. "If you want their ashes back, you'll come see me. Bring the holy beast, and as a token of goodwill, your hand and foot." Tien's fingers clenched into a fist. Whoever this is, they're insane. His parents would never forgive him if he considered such a trade. They'd probably haunt him for even thinking about it. But the message didn't end there. Tien scrolled down, his breath hitching. The holy beast. Did they mean Hay? Meanwhile, Hay wandered the outskirts of the farm, oblivious to the stares he was drawing. People whispered, eyes widening at his towering figure. Back at the cemetery, Tien's fury ignited. He typed out a response. "You really think you can control me with a box of ashes? Do what you want with them. But mark my words, you'll kneel before their graves and beg for forgiveness when I find you." Whoever was behind this, they weren't after him. They were after Hay, and they had no idea what they were dealing with. Night fell. At the farm, shadows moved between the trees as an elite unit of soldiers surrounded the perimeter. Thermal imaging scanners detected heat signatures inside the house. The lead soldier raised a hand. "Wait for my signal." Suddenly, the images flickered. Then, they vanished. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Where did they go? Above them, perched on the rooftop, Hay stood motionless, his eyes glowing in the dark. Han clung to his shoulder, gripping onto him tightly. Hay's lips curled back into a snarl, and for the first time, true rage burned in his gaze. Han narrowed her eyes. "Those people are all bad." She pointed toward the soldiers and commanded, "Turn them into compost." At that moment, the windows shattered. A barrage of small explosives was hurled inside, triggering a series of violent detonations that shook the entire house. The lead soldier barked an order, "Move in! Search every room!" Dozens of soldiers rushed inside, weapons raised, sweeping through the wreckage. Jing was among them, his eyes scanning the scene. Something felt off. A cold sensation crawled up his spine. "Everyone, fall back, now!" he ordered, urgently. Before they could react, a blinding beam of light tore through the building. The soldiers screamed as they were vaporized in an instant. Only Jing and two others managed to escape, stumbling outside, coughing from the smoke. Jing's mind reeled. What the hell just happened? He turned his gaze to the perimeter, expecting reinforcements, only to find the outside troops had been wiped out as well. Their bodies lay motionless on the ground, scattered like discarded dolls. His breath hitched. This was supposed to be an ordinary farm. So why were there battle-class defense robots? A voice echoed through the destruction. "So, it was you." Jing turned sharply to see Tian stepping forward, his expression unreadable. Jing exhaled, straightening himself. "I suppose you figured that out," Tian smirked. "I appreciate the effort. You must have spent a long time investigating me. That's a lot of work just for revenge." Jing chuckled dryly. "It wasn't hard, but I'll admit, you exceeded my expectations tonight." The two men locked eyes, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Jing sighed, shaking his head. "At this point, there's nothing left to say. I'm already on borrowed time. If my plan fails, I'll be dead soon anyway. Whether I die here or in a hospital bed makes no difference." Tian's gaze didn't waver. "Then let's settle this properly. Winner takes everything." From behind, Nan called out, "Kill them, Tian." "These people aren't worth saving." Tian held up a hand. "Before I do that, I want answers. His eyes bore into Jing's. Where are my parents' ashes? Jing frowned. What? Tian's expression darkened. Don't play dumb. You took them, didn't you? Jing's confusion deepened. What the hell are you talking about? For a moment, they just stared at each other. Neither understood what the other meant. Meanwhile, miles away, a phone was flung against a wall. Shen, Jing's brother, seethed with rage, his fingers trembling as he clenched his fists. That unfilial bastard, he spat. How could he ignore our mother's ashes? He kicked the phone across the floor, his chest heaving. If it were me, I'd give my entire body for our mother. The room around him fell silent. His men shifted uneasily as they watched his fury unfold. One of them cautiously stepped forward. Shen, maybe we should... Shen silenced him with a glare. I don't want to hear excuses. He exhaled sharply before adding, and that fool didn't even offer the sacred beast. Because of him, all of Mother's offerings are gone. Another man quickly brought over new goods, kneeling before Shen. We've gathered fresh offerings for her, Lord Shen. Shen clicked his tongue. Useless. She's sick of eating the same disgusting things. The men exchanged nervous glances but nodded in agreement. Shen's fingers twitched. Mother wanted wolf cubs. His voice dropped to a near whisper. And you pathetic cowards still haven't delivered. One of his subordinates tried to explain, but Shen's fury erupted again. Enough! I don't want to hear your worthless excuses. At that moment, a chilling voice drifted through the air. Shen? Shen's entire demeanor changed in an instant. His breath hitched. His rage melted into something almost childlike. His mother's voice. Slowly, a figure emerged from the shadows. Shen's lips trembled. Mother, I missed you. She stepped forward, her pale skin ghostly under the dim light. My good boy. Shen fell to his knees, his body trembling with emotion. It's my fault. I failed you. I couldn't bring you the wolf cubs like I promised. His mother's lifeless eyes flickered with something unreadable. Shen reached out to touch her. Please don't be mad. I'll get them. I swear I'll get them for you. You'll be happy when you eat them, right? So, don't be angry. His mother finally smiled, but it was not the smile of a loving parent. Her mouth stretched unnaturally wide, her teeth gleaming in the dim light. She was no longer human. She was a blackened monster, and she was hungry. Tian's eyes narrowed as he studied Jing. Did you steal my parents' ashes? Jing's expression flickered with surprise. What? He scoffed, shaking his head. Why would I? But Tian wasn't convinced. Something was off. By all logic, Jing should be dead. Hay had bitten clean through his neck, and yet here he stood, alive and speaking. Narrowing his focus, Tian activated his ability to analyze Jing's stats. His gaze darkened as the results surfaced. Survival time. Remaining 118 hours. The evaluation revealed something even more unsettling. Jing had tapped into the power of evil evolution to keep himself alive. It had temporarily saved him, but if he failed to trigger an evil mutant gene fusion within his brother before time ran out, the same force that granted him life would drag him straight to hell. Tian exhaled sharply. So, that's it. The radiation from the plants must have disrupted his evolution, but Hay's perfect mutant genes somehow stabilized him, at least for now. Jing wasn't just after survival. He wanted Hay's genes. Tian's voice was cold. Even if you didn't steal my parents' ashes, your intentions don't serve me. I can't let you leave. The sentry robots locked onto Jing, their weapons primed. Jing raised a hand, his voice calm despite the threat. Wait, there's no reason for us to be enemies. Tian's glare didn't waver. Jing continued, your parents' ashes matter to you. I can help you find them. Tian remained silent. There's no deep hatred between us, Jing reasoned. Why waste time fighting when we can turn this into a mutually beneficial deal? Tian hesitated, then signaled the robots to stand down. Jing exhaled slightly, sensing an opportunity. We can exchange resources. You have something I need, and I have connections that can help you." Tian's voice was measured. "You claim you can find the ashes. How?" Jing smirked. "Because I have influence, a vast network of resources, technology, and connections. If you want to track someone in the Southern Territories, I can do it much faster than you ever could alone." Tian mulled over the offer. He wasn't foolish. Jing wasn't making this deal out of kindness. "If you're after evolutionary genetics," Tian said slowly, "then just this bargaining chip alone might be enough. Even without your help, I'd find them eventually." But something in Jing's words caught his attention. He kept emphasizing his connections to nectar rather than Tianrun. Tian's gaze sharpened. "What's your connection to Tianrun?" Jing's smirk faded slightly. "I'm not a part of Tianrun." His voice was firm. "I work independently. No allegiances, no loyalty to any faction." "So, you have no interest in Tianrun's affairs? No grudge for what happened to Liang, the attack on the villa, or Ren?" Jing shrugged. "None of that has anything to do with me. All I care about is getting what I need." Tian chuckled, though there was no warmth in it. "So, you just see me as a tool." Jing met his gaze evenly. "If it gets me results, does it matter?" Tian's lips curled into an amused smirk. "Interesting." But behind him, Nan clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He didn't like this one bit. Jing stepped forward, extending his hand with a smirk. "We can both benefit here. I'll get you the evolutionary genetics you need to save your life, and you can help me with the ashes of your parents. It's a win-win." But Tian didn't shake his hand. Instead, he moved with deliberate calm, stepping in front of Jing and ordering his men to squat in the corner, hands on their heads. "Follow me," Tian said, leading Jing inside. As they walked, Han used her ability and glanced at Jing, noting the faint green aura surrounding him. She gave a subtle nod to Tian, signaling that everything was fine. Tian turned to Jing with a reassuring smile. "This is the gene you've been looking for." Jing's eyes widened. "Is this the perfect mutant?" His voice was filled with awe and curiosity. "How did it come to be like this?" Tian observed the creature with a steady gaze. "If I'm right, He here absorbed a human gene during its perfect mutation process. The human whose gene it acquired was you, Jing. Based on your genetic fitness, this perfect mutant's genes should prevent your evil evolution from taking hold." Jing was visibly excited. He marveled at He, his mind racing. "I've seen mutated beasts before, especially those on the southern borders. Most of them, after merging with human genes, lose their minds, driven only by instincts to feed. But this one, it's different. It has self-awareness, and it obeys commands." His eyes gleamed with ambition. "If I can unlock its genetic secrets and mass-produce this, imagine the possibilities." Tian interrupted, his tone sharp. "That's enough. Now it's time to fulfill your end of the bargain." He handed Jing a number and continued, "I need you to track down this number. I want call records and signal locations from the last 10 days. Show me what you can gather. Let's see how good your network really is." Jing, ever the negotiator, smiled. "It's easier said than done. I'll need a blood sample to start, and I have less than 5 days to find the key." Tian's expression hardened. "You don't have the leverage to negotiate with me just yet. You need to move quickly." Jing nodded, agreeing to the task. Later, a helicopter hovered above Tian's farm and touched down. A man emerged and approached Jing. He looked around, visibly uncomfortable. "Why didn't you come to find me at my base, Jing? Why bring me here?" Jing simply showed him the chat. The man scanned the message and sighed. "Is that all? I thought this was urgent." Jing remained unfazed, his voice low. "Don't play coy. Check the signal of that number. And while you're at it, find the circuits in Tian's house. That's your apology for using shock weapons on us." Tian studied the man carefully. There was a calmness about him that suggested he was highly skilled. The man, Lan, pulled out his system and tapped a few commands. "I'm not the boss here, just an old man doing my job," he said with a grin. Tian raised an eyebrow. Is Lan really someone you can rely on, Jing? Jing, unbothered, replied, he's the best when it comes to technology. Trust him. Tian nodded slowly, turning his attention back to Jing. How did you become like this? Mutated into whatever you are now? This feels like the dawn of a new age, Jing. An age of gods. Jing chuckled. I suppose it was inevitable. You must have accessed my USB drive, didn't you? You already know how advanced we've become. Tian nodded in agreement. Jing continued, his tone more contemplative. 10 days after the world changed, my team extracted the V virus from a radioactive planet. It's the source of the mutations in those who consume it. In my experiments, I learned that this virus causes cells to divide at an alarming rate, spurring the evolution of these evil mutations. Tian listened closely, his expression calculating. So your experiments with the V virus led you to these conclusions? Jing shrugged. It's not cruel, just practical. There's always a price to pay for knowledge. The world has always advanced by stepping over those who've fallen in the process. If it wasn't for the harsh conditions of this apocalypse, the progress I've made wouldn't even be possible. He paused, his eyes narrowing. I'm willing to be a guinea pig if it means I can get the results I need. Even as a failure, I'm valuable. Tian regarded him silently. You're insane. Jing laughed darkly. Biological and scientific progress has always been built on the backs of the sacrificed. In this world, that's the way it works. Tian's gaze hardened as he considered Jing's words. The apocalypse had changed everything, but some things never truly changed. Lan received the information, his phone buzzing with the latest updates. He glanced at the screen, confused, and turned to Lan. I didn't give you my email address. How did you get this? Lan, visibly frustrated, shot back. How long have we been living together, Tian? You didn't think I'd dig up your details? I found it all in 10 minutes. And don't get me started on the conversation I overheard about your skills. Tian raised an eyebrow, sensing Lan's mounting irritation. Lan continued, his voice dropping to a warning tone. If you question my skills again, I'll hack into your cameras and broadcast you two in the bath. Just try me. Tian, bewildered by the threat, looked at Jing, who shrugged with a smirk. Despite Lan's big mouth, he does stick to professional ethics, he added, his voice casual. But if he keeps gossiping, his payment's getting cut. Meanwhile, in a dark, eerie castle, 2 guards in white coats stood watch, their guns loaded. One of them yawned and squinted at what he thought was a mosquito buzzing near his face. When did moths get so big in this cold? He muttered, his gaze tracking the small creature. It wasn't a moth. It was a hummingbird, part of Tian's surveillance. The guard blinked in confusion. Be cautious! Tian's voice crackled through their communication. It's not poisonous, but there's an increasing number of mutated creatures these days. The hummingbird's strike was swift. One guard was knocked unconscious with a gentle thud. The other guard was still processing when Tian's shot rang out, incapacitating him with a clean shot to the forehead. Tian positioned himself atop the castle, taking in the scene below. Inside, a group of people in matching attire gathered around, listening to one of their own, who proclaimed loudly, "The Holy Lord, our true creator, has blessed us with her will, power, and love. We shall now begin the reincarnation ceremony, as she has granted us the fruit of immortality." The leader opened a box with ceremonial reverence and instructed 2 kneeling men to partake. He continued, explaining that they must now water the fruit with nectar from a recent sacrifice to hasten the completion of their reincarnation process. They revealed the body of a dead woman, and the 2 men began eating it. Tian, horrified, didn't hesitate. He shot one of them dead, and the rest of the group panicked, fleeing in confusion. Shang, who had been watching the whole event unfold, rushed over, demanding answers. Who dares to disrupt our reincarnation ceremony? He shouted, spotting Tian aiming his weapon from the roof. Tian stepped forward, declaring, I am your lord now, and your reincarnation ceremony is nothing but a mockery. He ordered his hummingbird spies to finish off the remaining guards. The chaos was instantaneous. As the guards were eliminated one by one, panic spread through the group. Someone shouted for the Holy Lord to flee, but no one moved to protect her. Tian landed on the ground in front of the remaining figures, his voice dripping with disdain. "You're not even thieves! You're worse than animals!" Shang demanded, "Are you Tian?" Tian nodded, his tone darkening. "Yes, now bring me the ashes of my parents. Do so, and I'll promise you a quick death." Shang hesitated, eyes narrowing. Suddenly, a dark, eerie figure emerged from a dead man's mouth. Shang grimaced. "Killing me won't help you find the ashes. You'll only lose the trail." Tian's voice hardened. "Don't provoke me." The dark entity, taking on a grotesque human form, loomed menacingly over them. Shang quickly devised a plan, whispering to the others, "We need to distract it. We'll use nonsense if we must, just until we can escape." But Tian, aware of the creature's power, was ready for whatever came next. The monstrous creatures continued to transform before Tian's eyes, their bodies shifting into horrific forms as they roared. Each of the creatures sprouted wings, adding to their terrifying appearance. Tian gritted his teeth and drew his gun, cursing under his breath as he fired. However, the bullets ricocheted harmlessly off their tough hides. The monsters charged at him with ferocity, and Tian dodged, his mind racing for a solution. He dashed towards his warehouse, hoping to find a variety of lethal weapons. His eyes darted over the available gear, but his optimism quickly faded. He realized he didn't have enough points to purchase anything useful. Most of his resources had been spent on seeds just the day before. Frustrated but determined, Tian summoned his hummingbird warriors, watching as they launched an attack on the creatures. But their firepower was equally ineffective. The monsters were far stronger than Tian had anticipated. He had expected ordinary thugs taking advantage of the apocalypse, but these creatures were something entirely different. A realization hit him. These weren't just low-level enemies. Tian decided to call in his heavy combat warriors. He found a hiding spot, briefly collecting his thoughts, while Shen's voice echoed in the distance. "Are you out of your mind?" Shen shouted, but Tian was already preparing for a fight. With no albino corn left and ordinary weapons useless against the monsters, Tian knew he had little time. He considered using his limited firepower to target the creature's eyes to buy some time. But just as he prepared, the monsters attacked again, their strikes lightning fast and powerful. Tian barely dodged, realizing that their speed and coordination were impressive. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the area, throwing Tian off balance. The scene cut to Yuan, sitting in her office when the telephone rang. She picked up the receiver and identified herself as being from the Southern Military Police Station. On the other end, an elderly man's voice was frantic. "There's been an explosion near my house. Strange noises, mutant beasts causing havoc. Please, we need your help. I'm here with frightened children." Yuan's expression shifted to concern. "I'll head there immediately. Can you provide the exact location?" After confirming the details, Yuan instructed her team to mobilize. "Prepare a cleanup crew and follow me. There's a chance we may encounter level 2 or 3 mutant beasts on the outskirts. Stay sharp." A man responded affirmatively, while another voiced his excitement at the prospect of capturing such a beast. Yuan quickly warned them, "Level 3 mutant beasts are far more dangerous than the regular ones. Don't get too eager." Back at the scene, Tian struggled as the monsters closed in. Despite his efforts to shoot out their eyes and slow them down, the creatures relentlessly pressed forward, their strength overwhelming him. His ribs were shattered, and with no other option, he resorted to using ancient medicinal-grade tomatoes to heal his wounds. Shang, watching from a distance, noted Tian's tenacity. He's on the brink of death, yet he still fights. He didn't even fight back when he was badly injured before. He'll be the monster's next meal if this continues. The creatures leapt toward Tian, knocking him outside the wall. Shang, unsure of Tian's fate, wondered aloud if he had perished. "Those monsters are like pigs. Do you really think he's still alive?" Tian, though seriously injured, clung to life. He could hear the creature's relentless attacks getting closer. As the monsters attacked again, he narrowly avoided their strikes. He heard desperate cries for help, turning to see a group of women chained and imprisoned nearby, all pleading for assistance. They were crying, scared of the monsters, desperate to go home. Tien wondered, was the girl who was sacrificed also considered just another piece of goods? How many people had Shun already killed? The monsters were approaching. The women trembled in fear as the creatures crept closer. Tien knew he couldn't let them come any further. Then, he noticed something. An old warehouse. But it wasn't just a storage place for the captured women. Inside, he saw piles of food, gold bars, jewelry, and antiques. He hadn't expected to find such valuable items hidden away. Then, his eyes landed on a sword clutched in the hands of a statue. Without hesitation, he climbed up and grabbed it. To his surprise, it wasn't just decoration, it was a real Tang Dao sword. A masterpiece of craftsmanship, one of the strongest and sharpest blades ever forged. A true killer's weapon. Just then, he heard the women's screams. The monsters were getting closer. He gripped the sword tightly. Now was the time to test it. He lunged forward and slashed at one of the creatures. The blade cut through, but it wasn't enough. With his current strength, he couldn't kill them in a single strike. Worse, the attack only enraged them. Realizing he couldn't win in a direct fight, Tien turned and ran, luring the monsters outside. They rushed after him. In the open space, they attacked relentlessly. One of them swung its tail, slamming him against a wall. Gritting his teeth, he broke free. Attacking their thick hides wasn't working. He needed to find their weak points. A monster lunged at him. Tien focused, waiting for the right moment. Then, slash. He struck at the creature's head, cutting deep. The monster collapsed. One down, he turned to face the next. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shun inspected his precious collection, confident his brothers would soon tear Tien to pieces. Not even a scrap of bone would remain. But then, Tien arrived, sword drawn, eyes blazing with determination. Shun's smirk faltered. Impossible, he muttered. The outer shells of the working ants were impenetrable to bullets. How had Tien managed to kill them? Shun's voice turned cold. If you mess with my superiors, they won't let you go. Tien's grip on the sword tightened. If I can kill monsters, he said, I'm not afraid of your superiors. With that, he lunged forward. Go to hell! The sword slashed toward Shun. Just as Tien was about to act, someone yelled for him to stop. He turned to see Yan arriving with a gun, ordering him to put his sword down. Shun, feigning innocence, pleaded for help, claiming that Tien was trying to kill him and urging the police to shoot. Tien stood his ground, insisting that the gun should be pointed at Shang, not him. When Yan questioned him, he told her to look around. She did, and saw terrified women chained up. A police officer confirmed that some of them had been reported missing, recognizing them from photos. Shocked, Yan took in the scene, including stacks of supplies, and wondered what was going on. Another officer then informed her of an even graver discovery. A mutilated female body had been found in the main hall. Several cult members had been shot dead, and 2 mutated beasts lay lifeless in the side hall. Yan quickly took control, ordering everyone to stay calm. She instructed officers to notify the bureau, the hospital, and cooperative units while calling for reinforcements. Shang was arrested, but as the police took him away, he smirked at Tien, taunting him. What can you do now? Tien clenched his fists, but took a deep breath, calming himself before retrieving his sword. Yan then turned to Tien, recognizing him. Do you remember me? She asked. Tien hesitated. Who are you? She reminded him of an accident 3 years ago when they both identified bodies. Tien recalled a female officer being present and was impressed by her memory. She then stated that the DNA from that car accident had led them to him. Yan urged him to stay calm, emphasizing that Shang's fate was not yet sealed. The military police and parliament still control the Yanhang Federation. This isn't a place for vigilante justice, she told him, acknowledging his strength. Even if there were more of us, we couldn't stop you from killing Shang. but we won't let any guilty person walk free. It's our duty. Trust the military police." Tien took a moment, then agreed to cooperate. Yan thanked him. Soon, ambulances and more police arrived, along with civilians searching for their missing daughters and wives. The rescued girls emerged, draped in white cloths. Those injured were taken to the hospital, while the unharmed reunited with their families, leading to emotional reunions. As Yan escorted Tien, a policeman asked how to report the deceased. She instructed him to state that during the arrest, officers encountered fierce resistance, forcing them to fight back, resulting in injuries and deaths. The officer nodded in understanding. As Tien walked away, he saw a stretcher being carried out, a lifeless hand visible beneath the curtain. Suddenly, a girl approached with her mother, thanking him. "You saved us," she said. "If it weren't for the noise you made, attracting the military police, we might have all been sold, toys for the rich and powerful, and then sacrificed." Tien stiffened. "Toys?" he echoed. Yan turned to the girl. "Do you know more?" The girl hesitated, then revealed she had once been recruited into what she thought was a self-help society. They had promised mutual aid and low-cost food in exchange for bringing in more people. But over time, she uncovered the truth. When she tried to escape, they caught her and locked her up. Before that, she had managed to see the location of their transaction ledger. Yan pressed for details, and the girl shared everything she knew. Meanwhile, from a distance, two figures observed the scene. One of them muttered, "The Holy Lord controls all," before instructing the driver to leave. After everything, Tien was sent to live in a room. He told the officer that most matters had been sorted out, and asked if he could leave since he still had things to do at home. Outside the window, Yuen and an officer were watching over Tien. Yuen expressed her disagreement with how the situation was being handled. The officer replied that, since ancient times, merits and demerits had been irreconcilable. Even if Tien had done good deeds, they couldn't erase the fact that he had committed a crime. As a citizen, he had no authority to take the law into his own hands, judge others, or kill them. Yuen acknowledged this, but added that it was only true if the missing girls had been found before Tien did, and if the higher-ups had officially ordered his detention. The officer responded that they were waiting for a decision from the city council, but it was unlikely that the higher-ups would tolerate a dangerous man like Tien. Yuen pointed out that the world had changed. Both the military and police were severely understaffed. The future of law enforcement was unpredictable. Even though the higher-ups hadn't yet responded, the man was rushing to convict Tien. To put it bluntly, she suggested he was panicking about his own dereliction of duty. She then prepared to send evidence of Tien's law violations directly to the leadership's desk the moment they received a response from the higher-ups. She emphasized that this would actually make the officer's job easier. However, she questioned whether such leniency would truly bring justice to the girls who had been killed and trafficked. Chen, growing angry, told Yuen to watch her mouth. He asserted that he didn't care about her background. He was the sheriff, and she was his subordinate. He ordered her to detain the suspect and keep him under guard. Just then, someone approached Chen and asked what he was doing. Chen was startled. It was his superior. Respectfully, he asked why the man was there. The newcomer was Chief Inspector Zhen from the Military Police Department of Handing Province, accompanied by Senior Police Officer Ye. Zhen turned to Yuen and remarked that Chen had been well trained, becoming more promising. However, while he wasn't particularly skilled at catching criminals, he seemed quite good at making enemies. Chen explained that he was simply following orders from his superiors. Zhen asked whether those orders came from Yang or Dong, then instructed Chen to stay put and recite police regulations 20 times. Turning to Yuen, Zhen mentioned that the bureau had briefed him over the phone about the situation. He asked her to take him to Tien. She agreed and informed him that Tien was in cubicle 03, inviting him to follow her. Upon approaching Tien, who was sitting silently, Zhen asked if he was indeed Tien. Tien stood up and confirmed his identity. Introducing himself as Chief Inspector Jen from the Provincial Department of Handing, Jen remained seated and remarked that if a case required a senior official like himself to personally interrogate Tien, it meant Tien wouldn't be getting out of this situation easily. Jen chuckled, reassuring Tien not to be nervous. He explained that he had brought a file that he believed would interest Tien. Handing it over, he stated that the information had been gathered specifically for him. Tien hesitated. "Why me?" he asked. Jen replied that it was meant for people like Tien, those who could understand such matters. The file detailed a mutated beast discovered in the Kangma Mountains by a patrol officer 5 days earlier. When surrounded, the creature had been found feeding on humans. Later, they discovered human faces on its back, indicating it was becoming more intelligent, sometimes even outmaneuvering their troops. Jen asked if Tien understood the implications. Examining the photos, Tien noted that the monster's intelligence and behavior were becoming increasingly human-like. He wondered if their genetic barriers had been unlocked. Jen nodded. They had moved beyond merely combining genes from different animals to enhance physical attributes. Now, human genes had been successfully integrated to enhance intelligence, giving rise to a new species they called Beast Kings. At least 5 such advanced mutant beasts had been identified in Yanhang, with more expected to emerge. Tien asked why Jen was revealing these secrets to him. In response, Jen pointed to a nearby jar containing 3 red objects. As Tien began to grasp their significance, Jen confirmed that these were 2 eggs that had ceased to hatch after Tien shot 2 believers carrying them. Lab tests revealed that the eggs contained genetic material from insects, animals, and a significant portion of human DNA. Tien asked what this meant. Jen replied that in the southern region, there was a strong likelihood that a Beast King was hiding and reproducing among its kind.
Wait, before we continue, did you know you can watch up to 16 episodes ahead right now? Join our Patreon to unlock exclusive early access and support the series. Don't miss out. The link's in the description. All right, back to the action.
Tien was asked to wait, but with the destructive power of the Beast King, how could it possibly be lurking in the city undetected? JY mentioned another issue, the ledger. Tien asked if he had found it, and Jen responded that although the Beast King had a certain level of intelligence, it was far from evolving to the level of a normal human. It was impossible for it to create an organization in just a few dozen days after the mutation started. Tien then asked if Jen was implying that there were humans siding with the mutant beasts, and questioned why that was happening. Shen replied that the reason was unknown. Tien asked why Jen was revealing all this to him. Jen explained that he wanted to give Tien a better understanding of the situation, believing he would be able to make a more informed judgment. Tien asked for clarification. Jen explained that due to Tien's violent attack, which resulted in multiple deaths and severe consequences, both the military and police had been ordered to arrest him. An execution notice had been issued for his detention. Yen was about to speak, but Jen stopped her. Tien slammed his hand on the table, questioning the so-called serious consequences and negative social impact of killing gang members. He scoffed at such laws, saying they were laughable. Jen urged him to stay calm and listen, explaining that the world had changed. He stated that in the future, the military and police might not be able to protect all civilians, but until the existing social system collapsed, they remained the most powerful forces. Jen elaborated that with the rapid evolution of the mutant beasts, there was a trend toward integrating the military and city police. This would lead to the military police taking over the cities. Unlike city police, the military police had zero tolerance for law violations and operated like ruthless war machines. While they could currently shelter Tien and wipe his record clean, they would lose that ability once the military police took full control. Tien asked Jen to clarify his point. Jen made it simple. They wanted Tien to join them. They could offer him a privileged status, ensuring that even if the military police took over, he would still retain some special power. Tian asked if Jen was suggesting he become a military policeman. Jen explained that having an official status would be beneficial. It would guarantee protection for both him and his family. Tian said he needed time to think. Yen suggested returning his sword and gave him a deadline. He needed to decide by the morning of the day after tomorrow. If he agreed, he would fill out the form. If he refused, she would return with an enforcement team to find him. Tian questioned how she could speak so coldly. She handed him the letter and the sword, saying there was no point in flattery. If he joined the military police, none of this would be a problem. Tian assured her he would have his answer by the deadline. As he left, he noticed several men passing by with a policeman. Curious, he asked Yen if these people were involved in the transactions recorded in the ledger. Their faces seemed familiar. He wondered if they were members of the Southern City Council. When one of the men turned to look at him, Tian realized the inspector had been telling the truth. These weren't just wealthy elites, they were members of parliament. Tian hadn't expected even they would be involved. He wondered if they were merely engaged in transactions, or if they had already turned against humanity. Returning home, Tian checked on the level 4 Divine Gain cherry tomato. He asked Han if she would still support him if he became a military policeman. She agreed. He told her that if he accepted, he wouldn't be able to be with her as much, and she might find herself crying alone at night. She reassured him, saying she didn't want him to give up his goals because of her. She reminded him that 3 years ago, he had given up his job to return home and run the farm, and she felt she had been holding him back. Tian insisted she had done nothing wrong. It had been his own choice. As he gently placed his hand on her head, she told him she didn't want to rely on him forever and wanted to grow up too. No matter what choice he made, she promised to support him. She had Hay and Grandpa Nan to look after her, so she wouldn't be afraid. Tian acknowledged that she had really matured. He put her in charge of applying the growth potion to the Divine Gain cherry tomatoes, jokingly warning her not to slack off watching cartoons. Meanwhile, at the prison, a man approached Shang's cell. Shen kept smiling as the man discreetly passed a small seed-like object into the cell. Shang picked it up and ate it. The scene shifts to Tian, where they extract blood from Hay and transfer it to Lan. Tian affirms that this aligns with his promise, while Lan inquires whether this is the perfect mutant beast. Unlike the Beast Kings, this one lacks significant changes in its limbs and vital signs, appearing far less powerful. Tian explains that perfection in mutation can take multiple directions. The existing Beast King's mutations might not be the ideal path. A perfect mutation could involve enhanced strength, a transformation in physical form, or increased intelligence. Since mutation is a complex process, its outcome varies each time. Lan acknowledges Tian's reasoning, admitting that his initial assumption was incorrect. He adds that because each organism has a unique genetic makeup, the same perfect mutant gene may produce different results depending on the host. Tian then asks about Jing's condition. Lan responds that after Tian dismantled a cult, Jing was imprisoned for a while. If not for Tian providing the blood sample, Lan fears his boss's grave would have been overgrown with grass by now. The scene shifts to Jing, where surgeons examine his body. They discover that his bone spurs regenerate within 30 minutes of removal and are now growing at an accelerated rate, making surgery ineffective. Lan arrives with the blood sample. Jing, sitting up, expresses relief and instructs the doctors to analyze it immediately, emphasizing that he only has 24 hours left. Upon analysis, a surgeon reports unusual changes in the 20th chromosome pair. The blood cell examination reveals that the skeletal density is over 10 times that of an average dog and contains 79 chromosomes, one more than normal. Realizing what Tian has achieved, Jing understands that he has unlocked the genetic code. The surgeon elaborates that this extra chromosome drastically enhances size, strength, speed, and bone density. Another surgeon adds that this chromosome is nearly divine. representing the genes of a true perfect mutant, unlike the unstable, virus-induced mutations of the past. Although the success rate is uncertain, the first surgeon states they will attempt to replicate the process. Jing immediately orders preparations for replication. The scene shifts to Tian, who inspects the level 4 Divine Gain cherry tomato, now in its ripening stage. Observing its development, he ponders the immense potential of a Divine Gain fruit at this level. Tian realizes that consuming a level 4 fruit triggers an evolutionary path that awakens the genetic memory of bloodline genes, enhances the body's original data, and grants access to ancient racial talents. With an activation probability of 80%. Tian noted the different types of potential enhancements the human body could undergo. Intelligent brain type, enabled abilities like hypnotism, mind reading, and controlling electrical machinery by affecting electromagnetic fields. Activation probability, 4%. Divine type, allowed for supernatural traits such as immortality, wings, and extreme speed. Activation probability, 4%. Ancient divine type, granted control over elements like weather, water, and fire. Activation probability, 0.4%. Tian was amazed at the possibilities. While the first two types were tempting, he worried about atavistic evolution. If he ended up with a useless trait, it would be a massive loss. He decided to ask the system for advice. The system revealed that if he evolved into an atavistic type by consuming a level 4 fruit, he could continue eating more fruits. If other evolution types activated later, he could choose which one to keep. This meant that, as long as he had enough divine gain fruits, he could eventually evolve into the ancient divine type. Meanwhile, Jen asked Yan if Tian had agreed to join. Yan confirmed that Tian had contacted her and would send the application form the next day. Jen, satisfied with the news, remarked that his trip to the southern side wasn't in vain. As Jen prepared to leave, he mentioned that his superiors were pressing him to return. He had only come south because the Ministry of National Security had specifically assigned him to recruit special talents. Win, another agent, voiced concerns about their investigation. Despite detaining Congressman Li and Guo for over 10 hours, the political department had not intervened. She felt something was off. Jen asked if there was any movement on Wang's side, and Win confirmed there was. She urged Jen to stay in the southern side a few more days, sensing unease. The next morning, Tian stepped outside to submit his application form. As he exited the gate, his gaze froze. Hanging from a nearby tree was a dead body. At first, he didn't recognize her, but as he moved closer, horror struck him. It was the same girl who had exposed Shang's plans when he had rescued the captives. Tian's heart pounded. Without hesitation, he rushed toward her. A lawyer representing Congressman Li and Guo met with Jen, stating that he had been commissioned by the Southern Side Council to handle their case regarding their detention by the military police. Just as Jen received a call, the lawyer urged him to answer. Jen picked up and was visibly shocked by what he heard. The scene shifts to the hospital, where the mother of the deceased girl sobs in grief, questioning how this could have happened. Tian sits beside her, feeling sorry for her pain. Meanwhile, the lawyer speaks with Li and Guo, acknowledging their suffering. The grieving mother, still crying, glances toward them. The lawyer reassures Li and Guo that he will handle their case, ensuring they face no undue pressure. Smiling, Li dismissively asks what kind of pressure they could possibly feel. The woman suddenly approaches Li, calling out his name. When he turns, she tearfully tells him that her daughter had mentioned him before her death, implicating him in some dealings. In a fit of rage, she accuses him of taking her father's life and threatens to kill him. Li reacts by kicking her to the ground, warning her not to touch him. Yuan quickly steps in, checking on the woman and then rebuking Li, reminding him that they were in a military police station and questioning how he dared to use violence there. The lawyer intervenes, praising Yuan as a reasonable person, but arguing that the woman had attacked first, and Li had only defended himself. Li scoffs at the situation, finding it amusing. The lawyer then sternly warns the woman to watch her language, emphasizing that Congressman Li and Guo had already been released on bail and were no longer prisoners. W is shocked by this revelation. The lawyer advises the woman to calm down, pointing out that attacking a congressman without cause could have serious consequences. Why protests, insisting it's impossible that they were released. The lawyer responds with a warning, stating that she had attempted to arrest a member of parliament and citing an extensive list of legal evidence required to convict someone in such a position: physical and documentary evidence, witness and victim statements, criminal investigation reports, expert opinions, forensic examinations, and even audiovisual and electronic data. Tian silently takes in the exchange. Yuan argues that they had already captured the ringleader, and it was only a matter of time before they obtained a testimony. The lawyer, however, reminds her that the maximum detention period of 24 hours had elapsed, and he was now taking the congressman away. As he walks off with disdain, he remarks that she should learn to distinguish between criminals and law-abiding citizens in the future to prevent such incidents. He further dismisses her witness, revealing that the individual had been diagnosed with psychiatric issues and had a medical certificate invalidating their testimony. Yuan warns the lawyer not to assume the matter is over, vowing to keep watch. The lawyer remains unfazed, asserting that their release was a direct order from the Ministry of National Security and that she could verify it with her superior officer. He insists that he was merely following formal procedures and promises that the witness would later be transferred to the custody of the Southern Side 4th Hospital. Yuan is stunned by this final revelation. As the lawyer notices Tian's intense gaze, a chill runs down his spine. He quickly leaves with Li and Guo, driving away. Meanwhile, the grieving mother cries bitterly, lamenting that her daughter had been right. Nothing could be done against these people. If even the military police station couldn't hold them accountable, who could? Returning to his farm, he finds that his level 4 divine gain cherry tomatoes are ripe and must be harvested immediately. He gathers them, totaling 2.5 kilograms. After eating some, he senses an awakening within him. The 47th evolutionary chromosome activates, triggering a successful atavistic evolution. His ability to resist heart-avoid awakening skills strengthens, and his basic attributes double. The scene shifts to the lawyer's car, where he informs Li and Guo that the situation is under control, as only a few people are aware of the matter. He assures them that with proper follow-up, the impact on them will be minimal. Advising them to work together to diffuse tensions, he emphasizes the importance of maintaining their image. Li, smoking, remarks that he understands and suggests handling the lower-class people with condolence money and supplies. Guo, however, disagrees, pointing out that public opinion online still holds weight, especially with circulating photos of them shaking hands with the victims' relatives and distributing money. He proposes getting reporters to write favorable stories and holding a press conference to refute rumors, manipulating public perception to rehabilitate their reputation. Li grumbles about the inconvenience of pretending for what he calls fools, but Guo urges patience. He reminds Li that this is a critical moment in their transformation into emperors, and that only by appeasing the masses can they secure their future food supply. Just as Li acknowledges the strategy, a sword suddenly severs Guo's head, shocking Li. Looking up, he sees Tian standing atop the car. Tian casually inquires about the food. Stunned, Li demands to know how Tian dares to do such a thing, reminding him that he is a congressman and warning him of the consequences. Furious, he declares that Tian is courting death. Tian, unfazed, calmly responds that after consuming that thing, only blood can cleanse them. They no longer deserve to be human. Without hesitation, Tian kills Li as well. After parking the car and cleaning up the blood, Tian notices a small living creature emerging from the vehicle. He swiftly crushes it before consuming something himself. Almost instantly, he senses the successful completion of his evolution, acquiring an atavistic-type transformation. His newly awakened skill, Flash, doubles his basic attributes. He reflects that he has now consumed the 40th Divine Gain Vu tomato, still the weakest evolutionary stage. Feeling stronger, Tien continues eating, digesting thoroughly before proceeding with his atavistic evolution. He notices a shift within himself, sensing that his transformation is taking a new direction. Inspecting his status, he discovers a rare item, an intelligent brain, which enhances his attributes similarly to his previous evolutionary enhancement. Intrigued, he decides to test his new telepathic ability. Activating it, Tien finds he can now sense living creatures within a 10-meter radius. Spotting a nearby bird, he focuses on it and hears its thoughts. It is hungry and searching for rice. Realizing that he can read the minds of creatures upon contact, Tien finds the ability fascinating but insufficient. As he leaves, the bird muses that humans are bad, but birds are good. Tien ponders this briefly before deciding to contact Lan. Arriving at a peculiar building, he connects with Lan via electronic communication. He informs him that the person confined in the hospital room is not their intended target. The prisoner has been swapped with someone nearly identical. Lan reassures Tien not to worry, promising to locate the real target. Soon, Lan successfully finds Shen and sends Tien a map, warning that the target is constantly moving and occasionally disappearing from electronic surveillance. During those moments, Tien must proceed cautiously, as Lan will be unable to assist. Studying the map, Tien realizes Shen is underground, which explains why he couldn't sense him earlier. The scene shifts to a man in white walking along an underground canal. Tien arrives, announcing that he is looking for Shen, and immediately attacks with his sword. However, Shen reacts swiftly, dodging the strike. Tien acknowledges Shen's enhanced reflexes, but warns that he won't evade the next attack. Striking again, Tien successfully severs one of Shen's arms, but with incredible speed, Shen leaps to the other side of the canal. Tien questions whether Shen is trying to escape, but Shen simply smiles. Without hesitation, Tien leaps across the canal, ready to strike once more. Tien discovered that Sheng had disappeared and found bugs swarming in the area. Suddenly, a monster approached Tien from behind, chastising him for taking so long to arrive. The monster apologized, explaining that it had recently evolved into an adult and was still adjusting to its new body. With bugs surrounding him, Tien swung his sword vigorously to fend them off. Sheng returned to human form and urged Tien to forget the incident, lacking the energy to punish him. The monsters were shocked to see Sheng's injured arm, but he dismissed it as insignificant, stating he was in the midst of evolving. Tien attempted to strike Sheng again, but Sheng vanished once more, enraging the monsters. They questioned Tien's audacity in attacking the Holy Lord. Suddenly, Sheng reappeared behind the monster, advising it to control itself better, while the bugs continued to swarm around him. The monster apologized, admitting its lack of skill. Sheng ordered it to kill Tien. The monster agreed and moved toward him, promising Sheng he would return after completing the task. However, Sheng insisted they leave Tien alive, needing to recharge after completing his evolution. Facing the monster directly, Tien charged forward, declaring his disdain for those who boast. Meanwhile, Sheng returned to his mother to Pupat, covering himself in white cloth. As the battle raged on, the monster acknowledged Tien's strength, wondering how an ordinary human could possess such abilities. Tien's appearance showed no signs of evolution, yet he could evade attacks as if predicting them. Realizing he could read the monster's movements as long as he focused, Tien knew every move it would make. He asked if the monster recognized him, to which it replied affirmatively, though Tien did not recognize his opponent. The monster then declared it would give Tien a gift, admiring his resilience and the eerie sight of a girl hanging from a tree. At that moment, the monster grabbed Tien's sword. Tien sneered, insisting the bug should be flushed down the drain. The monster, unfazed, asked if Tian truly understood who he was dealing with, dismissing him as nothing more than a mere human. Tian struck back at the monster, and the impact sent a ripple through his mind, unearthing memories. A vivid scene surfaced, Wang kneeling before Shen. Shen had warned Wang not to limit himself to a mere minor mayor's position, urging him to aim higher by joining forces with him. As an incentive, Shen promised him something extraordinary, an immortal body, one that would surpass the limitations of ordinary humans. Without hesitation, Wang agreed, his desperation for eternal life overriding all else. Shen placed something into Wang's mouth, explaining that his survival would depend on the devotion of his followers, especially the worship of young, vibrant women who would serve as his nourishment. Wang accepted the offer without question, pledging unwavering loyalty and promising to provide tribute to his new lord. The monster reflected on the nature of power in this post-apocalyptic world. Strength was the only currency that mattered. The strong thrived, while the weak existed solely to be consumed. It was only natural, he reasoned, that the lesser beings perish if their demise fueled his evolution. Turning his attention back to Tian, the monster demanded an explanation. What had Tian done to him? Tian exhaled, feeling the strain of probing another's mind. The process was mentally draining. Without missing a beat, he reached into his inventory and consumed a high-grade ancient medicinal carrot, allowing its effects to restore his stamina instantly. Now reinvigorated, Tian met the monster's gaze and spoke calmly. He had unraveled the monster's identity. What surprised him most was how pitiful Mei Wang had turned out to be. Terrified of death, a coward at heart. The monster narrowed his eyes. How had Tian uncovered the truth? Tian answered without hesitation. He had sifted through the monster's thoughts and memories, which reeked of arrogance and selfish ambition. The monster recoiled at the revelation. Such an ability shouldn't have been possible. He questioned whether Tian was some kind of evolved human. He had never encountered anyone in the southern region with such an ability before. According to the Holy Lord, evolution required consuming the fruits of hope. Tian scoffed at the idea. Was the monster referring to those disgusting, slimy bug eggs? He sneered, stating that Shen didn't need such a revolting method to achieve evolution. In fact, what the monster called evolution was nothing more than parasitism. The monster frowned, confused by Tian's words. Tian explained what he had seen in the monster's subconscious, how the bug's mind was fighting for dominance over his body. It wasn't simply a fusion, it was a war. The monster's very existence was on borrowed time. Eventually, the parasite would win, and Wang's consciousness would vanish completely. Tian then asked the question the monster had likely been avoiding. How much longer could Wang's mind resist before he became a mindless beast? Snarling, the monster warned Tian not to compare him to lesser creatures. He declared that the egg he had consumed was second only to those of the princes. Even if his consciousness eventually faded, he had already transcended humanity, shedding the fragile shell of his former self. Tian's mind raced. The mention of a prince was intriguing. Did that mean Shen had devoured an even more powerful egg? Before he could dwell on the thought, he spotted movement nearby, a living body. His senses barely had time to register the danger before another monster lunged at him. Tian barely had a moment to react. The newly hatched creature moved with terrifying speed. A searing pain shot through him. Tian looked down. His hand had been severed. Before he could process the loss, he lost his footing and plunged into the canal below. Wang praised Shang on the birth of the prince, but Shang was furious, accusing Wang of failing to eliminate a mere human, leaving him to handle it himself. Wang, however, refuted this, explaining that Tian was a Samsung evolver. Shen, the monstrous figure, commented that a survivor had indeed emerged from the southern region. Wang conceded that he had been outmatched, while Shang dismissed Tian's evolution, calling him nothing more than a low-tier human lacking physical enhancements. He lamented the wasted third-level eggs gifted by his mother. Wang then instructed Shen to observe Tian. In response, Tian retrieved an ancient medicine-grade carrot and consumed it, astonishing onlookers as his severed hand regenerated. Shen found this intriguing, while Tian realized that, despite the carrot's effectiveness, flesh regeneration took time. If his enemies recognized this limitation, he would be in serious trouble. Shang, initially set on killing Tian, reconsidered after witnessing his rapid healing. Instead of simply consuming Tian for his genetic advantages, Shang found the notion dull, considering the many secrets Tian held. Opting for an alternative, he proposed an offer. Tian asked to hear the terms. Shang explained that superior evolved beings like them should unite, as humanity's fate was already sealed. The poisoned land had triggered a devastating food crisis, further intensified by the emergence of evolving beast kings. With humanity's outdated technology, their extinction on Blue Star was inevitable. Weak, lesser creatures like humans were destined to become sustenance for the strong. Only the evolved could thrive in this transformed world. Shang invited Tian to join their ranks, seizing control of the southern lands before the Beast Kings claimed them. Together, they could secure food, resources, and push their evolution further. Wasn't that an enticing prospect? Tian admitted that Shang's argument was compelling, but dismissed the idea, stating that humans were not just prey for the evolved. He warned Shen not to underestimate them. Realizing negotiations had failed, Shang grew curious about Tian's true abilities, but declared that, in the end, Tian would serve as nothing more than his nourishment. Without hesitation, Shang launched an attack, vowing to send Tian to hell. Meanwhile, back at Tian's home, his allies continued farming. Han suddenly winced in pain, dropping the food in her hands. Concerned, Nan asked if she was all right. Han reassured them it was nothing, attributing the sensation to a sharp ache in her chest and a bout of dizziness. She assumed some rest would help, yet the discomfort was overwhelming, resembling a severe case of heart palpitations and filling her with an unshakable sense of foreboding. Despite this, she urged Nan to continue gathering food, while Tian reminded everyone of the urgency to stockpile supplies before the second wave of destruction hit. Pushing through, Nan insisted she wouldn't slow them down. Back in battle, Tian let out a piercing scream. Shang smirked, claiming he had finally uncovered Tian's secret. His ability to heal only worked after consuming that peculiar fruit. Seizing the opportunity, Shang resolved to prevent Tian from eating it again, restraining both of his hands. Shen pointed out that despite being outnumbered, Tian remained a formidable threat to their kind. Shang hesitated, admitting he couldn't bring himself to kill Tian just yet. Elsewhere, Wang drifted through the canal, wounded by Tian. Yet, Shang ignored Wang's pleas for help, his curiosity about Tian's miraculous fruit intensifying. With a cruel smirk, he made Tian one final offer. If Tian revealed the secret behind his healing ability, Shang might grant him a swift and painless death. As Tian's small hummingbirds swarmed to attack, Shen barely reacted. He wondered why there were still more. Tian seemed relentless, pulling out every trick he had. Yet, the firepower of the tiny creatures was useless against Shen's hardened armor. They were nothing more than stray bullets, more dangerous to their own side than to him. Shen scoffed at the buzzing swarm. Mosquitoes? Are they supposed to tickle me? But Tian wasn't trying to hurt him directly. He struck Shen's sword with a hummingbird, then followed up with a swift slash. Shen's eyes widened. Tian had found his weakness. His hard armor was formidable, but his joints were vulnerable. Tian's blade cut deep into his leg, making Shen scream in pain. Tian quickly retreated. He knew he couldn't keep fighting like this. He needed to improve. He pulled out some fruit and began to eat. Shen fell to his knees, panting. I just evolved. I haven't eaten anything yet, he muttered. He lacked the energy to repair his injuries and felt incredibly weak. Nearby, Wang begged him for help. Shen, please, the last battle drained me. I can't even stand. Take me back to your mother. She can repair me." Wang insisted that Shen needed him to control the southern side. His evolution had taken an enormous toll. He didn't want to die. But Shen barely listened. Hunger gnawed at him, clouding his mind. "Tian, you're like an annoying flea," he muttered, frustration growing. His stomach twisted in pain. He needed to eat. Wang urged him again, telling him not to waste time infiltrating the southern side's military. "Just eat something, Shen. Don't throw away everything we've worked for." Shen finally spoke, his tone cold. "Your role was to collect food. I promoted you as a reward for your hard work, but I didn't expect you to be so useless." Then his eyes darkened. Mother is nearing the final stage of her evolution. Once she emerges, we'll control the entire southern side. My people will have everything they need. Hunger overtook him. Wang paled. "Wait." Shen didn't hesitate. He killed Wang in an instant and devoured him. The moment Wang's level 3 essence flooded his body, Shen felt a surge of power. It felt incredible. He had never eaten a level 3 evolver before. He craved more. Tian, watching in horror, saw a notification flash before him. Atavistic Awakening activated. Bloodline genetic memory. Unlocked. Evolution probability 80%. Tian was stunned. Shen had eaten his own king. And now there was no fruit left in his inventory. He had consumed dozens of precious level 4 fruits in a row, but every evolution type he obtained was atavistic. Shen's gaze locked onto Tian. "If I eat you, I'll become even stronger." Tian swallowed the last fruit in his possession, realizing with dread that Shen had become too fast. He couldn't escape. Shen moved in, his pointed hand reaching for Tian's eyes. Xing suddenly found himself immobilized, unable to move his body. Confused, he wondered what was happening. Meanwhile, Tian realized he had finally achieved it. The evolution path had reset, and the transformation was complete. His newly awakened skill was gravity mastery, field expansion. His basic attributes remained the same, but were enhanced by atavistic evolution data. Not only had the ancient divine type been restored, but the ultra-rare rule system had also awakened. Tian understood that the ancient divine evolution was categorized into 3 branches: elemental, superhuman, and rule systems. The world of Blue Star was governed by fundamental forces such as gravity, acceleration, potential energy, and inertia. Mastering these essential rules meant attaining godhood in the truest sense. To him, the rule system was undoubtedly the most powerful evolutionary path. His new ability granted him a 3-meter range of gravity control. Field expansion allowed him to amplify this range tenfold for a short duration, though at a great cost to his mental and physical energy. With his newfound power, Tian seized control of Xing's body, causing him to scream in agony. He then landed a solid blow, sending Xing reeling. Xing couldn't believe it. Tian was only a level 3 evolver, yet he had become exponentially stronger. Tian knew that even at level 1, the power of ancient divine evolution was formidable. Consuming level 4 or higher crops and meat would further enhance his abilities. The thought of future evolutions thrilled him, filling him with an addictive rush of power. Xing, exhausted and coughing, knelt on the ground, struggling to comprehend how Tian had become so powerful so suddenly. In a desperate attempt to fight back, he activated his hard armor, but Tian shattered it effortlessly with a single strike. Realizing he was no match, Xing made a split-second decision. He had to escape. Staying meant certain death. He turned and ran. Tian pursued, using his gravity manipulation, but quickly realized his control wasn't refined enough. Xing managed to flee, leaving behind a trail of blue blood. As he ran, Xing reached a massive underground chamber, his mother's hatching site. He fell to his knees before the enormous cocoon and whispered an apology. He had failed her. He had not lived up to her expectations. Just then, an explosion echoed from the direction Tien had come. Moments later, Tien stepped into the chamber, scanning his surroundings. He noted with amusement that the sewer exit had led directly to the ground floor of the municipal building, explaining how Xing had managed to operate undetected by the military police. Wang had chosen a clever hiding place for him. Ironically, Xing had never expected to die at the hands of the very religious cult he had once worshipped. As the floor trembled beneath him, Xing glanced at his mother's cocoon one last time. Then, with a deep, reverberating crack, the shell split open. She had evolved. The massive creature emerged, towering over them. Tien narrowed his eyes. "I thought you were desperate enough to consume your own kind of evolvers," he remarked. Then, he tilted his head and smirked. "Now tell me, who exactly are you calling mother?" Shen's temper flared as he demanded to know who Tien was calling Leiahi. Despite his mother being incredibly loving, she had a fierce temper. She often punished him harshly, beating him, denying him food, and calling him foolish. If he didn't get first place in exams, she would slap him and force him to kneel. But when they were surrounded by a group of mutant ants, it was his mother who saved him. As he fled, feeling like a coward for abandoning her, Tien believed Shen was in good shape, but found his behavior odd. Shen quickly shut him down, telling him not to speak any further, and spoke harshly. Shen then casually mentioned to his mother that he was feeling a bit hungry and low on energy, asking for her help. After all, a newly evolved being would still be weak. His mother agreed, assuring him that they could stay together. Tien, however, felt uneasy, especially with the monsters closing in. He thought Shen had willingly let the Break King devour him, questioning the reasoning behind such an extreme choice. It didn't seem right that the two had merged like that. Suddenly, Shen's body began to glow brightly. The scene shifted to the research lab, where excitement filled the air over their successful replication of the divine gene, a monumental breakthrough. One of the researchers quickly suggested they inform Jing and inject the gene into his body. But just then, one man noticed the table shaking violently and wondered if something unusual was happening. Another responded that he didn't sense anything strange. The first man insisted they check the shaking equipment, but another dismissed it, arguing that Jing's safety was their priority. Meanwhile, a reporter was broadcasting live, announcing that an abnormal seismic event had been detected at the municipal building, likely caused by a high-level mutant beast. Military and police forces from the southern side had surrounded the area, with helicopters flying overhead. Yuan, who was among them, watched as a powerful explosion erupted from a building, revealing a level 8 beast king, a massive ant queen causing chaos. Yuan was stunned by the sight and wondered how such a powerful beast could have appeared in the city. The reporter, on the other hand, eagerly commented on the spectacle, thrilled by the possibility of a sensational headline. Amid the chaos, Tien shouted out to Yuan, demanding to know how he had arrived there. The reporter and cameraman were taken aback by the question. The reporter sheepishly admitted he had gotten so excited that he accidentally shouted, revealing they were from the Southern Side Daily Journal. Yuan, clearly irritated, questioned their sanity, asking who had given them permission to fly in, stressing the danger of the situation and ordering them to retreat. The reporter defended his actions, claiming that as a journalist, he couldn't pass up covering such a massive story. Yuan reminded him that high-level beast kings were typically found only in frontier or remote areas, not in the southern side. The reporter, however, was thrilled to witness the high-level beast king firsthand and to be the first to cover such an event. Soon, something caught their attention, an odd blue light moving near the beast king. The cameraman zoomed in, and they discovered, to their shock, that the light was emanating from a human. Tien, flying through the air, was deep in thought. He considered that by altering his own gravity, he could achieve a floating state. By reducing the friction of his body and combining it with his enhanced attributes, he could accelerate to incredible speeds. However, maintaining this float would drain both his mental and physical energy. On his screen, he saw the ancient divine rune system. human evolver, and his skills, including gravity mastery, field expansion, with a range of 3 meters. This could be leveled up by consuming crops above level 4. The field expansion would allow him to increase his gravity mastery range 10-fold in a short period of time, but at the cost of significant mental and physical energy. Summoning insects, he hoped they would help replenish his strength, but he quickly realized he couldn't kill all the bugs. Worse still, the gravity mastery attack range was too small to deal lethal damage to the Beast King. Additionally, the constant stream of bugs to heal him would eventually run out of energy. If Tien used the field expansion to deliver a fatal blow, it should end things, but something stopped him. He feared that using the field expansion would deplete him mentally and physically, leaving him at his weakest, unable to recover if the Beast King wasn't defeated in one strike. Falling into a coma could result in his death. Suddenly, the Beast King struck him, and Tien realized the gravity of the situation. Several blasts landed dangerously close, but he dodged them with agility. Yuan called out, offering cover fire and instructing him to target the Beast King's core. Destroying its brain would stop its recovery. Tien thought carefully about her words, knowing that the core was usually located near the brain, and it was the most heavily armored part of the Beast King. Yuan warned him to be cautious, noting the tricky environment around them. Tien acknowledged her advice and continued his assault on the monster, trying to determine the exact position of the core. As he closed in on the Beast King, Tien noticed the bugs gathering around a specific spot, which seemed to be its core. With the help of the military police, he unleashed all his mental power, determined to end this. Tien prepared to deliver the final blow. After unleashing everything he had, he began to fall. Just then, helicopters swooped in, using nets to catch him and prevent his crash. He was shaken, but alive. One of the onlookers commented on how close it was, wondering about the mysterious figure that had just appeared. Finally, the Beast King was defeated. The reporter on the broadcast announced that at 6:14 a.m., a super large mutant had appeared at the municipal building, causing destruction over a 10-kilometer radius. It was estimated to be at least a level 8 Beast King in terms of size and energy fluctuations. The creature had been eliminated by a powerful blue humanoid figure, covered in a light that made it hard to see clearly. The report speculated whether this was a new government weapon or a new type of mutant, but admitted they had no further information. The Hungu store was unreachable, and a boy in a hoodie, watching the broadcast, remarked that the mysterious figure was an evolver. The scene shifts to Tien, who is lying on his bed, deep in thought. The second wave of destruction was fast approaching, and with only 8 hours left, he knew there was no time to waste. Tien's mind raced as he realized he needed to upgrade his shelter's level and improve its defenses to survive what was coming. He couldn't help but wonder just what this second wave would bring. As his thoughts drifted, Tien recalled the intense battle that had drained him of both his physical and mental energy. It had been so overwhelming that he'd fainted, but fortunately, it wasn't for long. He quickly remembered the system's reminder. His farm's defenses were far from adequate to withstand the upcoming disaster. Staring at the countdown, Tien felt a heavy weight on his chest. The second wave would likely be far worse than the first. In fact, based on his projections, humanity's current technology might hold up only until the third wave. After that, the collapse of civilization seemed almost inevitable. Opening his point screen, Tien saw that he had 79 out of 80 points, just one short of the amount needed to upgrade his shelter to level 2. With little time to spare, he decided to harvest another batch of crops. Although the recent battle had taken a toll on his resources, the system's inventory still had plenty of room. A thought crossed his mind. What if he could store a weapon in there? Could he access it later if the need arose? He decided to test the idea by placing the Tang horizontal sword into the inventory. To his surprise, the sword fit, and when he inspected it, he saw that it was at level 1. This sparked a new question. Could real-world items level up by simply being stored in the inventory? Tien speculated that as the sword leveled up, its power would likely increase as well. But now wasn't the time to rest. There was a sense of urgency in the air. Time was ticking away, and Tien knew that crops took time to mature and be harvested. If he didn't act quickly, he could miss his chance to upgrade in time. He realized just how timely Officer Yuan's advice had been, and although he planned to thank her later, he needed to stay focused on what lay ahead. In a burst of determination, Tien jumped out of bed, ready to take on whatever challenge came next. He later found himself face to face with Yuan, who was speaking with Ye, clearly concerned after discovering Tien had escaped the hospital. Ye immediately asked if Yuan planned to bring him back, but Yuan dismissed the suggestion, explaining that Tien would never agree to return. The conversation shifted to Tien's capabilities. Ye expressed concern about Tien potentially causing trouble outside, but Yuan countered, asking if Ye believed the military could capture a mutant strong enough to take down a Beast King single-handedly. She pointed out that the most powerful mutants in the military only had enhanced physical strength and abilities, but Tien was on an entirely different level. Ye reluctantly acknowledged Tien's strength, but assured Yuan that she wasn't pressuring him into anything. She explained that their goal was to build alliances with individuals like Tien, not to force him into anything he didn't want to do. After all, Tien was likely frustrated with the military's incompetence, especially since they couldn't even protect a girl properly. Ye also promised to try and convince her father to see things their way. She didn't believe Tien had any ill intentions towards humanity. In fact, she was confident he was on their side, but she didn't want to bother him just yet. Instead, she suggested they wait and see just how powerful Tien would become in the future. Tien, meanwhile, had returned home to find Han and Nan overjoyed to see him safe. They rushed to him, hugging him tightly. Tien, feeling guilty for worrying them, apologized and promised not to leave them in suspense again. As they embraced, Tien thought about how much stronger he had become, but his mind was still occupied with questions about his superpower. He asked Han and Nan to let him go, lifting Han easily off the ground and teasing her to keep working on her strength. Tien couldn't help but notice Nan's evolved body and commented on it. Nan confirmed that she'd undergone some changes as well, and that she hadn't been sure which food had triggered her evolution. Han was also eager to share that she had gotten stronger too. Curious, Tien took a look at Han and Nan's stats and quickly realized that both of them had evolved into the atavistic type, likely due to the anti-radiation corn and peppers they had been consuming. The crops had matured and Tien was ready to harvest them. With renewed energy, Tien announced that a new batch of crops had ripened and it was time to start harvesting. They all agreed and moved to collect the crops. As they gathered the goods, Tien noticed something special about the camouflaged chili pepper. It was a rare purple item with a unique ability. When consumed, it allowed the user to blend into the environment for 10 minutes, making it nearly impossible to detect by sound wave, thermal, or optical technologies. It was a game changer in terms of stealth. Now that he had enough points, Tien confirmed that he was ready to upgrade his shelter to level 2. The system asked him once more if he was sure about spending 80 W points on the upgrade, and after a moment's hesitation, Tien confirmed. The upgrade would significantly increase the shelter's defense strength and area, and grant a new skill called Flaw Mastery. With a swift decision, Tien purchased the upgrade, and the process began immediately. As the upgrade progressed, Tien noticed that there were only 3 hours left before the second wave of destruction would hit. The original shelter's properties remained intact, but the livestock sheds were renovated, further enhancing their chances of survival. The fish pond and planting field underwent major renovations. A thermal energy detection radar tower was constructed with a range of 30 kilometers, and an electromagnetic interference radar tower was built, covering a 20-kilometer radius. Turrets were also under construction. When Han saw the fish pond, she was amazed at how much it had grown, now resembling an artificial lake. Meanwhile, Tien confirmed that the upgrades were complete. The planning field had expanded to 300 acres, the livestock area to 3 acres, and the fishing area to 5 acres. As a reward for successfully upgrading the shelter to level 2, Tien received a gift package, unlocking the permission disguise and the skill life flaw mastery. Looking around, he thought the shelter now resembled a military fortress. It was impressive, but too conspicuous. He decided to activate the disguise feature, making the shelter appear as a rundown farm to outsiders. This would help avoid unnecessary trouble. Excited about his newly unlocked skill, Tien began experimenting with life flaw mastery. At level 1, he could see the detailed data of all objects. At level 2, he could analyze the flaws in all living beings and pinpoint their most fatal weaknesses. He pondered how this ability could be used in combat. Checking the system, he confirmed there were no restrictions. Every being, no matter how powerful, had a flaw. Even ancient divine evolvers had hidden weaknesses. This skill meant that in the future, Tien could potentially defeat evolved beings with a single move. He also noticed that his level 4 divine crop, cherry tomatoes, had ripened. The system urged him to harvest them immediately. With this, Tien realized he could potentially reset Han's evolutionary path, provided she didn't insist on following the ancient divine type. These fruits could push both of them to complete their evolution. Han and Tien began picking the cherry tomatoes. As Han ate, she admitted that she had been repeatedly resetting her evolution, and every time, she ended up with atavistic traits. She felt frustrated, almost sick from it. Tien jokingly encouraged her to keep eating. Maybe she'd win this time and not lose to Hai. Determined, Han stuffed herself with more tomatoes. Hai, watching them, was stunned. Suddenly, something shifted in Han, and she acknowledged it immediately.
Want to stay ahead of the story? Get up to 16 episodes early only on Patreon. Support the channel, unlock exclusive content, and be the first to know what happens next. Click the link in the description and we'll see you way ahead in the story. Now, back to the video.
Tien checked and saw that her intelligence type evolution had manifested as magnetic field mastery of the Eye of Truth. He was impressed. Then they noticed something happening to Hai as well. Han, excited, commented on how cool it was. Tien observed carefully and realized that Hai had awakened the sacred beast skill, King Pressure. Just as they processed these developments, the system notified Tien that the second wave of destruction was about to hit in 30 seconds. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Jing had just received an injection of the good virus. When asked how he felt, he replied that he was in peak condition. Not only had he fully recovered, but he also believed he had successfully replicated the divine gene. He trembled in excitement. He was now a pioneer in the era of the gods. The countdown reached its final 5 seconds. As the second destruction wave struck, massive water surges reshaped the environment, completely altering the weather. Tien watched, realizing that all naturally flowing water on Earth was vanishing. The third destruction wave was set to arrive in 60 days. Until then, he intended to make full use of this time. Suddenly, a massive circular formation appeared in the sky, triggering violent lightning storms. Meanwhile, out in the open sea, a ship crew was facing an unprecedented crisis. Their communication systems failed. No signals, no radar. A crew member called the captain to witness something terrifying. As they stepped onto the deck, they were met with a horrifying sight. The ocean had turned blood red, teeming with mutated sea creatures. The captain, overwhelmed, questioned whether this was an isolated phenomenon or if all water sources had been affected. Whatever had happened, it was beyond their understanding. The world was changing, and the unknown loomed ahead. A man was approaching the divine gene, acknowledging that he hadn't expected Jing to actually create it. Just as he reached for it, a skeleton tail lashed out, injuring his hand while attempting to snatch the divine gene. The man, angered, demanded to know who dared interfere. When he saw Jing, he remarked that Jing's evolution had been highly successful and that he had arrived so quickly, suggesting that something must have been triggered. Jing stepped forward, demanding to know how the man had obtained the password to the safe box. The man responded that Jing was indeed a descendant of their family, and that the headquarters had been right to entrust him with the responsibility of extracting the divine gene. Realizing it was Ming, Jing asked how he had come to be there. Ming explained that he had arrived to deliver orders from headquarters. Calling Jing his brother, Ming declared that from that moment on, all of Jing's research projects in the southern region would be taken over by him. He further ordered Jing to return to headquarters that very day to report on his work. Jing asked if Ming had come alone. Ming scoffed, stating it was obvious he hadn't. He explained that Jing's evolution data had been reported to him long ago, so naturally he wouldn't come unprepared. At that moment, a group of armed men emerged behind Jing. Confused, Jing questioned what Ming was implying. Ming accused him of having a personal agenda, asking why he hadn't reported his successful research to headquarters immediately. Was he trying to monopolize the achievement? Ming remarked that even after years apart, Jing was still the same, domineering, shameless, and justifying his actions as profit recovery rather than outright robbery. He reminded Jing that the headquarters and the Bai family had provided him with everything: funding, research support, and technical resources, so his findings should rightfully belong to them. However, he assured Jing that he need not worry, as he had brought great benefits to headquarters. Even if he returned now, he would still receive a generous reward. Ming claimed he wasn't robbing Jing of his credit, but was taking him back to enjoy his success. Jing coldly asked what there was to enjoy, stating that he feared he would simply be dragged off and turned into an experimental subject in the Divine Creation Project as soon as he landed at headquarters. Ming dismissed his concerns, reminding Jing that he had already experimented on his own body, so there should be no issue in letting them further study the results. He then pointed out that as far as he knew, Jing had only made 2 copies of the divine gene. One he had used on himself, and the other remained in his possession. Ming demanded the remaining sample. At that moment, Lan and other researchers arrived. Lan insisted that Jing had no ties to their family and, as a worker, should be allowed to leave. Ming, however, disagreed, saying someone as valuable as Jing could not be allowed to simply walk away. Jing turned to Ming and asked if he truly believed he could use them to threaten him. Ming agreed, stating that by taking control of the Southern Research Institute, he could prove to Jing that despite his evolution, he was still just a human with a mortal body. Against their many guns, he wouldn't remain unscathed. Ming told Jing to stop his meaningless resistance and obediently hand over the divine gene, as his current situation was both sad and embarrassing. Jing assessed the situation, realizing that with his current physical strength, there was no way he could withstand a barrage of assault rifles. However, with his extreme speed, he might be able to escape. Ming observed Jing's hesitation and concluded that he wasn't willing to cooperate. He remarked that some evolved beings possessed super healing abilities, so even if Jing's arms and legs were broken, he should still survive. Just then, a blast erupted. The scene shifted to Tian's house, where he had prepared a meal. Han commented that the food looked delicious. Tian responded that there was nothing Han disliked eating. Nan then asked why there was a feast. Tian explained that it was to celebrate the fact that they had gathered all the evolutionary directions. Because of this, he had put extra effort into the meal, using high-grade ingredients. He also mentioned that the second destruction wave had occurred, and since everyone was still at level 1, he wanted them to level up sooner. Han noted that despite the celebration, He wasn't eating with them. Tian reflected on He's transformation conditions, explaining that he had deactivated his Beast King mode due to his low physical strength, which had weakened him to the point where he could no longer maintain it. Tian mentioned that He enjoyed his current state, so he had prepared a separate meal for him outside. Han agreed, commenting that He looked more handsome now. Suddenly, Tian received a warning. 2 heat signatures were rapidly approaching the farm. He detected that they were human, moving at 38 meters per second. Both targets had sustained severe damage, their body temperatures dropping. They would reach the farm in 23 seconds. Tian pondered their speed, realizing that only mutants could achieve such velocity. Using his abilities, he identified the approaching figures, Jing carrying Lan. Jing reached the entrance gate, observing the farm and sensing an invisible force preventing him from advancing. It became clear that Tian wasn't offering assistance. Aware that Ming would soon track him down, Jing turned to leave. Just then, Tian appeared, flying in with his gravity skill. He remarked that Jing had gotten himself into a big mess. Jing recognized him immediately. Tian asked if Jing planned to leave with such a disappointed look on his face. He then allowed them to enter, expressing his interest in Jing's evolution.
Director Xing reminded Tian that just a few days ago, this was nothing more than a run-down farm. Yet, in such a short time, it had transformed into a fortress. However, from the outside, Jing still saw nothing but a dilapidated farm, which baffled him. Technology simply couldn't achieve such perfection. It was incredible. Desperate, Jing pleaded with Tian to save them, admitting his fear of dying. Tian responded that he could save Jing, but he wanted to know what he would get in return. Jing offered valuable information that he believed Tian would find interesting. As they entered, Jing asked if Tian's evolutionary ability was gravity control. Tian was curious how he had figured that out. Jing explained that he had studied footage of the southern city center where the Beast King had been slain. The wounds on its body showed signs of hypergravity compression, something he had analyzed in videos. Though he hadn't seen the cave clearly, the abilities displayed resembled Tian's, especially the way he levitated at high speeds. Everything pointed to gravity manipulation. Tian acknowledged that Jing's deduction was interesting. Despite their differing views on evolution, Jing found himself respecting Tian more and more. Tian welcomed them to the farm just as He arrived with Nan and Han. Jing was stunned. He had grown massive, towering like a small mountain. Han turned to Tian and joked that Jing had turned green with shock. Jing, still trying to process everything, asked if they had all evolved. Tian questioned why he was so surprised. Jing admitted he was amazed by the speed of their evolution. Perfect mutations happening at such an unnatural rate, especially with He's transformation. But there was no time for distractions. Tian reminded Jing that Lan wouldn't last much longer. If he wanted to save her, he needed to act now. Jing didn't hesitate. He handed Lan over and they quickly took her inside to rest. Tian fed Lan a carrot and, upon coming out, informed the others that they needed to wait for Lan to wake up. Jing, tending to his numerous bullet wounds, asked Tian if that was all. Was surgery unnecessary for someone as severely injured as Lan, an ordinary human? Tian simply responded that he had his own methods. Realizing he had overstepped, Xing fell silent. Tian then asked Jing to explain what had happened. Jing revealed that he had replicated He's evolutionary genetics and used them on himself, which not only allowed him to survive, but also resulted in a perfect mutation. He showed Tian the divine gene and explained that before escaping the research institute, he had destroyed some data and managed to seize a second potion. Tian wondered if the potion had effects similar to his divine fruits. Could replacing He's atavistic gene induce atavistic evolution? If so, did replacing other evolutionary genes have the same potential? Jing confirmed that he had achieved a perfect mutation, but dismissed his severe injuries as unimportant. However, he quickly added that the head office had discovered his attempt to conceal his research and had sent his own brother to retrieve him for further study. Fortunately, he had managed to escape their pursuit. Tian questioned how Jing could treat his injuries as insignificant. He also pondered what kind of family would conduct experiments on one of their own. Han asked Jing how his own brother could harm him, and firmly stated that if anyone ever tried to hurt her, Tien would deal with them, perhaps lethally. Jing's expression grew emotional as he explained that not all families were like Han and Tien's. He once had a good brother. Han glanced at Tien, reaffirming that she had relied on him from the start. No matter what happened, she would always stand by his side without hesitation. Tien noted that despite their short acquaintance, someone like Jing, who possessed self-healing abilities and remarkable speed, should have been able to assess the situation rationally and escape on his own. For him, fleeing should have been simple. But what about Lan? Jing admitted that he despised owing favors, especially to meddlesome fools. Tien had previously thought of Jing as a cold, science-obsessed maniac with no regard for life. But now, it seemed he had misunderstood him. Jing stated that he wouldn't stay for long. News of his escape, along with the Soul Divine gene, had already reached the head office. It was only a matter of time before they launched a full-scale search. With their power and ambition, they would turn the entire southern region upside down to find him. The divine gene's value was immeasurable, enough to reshape the world. Tien questioned whether Jing could truly escape while protecting an ordinary person. Even if he managed to flee the southern region, where would he go? What was once considered just another atavistic gene had now become a coveted treasure, fought over across the globe. Jing acknowledged that he had always known he would be hunted if he defied the head. Storm Island lies at the intersection of the three major nations, Yanhang, the European Union, and ancient Egypt. Due to its unique terrain, powerful storms sweep through the area year-round. Despite its lack of strategic significance and minimal mineral resources, the island remains unclaimed. Only a small population of indigenous people reside there, relying on fishing and animal husbandry. Their level of technology and civilization is notably primitive. Jing confided in Tien that years ago, during his biological research expeditions, he secretly built a small base on the island, something he had never disclosed to anyone. This made it the perfect hiding place for him now. Tien then asked about the head office, and Jing explained that it was a monopoly controlled by several powerful families, each involved in nearly every profitable industry. The five dominant families, Bai, Ren, Lan, Qin, and Zhang, formed the foundation of this organization, representing the highest echelons of power. After the world changed, Jing saw infinite possibilities in their radioactive plants. He proposed the Divine Creation Project to the head office, but opinions were divided. Many opposed it on humanitarian grounds, while others saw it as a lucrative opportunity. Without informing the Bai and Zhang families, the head office allocated resources to Jing, allowing him to establish a research institute in Southern City under the pretense of developing new medicines. However, Jing's true goal was to use these resources to further his own ambitions. Despite being part of the Bai family, Jing was an illegitimate son, leaving him with little influence in both the head office and his family. To secure approval for his work, he had to weave convincing lies. He believed he had full control over the situation, but reality proved otherwise. Tien, understanding the risks, agreed to send Jing to Storm Island. Surprised, Jing pointed out that sneaking onto a ship was no longer an option. The polluted oceans were now home to mutated sea creatures, making travel extremely dangerous. Furthermore, the head office was likely monitoring all air traffic, adding another layer of risk. Tien simply asked, "Who said we needed a boat?" He then led Jing outside, revealing a helicopter coated in stealth paint, designed to evade radar detection. He assured Jing that it would safely transport him and his equipment to Storm Island, including all necessary lab supplies and living essentials. Jing questioned why Tian was helping him, wondering if he believed the plan was too extreme. Tian replied that after witnessing countless brutal events, his perspective had shifted. He believed the world needed drastic change, especially given the pollution crisis. However, if Jing accepted his investment, he would need to adjust some of his plans. Jing agreed. If Tian truly helped him reach Storm Island with all his equipment, he swore that when Tian needed him in the future, he would travel any distance to repay the favor, regardless of the opposition. They shook hands, sealing the agreement, and Tian reminded Jing to honor his promise. Until they were ready to depart, Jing couldn't stay at Tian's place, so he asked for help in feeding the sheep for a few days. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Ming, who was speaking with his father. Ming was furious that Jing had resisted him. Despite meticulous planning, he hadn't expected this outcome. He acknowledged Jing's unexpectedly powerful evolutionary abilities, but assured his father there was no need to worry. Jing wouldn't get far. Ming had already deployed people to monitor all airlines and transportation hubs across the southern region. The medical industry was also under their control. Severely injured and unable to access proper medical treatment, Jing wouldn't last long. As soon as he surfaced, they would capture him. His father reminded Ming that despite everything, Jing was still family, making it difficult to justify harming him. Ming dismissed the concern, stating that whether Jing lived or died had no bearing on their family. His father ordered him to handle the situation, and Ming confidently assured him that it was under control. His father then mentioned hearing that Jing had achieved a perfect mutation. Ming confirmed it. His father was astonished. His own son was the first among the 5 major families to reach perfect mutation. He admitted that if not for Jing's defiant ideals, he would have made an excellent heir. However, the family's successor needed to be exceptional in every way. He urged Ming not to disappoint him. Determined, Ming declared that if he failed to capture Jing within 3 days, he would relinquish all his privileges in both the head office and the family. His father held him to that promise, expecting results within the deadline. As the call ended, Ming ordered one of his men to bring Ren. He had some questions for her. Jing was feeding the pigs while Tian sat nearby, commenting that Jing was too stingy with his work. Jing replied that he had been doing such tasks since he was 8. Tian mentioned that even the young master of the Bai family had done similar work before. Jing explained that he was an illegitimate child, raised by his mother until he turned 8. If his family hadn't been so thinly spread, they might never have acknowledged his existence. But he didn't mind. He never felt like a true member of the family, but carrying their surname provided him with the resources he needed. Tian thought it sounded like the dramatic scandals of wealthy families. Just then, he received notifications on his phone. Jing asked what was going on, and Tian said he had something interesting to discuss. Meanwhile, Ming was pressing Ren for details about everyone Jing had interacted with since arriving in the southern region, but the information didn't differ from what Ming already knew. Ren revealed that Jing had destroyed a lot of data before leaving the Institute, making it difficult to retrieve much. When Ming asked if there was anything special, Ren said everything she had was already shared. Since he was an insider, he should already know that she hadn't spent much time with Jing. Ming noted that Ren seemed somewhat hostile toward Jing. She admitted that it might be because Jing had questioned her and destroyed her carefully prepared laboratory after arriving in the southern region. Ming explained that the 3 families had made the decision to go after Jing because he had stolen the divine gene belonging to them and betrayed them. Ren considered how serious headquarters was about the matter. It meant the power of the potion must be far beyond her imagination. She thought about the divine gene, the inhuman creatures in the research lab, and the mutation in Jing's body after he injected the semi-finished product, which had led to Liang's death. Suddenly, she had an idea. Perhaps Tian was responsible. Ren then told Ming that the head officer's true research had always been about human transformation. Ming responded that it wasn't something she should get involved in. Right now, the three families had a chance to bridge the power gap, and he needed to find Jing. He asked Ren to play her part. Ren found him unpleasant and pointed out that, with the power of Ming's family, they should have already blocked Jing's escape routes. If even his family couldn't find Jing, how could a mere manager without access to high-level secrets do so? Ming dismissed her criticism, saying that since the Ren family head hadn't granted her the right to know, it meant she wasn't taken seriously, blaming it on her status as a woman without the capital to be part of the core. Ren thought she wouldn't share anything even if she knew more. She apologized, saying that was all she knew about Jing. As she excused herself, Ming remarked that this was why he always said women should stay at home and raise children. Outside, Ren pondered his words before getting into her car. She then called Tian, identified herself, and requested to meet him urgently, knowing Jing was at his home. Tian initially feigned ignorance, but Ren insisted he knew what she meant and urged him not to disappoint her rare kindness. She promised to arrive at his farm within half an hour. When she arrived, Tian was already waiting. Without wasting time, Ren asked him to hand over Jing. Tian dismissed her request, questioning her sudden appearance and accusations. Ren urged him not to play games, revealing that her men had obtained a DNA comparison report linking Jing to him. She warned him that their personal ties shouldn't interfere with headquarters affairs and threatened to escalate the matter unless Jing was handed over, stating that she had not yet reported the findings to headquarters. Just then, a sniper attack targeted Tian, but he managed to dodge it. Ren was shocked, wondering where the shot had come from. Moments later, Ming arrived with his men, sarcastically expressing surprise that Jing had been hiding in such a run-down farm. He thanked Ren for unintentionally leading them there, and warned her to consider how she would explain tipping off a traitor to his family. Ren was stunned. She asked if Ming had followed her, but he scoffed, saying he didn't even trust his own family's illegitimate son, let alone her. He had monitored all devices, expecting to provoke her, and she had fallen right into his trap. Frustrated, Ren decided to sneak Jing away and hand him over to his guardian, thinking that Ming's comment about women being stupid was directed at both her and Jing. Ming, meanwhile, called them both garbage. Tian and Ren soon found themselves in a sniper's crosshairs. Ming ordered everyone to stay put, stating that they would settle things peacefully. Ming warned Ren that as long as she didn't oppose him, she could remain in her family and avoid harm. He then urged Tian to return Jing. Observing Tian's modest demeanor and financial strain, Ming questioned what he stood to gain from sheltering a fugitive. Offering wealth and resources, he demanded that Tian hand over Jing. Tian hesitated, wary of Ming's well-equipped men, before criticizing Ming's arrogance. He then unleashed his hummingbird warriors, catching Ming's forces off guard. Ming, bewildered, ordered his snipers to target Tian and Ren. Ren took cover while Tian used gravity control to redirect the bullets harmlessly. Stunned, Ming and Ren watched as Tian questioned Ren's hesitation, suggesting she didn't fully trust him yet. At that moment, Han arrived, stating she couldn't control so many people at once. Tian reassured her and then used brainwave control to immobilize Ming, who was shocked by his inability to move. Ming demanded to know if Tian was a perfect mutant. Ren explained her caution was for her own safety. Understanding, Tian swiftly eliminated Ming's remaining men with his hummingbirds. Furious, Ming accused Ren of deception. She revealed she had suspected an insider around Jing and found a bug on her phone. To deceive Ming, she used a colleague's phone to stage their exchange. She noted that Ming bringing all his men had saved them the effort of capturing them one by one. Trembling with anger, Ming was caught off guard when Jing emerged and pressed his sharp tail against Ming's neck, declaring his death was deserved. Jing proclaimed that power, money, and armed force no longer ruled this world. Ren's aide mocked Ming, pointing out the irony of his downfall at the hands of a woman and the illegitimate child he despised. Furious, Ming threatened that both families would come after her, asking if she could afford to kill the Bai family heir. Ren countered that the Bai family wouldn't investigate his disappearance. Confused, Ming demanded clarification. Jing reminded him that he too bore the Bai surname. Ming asked if Jing wasn't afraid, but Jing retorted that if he killed Ming, he would be the Bai family's sole heir. He challenged Ming to consider whether their patriarch, despite his affection for Ming, would accept Jing as the heir after such an act. Ming scoffed, calling Jing the son of a lowly woman, unworthy of recognition. Jing, scratching his neck, stated that Ming didn't have to decide. Ming accused Jing of daring to remove a threat to the Bai family despite knowing he'd never be acknowledged. He warned that the family's enforcers wouldn't let Jing go unpunished. Jing questioned why the Bai family's approval mattered, having already lost everything. With nothing left to fear, he decapitated Ming. Tian, witnessing this, asked where the Bai family was. Jing dialed Ming's father, who answered. Jing apologized for disappointing him. Recognizing Jing, Ming's father revealed that Jing was also his son and pleaded for him to return with Ming, promising nothing would change for him. Jing, saddened, noted that his father only remembered him in moments like these. With a heavy heart, he delivered the grim news. Ming, the future head of the Bai family, had died by my hands. Jing's father was shocked to hear that his son had killed a member of their own family. However, Jing remained calm, stating that he had never considered himself part of a family since he was 8 years old. He formally informed his father that if the search for him continued, he would willingly surrender his assets, either to the authorities or to corporations like Zeus Pharmaceuticals and Lion King, both of which were highly interested in his discoveries. As the sole heir to the Bai family, Jing asserted his right to inherit. He suggested that if his father truly wanted to preserve their kinship, he should allow him to lead the family into prosperity after his passing. This only fueled his father's growing anger, but Jing remained undeterred. He acknowledged that if his father wished to seek revenge for Ming's death, he would accept it. However, he warned that as long as he was alive, he would dismantle the Bai family and ensure that anyone bearing the Bai surname met a disgraceful end. Jing then declared that he had no plans to return to Yanhang anytime soon, advising his father to take care of himself. If his father exhausted himself with rage, the Bai family might not even last until the day Jing chose to return. With that, he ended the call. As he looked around, he noticed Lan piloting a helicopter that had just landed in the field. Tian, standing nearby, asked if Jing believed his father would compromise. Even the most level-headed man would be devastated upon hearing of his beloved son's death. Jing smiled wryly, remarking that this was the dilemma of holding power. No matter how furious one might be, they had to remain composed and weigh the consequences carefully. Cynically, he added that men like his father always operated with profit in mind. His father was, first and foremost, the head of the Bai family and one of the 5 major shareholders in the company. Secondly, he was Ming's father, but he lacked the courage to relinquish control. For the next few hours, the Bai family would be focused entirely on him, unaware of Tian and Ming's independence. Even if father discovered that Jing was hiding on the farm, he wouldn't report it, not to the company nor the Bai family. Doing so would risk the Ren or Lian families taking credit. As long as they eliminated everyone Ming had left behind in the southern city, Tian's farm would remain safe and hidden. Ren then asked what Jing thought of her, given that she had also played a role in Ming's downfall. Did he consider them in the same predicament? Jing admitted it wasn't that he didn't want to trust her, it was simply that he saw no compelling reason for her to help him. Siding with the head office seemed like the safest choice for her. Ming's sudden appearance had caught him off guard, and as a precaution, Jing apologized for his delayed reaction. However, he worried that Ren, whom he found untrustworthy, might inadvertently expose Tian's identity. Tian interjected, insisting that Jing hadn't harmed Ren yet and asked her to let him finish. Ren acknowledged that working with Tian temporarily made sense, but she preferred taking a chance. She believed they shared more mutual trust than they did with the head office. Additionally, she revealed that Ming had made a sexist remark she had overheard, which had irritated her. Gender and bloodline had always influenced the power dynamics among the 5 major families. Ren had decided to assist Jing, hoping it would help her rise to the head of her own family. She found the idea amusing, imagining how their male counterparts would react when 2 unwanted children seized power. She then asked Jing if he looked forward to that day. He found her perspective intriguing. Afterward, Jing and Lan boarded the helicopter, observing the devastation below. Lan commented that Tian had done an efficient job erasing every trace. Then, he asked Jing if he had accepted Tian's request. Jing recalled Tian's insistence that he couldn't condone human experimentation without consent. In response, Jing had promised to modify the executive program accordingly. He paused, reflecting on the irony. Trying to enforce something like the Nuremberg Code in an apocalyptic world seemed naive. Yet, he recognized the necessity of having some rules. Without them, he risked descending into moral oblivion far too quickly. Besides, in a world as broken as theirs, there would never be a shortage of people willing to become experimental subjects. Lan nodded, remarking that this was the Jing he knew. Despite his seemingly inhuman remarks, he was still the same man at his core. As they flew away from the ruined city, Lan mused that they might cross paths again in the future, when all of them had reached the pinnacle of their power. With that, they disappeared into the distance, leaving the devastation behind. The Navy Patrol Force clears Area 50 in the sea. Inside the ship, the pilot informs Colonel Meow that the mission was a success. However, Colonel Meow remains unsatisfied, questioning why the sea beasts seemed so easy to handle. He remarks that compared to their powerful ships and weapons, the creatures are no match, giving him confidence they can eliminate them all. The pilot encourages him to advance further, but Colonel Meow points out a concern. While they can block the harbors and coast, they have no idea where the monsters might be hiding. If one were to slip through the defenses and reach the city through the creeks, could the Navy's high-class rocket launchers stop it in time? The pilot then asks if Colonel Meow has noticed anything peculiar about the sea beast attacks. Meow asks for clarification, and the pilot explains that the creatures seem to be engaging in suicidal assaults, their behavior growing increasingly erratic. However, he has detected a pattern in their movements, a rhythmic sequence. He suggests that the sea beasts may be acting as an organized group, their attacks far too strategic to be random. Colonel Meow is taken aback by this revelation. Could the sea beasts be structured into ethnic groups, or have they managed to form civilizations in an astonishingly short time? The pilot cautions against jumping to conclusions, but asserts that their assaults are not meaningless. The creatures appear to be learning from their battles with humans, adjusting their strategies and becoming more dangerous. If this is true, he warns, the consequences could be catastrophic. The pilot further notes that the larger beast kings seem to possess intelligence on par with humans. Both men hope their suspicions are unfounded, yet an ominous sense of impending doom looms over them. Just then, a crew member rushes over with urgent news, a message from the Ministry of National Security. The military will seize control of the entire Yanhang country within 3 days. When asked about the exact location, Colonel Meow confirms it. Baiju Battle Zone, on the city's southern side. As night falls, a woman awakens with an eerie sense of a presence outside her window. She tries to wake her husband, but he dismisses her fear as a hallucination. However, in the next moment, she sees it, a monster staring at them from the darkness. Meanwhile, the military escalates to a level 1 alert upon confirming that a creature has infiltrated the city. That night, disaster strikes Town. Over 5,000 people perish in the monster's rampage. The villagers are urged to evacuate immediately, and everyone bands together in a desperate effort to flee. Driven by the scent of food, the monster heads toward Tien's farm. As the beast nears, an alarm blares, signaling the approach of a large heat source. Shiai stands ready for the coming threat. The creature, a formidable Prussian crocodile species, boasts a speed of 105 and a strength of 850. However, an observer coldly declares that while it appears massive, it lacks true form and does not deserve the title of king. He then orders Shia and Haley to take it down, as the farm is running low on meat for his dog. As time passes, Han asks his brother if the meat is ready, only to receive the disappointing reply that it isn't cooked yet. The beast's meat is notoriously difficult to prepare. Tien jokingly suggests that if Xiao can't wait, he should eat the monster's legs. Han protests, finding it unfair, but Tien explains that the dog can eat raw meat without issue. Meanwhile, our protagonist observes the beast's remains, noting that its skin could be turned into leather shoes, its teeth could serve medical purposes, and its meat could be used for a variety of dishes. Weighing around 10 tons, the creature's meat would be enough to feed the dog for days. Once the food is finally cooked, Han and our protagonist take their first bites and are instantly amazed. The meat is incredibly tender, its white texture unlike anything they've ever tasted. As he continues eating, he notices something extraordinary. The meat enhances his strength, triggering a rare change in his evolutionary traits. This realization leads him to a conclusion. Consuming the flesh of such beasts could open new paths to evolution. However, a chilling thought crosses his mind. Had this creature fed on its own kind? The blood and flesh of evolvers are known to greatly benefit others like them. As he contemplates this unsettling possibility, Lee reflects on the looming second destruction wave and the terrifying threat of the V-shaped virus. Understanding the grim future awaiting humanity, he considers how some evolved individuals might resort to devouring their own kind in pursuit of power. Such shortcuts, though rare, are both immoral and dangerous. Meanwhile, Xiao, now fully satisfied, enjoys the meal without a care in the world, while our protagonist ponders his next steps to strengthen himself further. Elsewhere in the city, the military receives an alarming report. There is no trace of the Beast King. The officers find this hard to believe, as the only evidence left behind is a piece of scale armor, marked with bite marks. Beyond that, there is no sign of the legendary beast. Yuch Chung, a former parliament member, is stunned by the news. Despite his worsening condition, his fits of bloody coughing growing more severe, he remains determined to capture the Beast King. He dismisses his own health as a minor concern compared to the greater challenges ahead. The military reports that the area has been abandoned, with all villagers having relocated, except for one farm near the site where the broken armor was discovered. This revelation catches Yuch and the council off guard, raising their suspicions. As they decide to investigate the farm, a female soldier considers a new possibility. Could Tien be involved? Inside the farm, Han practices the brainwave technique but stumbles and falls. Despite this, she notices her brain strength has improved. However, she complains about being tired and not enjoying training. To encourage her, he promises more fried chicken legs and suggests finding new ways to have fun. Testing this, Han plays with Shiai. Meanwhile, his brother analyzes her condition. realizing that while Han's brain power has increased, her skill value remains unchanged. After she eats the beast's meat, he understands that her mental strength depends on her increased mental attributes. He considers how consuming meat boosts points, but notes that the effects vary depending on the type of evolution. He also concludes that all basic attributes improve after eating the meat due to the intelligence linked to the atavistic brain. Despite encountering a monster larger than Shiai, the beast is ordinary in nature, and they defeat it with ease. However, he contemplates the challenge of facing a level 7 atavistic beast, which would be far more powerful. He observes that organisms are evolving rapidly, with no sign of human life in the sea, suggesting that newly evolved breeds will soon surpass earlier ones. This realization forces him to consider humanity's struggle for survival and the urgent need to adapt. Though sea creatures have yet to evolve to survive on land without water, giving humanity a temporary advantage, he understands the need to upgrade human capabilities. He then contemplates raising a beast king, recognizing its self-healing abilities, which could provide a steady supply of meat and other valuable resources while strengthening Shiai. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden meow, making him wonder where a cat could have come from. Stepping outside, he finds Shiai making cat-like sounds. He turns to his sister, who explains that she was playing with Shiai and hacked his memories to make him behave like a cat since she wanted one. Her brother, unimpressed, tells her this wasn't his intention, but she dismisses his concerns. Later, as Shiai's memories return, he inquires about his discoveries. Han reveals that Shiai has found new creatures in town, monsters with hard shells resembling stinky crabs, now advancing toward a military jeep. The military forces fight desperately against the relentless onslaught of monstrous crabs. Despite their best efforts, bullets prove ineffective as the creatures regenerate almost instantly. A female officer orders the troops to target the eyes, but the crabs continue closing in. In the chaos, a military jeep crashes, leaving its occupants injured and disoriented. Inside, Jung frantically tries to wake Yuan, urging her to escape. With little time to spare, they manage to flee, narrowly avoiding the advancing crabs. As they run, a crab lunges at Yuan, but Jung pushes her out of the way, only to be grabbed by the beast. Both of them collapse to the ground. When Yuan regains consciousness, she finds a massive crab claw just inches from her face. To her shock, it stops at the last moment. Suddenly, their boy arrives with his crew, expressing his relief at seeing Yuan again. But before they can fully reunite, she warns him of a monster creeping up behind him. He remains calm, assuring her that it's only Shiai, and introduces the girl beside him as his sister. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of an enormous male crab. Without hesitation, Li commands Shiai to devour its heart, but leave the rest of the meat. Meanwhile, his sister, fascinated, excitedly claims the crab roe for herself. Amidst the battlefield, Yuan rushes to tend to Yu Chung, doing everything in her power to stabilize him. She encourages him to hold on, promising they'll get him to a hospital. Despite her efforts, Yu Chung insists the medicine should be reserved for the younger generation, revealing his renewed hope after witnessing Tian's strength. As tensions rise, their boy questions Yuan about her position as a parliament member, but before she can answer, Shay interrupts, pleading for help in getting Yu Chung to a hospital. Desperate, she offers military support in exchange for assistance. Li, though taken aback by her intensity, reassures her that he won't let Yu Chung die. As a man of integrity, he reaches into his supplies, pulling out an LV4 Divine Cherry Tomato and handing it to her, instructing her to use it to aid Yu Chung's recovery. Yuan is confused as she watches him hand her a tomato, finding the gesture absurd and assuming he must be joking. In pain and desperate, she continues urging him to go to the hospital. her frustration mounting with every passing second. He, on the other hand, growing tired of her persistence, silently finds her behavior increasingly annoying. Without a word, he grabs the LV4 Divine Cherry Tomato, consuming it himself before feeding her some as well. As soon as Yuan takes a bite, a shift occurs in her body, and she visibly becomes anxious, unsure of what's happening to her. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of heat floods her, and she collapses to the ground. Han, shocked by the sight, looks to her brother for an explanation. Remaining calm, he tells her that Yuan's body is entering a dormant phase, which is necessary for the self-repair process to begin. He then explains that the tomato is a divine-level fruit with an 80% activation rate, capable of healing and unlocking dormant potential in the body. This will speed up her recovery and enhance her strength. As Yuan lies motionless, he reassures Han that everything is proceeding as expected, and that soon, Yuan will undergo a remarkable transformation. He then checks Yuan's special ability, extreme speed, and contrasts it with Yu Qing's remarkable resilience. After weighing the situation, he decides that erasing their memories might offer them some protection. Yet, he considers that returning them to the government might be a better option in the long run. Han disagrees, feeling it's wrong to expose them to evolutionary elements in their environment. She impresses him with her thoughtful response, and his attention shifts to the increasing threat of sea creatures. These creatures, capable of evolving and coming onto land, represent a danger. Until now, only amphibians have had this ability. He begins formulating a plan to request additional military resources, anticipating the arrival of these sea monsters. He knows the threat is serious and feels that the Yanhuang military is the best option for preparation. Meanwhile, Han informs him she has adjusted their energy levels. Understanding her needs, Li instructs Han and Xia to take the crab meat to the farm. When Han mentions feeling hungry due to the energy modification process, Li reassures her, promising to prepare a hearty casserole and delicious meat when he returns. With that, they head toward their separate destinations. At the military base, Meiyu arrives, greeted by Yuan Yi and Yang Angyang. Meiyu informs them that he's been reassigned to oversee the southern region of Yanhang, and that he'll be taking charge of the Hangshan district at 3 o'clock. Intrigued by the concept of human evolvers, individuals who are stronger than regular people, Meiyu asks about their abilities. Yuan acknowledges their strength and, at Meiyu's request, agrees to join him for further discussion. Despite his calm, outward demeanor, Yuan struggles with a persistent cough, which he dismisses as trivial. The group heads to meet Professor Nan, who updates them on his research into mutant beasts and the successful creation of nanoglass. However, the demonstration goes awry when a human evolver, unable to control his overwhelming strength, inadvertently destroys the lab's nanoglass. Annoyed, Professor Nan assures everyone the damage won't go unaddressed. The evolver is revealed to be Yu Qing from the Southern City Parliament. Stepping forward, Yu Qing apologizes profusely for the accident. Mew is taken aback when he learns that human evolvers don't just grow stronger, they actually undergo drastic physical changes. Yui elaborates, explaining that their transformations differ from those of military evolvers, making them a unique force altogether. He then shares an update on Yu Chong, whose physical stats have surged, and he's awakened a powerful ability known as Blood Rage. Mew is particularly intrigued by this revelation, noting that Yu Chong's ability might cause him to lose control and enter a frenzied state. His curiosity deepens as he grows eager to learn more about other evolvers. As they continue talking, another evolver suddenly arrives with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, she confronts Mew, asking if he's the one who took over her father's position, mentioning that she's heard plenty about him. Impressed by her agility, Mew listens as Yui introduces her and reveals her special skill, stealth. She acknowledges the introduction with a nod, expressing admiration before humbly stating that her abilities are best suited for dealing with smaller creatures. In contrast, she explains, Yu Chong, with his raw power, is far better equipped to handle monstrous threats like the legendary Beast King. Mo acknowledges how terrifying it must be to take down such a creature with a single strike. Just as the discussion unfolds, Yu Chong arrives, catching the last bit of the conversation. Amused, he asks if they've been talking about him. She introduces him to Colonel Mew, and the two exchange brief yet firm greetings. Mew's curiosity only intensifies. Where did these evolvers come from? What shaped them into what they are now? He presses for answers, mentioning that he's heard they were discovered outside the military police department under strange circumstances. Why had they been there in the first place? And more importantly, why were there no records? The security cameras had mysteriously malfunctioned that night, leaving behind no evidence. Could this have been a deliberate act? Perhaps someone orchestrated the event, but there were no traces to confirm that theory. Yu Chong admits he has tried to recall what happened, but his memories are a complete blank. The female evolver echoes his sentiment, revealing that she too has no recollection of how they ended up there. Before the discussion can go any further, Professor Nan interjects. It's pointless to dwell on their past, he states bluntly. Instead, he shifts the focus to a more pressing matter, their access to superhuman gene banks. While they have the technology to cultivate more evolvers, a critical issue stands in their way: funding. Training these beings, providing them with weapons, and developing specialized combat gear all require massive financial resources. Unfortunately, with most of Yanhang's budget funneled into maintaining civilian shelters, the funding pool is running dry. Nan turns to Colonel Mu, hoping he can help secure financial backing. Mu agrees to escalate the request to his superiors, though the weight of the situation begins to press down on him. The conversation takes a grim turn as Mu considers the growing threat from the sea. Reports indicate that oceanic beasts are getting dangerously close to the mainland, and the Dongan fleet must mobilize immediately to counter the threat. But even with their current forces, Mu fears it may not be enough. More evolvers might be needed to face what's coming. Meanwhile, deep in the Southern Ocean, within the abyss of the Mariana Trench, something stirs. A new beast has emerged, its instincts sharp, its hunger unrelenting. It moves with purpose, its gaze set on the distant city. Late at night, a sudden noise jolts a boy awake in his apartment. Something strikes his window with a dull thud. Curious, he peers outside and spots an object lying on the ground. Stepping closer, he discovers a fragment of plarium, a remnant of the Beast King. The sight makes his stomach churn, but before he can react, the strange fragment suddenly springs to life, latching onto his face. Panic surges through him as he struggles, but the creature burrows into his skull, overriding his senses and seizing control of his body. Now possessed, his consciousness fades into the background as the entity directs his movements, compelling him toward a singular purpose: seeking out the king of mankind. Meanwhile, Han is engrossed in an experiment with a bizarre sea creature resembling a mutated fish. Concentrating, she delves into its mind, merging her consciousness with its through sheer psychic force. The connection allows her to sift through its thoughts and memories, but the strain is unbearable. Blood trickles from her lips as she convulses, her body overwhelmed. Tien, alarmed, rushes to her side, lifting her up in an attempt to stabilize her. But their brief connection has triggered something sinister. The sea creature, drawn to Han's mental energy, begins resonating with her brainwaves. A chilling realization dawns on her. she can feel an ocean teeming with thought, a vast network of aggression radiating from the depths. Her voice barely above a whisper, she warns Tien. It knows I'm here. It's coming for me. He grips her tightly, assuring her that she's safe, but his mind reels. Somewhere in the depths, the sea monster has mistaken Han's formidable mental presence for that of the king of mankind. The realization ignites a dangerous instinct. With a silent command, it summons its legion of oceanic servants, dispatching them to hunt her down. Across the city, chaos erupted. A nightmare unfolded as ordinary citizens fell under the sea monster's influence, their bodies hijacked. Like marionettes, they moved without free will, attacking at random. Yuan arrived first, cutting through the controlled puppets with ruthless precision. Area D was cleared within moments. She wasted no time, moving to secure Area F. Meanwhile, Yu Chung worked to trace the origin of the puppets. His search led him to the professor, who insisted they capture a live subject. These aren't just mindless husks, the professor murmured. Listen to them. The puppets twitched, lips moving in unison. The king of mankind. The little girl. A chill crept through the professor. They're searching for something, Yu Chung muttered. Or someone. The realization set in like a slow-moving horror. This wasn't random. It was a hunt led by something intelligent. Far removed from the mayhem, Han sat at the dinner table, blissfully unaware. She savored the last bites of a seafood feast, the cheesy baked crab melting in her mouth. A contented sigh left her lips, though a thought nagged at her. We're almost out of beast meat, she murmured. Her brother, deep in thought, barely heard her. His mind was on the farm. Ordinary meat didn't help him evolve, but beast meat, that was valuable. Yet no matter how much he fed Xiao, the consumption yielded no points. The balance was off. His thoughts broke when a glowing screen flickered into existence before him. Level up, level 1 to level 2. Shock coursed through him. He had evolved. Another notification blinked into view. New feature unlocked, side quests. Han glanced at him. You're sweating. He barely registered her concern. His mind locked onto the message. Side quests. High risk, high reward. And if the attack was coming, he needed to be stronger. What's the first quest? He tapped the screen. Objective 1. Eliminate the puppets wreaking havoc in the city. Objective 2. Reach the city center. Locate and destroy the crystal stone. His pulse quickened. If he hesitated, Han would be in danger. The sea beast had already marked her. If it made landfall, no, he wouldn't let that happen. Time was running out. He accepted the quest. Tien has only 48 hours to complete both objectives. Failure will result in severe penalties. He arrives at a city overrun with puppets. In the distance, a faint glow catches his eye. He suspects it's the summoning crystal stone, the key to his side quest. As he prepares, the puppets fix their hollow stares on him. A status screen flickers to life, revealing a critical detail. Destroying a fragment will grant him the ability to kill the puppets. The fragment belongs to a secondary evolved Beast King. Gripping his sword, Tien braces for battle. The puppets advance. His blade swings in a powerful arc, cutting down several at once. More rush toward him. Time is slipping away. Only 26 hours remain. In that time, he slaughters 429 puppets. After resting and eating, he feels a surge in strength. With the planarian branch fragment destroyed, he finally reaches the summoning crystal stone. Then, a chilling realization strikes. This Beast King possesses the ability to divide into countless creatures, controlling them at will. Killing them all individually is impossible within the time limit. The penalties for failure loom over him. He's not willing to waste his hard-earned points. There's only one option: destroy the branching core with everything he has. With 26 hours left, Tien pushes forward. At the heart of the crystal's domain, an overwhelming number of puppets stand in formation. Observing them closely, he deduces they are created from clusters of smaller crystals. Scattered crystal groups dot the area, but he sets his sights on the largest one. It must hold the summoning crystal stone. He tests his theory, slicing through several puppets. Suddenly, his strength plummets. A sharp fatigue overtakes him. The cause? His gravity skill is draining him at an alarming rate. Completing the quest will not be as straightforward as he hoped. Thinking fast, he considers using medicinal-grade plants to replenish his stamina. But for now, he makes a crucial decision. He must conserve his energy. Using gravity skills recklessly will only lead to failure. With renewed focus, Tien begins cutting down the puppets one by one. Each kill saps his strength, but he doesn't stop. He commits fully to the fight. However, another problem arises. The energy boost from the carrot he consumed lasts only 20 minutes. Time is against him, but he presses on.
Sorry for the interruption, but if you're loving this series, you don't have to wait. Get up to 16 episodes ahead right now on Patreon. Support the channel, unlock exclusive content, and stay ahead of the story. Links in the description. Now back to the video.
Checking his inventory for anything that could boost his energy, Tien finds it nearly empty, except for a handful of ancient medicine-grade soybeans. They offer only 5 energy points, barely enough to sustain him. With just 4 hours left in the quest, his strength continues to dwindle. Desperate, he considers the albino corn. If he consumes it, he estimates he could kill the puppets in 30 seconds. But survival afterward? Unlikely. Gritting his teeth, he presses on, swinging his sword with every ounce of willpower he has left. Eventually, he gives in and eats the soybeans, knowing it's a waste, but having no other choice. A grim realization sets in. The combined effects of blood loss and energy depletion might kill him before he can finish the quest. Then, a status screen flashes before him. He's received a camouflage chili pepper, a rare item that grants 10 minutes of invisibility. Without hesitation, he activates it and quickly consumes high-grade food from his inventory. Among them is a cold bento, a meal that boosts his physical strength by 5, stops his bleeding, and quells his hunger. The moment the camouflage effect wears off, only 3 hours remain. With renewed focus, he resumes his assault. One by one, he cuts down every last puppet, 1,000 in total. By the time only 20 minutes remain, he is running on fumes. But the mission isn't over yet. Gripping his sword tightly, Tien staggers toward the massive formation. As he shatters the summoning crystal stone, a sudden surge of strength courses through him, only for it to fade just as quickly. His vision blurs. His body screams in exhaustion. But the quest is almost complete. With only 15 minutes left in the quest, Tien delivers the final blow, shattering the crystal stone and completing both objectives. A system notification confirms his success. He has finished the quest and earned a massive reward: 2 million points, a weapon upgrade coupon, and LV for crop seeds. But before he can celebrate, his stamina finally gives out, and he collapses from exhaustion. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, the sea monster learns of the crystal stone's destruction. Furious, it commands its sea soldiers to hunt down the one responsible and eliminate him. Back on land, Tien regains consciousness, groggy but alive. A new message flashes before him, a second side quest waiting for his acceptance. Surprisingly, his strength has been fully restored, but his food inventory remains dangerously low. Without hesitation, he chooses to accept the mission. Glancing at the weapon upgrade coupon, he wonders if he received it before blacking out. Without wasting time, he equips the Q1 sword, a powerful weapon capable of dealing heavy damage with continuous bleeding effects. But there's no time to dwell on it. His new quest is urgent. The objective: eliminate the hard-armored army. A countdown warns that he has only 4 minutes left to accept. Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath him. From the seashore, an ominous presence approaches. The sea monster's soldiers have arrived, their orders clear: kill Tien at all costs. The sea monster finally arrives in the city, wielding the power of domination as its skill. It is a crab king, and as it senses a heat source, it realizes the presence of the last human remaining on Earth. This heat source turns out to be Tien, the very person responsible for destroying the summoning crystal and killing the monster's puppets. The message about Tien's actions reaches the creature inside the sea, and it is enraged to learn that this human has not only broken its formation, but also taken down its puppets. The sea monster wonders if there are other humans with extraordinary abilities, but it quickly dismisses the thought. Humans are far less evolved than sea creatures. Fueled by anger and a desire for vengeance, the monster vows not to forgive Tien. The idea that humans could possess more power than sea creatures is intolerable. Determined, the monster decides to fight the man responsible for the destruction of its plans. Its generals, as hungry for blood as the monster itself, eagerly anticipate the impending battle. The Crab King believes that only the strongest creatures, sea creatures, should survive, and initially it plans to eliminate the King of Mankind and dominate the city. But as it contemplates the idea of facing this human with extraordinary powers, it finds the prospect more entertaining than simply conquering the land. The monster begins to prepare, feeling its domination power surge, signaling the descent of its full strength. A status screen confirms the shift. It sees Tien through the crab and dismisses him as insignificant, too weak to have destroyed the summoning crystal stone. However, the monster is intrigued by the idea of an entertaining fight, unwilling to settle for something dull. Tien, realizing that someone is controlling the Crab King, directs his anger at the destruction of the summoning stone. But what shocks the monster is that Tien is speaking the language of the sea creatures, understanding its thoughts. This ability is the result of Tien's Eye of Truth skill, which allows him to comprehend the simple language of the sea tribes. Tien knows that the language of the sea is straightforward and easy to learn. In contrast, the monster struggles to understand human languages. It remembers when Shia's language system was undeveloped, and he had to purchase a translator to make communication easier. Despite this, Tien isn't truly trying to communicate. He's only attempting to intimidate the monster with lies. The Crab King is taken aback by Tien's words, feeling underestimated. It views Tien's dismissal of the sea language as belittling to the sea tribe. In response, the monster declares that his tribe doesn't learn the language of lower-class beings, relying instead on raw, absolute power. It dismisses all human-made contraptions as mere child's play. Tien, unshaken, questions the monster's pride. If the sea tribe is so powerful, why hasn't it already conquered the land? Is it a matter of choice, or simply a need for a larger force? The monster, furious at Tien's insolence, finds the questions nonsensical and irrelevant, but they only add fuel to the fire of its rage. At the farm, Xia sleeps soundly, unaware of the growing tension. Han, however, remains restless, her instincts on high alert. A sudden unease washes over her, and without hesitation, she urges Xia to follow her immediately. Back in the city, the Crab King glares at Tien, warning him against arrogance. Unfazed, Tien tightens his grip on his sword and lunges, his blade slicing through the air. The monstrous crustacean, however, evades the attack with unsettling agility. Tien narrows his eyes. He knows exactly what's coming next. The creature will retreat into the shadows of its swarm, letting its underlings do the dirty work. Deep within the Crab King, the true mastermind, already wielding the terrifying power of domination, issues a command. The order is simple: capture the human. At once, the ground trembles as an army of smaller crabs surges forward, their pincers snapping hungrily. Tien doesn't flinch. With a swift motion, he swings his sword, carving through the wave of creatures. But even as their numbers dwindle, he quickly realizes the sheer force of the Beast King is beyond anything he anticipated. Amused by his struggle, the larger monster scoffs, taunting him. If he's struggling against mere subordinates, then he's hopelessly outmatched against the true ruler of the sea. Then, with a roar, the Crab King orders its forces to attack in unison. Just as the swarm closes in, Tien suddenly notices something unusual. The enemy ranks are already being torn apart. Confusion flickers in the Crab King's many eyes as it, too, registers the unexpected assault. Tien turns sharply, and relief floods him. His allies have arrived. Han steps forward with a sly grin, shaking her head. Ganging up on someone? That's hardly fair. With a confident smirk, she raises her weapon. The relentless swarm of crabs continues its assault, but Tien wastes no time. He instructs Han to take charge and lead their allies into battle. Concern flashes across her face as she glances at him. "Are you all right?" she asks. Tien offers a grateful nod, acknowledging her perfect timing. She explains that they had already been making their way toward him the moment they sensed his signal. Her eyes darken when she notices the fresh wounds across his hands. Fury rises within her when he casually mentions that the crabs were responsible, their relentless attacks leaving him bleeding. Before she can react, Tien reassures her. "They're already healing," he says, gesturing to the fading scars. The restorative effects of the carrots are working. Still, the moment lingers in his mind. Perhaps Han shouldn't be exposed to such danger. Doubt creeps in as he questions whether he's done enough as a brother to protect her. But Han doesn't waver. She meets his gaze and reminds him, "I'll always be by your side. Whatever we face together." There's strength in her voice, unwavering resolve. "I'm not the same as before. I've grown." Taking a breath, Tien shifts focus. "Did you bring the ancient medicine-grade food?" Han raises her hand, and with a display of her floating magnetic field mastery, the items materialize before them. Tien grins in approval, scanning through them in his menu list before directing her attention to the true threat, the massive creature looming at the center of the battlefield. Curious about the monster's abilities, he wonders if any of them are linked to Han's mind. Without hesitation, Han extends her consciousness, probing the depths of the creature's brain. Meanwhile, Jia continues tearing through the crab horde with relentless ferocity. A sudden shift occurs. The monster detects a familiar presence, a distinct brainwave that sends a jolt of recognition through its mind. It reels in shock. The king of mankind. Han is the one it has been searching for all along. The realization sends a ripple of excitement through the beast. With absolute certainty, it proclaims that Tien's strength is merely an extension of his role as the subordinate of the king of mankind. Yet neither he nor Han has any clue about the monster's revelation. But the creature has no intention of backing down. With newfound determination, it prepares to unleash its most devastating ability, a grand water-summoning formation. The monster envisions a city drowned beneath the waves, the ocean swallowing the land as the sea tribes rise to claim dominion. Tien, however, understands the true implications of this formation. If completed, It will mark the beginning of an all-out invasion, a catastrophe that will reshape the land forever. The monster, sensing its victory is near, bellows a command. Every minion must eradicate anyone who dares to stand in its way. The Crab King launches a ferocious assault on Tien and Han, striking with overwhelming speed and power. A devastating blow sends Tien reeling, but he quickly realizes that the true target has always been Han. The monster barely acknowledges him, making him question whether Han might indeed be the king of mankind. The thought unsettles him, but the creature's fixation on her forces him to consider the possibility. If the king of mankind were to fall, would the sea monster truly be able to rule humanity? Though the idea seems absurd, from the perspective of a sea creature, it might make perfect sense. Regardless, he refuses to let the monster reach Han. Meanwhile, Han struggles to evade the Crab King's relentless pursuit, its eyes never leaving her. She signals to Tien to move toward the dense complex, and though injured, he urges her to be cautious. Each attack from the monstrous crabs leaves him scarred and weakened. Xia fights alongside Tien's uncle, battling the smaller sea creatures. Though they manage to clear many, Xia suffers numerous wounds. His strength begins to wane, and even the once powerful presence of Xiao starts to weaken, making their fight all the more difficult. As the battle rages, Tien watches in awe as Xia lands a massive strike against the Crab King. Relief washes over him, until, to his horror, Xia is slammed to the ground, overpowered by the monstrous foe. The Crab King, unyielding in its assault, prepares to crush them all. Han desperately uses her abilities to restrain the creature, slowing it down, but her strength is rapidly fading. She signals to Tien. He must act now or she won't be able to hold the monster back much longer. The monster seethed, its frustration mounting as it realized the cunning nature of its opponents. Shock rippled through its massive frame when Tien materialized before it in an instant. Silent, undetectable. The notion that he could move unseen unsettled the creature, but Tien dismissed any supernatural explanation. He knew every fighter had a strategy, and this was his. Without hesitation, he launched a devastating strike at the Crab King, his movements fluid and precise. Meanwhile, Han was struggling. Controlling the monster's mind had drained her, exhaustion weighing heavily on her. Sensing her struggle, our protagonist handed her a carrot, urging her to eat and regain strength. He acknowledged her extraordinary ability to manipulate such a massive creature, even if only for a brief moment. However, the effort had taken a toll. Maintaining control over its mind was like trying to hold on to a raging storm. She counted herself lucky. Had the monster's brain been more complex, it would have been impossible. The beast let out a furious roar, unable to comprehend how it had lost control, even temporarily. Our protagonist, unshaken, calmly explained. While the monster's senses were powerful, its obsession with regaining control had left it vulnerable. In its frantic struggle to reclaim its mind, it had unknowingly drained its own energy. Worse yet, its singular focus had blinded it to the Beast King's ability to manipulate. With its attention diverted, Tien had found and exploited its blind spots, striking from behind the towering structures. Enraged, the monster spat accusations, calling Tien a despicable trickster, but our hero merely smirked. "Isn't it ironic?" he countered. "You command minions to do your bidding, yet you cry foul when strategy is used against you." The challenge hung in the air. Would the creature try again? At that moment, a status screen flickered into existence. A notification appeared. The Hard Armor Army has been eliminated. Side quest complete. Their reward, Deep Sea Scuba Gear. Level 1. Tien's brows lifted in surprise at the unexpected reward. Just then, his uncle arrived, carrying Xia on his back. Urgency laced his voice as he urged Tien to check on the injured dog. Turning to Nan for insight, Tien asked about Xia's condition. Nan explained that the dog had absorbed a surge of wolf energy after sustaining injuries, but he would recover. Tien reassured Han, explaining that Xia was merely in a state of hibernation. Curious, Tien inquired about the magnitude of energy Xia had unleashed. His uncle confirmed that it was far greater than before, enough to temporarily trigger Xia's transformation into a beast king. Han suggested feeding Xia a carrot and letting him rest. With the battle over and their mission complete, a rare sense of relief washed over them. The chaos had finally subsided. But beneath the waves, another storm was brewing. The sea monster writhed with humiliation. To be defeated by mere humans, it was unthinkable. The sea tribe urged him to reconsider his reckless actions, warning him against venturing ashore alone. As their leader, he was too important to risk. With the water summoning formation destroyed, they needed a new way to reach the land. Rushing in blindly was not the answer. Yet the monster refused to listen. Defeat was an unbearable stain on his honor. If he could not conquer the so-called king of mankind, he would bring disgrace upon himself and his kind. Worse, it would prove humans were stronger than the creatures of the sea, an insult he would never allow to stand. Determined to reclaim his pride, he vowed to challenge the king of mankind once more. Seeing his unwavering resolve, the tribe prepared for war. The monster seethed, its pride wounded beyond repair. Humiliation burned through its very being, igniting an unshakable resolve. It would fight, consequences be damned. Whether it spilled human or monster blood, it no longer mattered. At that very moment, the elder god, Kraken Mount, stirred from its deep slumber. Towering over the battlefield, it was an entity of unparalleled might, far surpassing even the formidable Beast King. As the monstrous sovereign approached, it did not grovel or beg. Instead, it demanded strength. Strength to crush the enemy with its own power rather than relying on the Kraken's direct intervention. The colossal cephalopod regarded the king with unblinking intensity. Failure, it declared, would bring shame not only upon the king but upon itself and its master. However, it assured the king that it would stand beside him, ready to confront the force that had so grievously insulted them. Meanwhile, in a very different part of the world, Han flatly refused to let Tien accept the side quest. Tien, frustrated, argued that skipping it would slow their progress, making it harder to earn valuable points. But Han remained unmoved. Something about this quest felt off. When they examined the system screen, their suspicions deepened. The taskbar was missing. Instead of clear objectives, the only requirement stated something cryptic. Can only be completed by players. A trap, Han concluded. And he wasn't alone in his doubt. Surprisingly, the system itself seemed to agree with Han, a detail that unsettled him. Why was it aligning with his concerns? He quickly pushed the thought aside and focused on the facts. Their ranks were already high, so there was no urgent need to risk unnecessary danger. More concerningly, if Tien got injured during the mission, the regenerative abilities of the farm's enchanted carrots could weaken, jeopardizing his survival. She reasoned that forfeiting the quest's rewards wasn't the end of the world. In just 10 days, their farm's natural yield would make up for the lost points. Furthermore, she pointed out, they could use the growth potion to enhance their farm's defenses, preparing for the inevitable chaos of the next destruction wave. Tien was impressed. Han's sharp reasoning had laid out a clear and logical case. Still, something nagged at him. He struggled to explain the instinct that tugged at him, the feeling that he needed to take on multiple quests at once. As he wrestled with his thoughts, Han pressed him for an explanation. After a pause, Tien finally found the words. Every time he engaged with a side quest, It was as if he became woven into its very fabric. He wasn't merely playing, he was being pulled into an unfolding narrative. He illustrated his point with an example. Every story presented two paths, engagement or inaction. But this wasn't just any game. This was an apocalypse survival game. Tien suspected that if he ignored the game's storyline entirely, there could be serious repercussions. The system wasn't just for show. It had rules, and breaking them could mean dire consequences. Han considered his words carefully. If Tien's theory was correct, then rejecting certain quests might trigger penalties, perhaps a reduction in farm production, or worse, the death of those with fewer points. The game's mechanics were far more intricate than they had initially believed. After weighing the risks, Tien made his choice. He would accept the quest. His past experiences had been at a beginner's level, but he knew that phase was over. He was ready to take on something bigger. As their discussion came to an end, a powerful presence rippled through the air. The kraken had arrived, and with it, the Beast King, both poised for battle. Tienran finally relents, accepting the quest with a firm resolve, turning to Han with an air of finality. He explains that resisting is meaningless. Fate has already set this confrontation in motion. Before anyone can react further, the sea erupts with violent force. Towering waves crash against the city as the monstrous kraken emerges, its colossal tentacles sending torrents of water in every direction. The sheer impact of its arrival shatters structures and floods the streets. Tien's instincts kick in immediately. He turns to his uncle, his voice sharp with urgency. "Take Han and Xia to higher ground, now!" Han hesitates, concern flickering in her eyes, but Tien's uncle doesn't wait for further argument. Without a word, he hoists Xia onto his shoulders and pulls Han along as the water surges around them. Even as she's led away, Han glances back, her expression torn between worry and trust. Tien remains in place, his eyes locked onto the monstrous being before him. Now that it has fully surfaced, he can take in its staggering size. It dwarfs even the tallest buildings, its deep-sea form perfectly adapted to the crushing pressures of the abyss. He expected no less. Creatures that rule the ocean's depths always possess overwhelming power. Beside the kraken, another figure emerges, a presence just as formidable, though in a different way. The king. With an undeniable air of authority, the king strides forward, his attention solely on Tien. A powerful, commanding voice echoes through the flooded cityscape. It is time. Our battle begins now. Tien studies him, piecing together Han's earlier descriptions with what stands before him. The king's fish-like tail sways in the water, his form radiating a murderous aura that could freeze lesser beings in place. There is no doubt, this is the ruler of the Sea Tribe, and he is far stronger than any evolved beast Tien has faced before. Despite this certainty, Tien's gaze flickers to a status screen, searching for more details. Yet, while it provides some insight into the king's abilities, the information regarding the kraken remains frustratingly vague. The only revealed skills: Mist and Phantom. A troubling realization creeps into Tien's mind. His eye of truth, which has always granted him unparalleled insight, now seems limited. Is it possible that creatures of this level exist beyond the reach of his ability? Or are there certain evolutionary thresholds where even his skill falters? The unknown gnaws at him, but there's no time to dwell on it. The king, having studied Tien just as intently, finally speaks again. "I had assumed the girl was the leader of mankind," he admits, his tone almost contemplative. "But now I see. I was mistaken. It is you." Tien meets his gaze without flinching, utterly unfazed by the weight of the words. Titles mean nothing to me, he states coldly, but anyone who dares threaten my sister will be erased. The king's expression hardens. Arrogant child. His voice drips with disdain. You have no comprehension of the scale of this battle. Without further warning, Tian strikes. His sword cleaves through the air, its edge glowing with raw, condensed power, as he delivers a devastating blow aimed directly at the king. But before the attack can land, a blur of motion disrupts his strike. A tentacle, fast, unbelievably fast. The kraken intercepts with a speed that defies its massive form. What should have been a lumbering sea beast moves with unnerving agility, redirecting Tian's attack with a precision that feels almost calculated. Tian grits his teeth, instantly adjusting his stance. The kraken is more than just a force of nature. It is a tactical, intelligent predator. And if its first counterattack is anything to go by, this fight will be unlike any he has ever faced. As he locked eyes with his latest adversary, he quickly assessed the situation. The regeneration abilities of these sea creatures posed a serious challenge. With a smirk, he taunted the enemy, mocking the so-called king for sending low-level creatures before, only to show up alone now that the real battle had begun. He scoffed, suggesting that perhaps the rest of the sea tribe was too terrified of humans to fight by his side. Even as he threw out these provocations, he carefully observed the creatures. They didn't seem particularly intelligent or aggressive. It became clear that their biology prioritized muscle over brain power, a fact that could be useful. He decided to gather more intel, hoping to uncover something valuable about their nature. On the other side, the tribe king responded unfazed by the insult. He declared that his people believed in absolute strength, which was why he, as their ruler, personally faced off against another king, his opponent. With a fierce glare, he extended a challenge, a one-on-one duel to settle things once and for all. At this moment, Tian activated his skill, dominance. But before he could reply, the king lunged at him. Tian dodged with ease. The king then growled in frustration, blaming the suffocating surface air for his dwindling patience. If Tian had any sense, he'd take the fight to his domain below. Hearing this, Tian silently analyzed the statement. It confirmed his suspicion deep-sea creatures struggled to adapt to surface conditions. However, he found it frustrating that this was the only new piece of information he had gained, and even that was just an educated guess. In the next instant, the Octopus King attacked again. Tian evaded, slicing through a few of its tentacles in the process. But in that exchange, he felt a sharp sting near his eye. His stomach sank as the realization hit. Poison. The suction cups were lined with countless tiny venomous barbs. Acting fast, he plunged into the water. He needed to eat a detoxifying carrot, and he needed to do it now. As he moved, he cursed himself for his carelessness. He had focused too much on avoiding suffocation and underestimated the true danger: poison. The octopus wasn't just a brute. As the tribe's leader, its venom was potent enough to kill an elephant in small doses. He shoved the carrot into his mouth, chewing rapidly as the antidote worked its way through his system. Relief flooded him as he felt the effects counteracting the poison. He secured his mask back on and exhaled, knowing that if he had hesitated even a second longer, he'd be dead. He turned his gaze back toward the tribe king, but before he could make a move, thick tentacles coiled around his leg and arm, locking him in place. The king's eyes glinted with confidence. The same trick wasn't going to work on him twice. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, a man stood before a barrier, frantically searching for something. Before he could act, Han appeared, blocking his path. In an instant, he realized he couldn't move. She stepped forward, her voice cold and commanding. "Tell me what you're doing here," she ordered. "Refuse, and I'll make sure you never think straight again." The man hesitated, But Han's sharp gaze didn't waver. She repeated her demand, this time with a dangerous edge. "Who are you? And what do you want?" The man responds calmly, assuring her that he means no harm, but his words don't satisfy her curiosity. As he turns, he introduces himself as Dinglu, stating that even if she were to tie him up, he wouldn't resist. He acknowledges her as his benefactor, referring to her as Sister Han. Meanwhile, Han carefully examines his intentions, searching for any sign of deceit but finds nothing threatening about him. Dinglu, however, refuses to answer her second question until he has a chance to meet Tien. At the same time, Tien finds himself moments away from being ensnared by the massive octopus's writhing tentacles, a sight that does not go unnoticed by the tribe's king. Just when it seems like escape is impossible, Tien slices through the surrounding tentacles in one swift motion, harnessing the power of the edible albino corn. The king watches in disbelief. Tien should have been immobilized by the poison, yet he remains unscathed. As he charges toward the king, Tien reveals that he had already taken precautions against the venom. First, he manipulates the gravitational field around him, forming a thin, vacuumed layer over his skin, preventing the tentacles from piercing him. Then, he strategically consumes the albino corn, using its effects to counteract his predicament. However, the corn comes with a price. Its side effects begin draining his stamina at an alarming rate. Sensing that time is running out, Tien forgoes any further engagement with the octopus and lunges straight for the king, unwilling to waste what little energy remains. But something is off. The king appears frozen in terror, until Tien's strike lands, revealing that it was nothing more than a phantom. The king sneers, declaring that if Tien assumes his power is limited to controlling sea beasts, he is sorely mistaken. In addition to dominion over creatures, the king has the ability to adopt their skills as well. He unveils his latest adaptation, the Elder God's skill known as Phantom, granting him the ability to generate limitless clones, making it impossible for Tien to pinpoint the real one. Tien, rather than being shaken, laughs in the king's face for foolishly revealing his technique. But the king remains unfazed, asserting that it doesn't matter. The closer Tien gets, the more powerful the ability becomes, his strength multiplying tenfold. He taunts Tien, suggesting that surrender would be the wiser choice. Meanwhile, Tien finds himself trapped within the illusion, surrounded by the king's taunting voices. The countdown of the albino corn's effects reaches 75. Determined, Tien doesn't hesitate. He slashes at the king with his sword, stacking multiple Elder God skills in his attack. As the countdown drops to 45, his blade pierces the king's body. But Tien isn't surprised. Using his Eye of Truth, he had already discerned the king's true form amidst the phantoms. The illusion was powerless against him. With a sharp smirk, Tien offers the king a somber apology, because his own abilities are the perfect counter to the king's tricks. Tien slumps to the ground, his body drained and his breath ragged. His mind races. Time is running out. The countdown is nearing its end, and he can feel his strength slipping away. Meanwhile, the massive octopus, now unchained from its master's will, thrashes wildly. Its rage grows uncontrollable, its tentacles lashing out with a vengeance. Each strike is more ferocious than the last. Tien dodges as best he can, his movement sluggish, his vision blurring at the edges. Then, in a cruel twist, the carrot clenched between his teeth is knocked from his mouth, tumbling away into the chaos. His heart pounds. The countdown ticks down to 15. His body is on the verge of collapse, his strength, speed, and spirit all but spent. But then, something shifts. A sudden, inexplicable surge of energy floods through him. His limbs, once leaden, feel light again. The fog clouding his mind clears. He clenches his fists and rises to his feet, his body no longer burdened by exhaustion. The octopus looms, but now he is ready. Elsewhere, far from the battlefield, on the outskirts of Anu City within the Yanhang Federation, darkness shrouds a decrepit town. In the heart of this desolate place, a group of ragged, hollow-eyed people shuffle forward under the watchful gaze of armed guards. Their sunken faces betray their suffering, their bodies frail from starvation. A harsh voice cuts through the silence. A man, his presence exuding authority, barks orders at them, demanding they move faster. These wretched souls, plucked from the brink of death, are being kept alive for one purpose: to serve as test subjects. Standing beside him is Ming, his face etched with irritation. The leader turns to him, his tone suddenly shifting, now thick with false flattery as he inquires about the experiments. Ming barely spares him a glance, his patience wearing thin. With a scowl, he states that progress has been disappointing. The genetic drug trials have yielded nothing, an utter failure. Now headquarters has sent him to experiment with radiation toxins in hopes of forcibly creating evolvers. His voice drips with cynicism as he explains the grim reality. The success rate is abysmally low. 1 in 10,000 if they're lucky. The leader barely reacts, his expression cold. These people mean nothing to him. Without hesitation, he orders Ming to select a batch and proceed. But with one modification, some of the injections will be swapped with ordinary glucose, a means to keep up the illusion, to prevent their captives from losing all hope. He also commands that they be given just enough food to survive. If they perish too quickly, there will be no one left to experiment on. A sudden gunshot rings out. The crowd recoils in terror. The leader, unshaken, informs them that the noise is nothing more than the execution of bandits who tried to steal food. His tone is casual, indifferent. Ming leans in, whispering something to him. If they must dispose of failed test subjects, those whose mutations turn malignant, it should be done with knives. A quiet death, a gunshot after all, would only serve to spread fear among the others, making them more difficult to control. Despite his detached demeanor, Ming inwardly seethes at the difficulty of this process. They have already experimented on half the survivors, yet not a single successful evolver has emerged. The overwhelming stench of suffering and decay clings to the air, making his stomach churn. Then, suddenly, the world is bathed in an unnatural, brilliant blue light. A stunned silence falls over the encampment. Ming's breath catches. His mind struggles to grasp what he is witnessing. At first, confusion clouds his expression, but then realization dawns, giving way to something else. Excitement. All around them, the weary prisoners collapse to their knees. Their voices tremble with awe, eyes wide with fear and reverence. To them, this is no mere phenomenon. This is a miracle. The scene transitions to the towering headquarters of the Umbrella Federation, nestled in the heart of Yanhang Federation's Magic City. A helicopter descends onto the rooftop, its blades cutting through the air as it touches down with precision. The moment the landing skids make contact, Mr. B steps out, his long coat billowing slightly from the rotor wash. One of his subordinates rushes forward, urgency in his tone. "Sir, I strongly advise against proceeding. One of the evolvers in custody could be highly dangerous." Mr. B, unfazed by the warning, merely smirks. "Dangerous?" He strides forward confidently. "Then that only makes them more valuable." As the last wisps of smoke clear, the sight before him unfolds. A pair of captured evolvers, bound and surrounded by soldiers who keep their firearms trained on them. A sense of satisfaction crosses Mr. B's face. 2 evolvers awakening simultaneously. What a rare and fortunate occurrence. His subordinate takes this moment to inform him of the situation. Sir, with this development, the conservative faction's families will have no ground to oppose your plans. Nodding in approval, Mr. B's gaze flickers to one of the captives. Wake the second evolver. The subordinate hesitates. That might not be wise, sir. This one is unstable. Keeping him sedated requires 10 times the normal anesthetic dosage. If we wake him now... Mr. B raises a hand, signaling for silence. And the first one? The first tier evolver is awake, the subordinate explains. His ability is limb regeneration. He lost a hand in combat, but is in the process of regrowing it now. He then glances at the unconscious captive. As for the second tier evolver, he lost consciousness due to instability. If not for that, we might not have successfully captured the first one. Mr. B arches an eyebrow, intrigued. How difficult was the capture? The subordinate's expression turns grim. Extremely. After the battle, we sent in dozens of soldiers. But the moment they got close, they experienced unbearable migraines. Some collapsed on the spot, while 2 were confirmed brain dead. A slow grin spreads across Mr. B's face. Fascinating. Begin the process. Replicate their genes. If we want to rule the world, we need an army of evolvers at our command. Meanwhile, far from the Federation's grasp, Tien emerges victorious from his battle, dragging behind him an unconscious octopus-like creature. However, upon returning, he is met with an unexpected sight. Ding is tied up, restrained by Han. His brows furrow in confusion. What's going on here? Han, on the other hand, appears far more interested in Tian's latest catch. Her eyes gleam as she claps her hands together. Takoyaki! Tien lets out a sigh. We can eat later. First, explain. Did you check everything? Han gives a confident nod. Of course. Without waiting for another word, she abruptly rips the tape from Ding's mouth, causing him to wince. Gasping for air, Ding immediately pleads, I need refuge. I'll do anything as long as you take me in. Tien narrows his eyes, trying to make sense of the frantic request. Start from the beginning. Who are you? Ding takes a steadying breath before launching into his explanation. I'm the younger brother of the girl you saved during the retaliation. His voice shakes slightly. My entire family was slaughtered, but then somehow I came back to life. That's when I realized something had changed within me. His fists clench as he recalls the experience. I was left for dead, my body riddled with stab wounds. But when I regained consciousness, there wasn't a single injury left on me. Instead, I could feel something new, an energy, an aura I couldn't explain. His eyes lock onto Tien's, and that's how I found you. I could sense your aura, like a beacon guiding me here. Tien listens intently, then nods solemnly. I'm sorry for what happened to your sister. Ding's expression softens, but he shakes his head. Number I should be thanking you. You gave her a proper farewell. You burned her body so she wouldn't be desecrated. A heavy silence lingers before Tien speaks again. This aura you're talking about, what exactly do you mean? Ding hesitates before answering. I can feel it radiating from you. It's the same as mine. That's why I believe we're alike. A realization dawns on Tien. Ding isn't just any survivor. He's a naturally evolved evolver. If trained properly, he could become a formidable ally. Let's see what you're capable of, Tien says, shifting gears. Ding nods, stepping forward. I have 3 abilities, he begins. First, chameleon. I can blend into my surroundings at will. With a flicker, his body shimmers, partially vanishing before reappearing. Second, petrified skin. My body's defense increases 3-fold, making me nearly impenetrable. He clenches his fist, and his skin hardens into a stone-like texture. And last, rage blood. His expression turns serious. When activated, my blood heats up, amplifying my abilities by 2 times for 30 seconds. But once it fades, my body crashes, and my state drops to 30% efficiency. Tien studies him carefully. A mix of power and risk. If guided properly, Ding could become a valuable companion, or an unpredictable force of nature. Tien carefully examines Ding's abilities, and to his astonishment, he discovers that Ding is a divine-type evolver. This is a rarity since most evolvers typically transform into atavistic types. Intrigued, Tien begins questioning him. "Can you cook?" he asks. Ding nods without hesitation, confirming that he can. "What about farming?" "Tending to cattle." Again, Ding affirms that he has some experience with both. To further impress, he adds, "I can also handle household chores." However, before he can elaborate further, Tien stops him in his tracks. He makes sure Ding understands what he's truly signing up for. "You'll be working 8 hours a day, unpaid, and constantly surrounded by danger," he warns. Ding, however, is unfazed. His expression hardens as he explains that there's no place left for him to go. He has already become a monster in the eyes of the world. "I'd rather live alongside people like me than die alone," he admits. More than that, he has a personal motivation: vengeance. He wants to repay Tien by avenging his family, regardless of how perilous the path may be. Tien, recalling how Ding seamlessly blended into the ground earlier, evaluates his determination before making his decision. With a smirk, he finally announces, "You're hired." Ding's face instantly brightens with relief and excitement. As his first task, Tien assigns him a cooking challenge, preparing a batch of takoyaki using octopus tentacles. This will serve as his trial. The scene transitions to the headquarters where Professor Nan is in deep discussion with General Miao. His voice brims with excitement as he presents his latest breakthrough. "I've finally uncovered the secret behind gene replication," he declares. He begins explaining his initial assumptions, that the experimental drug was ineffective due to the subject's weak physical condition. He had spent considerable time searching for a neutralizing agent, only to realize that wasn't the problem at all. The key lies in the HLB gene type of the superhuman donor, he reveals. Miao listens, but looks puzzled. Sensing his confusion, the professor elaborates further. Think of it like blood types. Each person's genetic arrangement is randomized, with tens of thousands of possible combinations. Miao, growing more restless, attempts to interrupt, but the professor rambles on, drawing comparisons to bone marrow matches. Only 2 people in thousands might share the exact same HLB gene arrangement. He continues, his excitement unchecked. Frustration finally gets the better of Miao. His expression darkens and he abruptly claps a hand over the professor's mouth. "Get to the point," he demands. Swallowing nervously, the professor finally spills the crucial information. "We've successfully replicated an evolver." Rather than being pleased, Miao scowls. The professor should have led with that information instead of wasting time on a long-winded explanation. Growing impatient, Miao instructs him to get serious. The professor hurries to clarify that his team is conducting research on the newly created evolver. However, there's a major limitation. They can only transform humans into evolvers if their HLB gene arrangement is compatible with that of Yuan. Miao, unwilling to listen to more unnecessary details, grabs the professor and drags him toward the lab. Upon arrival, a sense of unease washes over them. The lab is eerily silent. Not a single person is in sight. Miao's instincts flare with alarm. "Something's wrong," he mutters, sniffing the air. A distinct metallic scent lingers. Blood. Professor Nan, trying to dismiss his concerns, waves a hand dismissively. It's normal for test subjects to bleed during experiments, he insists. But the moment they step deeper inside, a horrifying sight unfolds before them. The floor is littered with lifeless bodies, their forms twisted and unmoving. A chilling silence fills the air. Both men freeze, horror creeping into their expressions.
Wait, before we continue, did you know you can watch up to 16 episodes ahead right now? Join our Patreon to unlock exclusive early access and support the series. Don't miss out. The link's in the description. All right, back to the action.
After some time, the military police finally arrive at the lab, and the professor, his face a mixture of frustration and disbelief, looks like a man who has just watched his life's work crumble before his eyes. He mutters that he had anticipated the unpredictable nature of the evolver and had prepared countermeasures should things spiral out of control. Yet, now that he has seen the evolver's power firsthand, an unsettling fear grips him. This wasn't just a deviation from his calculations, it was something far worse. At that moment, Yen steps forward, breaking the silence with a cold revelation. The patrol team has discovered a tracking chip, the very one she had embedded in the evolver. However, the discovery isn't a relief, but rather a grim confirmation of betrayal. The evolver had deliberately ripped the chip from his own body, carving it out of his flesh to sever his connection to them. There was no doubt about it. This was an intentional act of defiance. The professor, visibly disheartened, demands an update on the situation. Yen's expression remains composed but firm as she delivers the unsettling news. She had already deployed 6 teams to capture the rogue evolver, yet 2 of them have gone silent. Given the enemy's sheer power, she fears the worst. Still, the remaining teams, led by Yu, continue their pursuit. Hearing this, the professor sighs heavily. Though the evolver is too dangerous to be controlled, he is still an invaluable test subject. Losing him is not an option. The professor acknowledges that capturing him will be an uphill battle, not only because of his strength, but also because, without the tracking chip, finding him will be exponentially harder. Regardless, the orders are clear. You must bring him in. Meanwhile, far removed from the chaos of the lab, our protagonist enjoys a moment of peace at his farm, leisurely fishing by the water. Having grown tired of his usual diet of stew and steak, he decides it's time to switch things up with some fresh seafood. Without hesitation, Lu moves to fulfill his request, but before he can start, Tien tells him to find a different spot to fish. Without complaint, Lu nods and heads off. As Lu disappears into the distance, Tien can't help but chuckle to himself, finding the young man's eagerness endearing. He takes a moment to reflect. Since completing his last side quest, no new ones have appeared. More importantly, farming no longer feels as rewarding as it once did, especially after the substantial rewards from his previous mission. The realization sparks a hint of greed in him, an itch for something greater. His thoughts are soon interrupted as he finally reels in a silver crabfish, its shimmering body gleaming under the sunlight. Satisfaction washes over him as he admires his catch. The experience reminds him of opening mystery boxes. There's a thrill in the unknown. For the first time, he truly understands why people enjoy fishing. Just as he basks in this newfound appreciation, Han approaches from behind, her voice carrying a teasing warning. No matter how fun fishing seems now, it gets boring after a while. At first, Tien waves her off, brushing aside the remark. But before he can say anything else, a strange sensation prickles at the edge of his consciousness. His expression sharpens. Han immediately notices the shift and questions him. Without hesitation, Tien explains, "The patrol team from the southern region just captured something troublesome." His tone turns serious as he instructs her to stay home and to call him if anything urgent arises. With that, he sets off, leaving Han behind, who watches him curiously. She notices something odd. His brainwaves seem unusually active, almost as if he's processing something beyond the physical world. Tien soon arrives at a battlefield, where a fierce confrontation is unfolding. Evolvers from the Yin Kingdom are clashing with those from the Yanang people. Among them, a Yin Kingdom evolver named Gauger observes the skirmish with an air of superiority. He scoffs, unimpressed by the Yanang fighters, remarking that he had expected more of a challenge. For a moment, the combatants exchange words about how rare these encounters have become. But then one of them suddenly turns his gaze in Tien's direction, eyes narrowing as if sensing his presence. Tien tenses. Has he been spotted? The evolver, still staring in his direction, turns to Gauger and warns him, "Don't kill him." The company wants him alive. His tone is laced with sarcasm as he adds, "Not that you have much of a brain to remember that." Without further delay, the group departs, leaving Tien standing alone. His eyes remain locked on their retreating figures before he issues a command, his voice calm but firm. Hummingbird number 10. Follow them.
Hey guys, the story wraps up around here, but we've got something exciting for you. We've decided to keep the journey going using AI and other cool resources. So, here's the next part, picking up a few days before the last episode. Stay tuned, you won't want to miss what happens next. The city of Mordo, the capital of the Yanhuang Federation, remained untouched by the last beast tide. While many cities had crumbled into ruins, Mordo stood tall, unshaken. At the heart of the city was the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation. Inside, the observation room of the research center, three influential figures, Bai Changyun, the head of the Ren family, and the head of the Lan family, watched a group of researchers working tirelessly. Bai Changyun's expression remained unreadable as he turned to his secretary. "Is the neutralizing agent still not ready? When can we proceed with human trials?" Seated in the corner of the room was a young man, Gagar, once an ordinary boy from an Indian conglomerate, now something far more terrifying. His transformation was astonishing. Gone was the timid, desperate child. In his place stood a man exuding arrogance and dominance. He wore an expensive, tailored suit, adorned with heavy gold chains and rings. Even indoors, he refused to remove his $30,000 sunglasses. But most, strikingly, two stunning women sat on either side of him, draped in his arms as he shamelessly indulged himself. Gagar threw his head back and laughed wildly. "Mr. Bai, do you really think those weak creatures can withstand my superior genes? There's no need to waste resources replicating them. With me here, I can accomplish anything you desire." Bai Changyun smirked and turned to him. "Gagar, how do you like Yanhuang?" "This is paradise," Gagar declared, his grin widening. "Luxury, power, respect, and the most beautiful women I've ever seen. Far better than those back in my country." Bai Changyun narrowed his eyes, pleased with the response. 3 days ago, he had made a deal with an Indian syndicate, spending a fortune to acquire Gagar. He wasted no time analyzing his genes, successfully replicating thousands of doses of the so-called God gene serum. But there was a problem. No matter how many trials they conducted, the human test subjects couldn't handle the raw power of Gagar's DNA. Their bodies ruptured and disintegrated, even with the highly rare D02 neutralizer. Bai Changyun needed a stronger solution. His secretary spoke up hesitantly. "We're working on the D01 neutralizer, but we're running low on certain ingredients. The only available stock is in Nancheng." At the mention of Nancheng, Bai Changyun's expression darkened. That city carried painful memories. The head of the Ren family broke the silence. "Nancheng's lockdown has been lifted. Our people can retrieve the materials. Renxiao, you will go." Renxiao was summoned immediately. The order was clear: retrieve the ingredients, and return without failure. But Bai Changyun wasn't about to take any risks. He snapped his fingers and turned to Gagar, who was too busy entertaining himself. Gagar, accompany Miss Ren to Nancheng. Ensure her safety. Gagar's eyes gleamed with excitement. Despite only being in Yanhuang for 3 days, he had already mastered much of the language and fully understood his position. Bai Changyun had given him power, wealth, and status, but more than anything, he wanted loyalty. Gagar knew that as long as he remained useful, he would stay at the top. "Mr. Bai, I won't let you down," Gagar declared with a wicked grin. "Ren." Xiao shot him a disgusted look. His presence alone repulsed her. She knew why Bai Changyun was sending him. He no longer trusted her. The last mission to Nancheng had ended in disaster, with elite warriors wiped out completely. This time, Bai wouldn't send just anyone. Gagar was the perfect enforcer. The Ren family leader hesitated. Gagar is valuable. If anything happens to him, Bai Changyun waved a hand dismissively. "We have already replicated the gene serum." "No need to worry." Ren Xiao knew there was no refusing this mission. After a brief pause, she spoke coldly. "Fine, but once we arrive in Nancheng, he follows my orders." Gagar's lips curled into a sly smirk, his dark eyes gleaming. "Of course, my lady. I'm more than happy to be under your command." His words dripped with mockery, but Bai Changyun didn't care. "Leave now. If you move quickly, you'll arrive before nightfall." And so, the dangerous alliance was formed. But Ren Xiao knew one thing for certain: traveling with Gagar would be a nightmare. A vintage transport helicopter slowly descended onto the rooftop of the Tianrun Corporation building in South City. Although the company had long been abandoned after the last beast tide, the lower levels of the building still held a stockpile of valuable medical supplies. Gagal stepped out of the helicopter alongside Ren Xiao, glancing at the ruined cityscape with a sneer. "Miss Ren, this place is a dump compared to the bustling streets of Magic City. I can't believe you actually lived here for 3 years," Ren Xiao smirked coldly. "It's still better than your homeland in ancient India, isn't it?" Gagel's expression darkened. "I'm heading down to retrieve the supplies," Ren Xiao stated. "I might also stop by my old residence to grab some personal items. Come along if you want. If not, stay here. I won't be long." Without waiting for a response, she strode toward the rooftop access door. Gaggle chuckled. "Miss Ren, we both know Mr. Bai sent me to keep an eye on you, but why would I do anything to upset such a beautiful woman? I'll give you as much freedom as possible." "No." "Trouble from me!" Ren Xiao scoffed inwardly. This snake pretends to be loyal to Bai Changyun, but he has his own agenda. She ignored him, leading her team down the stairwell. Gaggle watched her disappear into the building, licking his lips. "Miss Ren, you're just too irresistible." A small passenger bus struggled along the ruined streets of the city, once devastated by monstrous sea beasts. Inside sat a dozen weary civilians, residents who had recently left the safety of a shelter to retrieve resources from their homes. Among them, a silent teenager sat on the floor near the bus's step. He looked about 15 or 16, his arms wrapped around his knees as he tried to take up as little space as possible, avoiding eye contact with the others. "Damn it! Those beasts destroyed everything! I just hope my food and milk stash is still there when I get back." The shelters were unbearable. The soldiers were so stingy, they wouldn't even spare us a little water to wash up. Probably. Because their commanders kept all the good supplies for themselves. Yeah, who cares about us ordinary people? We're just disposable. As complaints filled the air, someone suddenly noticed the quiet teenager and smirked. "Hey, Ding the Stutterer. Your place is falling apart. You don't even have a proper bed to sleep on. What are you going back for?" The boy flinched at the insult, but managed to stammer. My father's memorial tablet is there." A middle-aged man chuckled mockingly. "Why bother? What if your house collapsed and it got smashed? You'd be wasting your time," he sneered. "It's not like he was your real dad anyway. What's the big deal?" The boy's face flushed red. He clenched his fists and forced out, A foster father's love is greater than birth. The man laughed, exaggerating the boy's stutter. Wow, listen to this kid. Spouting philosophy now, are we? Mocking him seemed to bring a brief moment of joy to their otherwise bleak lives. Ding Lu lowered his head, biting his lip. He was used to this. Just then, someone tapped his shoulder. A hand held out a boiled egg. He looked up to see a young woman smiling at him. Lu, ignore them. Here, take this. His face turned even redder. I'm not hungry. I heard your stomach growl, she insisted, pressing the egg into his hand. Once I grab my stuff from home, I'll share some food with you. The shelters still don't have enough supplies, and you'll go hungry if you don't have anything. Thank... Ding Lu struggled to respond. The bus rattled along the road, the passengers settling back into silence. Then, boom! Massive shadow dropped from the sky, slamming onto the hood of the bus with the force of a meteor. The vehicle lurched forward violently. Its rear wheels lifted nearly 2 feet off the ground before slamming back down. Crash! The windows shattered in an instant, shards of glass flying through the air, screams erupted. Blood dripped from fresh wounds as the passengers groaned in pain. What the hell just happened? Driver, what are you doing? I hit my head. Someone cursed, trying to see what had struck them. Then, the source of the impact stepped forward. It was a man, a towering, dark-skinned figure with an unnerving presence. Thud. Gagal leaped down from the hood, his body completely unscathed, despite the destruction he had caused. He circled the bus like a predator, peering in through the broken windows. Then his eyes locked onto someone, the young woman. You! He growled, pointing at her. His gaze was filled with twisted desire. Get out! A chilling silence fell over the bus. The passengers watched in horror as Gagal grinned. If you refuse, he said slowly, his voice dripping with malice, I'll kill every single one of your friends before I take what I want. The passengers were frozen in fear. A young woman, pale as a ghost, trembled uncontrollably. The military police? They're almost here! You wouldn't dare! A civilian stammered. Bang! Gaga grabbed the bus's sliding door and yanked it with brute force. A deafening metallic screech filled the air. Clang! The reinforced steel door was ripped clean off. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it dozens of meters away like it was nothing. Silence. Then, what the? The passengers' scalps tingled. No human should have that kind of strength, not even a world champion weightlifter. This wasn't a man, it was a monster. Panic engulfed the bus. Miss, for everyone's safety, please, just get off, someone finally whispered, voice trembling. What did you just say? The young woman snapped, anger flashing in her eyes. Xiaowan, he's after you! Don't drag us into this! Another man gritted his teeth. She froze. It was an old neighbor, someone she once trusted. But now, even he was willing to throw her to the wolves. You should go, another voice murmured. Keep him distracted, we'll call the police. Gaga chuckled darkly. I'll give you 10 seconds. Either you come willingly, or I'll take you myself. The bus erupted into chaos. Xiaowan, just go. Don't make us all suffer for you. You won't die from this. Stop dragging us down. Have some decency. Get off the damn bus. Even the burliest men had flushed red in fear, shouting, some even reaching to shove her out. Xiaowan's heart pounded. These were familiar faces, neighbors, acquaintances, yet in an instant, they had become strangers. Tears welled in her eyes as she laughed bitterly. I see now. People, huh? Don't go! A trembling voice broke through the commotion. Ding Lu stood up, shielding Xiaowan. His hands shook as he gripped a fireman's hammer, pointing it at Gaga. Back off. I won't let you take her. Gaga raised an eyebrow, glancing at the hammer. What? You offering to give me a massage? With a roar, Ding Lu swung the hammer with all his strength. Crack! It slammed into Gaga's forehead. But the man didn't even flinch. A massive black hand shot forward, clamping around Dinglu's throat. "You think you can hurt me?" Gagar sneered. "I am superior. You lowly creatures should be honored to serve me, yet you dare resist?" His grip tightened. Dinglu's veins bulged, his eyes nearly popping from the pressure. But even as his vision blurred, he weakly raised the hammer again, a feeble swing, like a twig tapping against a boulder. Gagar's brow twitched. A flash of murderous intent surged through his gaze. Then, a cold voice cut through the air. "Gagar, let him go." Standing a dozen meters away, Ren Xiao aimed a pistol at his head, her expression unreadable. "You move another inch, and I'll put a bullet in you." Gagar's eyes widened. "Miss Ren, we're on the same side." You'd point. "A gun at me. For them?" "We are not on the same side," Ren Xiao spat. "Let him go, or I'll kill you." Gagar smirked, releasing Dinglu, who collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Slowly, the brute turned and took a step toward Ren Xiao. "Relax, Miss Ren. I was just having some fun. These lower beings, their bodies exist for our pleasure. It's an honor for them. Shut up." Ren Xiao's gun stayed trained on him. "Back at HQ, do whatever you want. But here, you so much as breathe wrong and I'll shoot." Gagar chuckled. "Would you really pull the trigger? You know my status. If you kill me, White Sir and Ren Sir will bury you." Ren Xiao's grip tightened. In a flash, Gagar slapped the gun from her hand, then turned back to the bus, smirking. "Wait right there, Miss Ren. Just give me 50 minutes. I'll make this quick." The moment he stepped forward, Dinglu stood up. Blood dripped from his nose. His legs trembled. But he still planted himself between Gagar and the bus. Gagar grinned. "A lesser being daring to defy a god?" His fist shot forward, aiming for Dinglu's skull. Time slowed. Ren Xiao's hands moved on instinct. She pulled the trigger. Bang! And then she saw it. The bullet's trajectory. Bending. Not because it missed, because gravity itself had changed. Even Gagar's towering body seemed to sag under an invisible weight. Then, in an instant, a figure descended from the sky. He landed between Gagar and Dinglu, completely unfazed by the warped gravity. A young man wearing a hooded sweatshirt and massive sunglasses, his face obscured. But his lips moved. Gagar's unstoppable fist caught effortlessly in the stranger's palm. The air grew heavy. Then the young man finally spoke. "What was that you just said? You called yourself a god?" His voice was calm, amused. "Sounds familiar." Gagar's pupils shrank in terror. The strength and speed he prided himself on were utterly useless against this man. From the moment he arrived, an overwhelming presence surrounded him, making Gagar feel as if he were carrying a mountain on his back. His body trembled, involuntarily bending under the unseen force. Li Tianran stared at the towering figure before him with an expressionless face. With a slow twist of his wrist, he grabbed Gagar's massive arm and wrenched it like a rag, twisting it into an unnatural shape. Crack! A bone-snapping sound echoed through the air as unbearable pain shot through Gagar's entire body. But even worse than the physical agony was the sheer terror gripping his mind. "Who? What are you?" Gagar roared in a mix of fury and fear. Li Tianran's voice was eerily calm. "Just an ordinary man." With effortless strength, he tightened his grip. "But I despise two kinds of people. Those who discriminate against others, and those who abuse their power." Gagar's face twisted in shock and rage. But before he could respond, Li Tianran's hand clamped onto the back of his head. Boom! With monstrous force, he slammed Gagar's skull against the concrete wall of a nearby building, embedding it deep within the structure. The sheer impact left a crater in the solid stone. Without pause, Li Tianran surged forward, pressing Gagar's head against the wall as he sprinted. The building's surface cracked and shattered, leaving a deep trench in its wake. Blood and debris scattered in every direction, painting a terrifying scene of raw, brutal power. Gagar's face and skull were being ground away, but he still wasn't dead. The resilience of an evolved being was terrifying. Even the infamous Bai Jingyan had survived being riddled with bullets before escaping and regenerating. But Li Tianran had no intention of stopping. Thud, thud, thud. His fists rained down like a relentless storm, caving in Gagar's chest like a broken basin. Then, wham! Li Tianran grabbed Gagar's ankle and swung him like a sledgehammer, slamming him into the ground over and over. The earth quaked. Cracks spread outward. Blood and shattered bones sprayed in every direction. The very air trembled under the sheer force of the assault. When the dust finally settled, Gagar was barely recognizable, his body reduced to a mangled wreck. Li Tianran crouched beside him, gripping his throat with one hand. He leaned in and whispered coldly, "Now, tell me again. What are you?" Gagar's lips moved, but no sound came. His once unshakable arrogance had been utterly shattered in just 20 seconds. His power, his dominance, his self-righteous pride, crushed like an insect beneath a boot. Li Tianran's voice remained emotionless. A true god challenges only those worthy of being called gods. You're nothing more than a brute who abuses his strength. I can't take away your power, but I can take your life. A suffocating pressure descended. Gagar's body convulsed violently as blood gushed from every pore. Watching from the sidelines, Ren Xiao clenched her fists. She despised Gagar. But this level of destruction, what would the higher-ups say? Li Tianran's voice cut through the tension. If you hadn't aimed that gun at me earlier, I would have killed you too. He didn't even turn to look at her. Take another step forward, and I guarantee you won't get a second chance. A chill ran down Ren Xiao's spine. She could hear it in his voice, absolute, unwavering killing intent. Gagar twitched violently before coughing up a final mouthful of blackened blood, his body going still. Silence. Then, applause. Someone from the bus, barely alive and still trembling, shouted, "He's a god! He saved us!" Unbelievable. A miracle! The once doomed passengers erupted into cheers, bowing their heads in gratitude. But one young woman, the same one they had tried to sacrifice moments ago, broke down in sobs, hugging her knees in disbelief. Li Tianran turned and walked toward Ren Xiao. What a coincidence, she stammered. It's not a coincidence, he replied, shaking his head. Ever since what happened with the Bai family, I've been keeping a close watch on you all. I installed surveillance across from your company building. The moment your headquarters made a move, I knew about it. Ren Xiao's heart pounded. He had been watching them the entire time. I was only observing, Li Tianran continued. But then he caught my attention. His eyes flickered toward Gagar's remains. Your company keeps showing me just how low it can sink. You people have a way of testing my patience. Ren Xiao was at a loss for words. Li Tianran turned toward the ruined bus, his gaze locking onto a man slumped in the front. Do you know why I waited until now to act? I hesitated. To make a dramatic entrance? No. Li Tianran smirked coldly. I wanted to see if there were still people in this world worth saving. His gaze shifted toward the passengers, the same ones who had, just minutes ago, pushed a young girl. Forward as bait. Tell me, he said softly, why should I save people like that? The truth was simple. Not everyone is brave in the face of death, but forcing someone else to die in your place, that was beyond cowardice. That was disgraceful. Ren Xiao fell silent. She had no words. Li Tianran glanced back at Gagar's broken form. Was this the replacement your company chose for Bai Jingyan? He scoffed. 1,000 of him wouldn't compare to even a fraction of Bai Jingyan's strength. True power isn't about brute strength. A real god wields power as a tool, not as a crutch, but Gagar. Gagar had let his power consume him, and when an evolved being loses restraint and morality, the destruction they cause is no less terrifying than a beast tide. Li Tianran turned to Ren Xiao, his voice turning ice cold. Send a message to your headquarters. Tell them to stop creating more evolved beings. Otherwise, his eyes narrowed. I will tear them down myself. Ren Xiao clenched her fists. So what? You think only you deserve to be a god? She scoffed. No. Li Tianran's expression darkened. I am not a god. His gaze burned with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Only those I choose can become gods. Li Tianran's indifferent voice made Ren Xiao tremble all over. His words carried an almost excessive arrogance. However, the scene before her left Ren Xiao no room for rebuttal. The evolutionary being's level of life had already surpassed that of ordinary people. Though Ren Xiao personally despised Gagar, she had to admit his strength and high rank. But despite all that, he stood utterly defenseless before Li Tianran, who crushed him effortlessly. A terrifying thought crossed Ren Xiao's mind, and her pupils constricted. Li Tianran must also be an evolved being, and his life level was far higher than Gagar's. Otherwise, there was no way to explain what had just happened. Do you really think you can take on the headquarters head-on? Ren Xiao paused before speaking. Though Gagar is also an evolved being, in the eyes of the headquarters, he was nothing but a tool. Don't think that by taking him down, you can challenge the headquarters. Even if you're a more powerful evolved being, you're still just flesh and blood. Have you forgotten how Bai Jingyan was hunted down and driven to the brink? Ren Xiao asked seriously, her voice heavy. Huh. Li Tianran laughed as he slipped his hands into his pockets. Have you ever seen an iceberg on the frozen sea? Perhaps there are two icebergs. Their sizes above the waterline appear the same. But one might be nothing more than a floating piece of ice with nothing beneath it. The other, though, might have a mountain spanning thousands of kilometers below. The surface! From the surface, they seem identical. But how do you know that when facing an icebreaker, both won't shatter easily? Ren Xiao's voice grew quieter, understanding his point. You mean, you're the giant iceberg that's hidden deep beneath the surface? The power of evolution may be everything to some people, but for me, it's just one of the many powers I possess. Li Tianran's eyes narrowed, his tone cold and calm. Do you understand what I mean? Ren Xiao finally accepted that she couldn't change Li Tianran's mind. The headquarters and Li Tianran would undoubtedly become enemies. Li Tianran had already anticipated this. He had taken down Liang Tianyu, helped Bai Jingyan escape, and the hatred between him and the headquarters could never be reconciled. Killing Gagar had only made the situation worse, acting as a catalyst. The conflict between Li Tianran and the headquarters would eventually lead to a showdown. Li Tianran would never allow the headquarters to continue creating evolved beings to strengthen their power. And from Gagar, it was clear that the headquarters' people were vile. The evolved beings they produced were a far cry from what Li Tianran, Bai Jingyan, and others envisioned as the gods they sought to create. They would only make the already chaotic situation worse. Crack! Li Tianran crushed the tracking bracelet on Gagar's corpse with a single step, then grabbed Ren Xiao's phone, calmly saying, "Do as I say." Ren Xiao gritted her teeth. After a long silence, she finally gave in, reluctantly sending an email to the headquarters using her own account. The content was exactly what Li Tianran had mentioned before, but without a signature. Li Tianran crushed Ren Xiao's phone again, then turned and walked toward the distant bus. Standing before Ding Lu, who was gasping for breath and showing clear signs of being marked by 5 fierce finger marks on his neck, Li Tianran smiled faintly. People often say it's foolish to try and shake a tree or stop a chariot with your arms. Didn't you know you'd die if you stood up just now? You didn't realize you weren't his match. Ding Lu, still in shock from the near-death experience of witnessing Li Tianran taking down Gagar, stood frozen, feeling the weight of Li Tianran's presence like an immovable mountain, making it hard to breathe. Tell me, what were you thinking just now? Li Tianran squatted down, asking gently. I... Ding Lu's heart raced. He felt like his fate was changing in that moment. His mind flashed with words like, to repay kindness, and rather die standing than live on your knees. Thoughts that he believed might earn Li Tianran's favor. But after a long pause, Ding Lu stammered, I wasn't thinking, my head went blank. I just acted impulsively now. I'm scared, my legs are shaking. I can't even stand anymore. Li Tianran smiled. Perhaps this answer wouldn't impress him as much as the words Ding Lu had considered, but it was undeniably honest. Some people, when faced with danger, don't come up with grand ideas, but instead act on pure instinct. I'm so embarrassed. So weak! Ding Lu lowered his head, shame washing over him as he remembered charging in without thinking, shaking a tree. Stopping a chariot with your arms. Ding Lu thought those two idioms were very fitting for himself. There's another part to the saying, stopping a chariot with your arms. Li Tianran spoke softly. Stopping a chariot with your arms, for the insect knows forward but not retreat, overestimates itself and underestimates the enemy. But for a person that means to be the bravest of all. Stopping a chariot with your arms, many see it as an arrogant fool, but from another perspective, isn't it the ultimate display of courage to stand up to overwhelming power with a small, fragile body? Ding Lu stared blankly at Li Tianran. He hadn't expected Li Tianran to praise him. Brave and righteous, humble and virtuous. You are now qualified to become an evolved being. Li Tianran leaned close to Ding Lu's ear and whispered, as if announcing a life-altering change. A ruby-like fruit appeared in Ding Lu's hand, a mystical sensation rising in his chest. Li Tianran stood up. Ding Lu, breathing heavily, suddenly looked up and shouted, Can I come with you? Li Tianran paused for a moment. I have no parents, just myself. I'll work hard and not be a burden. Ding Lu blushed, speaking more fluently than ever before. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with desperation. He had never been this nervous before, not even when facing Gagar. 1 second, 2 seconds. Li Tianran didn't answer. Ding Lu's gaze slowly dimmed, and he muttered, I understand. Thank you. Li Tianran took a deep breath, not looking back. He asked, Can you cook? Yes. My father was paralyzed. I always cooked for him. Ding Lu's eyes brightened again. Can you raise cows and sheep? Li Tianran asked again. Yes. Can you farm? I've done it. Li Tianran finally stopped asking questions. He turned to Ding Lu, his voice slow and deliberate. You'll work 8 hours a day, no salary, food and lodging provided, and there will often be life-threatening situations. Do you still want to follow me? Ding Lu stood up, striding over confidently. My name is Ding Lu. He stood before Li Tianran, deeply bowing. Boss. Li Tianran originally hadn't planned to bring Ding Lu with him. He was concerned about Ding Lu's family, whether he had parents or loved ones. But now all those concerns were gone, and with the expansion of the farm, it was clear Li Tianran needed to hire some workers. Ding Lu appeared frail, his 15-year-old frame resembling that of an 11 or 12-year-old. He was malnourished, with a gaunt face, and his expression seemed somewhat naive. His hair was messy, and his eyes constantly avoided making contact with Li Tianran, as if subconsciously nervous. He wore an expression that hinted at a desire to please. Li Tianran recognized this timid, self-doubting demeanor all too well. After his parents had passed away, Han had looked at him in the same way, just like Ding Lu did now. It was a look of wanting to get closer, but fearing rejection, afraid of being abandoned. It was clear Ding Lu felt incredibly insecure. Liao. Tianran knew that this mindset couldn't be changed by mere words. It would take time, a long period of interaction, to heal. Clean this place up, and then we'll head back, Li Tianran said, after a pause. He pointed to the passengers standing on the bus and then to Ren Xiao, saying, "Make sure to bring her along." Li Tianran couldn't afford to let Ren Xiao go back. He had killed Gagel and planned to confront the main company, but he needed time to prepare. If Ren Xiao returned now, his location would be exposed, and he'd lose his advantage. Even if Ren Xiao wanted to keep quiet about his actions, it wouldn't work. After what happened with Bai Jingming and Gagal, the main company wouldn't tolerate her anymore because of her ties. If she didn't speak up, the company would use extreme methods to force the truth out of her. Keeping her here was a form of protection. "Xiao Wan, I have to leave. But once I get stronger, I'll come back for you. You have to wait for me," Ding Lu said, stumbling over his words, trying to express his feelings to the young girl in the bus window. "He looks terrifying. Don't go with him. Let's go back to the shelter," the young girl replied, her voice trembling, her eyes glancing nervously at Li Tianran's back. Though Li Tianran had saved them, the violent, bloody way he did it left her with a strong psychological scar. She was afraid. "Xiao Wan, do you know what I was thinking when I barely escaped with my life?" Ding Lu whispered. "I don't want to, ever again, have my life controlled by others without any way to resist." Ding Lu then turned sharply toward the others on the bus, gritting his teeth and trying to look fierce as he warned, "You all better keep today's events to yourselves or else." Suddenly, a slap on Ding Lu's shoulder sent him stumbling aside. Li Tianran, with a cold expression, scanned the passengers on the bus. He began reading out names, starting with the first person: Wang Dongji, Li Sicheng, Wang Chen. He listed over 10 names, one by one matching them to the passengers. His hand rose, and with a light motion, he pressed toward the lifeless body of Gagal. With a sickening sound, Gagel's head exploded, spraying a mixture of red and white onto the ground. The gruesome scene made the passengers on the bus tremble in fear. "Can you keep quiet about this?" Li Tianran asked coldly, his gaze sweeping over them. 2 of the passengers fainted on the spot. The rest nervously nodded. They were not just afraid of his power, but terrified that he knew everything about them. He was like an all-knowing god. "We can keep quiet," they stammered. "Let's go." Li Tianran turned and walked away, his pace quick. Ding Lu gritted his teeth and followed closely behind, not stopping despite Xiao Wan's calls. A massive black dog materialized, its jaws opening wide as it devoured Gagal's remains. The beast then turned toward the bus, letting out a terrifying growl. It wasn't until Li Tianran's group disappeared over the horizon that a voice trembled from the bus. "Excuse me, does anyone have extra pants? I wet myself. Li Tianran capturing me is pointless. My identity doesn't matter to the main company. Even if you kidnap me, I won't be any use as a hostage." Ren Xiao struggled, helpless, as Li Tianran carried her over his shoulder. She was sinking into despair. Every time they crossed paths, something bad always happened. "I didn't capture you to use as a hostage," Li Tianran replied, his face emotionless. "I'm protecting you. If you go back now, they might torture you. You'd suffer terribly just to protect me, and I can't bear that." Ren Xiao was furious. "Who the hell would protect someone like you? When I get back to the company, I'll have them tear down your pathetic farm and skin you alive." Li Tianran laughed coldly. "In that case, I definitely can't let you go back. If you have so much hatred for me, maybe I should keep you longer. Let's say 3 to 5 more years. You can have 2 children from me. Then I'll be part of your family. Even if the company wants to take me down, they'll have to protect me, won't they?" Ren Xiao was left speechless, her mind overwhelmed by Li Tianran's shamelessness. She stopped struggling, realizing just how dangerous he could be if pushed too far. "What do you want from me?" Ren Xiao's voice softened. "I want to learn more about the company's internal workings," Li Tianran replied, a grin spreading across his face. "Did Bai Jingming not tell you? Bai Jingming may work for the company, but his focus is research. not the inner workings. He's an illegitimate son. You, as someone from a main bloodline, would know more about the company's power structure, Li Tianran said coldly. We're almost there. The outline of the farm appeared in the distance, scanning and verifying identity. Welcome home, master. The farm's gates opened with a pleasant mechanical sound as Li Tianran stepped inside, with Little Black following, dragging a terrified Ding Lu along. This will be your new workplace, Li Tianran said to Ding Lu before turning to Little Black. Show him around the farm. Little Black, acting like an overbearing father, proudly led Ding Lu toward the livestock pen. Li Tianran, carrying Ren Xiao, made his way to the small building's rooms. As Li Tianran carried her into the room, she thought he was about to force her into something terrifying. But when she saw the little girl standing in front of her, she realized she had misunderstood everything. Manhwa, I need to see what's inside her mind, Li Tianran said softly, as detailed as possible. Ever since devouring the Beast King's flesh, Manhwa's mental abilities had drastically improved. She no longer needed ancient medicinal supplements to replenish her strength while reading minds, and with practice, her process had become much faster. Ren Xiao stared at the seemingly innocent little girl before her, yet an inexplicable fear gripped her heart. What do you want from me? She asked, voice trembling. Big sister, don't be scared. It won't hurt, Manhwa said playfully, stepping forward. The moment their eyes met, a blinding white light erupted. A powerful, mental force linked them, and images from Ren Xiao's mind flooded into Manhwa's consciousness. Seconds passed, then minutes. Suddenly, Manhwa closed her eyes and staggered back, while Ren Xiao collapsed onto the couch, gasping for breath. Did you get everything? Li Tianran asked. Only part of it, Manhwa admitted. The rest is blurred. She's resisting me. Her willpower is incredibly strong. If I force my way in, she'll suffer intense pain, and she might end up mentally broken. The human brain was a fortress of complexity, surpassing even the most powerful beasts in its intricacy. Extracting someone's memories without causing damage was no easy task. Li Tianran narrowed his eyes and turned to Ren Xiao, who still looked shaken. Miss Ren, you heard my sister. I respect you, and I don't want to harm you. But if you cooperate, I promise to let you go once I get the information I need. Ren Xiao met his gaze. Today, she had seen things beyond her understanding. More than just the rumored, evolved humans her company had been secretly researching. There were people like Li Tianran and Manhwa, with abilities far beyond science. She had felt it firsthand. Manhwa had nearly seized full control of her mind. If not for that last shred of resistance, all her secrets would already be laid bare. Li Tianran, what do you take me for? Ren Xiao's voice turned cold. I admit I respect you, but I am still loyal to the corporation. You think I'll betray them and hand you all their secrets? This was a battle of principles. Kill me if you must, she continued, her face expressionless, but don't expect me to surrender. Silence hung between them. Li Tianran studied her for a long moment before speaking. You know I won't kill you, and I won't let Manhwa destroy your mind either. That's why you're acting so fearless. Ren Xiao's heart pounded. She was gambling, betting that Li Tianran still had a conscience, that he had limits. After all, a truly ruthless person wouldn't save lives. You judge people well, Li Tianran admitted. I don't want to turn you into a mindless shell, but if you think that means I'm out of options, you're underestimating me. He pulled out a small, ancient-looking fruit, tossing it in his palm. Do you know what this is? He asked. It can heal any biological injury, including brain damage. Ren Xiao's expression darkened. You think this isn't crossing the line? She scoffed. Forcing a helpless girl into submission just to get what you want? Li. Tianran chuckled, then his tone turned icy. You still don't get it, do you? The corporation and our feud can't be undone. I may not be a villain, but I'm not naive enough to let morals cost me my life. If your corporation falls, I promise you and your people will survive. But if I lose, can you say the same for me and Manhwa? His voice was like steel. Ren Xiao fell silent. I need to know everything, Li Tianren stated firmly. She knew then that she had lost. Do you really have to do this? Her voice was calm now, but not with acceptance. Only resignation. Li Tianren's expression was unreadable. This war, I didn't start it, he said after a pause. From Liang Tianyu to Bai Jingming, and even that enforcer today. If your corporation had just shown a shred of restraint, we wouldn't be standing on opposite sides. His eyes locked onto hers. My decision is made. Resist if you want. I won't stop you. Ren Xiao laughed bitterly. Fine, she said, her voice filled with finality. I'll cooperate, but after this we are done. The next time we meet, there will be no hesitation. Life or death, it will be fate's decision. Li Tianren didn't respond. He simply turned and walked to the door. Let's begin. Once again, the powerful mental force surged between them. Outside, Li Tianren looked up at the sky, his expression complicated. He had never regretted his choices. But when it came to Ren Xiao, he felt a rare pang of guilt. But there was no other way. Life never goes the way we wish, he muttered. Meanwhile, Ding Lu followed closely behind Xiao He, taking in the sights of the farm. He had seen the livestock pens, the fish ponds, and the vast fields of crops. With every step, his old understanding of the world shattered, only to be rebuilt anew. Now, he finally understood. He had stepped into a reality far beyond anything he had ever known. Finished your tour? Li Tianren approached him. Boss, I saw everything, Ding Lu stammered. He was nervous. Could he really be worthy of working in such a place? I will work hard. We'll deal with that later, Li Tianren said, snapping his fingers. For now, eat the fruit I gave you. Ding Lu hesitated, then pulled out a level 4 sacred tomato from his pocket and swallowed it. Instantly, his body reacted. His skin turned flushed, his veins pulsing with raw energy. And then, something even stranger happened. Before Li Tianren's eyes, Ding Lu's body began to fade. Within moments, only a floating display of numbers and red lines remained, outlining a human figure. Ding Lu age, 15 gender, male status, human evolver, divine descendant. Strength, 430 speed, 112 defense, 110 abilities. Chameleon, stone skin, blood fury chameleon, grants camouflage abilities, allowing seamless blending into the environment. Stone skin, temporarily hardened skin, tripling defense. Blood fury, boosts strength and speed twofold for 30 seconds, but leaves the user severely weakened for 3 minutes afterward. Li Tianren's eyes glowed with interest. This was only the beginning. Another divine descent? Li Tianren raised an eyebrow as he observed the data floating around Ding Lu. Lately, his luck had been incredible. Although Ding Lu's abilities weren't as overpowered as Xiao Hei's or the sea demons, they were still solid enough to satisfy him. An 80% chance of an ancestral evolution was nothing to scoff at. Getting a divine descent from a single fruit was already a miracle. Ding Lu's voice trembled with fear. What's happening to me? His body reappeared, and he stared at his hands in shock. Did I turn into a monster? Xiao He, watching from the side, flicked his ears in disdain and let out a low growl, as if looking down on the rookie. This is the power of an evolver, Li Tianren said calmly. But remember, if one day you lose yourself to this power and become nothing more than a beast, I will personally take both your strength and your life. Ding Lu shuddered. He had never imagined he would one day become something out of legend. Boss, I won't let you down. He clenched his fists, suppressing his excitement. Surprisingly, His speech had become clearer after his evolution. Li Tianran nodded. Good. Get used to your new abilities, then prepare for work. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, Bai Changyun stared at his inbox, his face unreadable. You both received this email as well? He asked the two elders beside him. They nodded. Gaga, Ren Xiao and the entire team we sent to South City have gone completely silent, Bai Changyun said, his tone dark yet laced with amusement. I suspected White Jingyan's incident in South City wasn't as simple as it seemed. There must be hidden enemies lurking there, and now my suspicions have been confirmed. The elder of the Lan family read the email. They're demanding that we stop all Evolver research. This is definitely connected to Bai Jingyan. I don't care who they are, Bai Changyun snapped, his killing intent nearly tangible. If they think they can keep provoking the headquarters without consequences, they're dead wrong. His voice thundered through the room. Find them. I want them wiped out. Completely. They think they can stop us? Let's see what they can do if we don't halt our research. Back at the farm. Ding Lu spent the entire afternoon working tirelessly. At one point, Li Tianran accompanied him to retrieve his father's memorial tablet. Ding Lu carefully placed it in the corner of the small house, setting up a quiet space for remembrance. Meanwhile, Han Han had tapped into Ren Xiao's memories and shared them with Li Tianran through their electromagnetic field synchronization. Now he had everything he needed. Big bro, who's that new guy? Han Han leaned against the windowsill, watching. Ding Lu work in the farmyard. Our new employee? Li Tianran hesitated. He didn't quite know how to define Ding Lu's role. Calling him a subordinate felt wrong. Calling him family felt even more off. He seems really shy, Han Han continued. I brought him some fruit earlier, but he wouldn't take it. He just kept working. He's been scrubbing the iron bars in the barn over and over like 10 times already. I told him to take a break, but he refused. Li Tianran chuckled. He understood Ding Lu's mindset perfectly. Right now, Ding Lu was like a fresh graduate at his first job, terrified of making mistakes. Even after completing his tasks, he wouldn't stop working, constantly looking for things to do, just to prove his worth. Don't be too distant, but don't be overly friendly either, Li Tianran advised. Just treat him like the helpers we used to have around. Han Han nodded obediently. What about her? Li Tianran gestured toward another room. His house had 7 or 8 bedrooms. He had prepared 2 new ones for Ren Xiao and Ding Lu. But ever since Han Han forcefully invaded Ren Xiao's mind, she had locked herself inside and refused to come out. She won't eat, won't drink, and won't even talk to me, Han Han sighed, spreading her hands helplessly. Li Tianran fell silent. He didn't have a solution for that right now. But the sun was setting, and he had more pressing matters. Dinner. Although Ding Lu knew how to cook, he was still far from Li Tianran's level. For now, Li Tianran decided to personally train him in the kitchen. After all, it would be a crime to waste such high-quality Beast King meat on bad cooking. From the 2 Beast Kings he had hunted earlier, nearly 10 tons of meat remained. Thanks to the freezing weather, no extra effort was needed to preserve it. Since they had more people eating tonight, Li Tianran prepared extra dishes: mushroom stew with meat, spicy chicken, stir-fried bok choy with oyster sauce, and finally a steaming hot pot. The table was packed with delicious food. Xiao Hei, uninterested in cooked meals, dragged a massive chunk of Beast King meat outside and gnawed on it, scaring the livestock half to death. For the hot pot, Li Tianran had prepared beef balls, shrimp balls, thinly sliced meat, and fresh vegetables. By the time he was done, it was already 8 p.m. After mixing sesame sauce and chili oil, he called Han Han and Ding Lu to the table. As expected, Han Han dug in without hesitation. Li Tianran also ate heartily, but he noticed that Ding Lu was hesitant. He only picked at the food directly in front of him, never reaching for anything further away. Here, try this, Li Tianran said, placing a generous portion of lamb in Ding Lu's bowl. Eat up, otherwise it'll just go to waste. Ding Lu looked up, his eyes filled with gratitude. Ignoring the heat, he immediately swallowed the meat in big bites. Half an hour later, dinner was over. Ding Lu insisted on doing the dishes and cleaning up. Li Tianran was happy to let him. That gave him time to step away from the farm and log into Ren Xiao's email using a device that wasn't linked to his identity. He spotted an unread email. It was a reply from the headquarters. Li Tianran smirked as he clicked it open. A bold, chilling message filled the screen. "We don't care who you are or where you're hiding. We will find you and your family, tear you apart limb by limb. Umbrella Corporation." Want to stay ahead of the story? Get up to 16 episodes early only on Patreon. Support the channel, unlock exclusive content, and be the first to know what happens next. Click the link in the description and we'll see you way ahead. In the story. Now, back to the video. Li Tianran stared at the simple yet chilling email response. In just one line of text, he could sense the sinister faces and murderous intent of his enemies. Even if he hadn't sent that email, the headquarters would have eventually dispatched personnel to investigate the death of Gagger and the disappearance of Ren Xiao. His message was merely the spark that ignited the flames. A declaration of war, huh? Fine by me. Li Tianran sneered, crushing his mobile device in his grip. His mind quickly mapped out the structure of Umbrella Corporation, a massive conglomerate spanning multiple provinces in Yanhuang. Its headquarters was in the heavily fortified Magic City, with branch offices spread across various cities. Among them, the South City branch was once Tianrun Pharmaceuticals. However, with the invasion of sea beasts and the evacuation of employees, the company had shut down. But neighboring Wan City still housed an active umbrella branch, controlled by the Bai family, a major stakeholder in the corporation. Unlike South City, Wan City was further inland, untouched by the sea's influence. The last beast tide hadn't caused much damage there. However, due to the shifting situation, the lower-level employees had all resigned, leaving only the core loyalists, die-hard supporters of the Bai, Ren, and Lan families, dedicated to the mysterious God creation project. Li Tianran's eyes sharpened. "I accept your challenge, but are you truly prepared for the consequences?" He swiftly recalled the layout of the Wan City branch and the key personnel stationed there. Empty threats mean nothing. Pain is the only lesson you will understand. 2 days later. In the past 48 hours, Li Tianran had made another successful ancient-grade harvest. This time, he invested nearly 2 million points to purchase 400 patrol sentries, scattering them across a 100-kilometer radius, embedding them deep within South City's streets. With these patrols in place, every movement in South City was now under his absolute control. He lived by one principle: underestimate the enemy in tactics, but respect them in strategy. Li Tianran was confident in his victory, but he wouldn't let arrogance blind him. Umbrella Corporation was a juggernaut. Taking them down required meticulous planning. In modern warfare, intelligence was king, and now he had eyes on every corner of South City. Even if his identity were exposed, he had no fear of a surprise attack from headquarters. Before him lay a rough sketch of the Wan City branch, drawn from Ren Xiao's fragmented memories. It marked several key locations, but since Ren Xiao had only been inside a handful of times, the information was incomplete. This crude map isn't enough. Rushing in blindly would be reckless, Li Tianran muttered, deep in thought. Strength alone wasn't enough. He needed an undeniable display of power to ensure his words weren't dismissed as empty threats. Wan City's branch was heavily fortified. It wasn't just a corporate office, it was a security stronghold stocked with advanced weaponry. If he wanted to move forward, he had to strike first. When war is inevitable, the best strategy is to take the first move. Just then, Ding Lu, one of his closest allies, walked in, brushing bits of hay from his hands. "Boss, the cattle are fed, and I finished my training today. I've got a solid grasp of my abilities now. Anything else you need?" That was the power of a god-descended evolver. Once they awakened, They could master their abilities in record time. However, their growth potential was limited. After this initial surge, further advancement would be incredibly slow. "Take a break," Li Tianran said absent-mindedly, rolling up the sketch. Dinglu shook his head. "Nah, I'll repaint the back wall on the first floor." Han Han said the peeling paint looks terrible. He glanced at the map on the table but didn't linger. Midnight. The world was silent. Lying in bed, Dinglu stared at the ceiling, replaying the past few days in his mind. His life had changed completely. He now possessed power that most could only dream of. It felt surreal, like a dream he was afraid to wake up from. For someone who had grown up in hardship, an orphan raised in a single-parent household, Dinglu knew all too well the cruelty of the world. He had lived under the weight of scorn and disdain for years. But here, in the farm's safety, he finally felt what it meant to live without fear. No more hunger, no more danger, no more judgmental glares. Yet, beneath this newfound peace, an overwhelming dread lurked in his heart. What if this was all temporary? What if, the moment he let his guard down, it all vanished? This fear tormented him nightly. He knew why. His gains felt undeserved, tending cattle. And working on a farm had somehow granted him godlike power, something that 99.99% of the world would never obtain. The imbalance gnawed at him. It was the same feeling a fresh college graduate would get if suddenly promoted to a managerial position, given an office, a beautiful assistant, and told to do nothing but drink tea and play games. At first, it might seem like a dream come true, but soon, doubt would creep in. Do I really deserve this? What if this is all a setup? Dinglu didn't want to be useless. So, he worked tirelessly, pushing himself beyond exhaustion, hoping to prove his worth in Li Tianran's eyes. But deep down, he knew. Anyone could do his job. He wasn't special. His unease turned into frustration. His frustration turned into obsession. He needed to do something. Something no one else could. Then his mind flashed to the rough map Li Tianran had been studying. A fire ignited in his chest. The thought consumed him. He couldn't shake it. Silently, he sat up in bed. After a long moment of hesitation, he slipped out of his room and into the night. 3 incense sticks burned slowly in a small clay censer. Kneeling before his adoptive father's memorial tablet in the dimly lit room, Dinglu's eyes gleamed with determination. "Dad, I'm doing well now. My boss treats me well. I have food, warm clothes, and things that most people could only dream of," he whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. "You don't have to worry anymore. On the 1st and 15th of every month, I'll burn offerings for you." He took a deep breath. "But I've never forgotten your teachings. You earn according to the effort you put in. You eat according to the work you do. If you take more than you give, you'll be cast aside. If you work less, but take more, one day you'll have nothing left." Dinglu chuckled, a simple but earnest smile forming on his lips. "Boss Li has given me a lot. If I don't give something back, I won't be able to sleep at night." He clenched his fists. "But I'm in luck. It seems like Boss Li has run into some serious trouble lately. This is my chance to prove myself. I have to seize this opportunity. If I don't, who knows when the next one will come." He knelt low and bowed 3 times, his forehead hitting the ground with a resounding thud. Then, with a determined gaze, he rose to his feet. "Dad, I won't bring shame to your name. However much I take, I'll give back just as much. I won't take advantage of others." With that, Dinglu stepped into the darkness, his silhouette dissolving into the night. Somewhere, far away, a farm dog named Hay suddenly jolted awake, its fur standing on end. Its sharp eyes locked onto a distant point in the shadows. But just as quickly, it let out a soft whimper and curled back into sleep. Tiancheng Security Firm at Tiancheng Security, an elite private firm on the outskirts of Wan City, the mood was tense. The city had been on edge ever since a major attack in the south. Most civilians had fled to the city center, leaving the surrounding areas eerily quiet, except for this one illuminated building in the night. Inside, the firm's commander, a rugged middle-aged man known as Bai, was overseeing preparations to evacuate. Boss Bai, the armory is secured, a scar-faced mercenary reported, dressed in a camouflage tactical suit. Bai, a lesser branch member of the influential Bai family, nodded. And the special gear I asked you to set aside? It's ready. Good. Tomorrow you'll take the remaining team and come with me to South City. The mercenary hesitated. South City? That place was just hit by a monster raid? It's chaos down there. We'd be walking into a death trap, Bai sneered. You think I want to go? Our young master died in South City. And just days ago, another high-ranking figure was mysteriously killed there. The higher-ups are furious. They've ordered us to find the killer at all costs, dead or alive. He clenched his fists. If it weren't for these preparations, taking 2 days, we'd already be there, and we might have found some leads by now. The mercenary fell silent. Bai smirked. Fortune favors the bold. Our young master is dead. The second heir has turned traitor. The Bai family has no successor. He paused, then added meaningfully, and I, too, am a Bai. The mercenary's eyes flickered with realization. If Bai played his cards right, he could rise to the top of the organization, and those who followed him would reap the rewards. Before they could discuss further, a loud crash echoed through the halls, followed by frantic shouting. And bursts of gunfire! What's going on? Bai's face darkened. Someone's breached the armory. A panicked voice shouted. Alarms blared, red warning lights flashing across the building. Bai rushed out, only to find the supposedly impenetrable vault door crushed inward, a gap large enough for a person to slip through. Several mercenaries were firing wildly into the air at nothing. Where's the enemy? Stop wasting ammo! The scar-faced mercenary barked, furious at the chaos. They're invisible, one of the soldiers stammered, his hands shaking. What? They can turn invisible. Are you kidding me? The scar-faced mercenary grabbed a high-caliber Remington shotgun and stomped forward. What are you trying to say? That some ghost is attacking us? It's real. Another squad of mercenaries rushed in, their leader staggering with a dented combat helmet, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. The enemy is truly unseen. We were patrolling when, bam, we were attacked from nowhere. No shadows, no figures, nothing. Bai's eyes narrowed. What did they take? 20 kilograms of electronic explosives. The armory guard stammered. Bai felt dizzy. That much high-grade explosive could bring down the entire building. One of the technicians suddenly gasped. Wait! Our thermal imaging sensors are active. We've tracked the intruder. He's on the 5th floor. He's planting explosives on every level. The technician's voice caught in his throat as he read the final message scrawled on the structural columns. His lips trembled as he read it aloud. You can't say you weren't warned. 3 minutes ago, Ding Lu stood at the base of the Tiancheng building, staring up at the massive structure that loomed over the city like a sleeping beast. A wave of fear crept into his heart. Thinking about doing something is one thing. Actually, doing it? That's something else entirely. Inside this fortress of steel and glass were at least 40 mercenaries, all heavily armed. If things went south, could he really complete the mission? After 3 hours of travel from the southern district, Ding Lu had finally arrived in Wan City. He had trudged through ruins, braved the icy winds, and pushed through exhaustion. But now, standing here, hesitation gripped him. Smack! Ding Lu slapped himself across the face, his voice low but firm. Ding Lu, get it together! If you back down now, you'll always be nothing more than a low-tier worker who eats more than he earns. There was no turning back. He had left the farm, and it wouldn't take long for Li Tianran to notice. He had to finish this before that happened. The slap seemed to shake some courage into him. Merging into the shadows of the night, Ding-Lu strode through the front doors of the company. A squad of mercenaries was heading straight toward him. He held his breath. But nothing. They walked right past him. Excitement surged in his chest. Following the directions sketched out by Li Tianran, Ding-Lu moved cautiously toward the armory. 8 mercenaries stood guard at the entrance, completely still. The armory was the heart of the building, its most heavily secured area. Sneaking in undetected. Impossible. Ding-Lu's mission was simple. Get the explosives, bring this whole building down. But he didn't want to kill anyone. Call it hesitation, call it fear. It didn't matter. Even as an evolver, he was still just a 15-year-old kid. His heart wasn't hardened enough for bloodshed. Silent as a shadow, Ding-Lu crept toward the armory. He eyed the reinforced door, then glanced at the guards. After a brief moment of hesitation, he clenched his fist and struck. Thud, thud, thud. In rapid succession, 6 mercenaries crumpled to the ground, their helmets deeply dented from the force of his blows. The remaining 2 turned pale. Ghost? Screw that. Call it in. Before they could react, their heads snapped forward as another strike sent them sprawling. Ding-Lu exhaled. His skin turned an eerie shade of gray, resembling solid stone, while his blood surged with raw power. Stone skin, berserker, blood. Both abilities activated at once. Like a human battering ram, he charged the reinforced door. Boom! The entire building trembled. The steel door bent inward. Somewhere inside, one of the unconscious mercenaries stirred awake. Groggy, he stumbled out of the armory, his face twisted in terror. Intruder! The armory's been breached! Ding-Lu clutched. A pack of TNT dashing through the floors like a madman. His heart pounded. His limbs trembled from adrenaline. But despite the fear, there was a strange sense of exhilaration. The mission had gone smoother than expected, until now. Heat sensors filled the building, completely nullifying his chameleon cloak ability. Worse, he was in the 180-second cooldown phase of berserker blood. His stats had dropped to a fraction of their peak. Yet even at reduced strength, he was still stronger than any normal human. Reaching the 6th floor, he came face to face with another squad, this time wearing heat vision goggles and carrying assault rifles. Both sides froze. Then, gunfire. Muzzle flashes lit up the hallway as bullets rained down on Ding-Lu. Clang, clang. The rounds ricocheted harmlessly off his stone skin. The mercenaries gawked, their rifles completely useless. Ding-Lu didn't hesitate. He hurled the TNT into the ceiling's ventilation shafts and bolted toward the 7th floor. This mission was going way too well, and then, boom, a deafening gunshot. Ding-Lu staggered back, his left arm gone. A Barrett sniper rifle. A direct hit had shattered his defense. Blinding pain tore through him. His vision blurred, his nerves screamed. Evolvers could heal. They could even regenerate limbs. But the pain was real, and if his stamina ran out before he healed, he was done for. Ding-Lu gritted his teeth, sprinting toward the 7th floor. Bang! Another sniper round whizzed past, tearing open fresh wounds. Blood soaked his tattered clothes. With his remaining arm, he bit down on the detonator, clutched the last of the TNT, and charged forward. Gunshots. More mercenaries. Ding-Lu didn't. Slow down. Like a rampaging beast, he barreled through them, sending bodies flying. Don't say I didn't warn you! He spat out the detonator, roared in defiance, and hurled the explosives forward. Then he bolted for the 8th floor. Who the hell is this kid? On the security monitors downstairs, Boss Bai slammed his fist against the desk. He keeps saying, the same phrase every floor. What does it even mean? Fury burned in his eyes. Block the rooftop. Don't let that brat escape. Get me that detonator. The weapons in this building are worth more than all our lives combined. The Tiancheng mercenaries weren't just hired guns, they were hardened criminals. Fear wasn't in their vocabulary. and with a hidden sniper still watching from the darkness, they knew they had the upper hand. Ding Lu's severed arm was slowly regenerating, but he was running out of stamina. Sweat dripped from his forehead. His face was pale. The pain was unbearable, and for the first time he truly understood what Li Tianran meant. "Stick with me, and you'll be putting your life on the line more often than not." 40 armed mercenaries surrounded him. His body was reaching its limit. His vision swam, and yet he wasn't afraid. If he wasn't the one facing this danger, then it would have been Li Tianran. If he could pull this off, at least he'd be worth the money Li Tianran paid him. Boom! Explosions erupted behind him. Shrapnel filled the air. They were using grenades now. Ding Lu pushed forward. The 8th floor, his final destination. The plan had been simple. Break in from the ground floor, escape through the 8th floor windows, and rely on his enhanced physique to survive the jump. But before he could reach the exit, bang! The sniper took another shot. Li Tianran stepped out to block Ding Lu behind him. His gaze looked at the hideous mercenaries ahead, indifferently calm. Ding Lu may be a fool and reckless man, but even reckless is closer to bravery than cowardice. Young people are impulsive, do things without thinking, and often tend to do bad things with good intentions. But this also represents fearlessness and bravery. This is why Li Tianran likes Ding Lu. Impulsivity and recklessness can be changed through later teaching and maturity. But the parasitic mentality of being cowardly and comfortable accepting others' good to oneself cannot be changed and is fatal. Ding Lu is not a parasite. He used his actions to show his attitude. He finally got the full approval of Li Tianran. "Stand behind me." Li Tianran spread out his palms and stretched out. "I will take you home." The bullets that were shot became extremely slow in the air and then seemed to be under heavy pressure, and the forward track slowly sank. The brows of the man Bai and Scar were beating wildly, and his eyes were staring out. It was the first time they saw such a terrifying picture. Also, it's really the Takchara gourd baby here. Scarman trembled all over. Even the bullet couldn't successfully invade this man within 1 meter. Is there any way to defeat him? At this moment, the scarred man's eyebrows were embarrassed, and he spoke very quickly in the intercom headset. In an instant, several red lines shot from another direction, all falling on Li Tianran's sniper. Gun! The power of this bullet is completely different from that of an assault rifle. Its power and speed are comparable to small artillery shells. Even Li Tianran can't completely lock it. "Kill him!" Scarman roared. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Li Tianran laughed, his palms suddenly squeezed. Those bullets clanged on the ground under his feet, and then the whole building began to shake. Boom! The ceiling on the top floor of the 8th floor suddenly collapsed, and countless reinforced concrete broke open, and the sky was full of dust. A huge figure shimmering with silver light descended from the sky, eyes shimmering with faint blue. Electronic light and a 3-meter-long serrated blade in his hand turned crazily and fell heavily in front of Li Tianran. Your loyal guard is always waiting for instructions and is willing to turn into a sharp sword in your hand to split all the thorns on the way home. The vigorous electronic sound of the tank-class combat warrior rang in Li Tianran's mind. Those Sniper Zero bullets that were enough to penetrate the armor of the tank bombarded it, making a very harsh sound of gold and iron fighting. "Sweep them!" Li Tianran pointed his finger forward. The long and narrow bullet twisted and bounced away, leaving the huge steel body unscathed. The tank-class combat warrior received the instruction. The blue light in his eyes turned to crimson. His huge body trampled on the ground and rushed toward the front. The 3-meter-long steel blade swayed like a storm and instantly pierced into the wall next to it to draw a perfect diagonal line, pushing it straight to the mercenaries ahead. A ferocious saw blade kept zooming in the line of sight. This is the last scene that Bai Zongyi saw in his life. In the gloomy night sky, a corner of the Tiancheng Company building suddenly slid down from the towering building, obliquely. Boom. Corner of the heavy reinforced concrete building body was neatly cut open, collapsed from the 8th floor, and hit the ground heavily. It is difficult to describe the shocking scene before me in words. As if a mountain collapsed, the top floor of this building continued to collapse, turning into countless huge reinforced concrete blocks and rolling down. The roar resounded across the sky, and the firelight shone in the night sky. This is the power of a tank-class combat warrior, enough to change the battle of tonight. A huge shadow fell from the sky. The tank-class combat warrior fell heavily, his legs bowed violently, and the huge impact of jumping from the 8th floor was resolved. One of its mechanical arms was holding Ding Lu, and Li Tianran was sitting on its shoulders. It is a roaring ruin. The annihilation mission has been completed, ready to return, and the return route is being planned. The route planning is complete. Let's set off. The eyes of the tank-class fighting warrior turned blue again, and 2 rows of pulleys protruded under its feet, like a high-powered off-road vehicle, quickly disappearing into the night. The bitter, cold wind blew across his cheeks, and the blood that Ding Lu had boiled before finally calmed down. He took a peek at Li Tianran, who was expressionless, sitting on the shoulders of the fighting warrior, feeling very nervous. My mission, is it a failure? Not only did it fail, but it also caused a lot of trouble to the boss. I'm such a waste. Ding Lu lowered his head, extremely depressed. His heart was covered with a lingering dust. You did a good job, Li Tianran suddenly said, and said calmly, if it weren't for you to attract the attention of those people in advance, I wouldn't be able to bypass their peripheral detection so easily and let the fighting warriors approach silently. Building. Although you are a bit stupid, this time it is considered to be a mistake that helped me a lot. Hearing Li Tianran's words, Ding Lu's eyes lit up again. Li Tianran's mouth curled slightly. Ding Lu is the kind of person who desperately wants to be recognized. Although he needs to be beaten, he is more important to educate him. Ding Lu actually knew his mistake in his heart. Even if Li Tianran didn't say it, he would learn a lesson from this incident. But the self-esteem of young people is always fragile. If Li Tianran continues to scold Ding Lu, maybe he will never recover from then on, completely losing confidence in himself. Unexpectedly, I will not only be the boss, but also the psychological mentor of young people, sat cross-legged on the shoulders of the tank warriors, feeling the feeling of cold wind blowing on his face. Not as relaxed as his expression. Tonight, he did accomplish his goal, and the destruction of Tiancheng Company was enough to make the head office painful for a while. But at the same time, he also exposed some of his whole cards. Li Tianran hadn't planned to use tank warriors, but the matter has come to this point, and he has no regrets that medicine can be taken. Li Tianran knows that the monitoring equipment of many companies is connected to the network in real time. The head office may have seen what happened to Tiancheng tonight. Although he is wearing a mask and sunglasses, the warrior cannot disguise. The head office already knows how powerful the enemy it faces is. Li Tianran took a deep breath. He thought of a word. When you expose your whole cards to the enemy this time, you'd better have a stronger whole card in the next battle. A heavy silence suffocated the room. 3 elderly figures sat motionless on an opulent leather sofa, their gazes locked onto the looping video before them. On the screen, a towering mechanical warrior wielded a serrated saw, tearing through concrete, and steel as though slicing through paper. Its glowing red eyes burned like twin embers in the darkness, cold and unfeeling. Around it, Tiancheng Corporation crumbled into dust, its legacy reduced to nothing but debris and whispers of history. Leader of the Ren family swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. His withered fingers hovered over the screen before pressing pause, freezing the image on the warrior's mechanical gaze. This isn't something our current technology can create, he muttered. The weight of his words settled over the room. I've consulted with top military tech firms and bioengineering labs, he continued. The most advanced robotics we have today? They're made for factories and agriculture, never for war. Machines like this belong in science fiction, another elder scoffed, his voice carrying a mixture of disbelief and unease. An hour earlier, all three men had received the same transmission, the destruction of the Tiancheng branch. The footage they were watching now was a glimpse into something that defied explanation. This machine is terrifying, the Ren family leader admitted, rubbing his temple. But those two humans, they're even more concerning. The other two elders stiffened. In the grainy footage, two figures moved with inhuman speed and strength, tearing through heavily armed security like ghosts of war. Their power didn't belong to science. It belonged to legend. For years, we believed our true adversaries were rival corporations and clandestine organizations. The Ren family leader exhaled. But we were wrong. We're up against something beyond our comprehension. The head of the Lan family nodded grimly. Only Bai Changyun, the eldest among them, remained unshaken. He leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "Are you afraid?" "This isn't fear," the Ren family leader countered. "This is a tactical retreat." Bai Changyun scoffed. "Retreat? If they were capable of wiping us out completely, they wouldn't have wasted time sending a message. They would have finished the job." The words hung in the air like a challenge. "I propose we halt the Evolver project, at least until we uncover who they are," the Ren family leader declared. "Absolutely not," Bai Changyun shot back. "This is our golden era. We hold the key to genetic enhancement. If we pause now, we'll lose everything we've built." "I won't be part of this," the Ren family leader stated, his voice firm. "I've seen enough to know that if we continue down this path, we'll be walking toward our own destruction." His words marked a rift. That very afternoon, the Ren family pulled out of the Evolver project entirely, severing ties. Their shares were converted into material assets and liquidated. From that moment on, the Renbai and Lan families became separate entities, each walking their own uncertain road. Li Tianran pushed the door open. The room was dim, curtains drawn tight to keep the outside world at bay. Ren Xiao lay on the bed, her back to him. "Who let you in?" Her voice was cold, dismissive. "Get out!" Li Tianran ignored her. He strode across the room, yanked the curtains apart, and let sunlight flood in. She flinched as the brightness cut through the shadows. He set a plate down on the bedside table. "Eat," he said simply. "Fresh fruit salad, steak. Supplies are hard to come by these days, but I managed. I didn't know how you like your meat, so I cooked it well done." Ren Xiao remained still, then spoke with quiet accusation. "You went out last night." He said nothing. "You attacked the branch, didn't you?" Li Tianran met her gaze. "Yes." A bitter laugh escaped her lips. "How ironic. You're my enemy now, yet you stand here pretending to care about my well-being." "I don't care what you think of me," Li Tianran replied. "But if you want revenge, at least stay alive long enough to take it." Ren Xiao's expression hardened. "You plan to get rid of me?" "No," he said calmly. "I'm letting Han Han practice on you." Her breath hitched. "She's learning to manipulate brainwaves," Li Tianran continued. "Soon, she'll erase your memories of everything that happened here. Your knowledge of the headquarters, of me, of Gagar's death. And most importantly, you won't be able to reveal anything about me." Ren Xiao clenched her fists. "That's your real goal, isn't it? If all I wanted was to keep you quiet, I could have killed you," Li Tianran said, his voice steady. "Instead, I'm giving you a second chance. Whether you see that as mercy or not is up to you." His words lingered in the air as he turned and walked out, closing the door behind him. Outside the farm, Ding Lu, clad in a white chef's coat, waited nervously by the outdoor grill. "Boss, was the steak okay?" Li Tianran nodded. "Not bad." Ding Lu scratched his head. I heard Westerners say the best way to eat steak is medium rare. Something about preserving the original flavor, Li Tianran scoffed. If all you want is freshness, just climb on the cow's back and gnaw on the horns. Ding Lu blinked. Li Tianran walked away without another word, leaving the confused chef wondering, yet again, how he had managed to irritate his boss this time. Since the previous night, Li Tianran had been contemplating ways to rapidly enhance his combat prowess. The process of evolving one's abilities, however, was a daunting challenge, demanding an immense reservoir of resources. Any significant improvement within a short period was unrealistic. His current adversaries were still ordinary humans, which meant he needed an immediate strategic solution. His focus was set on assembling an elite combat unit, primarily composed of level 3 adult combat warriors, mechanized soldiers with superior sniping and close-quarters combat skills. These warriors, even on a global scale, were among the finest in military capability. What made these combat units particularly formidable was their mechanical composition. Immune to pain, capable of continuing battle even after losing limbs, they were veritable war machines. With a sufficient number of them, annihilating a small nation would be within reach. An adult-level combat warrior costs 50,000 points, Li Tianran muttered, deep in calculation. With the farm generating 500,000 points daily, and considering the need to allocate points for purchasing large water purification pumps, I can afford to buy 5 warriors each day. Analyzing the data extracted from Ren Xiao's mind, he estimated the head office's strength. To engage them in direct confrontation, at least 100 of these warriors would be necessary. The cost was astronomical. The head office, such a persistent thorn in my side, he murmured, frustration simmering beneath his calm demeanor. The battle against the head office demanded unexpected expenditures, but it wasn't without its rewards. During their skirmishes, Li Tianran had acquired all the essential materials and chemicals used by Tianrun Company to produce their most powerful neutralizers. Now, these valuable resources sat idly in his warehouse. These compounds are useless to me, and the system won't accept them for recycling, he mused, tapping his fingers against a metal crate. Keeping them here is no different from letting them rot. Then a thought struck him. Bai Jingyan. Had Bai Jingyan managed to flee Yanhuang and reach Storm Island by now? While these medicinal compounds meant little to Li Tianran, they could prove invaluable to Bai Jingyan. Dinner arrived, and for Li Tianran, it was the most anticipated part of his day. It wasn't combat or business strategies that excited him. It was food. To him, eating was an almost sacred ritual, akin to ensuring the survival of one's lineage. Under his careful instruction, Ding Lu had prepared the evening meal. The spread was modest, but masterfully executed. A braised carp, a plate of simmered bamboo shoots, and a generous pot of slow-cooked meat. The rich aroma filled the room, making their stomachs growl in anticipation. The trio devoured their meal with fervor, plates emptied in record time. Li Tianran's eyes flicked to Ding Lu, who diligently scraped every last bit of food from her plate. In the shelter, we barely had anything, just a few compressed biscuits and a pitiful ration of water. I was always afraid of going hungry, Ding Lu admitted, a bit sheepish. The state of the world was dire. Food scarcity was only one issue. The greater problem lay in the uneven distribution of water. The residents of the South City shelter received a daily allowance of less than 500 milliliters of fresh water, just enough to stave off dehydration. Meanwhile, private companies in regions lacking shelter infrastructure hoarded and sold purified water at exorbitant prices. In the outside world, tonight's dinner could have easily been worth over 30,000 yen. Despite the currency's severe depreciation, this highlighted just how dire the scarcity had become. Big pot. The wine we brewed last time is finally ready. Han-Han's tiny feet pattered against the floor as she emerged carrying a clay wine jar filled with ruby-red liquid. She cracked the seal, and a delightful blend of fruity and alcoholic aromas drifted through the air. Each of them poured a glass, savoring the drink as it warmed their throats. A satisfied sigh escaped their lips. In a world plagued by chaos, life on the farm felt like an oasis of peace. A paradise where one could cultivate crops, raise cattle, and enjoy simple pleasures. Li Tianran gazed out the window, longing for a future where this tranquility remained undisturbed. While Li Tianran enjoyed the serenity of his farm, a world away, 3 figures trudged onto the barren soil of an island, 1,000 kilometers beyond Yanhuang's borders. Dressed in tattered clothing, their faces bore the grime of hardship, exhaustion etched into every line. But within the eyes of their leader, an unyielding light burned brightly. Storm Island. We finally made it. Bai Jingyan spread his arms wide, as though embracing his long-awaited salvation, laughter bubbling from his chest. Ever since he fled South City, he had been on the run. Being marked as a fugitive by the Umbrella Corporation had forced him into isolation. Unable to reach out to former allies, he traveled under constant fear. His escape led him to a border city, one that by sheer misfortune had been overrun by a devastating tide of sea beasts. He and his companions barely survived the onslaught. With the city locked in an emergency state, commercial flights to Storm Island became impossible to secure. Desperation left Bai Jingyan with only one option: steal a diesel boat and brave the treacherous seas with Nan Nan and Lan Ning. Battling through violent storms and the constant threat of pursuit, they had finally arrived. Lan Ning surveyed the island with a grimace. "This place is pathetic. My skills are completely wasted here." The settlement before them was unimpressive, a city whose level of development couldn't even rival a fifth-rate urban center. There was a high chance the island didn't even have proper internet access. An untamed land, untouched and waiting for its moment, Bai Jingyan countered, his gaze locked onto the cityscape ahead. "But now that we're here, this place will transform. It will become something greater, because of us." His eyes gleamed with unshakable determination. "My dream starts here. You understand now, don't you? You've seen what happened to Deputy Commander Yu. The entire world is racing to unlock the secrets of superhumans. Why should we lag behind?" Professor Nan's voice brimmed with excitement. "I have a strong feeling that superhumans will be a crucial force in countering this catastrophe. If we could uplift all of humanity, turn everyone into a superhuman, perhaps this disaster wouldn't even affect us." "Superhumans are akin to beast kings," he continued, eyes gleaming. "They are immune to deadly viruses and radiation. Their vitality is unparalleled. Just imagine it, an entire race of beings that can defy disease and destruction." His hands clenched into fists as his voice trembled with anticipation. "If we could elevate all of humanity to that level, it would be an absolute nightmare." Miao Yu cut in sharply. Her cold, measured voice sliced through Professor Nan's enthusiasm like a blade. "Have you considered what that would mean for global stability? If all of humanity evolved at once, existing military power would become obsolete. The balance of the world would shatter. The wars that would follow would make our previous conflicts look like child's play." Her gaze bore into him, unrelenting. "What about resource consumption? Do you have any idea how much more energy superhumans require? And even if we ignore that, can you guarantee that every single human being will evolve simultaneously?" She took a step closer, voice dropping to a near whisper. "Superhumans and ordinary people are already drifting toward becoming two distinct species. If that gap widens, it won't just be a divide. It will be an insurmountable chasm. Do you think the powerful will treat the powerless as equals? Do you think they won't exploit them, oppress them, turn them into nothing more than tools?" Her words cast a heavy silence over the room. Professor Nan's excitement dimmed, his brow furrowing deeply. "You're stuck in the past, Commander Miao. This is the next step for humanity. We can't afford..." To be afraid of progress. Miao Yu remained unmoved. I'm a soldier. My concern is stability. From where I stand, the safest course for humanity is the complete eradication of superhumans. Professor Nan's fists clenched. That's insane! Superhumans are the only way forward. If we remain stagnant, when resources finally run dry, it will be the end of all life on this planet. And if superhumans multiply unchecked, that end will come even faster. Miao Yu's expression was unreadable. Superhumans are not like beast kings. They won't bow to one ruler. Can you truly control the power you're trying to unleash? Professor Nan hesitated, but after a moment, he nodded firmly. I can. Miao Yu shook her head. I don't share your confidence. You can keep petitioning the higher-ups if you want, but don't expect my support. Professor Nan watched as she walked away, frustration tightening his jaw. What a stubborn fool. Your ancient medicine-grade crops are ripe. Please harvest them in time. The pleasant chime of the system rang in Li Tianran's ears. Ever since that night, his focus had shifted entirely to farming. A sense of unease loomed over him, an invisible storm slowly gathering on the horizon. He knew his attack on the Tiancheng branch had bought him some time. The head office would be wary for now, but their fear would soon give way to fury. They would retaliate. It was only a matter of when. They had undoubtedly studied the surveillance footage of that day, analyzing his tactics, his power. By now, they likely believed he possessed even greater weapons than he had shown. And when your enemies believe you have a powerful weapon, you'd better actually have one, because they will come at you with everything they have. Li Tianran's fingers hovered over the interface of the system store. He didn't hesitate. Purchase 5 additional adult-level combat warriors, a flash of light. 5 new war machines, their metal bodies gleaming under the artificial sunlight of the farm, appeared before him. He let out a slow breath, surveying his growing force. There were now 40 of them, each one a masterpiece of destruction, standing in perfect formation, radiating the silent authority of a well-disciplined army. This is my ace in the hole. A rare smile played on Li Tianran's lips as he reclined on a bamboo lounge chair, teapot in hand, savoring the rare moment of peace. His tranquility was soon interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Han Han burst onto the scene, practically vibrating with excitement. Da Guo, guess what? I did it! I can modify memories now. Li Tianran raised an eyebrow. Oh? Yeah. I tested it on a hen. At first it was terrified of me because I, may have bullied it a little. But then I tweaked its brainwaves and it completely forgot. It just came running back, so I did it again. And again. Han Han puffed out her chest proudly. Impressive, right? Li Tianran stared at her, his face unreadable. For a long moment, he simply felt sorry for the poor hen. Modifying an animal's memory is one thing, he said finally, his voice even. Doing it to a human is something else entirely. Are you confident you can handle that? Han Han blinked innocently. As long as the subject doesn't resist, there shouldn't be a problem. Li Tianran's gaze shifted toward Ren Xiao's room. He exhaled slowly, pushing himself to his feet. It's time to settle this. Come with me. Together they made their way to Ren Xiao's quarters. Li Tianran pushed open the door to find her sitting motionless, her expression blank, as if she had been frozen in time. He exhaled, cracking his knuckles. We'll lay the foundation today. Tomorrow, we push for the climax. Ren Xiao didn't react. Li Tianran smirked. Finally, I won't have to look at that damn face anymore. A powerful magnetic field pulsed between Ren Xiao and Han Han, forging an unbreakable neural connection. Deep within Ren Xiao's brain, her hippocampus trembled, a biological vault responsible for memory retention, navigation, and recall. In an instant, everything etched into her mind over the past days began to fragment, dissolving into a void of nothingness. Her consciousness fought to grasp onto remnants of what was lost, but the force was absolute. Memories were systematically wiped away, leaving only a stark emptiness in their wake. A surge of energy rippled through the field, and Ren Xiao's once sharp eyes dulled. Her body gave in, collapsing into unconsciousness. All recollections from at least a week ago have been erased, Han Han murmured, exhaling sharply. Possibly longer, maybe 10 days, even half a month. Precision isn't something I can control yet. I can only expand the duration and intensity to ensure no gaps remain. A week will suffice. Li Tianran cast a glance at Ren Xiao's slumped form on the sofa. A week ago, she had still been stationed at the head office. She would wake with no recollection of what had transpired since then. Take her away, Li Tianran commanded before turning toward the door. Ren Xiao's consciousness stirred. As her senses returned, the first thing she registered was an overcast sky stretching above her. A bitter wind whipped against her skin, biting deep, while an overwhelming exhaustion weighed on her limbs. She groaned softly, pushing herself upright, her movements sluggish and disoriented. Then, realization struck, her pupils constricted. This was the rooftop of Tianrun Company. A helicopter emblazoned with the unmistakable logo of the Umbrella Corporation rested silently nearby. Panic surged through her veins. She yanked off her thick coat, glancing wildly around, confusion and fear clawing at her chest. I was in Shanghai. How the hell am I in South City? Her voice wavered, her breath coming in rapid bursts. She squeezed her eyes shut, willing herself to wake from what had to be a dream. But the icy wind slashing against her face was too real. Every sensation confirmed the horrifying truth. Her hands fumbled through her pockets until they found a phone. Her heart pounded as she stared at the screen. This wasn't her device. No familiar contacts, no messages, no history. It was as though someone had placed it there intentionally, left it for her to use in a moment of desperation. Her gaze fell upon the date. Her breath hitched. Her fingers clenched the phone so tightly her knuckles turned white. 8 days. Her mind reeled. Where did those 8 days go? Why can't I remember anything? A suffocating sense of dread coiled around her, dragging her into an abyss of uncertainty. It was as though she had been swallowed by an invisible force, her past erased, her existence rewritten. But she refused to surrender to the fear. Gritting her teeth, she steadied her breathing and dialed a number. I'm Ren Xiao, she said firmly. I'm in South City. Come get me. There was a shattering noise on the other end of the line, followed by a trembling voice, thick with emotion. Xiao Xiao, she's alive. She's alive. From the rooftop of a distant skyscraper, Li Tianran observed the scene unfold. He watched Ren Xiao's frantic expressions, her desperate calls. Satisfied, he pulled the hood of his sweatshirt over his head and disappeared into the shadows. Ren Xiao was gone, and for now, the confrontation with the head office had reached a temporary halt. Li Tianran relished the brief moment of peace, but he knew better than to expect it to last. He understood Bai Changyun too well. The man was vengeful, relentless. The warning from Tiancheng Company might have delayed his ambitions, but it wouldn't extinguish them. His plans to create evolvers had merely been placed on hold, not abandoned. Li Tianran was preparing for what came next, a confrontation not just with the head office, but with the entire global consortium. It wasn't that he opposed human evolution. He had no fear of evolvers, nor did he see them as a threat. Atavistic. Evolvers were nothing he couldn't handle. In an ideal world, he wouldn't mind seeing humanity evolve, united, overcoming disasters together. But such an ideal was impossible. For one, the sheer cost was astronomical. Blue Star simply didn't have the resources to elevate all of humanity. The raw materials needed for genetic evolution were already scarce, their prices soaring beyond reason, and then there was human greed. If a select few gained power first, they would hoard it. The first wave of evolvers would cut off the path for those who followed, monopolizing the planet's remaining resources. Even if mass production of evolvers succeeded, there was only a 10% chance it would aid in humanity's survival. The other 90%? It would lead to catastrophe. Uncontrolled chaos that could spell the downfall of civilization itself. Human nature was selfish. Always had been. Always would be. The rise of evolvers would not unite the world. It would fracture it. Consortiums, warlords, and ruthless opportunists would turn them into weapons of war, fueling their own ambitions. The more disorder there was, the more they thrived. For the weaker factions, destabilization was their best chance at power. And it wasn't just Umbrella Corporation that sought to create evolvers. Across the world, countless organizations were racing toward the same goal. It was only a matter of time before mass-produced evolvers appeared, plunging humanity into its second era of destruction. Li Tianran had no intention of letting that happen. He wasn't opposed to evolution, only to reckless, uncontrolled evolution. He knew the world lacked the means to regulate the surge of power. The infrastructure, the laws, the ethical oversight. It was all insufficient. The world wasn't ready, and he would not stand by and watch as Blue Star was torn apart from within. Unlike the corporations, he didn't choose evolvers based solely on physical compatibility. He evaluated their minds, their morals. Because strength without restraint was just another disaster waiting to happen. Humanity already had enough enemies. If it allowed its own creations to spiral out of control, then Blue Star would truly become a living hell. Time passed. Another 7 days blinked by. In the heart of South City, a massive refuge had risen, a steel fortress with towering walls reminiscent of the Great Wall itself. It was a beacon of survival, fortified against whatever lay ahead. Within its confines, a temporary research facility had been established. Under special authorization, South City had gained permission to replicate and analyze genetic evolution. Human experimentation had begun, small scale for now, but real nonetheless. Professor Nan considered this project revolutionary, a milestone in human progress. Yet the higher-ups remained indifferent. The cost of producing even a single evolver was astronomical, and with resources stretched thin, the government prioritized survival. Shelters, military supplies, war reserves. Nan's funding was barely enough to sustain his research. Despite siphoning military resources to keep the project alive, he was operating on the edge of viability. Biological materials were the most expensive commodities in the world now, pricier than gold, even more than diamonds. Nan knew the truth. The success of his work would determine whether the country viewed the Evolver project as a passing curiosity or a necessary evolution of the species. And so, driven by both ambition and desperation, he threw himself into his research, knowing the fate of humanity might one day hinge on the results of his experiments. Heart rate is stable. Blood pressure within normal range. Cognitive functions are intact. No abnormalities detected in organ activity. Initiating epidermal test for neutralizer effectiveness. A sterile, synthetic voice echoed through the dimly lit laboratory. Inside the converted chemical facility, Professor Nan's gaze was fixed on the array of monitors in front of him, his hands clenched behind his back. His makeshift research institute, repurposed from an old lab, lacked the cutting-edge resources he truly needed. But he had long since accepted that the higher-ups had little interest in his project. Shelter construction took priority. Protecting the masses from the looming catastrophe was the command center's chief concern. The notion of investing in human evolution, dismissed as a mere pipe dream. Yet Professor Nan refused to let this setback deter him. He had pulled together a small team, convinced Miao Yu to spare a platoon for security, and transformed this humble space into a beacon of possibility. Now, 2 subjects lay restrained on the examination tables before him, their bodies rigid, anticipation thick in the air. His assistants, clad in protective suits, administered the experimental injection through a minuscule, near-invisible needle into their earlobes, a calculated precaution to mitigate the risks of direct exposure. The first test subject stiffened. Within moments, his skin darkened, cracks forming across his earlobe as a thin rivulet of blood trickled down his neck. The assistant beside him wasted no time, expertly slicing away the compromised tissue before the reaction could spread. What remained of the earlobe disintegrated into a dark sludge within seconds. The man, his expression unreadable, was swiftly bandaged and dismissed from the chamber. Professor Nan exhaled sharply. 18 trials, 18 failures. His own earlobe bore a scar from an earlier attempt, a constant reminder of his ongoing struggle. Was his entire approach flawed? His confidence wavered for the first time. Then, a sharp intake of breath from one of his researchers. "Professor, subject 19 is showing no signs of rejection." Nan's head snapped up, his eyes locking onto the second figure still lying on the examination table. Unlike the others, his skin remained unblemished. The puncture site from the injection, already closing. It was working. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Miao Yu barely had time to acknowledge Professor Nan's sudden entrance before the scientist seized his shoulders, eyes alight with manic excitement. "I've done it," Nan declared breathlessly. "I've unlocked the key to genetic replication." Miao Yu, ever composed, gave him a measured look. "Explain." "I was approaching it from the wrong angle. I assumed the issue lay in the neutralizer's composition, that the human body was simply too weak to withstand the modification. But it wasn't that at all. It's about HLB genetic compatibility." Nan's words tumbled over each other in his rush to explain. HLB typing is a complex genetic sequence, far more intricate than blood type. Only individuals with identical HLB sequences can successfully undergo genetic grafting without rejection. That's why organ transplants require an exact match. Otherwise, the immune system rejects the foreign tissue. "And the neutralizer?" Miao Yu pressed. "It's still necessary, but only as a secondary measure. The real key is matching the HLB sequences between the donor genes and the recipient." Miao Yu sighed, rubbing his temple. "Nan, simplify it. I created a superhuman." Nan's voice dropped to a whisper, thick with reverence. "He's undergoing physical evaluations as we speak." For the first time, Miao Yu hesitated. The weight of the revelation settled over him. "You're telling me you successfully replicated the evolutionary process?" Nan nodded fervently. "But there's a catch. The genes I used belong to Deputy Commander Yu Chung, meaning only individuals with a matching HLB sequence can undergo the transformation safely. For anyone else, the process would still be lethal." "Then we're still at square one," Miao Yu muttered. "Without a universal neutralizer, your success is limited to an extremely small pool of compatible candidates." Nan bristled. "That's why we need continued research. We're on the brink of something monumental." Bang Miao Yu clapped a firm hand on Nan's shoulder, cutting him off. His voice was calm, almost too calm. "Tell me, Professor, what can these superhumans do for us?" Nan straightened, ready to launch into a passionate defense. "They possess enhanced strength, rapid cellular regeneration, immunity to radiation." "How much did it cost to create this one success?" Miao Yu interrupted. Nan faltered. "Approximately 500 million. Silence. Miao Yu inhaled deeply, turning toward the cityscape outside the window. Construction crews labored tirelessly on the steel fortifications of the shelter, each bolt and beam essential to their survival. "The government allocated 10 billion in total to this project," Miao Yu said slowly. "And you spent $500 million on one prototype." Nan's jaw tightened. "You're thinking too short-term." "I'm thinking about the resources we have right now," Miao Yu countered. "For the cost of your single superhuman, I could have equipped our forces with an entire division's worth of high-powered artillery." His voice lowered. "And unlike your creation, Those weapons won't question orders. A muscle in Nan's jaw twitched. You lack vision. I don't have the luxury of vision, Miao Yu snapped. I have a responsibility to ensure Nancheng's survival today, not gamble on an uncertain future. He pivoted sharply. Keep your experiment contained, Nan. Don't let it become another problem I have to clean up. With that, he strode. Out of the room, Nan stood frozen, fists trembling. Then, finally, the dam broke. That ignorant, narrow-minded brute. He exploded. How dare he dismiss my research? How dare he undermine everything I've accomplished? His voice rose in pitch. This isn't over. My work will change the course of humanity whether he accepts it or not. Furious, Professor A. Nan turned on his heel and stormed back toward his lab. He would prove them all wrong. The clang of metal rang through the temporary research facility as weights were racked, monitors beeped, and a group of researchers scribbled down data with feverish excitement. Bench press, 2 thighs 100 kilograms. 100 meters, 3.04 seconds. Standing. Long jump, 913 meters. High jump, 6.09 meters. The subject at the center of attention stood motionless, his muscular frame glistening under the sterile lab lights. A sensor bracelet wrapped around his wrist blinked rhythmically, capturing every detail of his vitals. He showed no sign of exhaustion, not even the hint of heavy breathing. The researchers exchanged glances of exhilaration. This wasn't just another test. This was history in the making. Incredible, one whispered. His physiological enhancements match, if not exceed, those of Deputy Commander Yu Cheng. This is the breakthrough we've been waiting for. He's the first of his kind, another added, unable to tear his gaze away. A truly engineered superhuman. All eyes were on the test subject, a man named Chen, an intern researcher turned extraordinary specimen. Unlike the military, officers who had volunteered for this project, Chen had been an unexpected anomaly, the only one whose genetic structure aligned perfectly with the experimental serum. Professor Nan stepped forward, pride gleaming in his weary eyes. Congratulations, Chen. Out of everyone, you were the one destined for this. This is your moment. Chen forced a smile, nodding as the researchers gathered around him with admiration and awe. But beneath the surface, his thoughts churned. Their voices, their words, something about them unsettled him. The whole world is investing heavily in this research, one scientist mused. European Union labs have spent billions trying to achieve what we did in weeks, another added. It all comes down to Yu Cheng's genes, our one true advantage. Chen's fingers curled around the edge of the steel examination table. His mind swam, not with triumph, but unease. He was no longer a researcher among them. He was the specimen now. A celebration followed. Food rations, a rare luxury in these times, were distributed among the team. Self-heating rice and vacuum-sealed braised meats were unwrapped with anticipation. Professor Nan handed Chen an extra portion. Here, you've earned it. The rich scent of spiced chicken filled the air, but Chen barely glanced at his plate. He watched the others laugh, chat, and toast their achievement. They spoke of him, around him, but never to him. Their words played over and over in his head. We have an advantage. Yu Cheng's genes. The world would kill for what we've done here. His stomach churned, not with hunger, but with something much darker. By late afternoon, the facility was quiet again. 2 researchers entered the testing chamber, carrying clipboards. Chen, we need to record your heart rate variations. Silence. Chen. One of them stepped closer, reaching out. A body tumbled off the examination table. It wasn't Chen. The researchers barely had time to scream before the room erupted into chaos. Blood splattered across sterile walls. A deafening alarm shrieked. Desperate cries echoed through the halls, only to be cut short by the crunch of breaking bones. The facility, moments ago alive with celebration, became a slaughterhouse. When Professor Nan arrived, the air reeked of iron and death. His legs nearly gave out at the sight before him. Corpses littered the ground, their bodies mangled beyond recognition, limbs twisted at unnatural angles, bones splintered like dry twigs, blood pooled beneath toppled machinery, soaking the floor. Soldier, barely clinging to life, rasped out a warning. He attacked us. He escaped. Nan felt the world spin around him. No, he murmured, his voice trembling. This can't be happening. Heavy footsteps approached. Commander Miao Yu stood behind him, surveying the carnage with an expression of cold fury. I told you to keep an eye on him, she said, her voice tight with barely restrained anger. Nan shook his head wildly. No, he must have lost control. His cerebral cortex. It must have been affected by the enhancement process. Miao Yu's sharp gaze cut through him. Wake up! Our patrol team found the tracking chip implanted in him. Inside a wild dog, 12 kilometers away. He cut it out himself. Nan's breath hitched. 6 teams are already hunting him down, Miao Yu continued. But he's fast, he's strong, and now he's armed. 2 teams have already gone silent. Nan felt his knees buckle. The weight of his mistake crushed him. He had created a superhuman, and now that superhuman was loose. Across the city, miles away from the carnage, Li Tianren lounged in a reclining chair, fishing rod in hand. He took a lazy sip of watermelon juice and exhaled in satisfaction. Been eating too much grilled meat lately, he mused. Time to mix things up. Let's have seafood tonight. Ding Lu, ever enthusiastic, grabbed a net. Got it. I'll catch some fresh fish. Go further in, Li Tianren called after him. Don't scare the fish away. This was peace. This was simplicity. A life well earned. Then, his earpiece buzzed. Tapping the device, he frowned as surveillance footage flickered across his retinal display. His relaxed demeanor vanished. His grip on the fishing rod tightened. Han, noticing the shift, tilted her head. Daguo? What's wrong? Li Tianren slowly sat up, his expression unreadable. I just saw something bad, he murmured. I need to step out for a bit. Li Tianren moved swiftly through the ruins, his footsteps light as he navigated the shattered remnants of the once-standing structure. He had followed the instructions from the patrol surveillance system, leading him here, toward the unmistakable scent of blood lingering in the air. He halted. The sight before him was grim. 6 military policemen lay motionless, their bodies twisted unnaturally. Some bore gunshot wounds, while others had suffered brute force trauma. Their spilled blood painted a macabre scene, seeping into the cracked pavement like ink on parchment. Steeling himself, Li Tianren stepped forward, checking their pulses. Lifeless. Not even the most advanced healing agents could bring them back now. 10 minutes earlier, the surveillance footage had shown a masked figure bursting from the research facility, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake. The figure had moved with unnatural speed, tearing through guards and researchers alike before vanishing into the wilderness beyond the shelter's perimeter, an evolver, another brutal evolver. Li Tianren exhaled sharply, gripping the handle of a discarded firearm before tucking it into his belt. Then, without hesitation, he moved on. A few kilometers away, the remains of an abandoned village stood in eerie silence. A weak, guttural groan broke the quiet. Amidst a cluster of bodies, a wounded soldier struggled forward, his bloodied hands clawing at the dirt. His legs were mangled, leaving him unable to stand, but sheer willpower kept him moving. When he caught sight of Li Tianren, his eyes widened in shock. "Help! Please!" he gasped, his voice barely above a whisper as he frantically waved for assistance. Li Tianren approached cautiously, scanning the area. The scene was disturbingly familiar, the same brutal carnage as before. Another failed attempt at stopping the escapee. Squatting beside the soldier, Li Tianren frowned. "What happened here? Brother, we have to move, now!" The soldier's voice wavered between desperation and fear. "That monster, We managed to wound him, but he's healing fast. He'll be back soon. We can't stay here, he'll kill us both. Li. Tianran observed the trembling man, then his surroundings. He had questions, many of them, but this was not the place for answers. That building over there, he pointed toward a half-collapsed structure. We'll hide there. Can you move? Gritting his teeth, the soldier nodded. Li Tianran helped him up, and together they staggered toward temporary refuge. Inside the ruined building, Li Tianran found an old tattered couch and lowered the man onto it. Now talk. The soldier hesitated, then sighed heavily. I shouldn't be telling you this, but considering the circumstances, it won't be a secret much longer. He took a moment to steady his breath. My name is Zhao Xiao. I serve in the Special Operations Battalion of the 2nd Corps stationed in Nancheng. Earlier today, we received orders to track and eliminate a rogue superhuman. He was an experimental subject at the Institute, but something went wrong. He snapped, slaughtered the staff, and fled. A superhuman? Li Tianran repeated. Zhao Xiao nodded grimly. Yes. They used genetic replication to create him. It was supposed to be a breakthrough, but he turned on us. I think he learned something. He wasn't supposed to. Maybe he realized there were groups out there willing to pay a fortune for someone like him. He had no loyalty, no sense of duty. The moment he saw a chance to defect, he took it. Anger flared in his eyes. But instead of just running, he butchered his own people. He's nothing but a traitor. Li Tianran remained silent. Profit was an enticing thing. Nations held the greatest resources, but they did not cater exclusively to the evolved. Expectations, responsibilities, and sacrifice came with government support. But private entities, corporate syndicates, underground organizations offered freedom, wealth, luxury, power, all without restraint. In times of peace, such offers would mean little. But this was the apocalypse. The world was collapsing. Who wouldn't be tempted? So that's how it is, he murmured. For all their physical superiority, evolvers remained human. Their bodies changed, but their hearts, their minds, that was another matter entirely. Zhao Xiao grimaced, shifting his weight uncomfortably. Listen, you should go. This place isn't safe. If that bastard finds us together, you won't stand a chance. A pause. And ditch the gun. If my squad sees you armed, they might mistake you for an enemy. Li Tianran glanced at the weapon, tilting his head thoughtfully. Then with an easy smile, he raised it toward Zhao Xiao. You're right, he mused. I don't need this. I'd rather return it to its rightful owner. Zhao Xiao reached for the gun instinctively, but just as his fingers brushed the handle, Li Tianran pulled back. One last question, Li Tianran said, his voice light, almost casual. If you made it out of Nancheng, where would you go next? Abroad. Zhao Xiao froze. For a fraction of a second, his mask slipped, and something dark flickered in his expression. Li Tianran's grin widened. You almost had me. The uniform, the fake wounds, the fabricated story. You played your role well. I wanted to believe you. His voice dropped to a whisper. But when I saw you, the words above your head spelled out human evolutionist Chen Yuhang. So what exactly do you want me to do now? This is a tale of a wounded predator forced to wear the guise of prey, seeking refuge among those it once hunted. But deception only lasts so long. The wolf may wear sheep's clothing, but its fangs remain sharp. And in the eyes of the so-called sheep, the wolf's charade is laughably thin. A gunshot echoed in the distance. A bloodied leg planted itself firmly against the cracked earth. The figure who had once masqueraded as a helpless military policeman, now revealed as Chen Yuhang, ACI, rogue evolver, gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp as blades as he locked eyes with Li Tianran. I imagine you want to kill me now, Li Tianran mused, his voice calm. But then again, you wanted to kill me the moment you saw me. You just held back because of this. He lifted the gun in his hand lazily. Your injuries are severe. If you don't take me down in one move, and I land a shot, you won't be escaping. You knew that, so you played along. Chen Yuhang trembled, his breath ragged. He didn't know who this man was, or how he had seen through the act so effortlessly, but he understood one thing. If he did nothing, he would die here. The healing factor of an evolver was impressive. Moments ago, his legs had been shattered, yet his bones had already begun mending. Flesh still hung loosely, but mobility was returning. That was all he needed. With a sudden, thunderous stomp, he propelled himself forward, using the force of impact, to launch his body like a missile toward Li Tianran. There was a path to safety, but you chose destruction. Chen Yuhang snarled as he bore down, his fists crashing toward Tianran's skull like twin hammers. A dull thud cut through the air. Chen Yuhang was airborne, only in the wrong direction. His body crashed into the remains of a crumbling wall, forming a human-shaped indentation. Deep guttural cough erupted from his throat, splattering blood onto the broken bricks beneath him. His mind reeled. He was an evolver, stronger, faster, superior to normal humans. He had survived an assault by trained military forces. Yet in a direct fight, he had been overpowered in an instant. Who was this man? Li Tianran calmly lowered his leg, the one he had used to send Chen Yuhang flying. Hands still tucked in his pockets, his expression unreadable. I've met many evolvers, he mused. Some were stronger than you, but you might be the most arrogant. He tilted his head slightly. Most people in your position would hesitate, but you attacked me without a second thought. I have to admire that level of stupidity. Chen. Yuhang's breathing was erratic. Every bone in his body felt broken, his organs screaming in pain. The bullets he had taken earlier had done less damage than this one. Precise strike. Who are you? He rasped, blood dripping from his lips. Li Tianran crouched down, his expression mild. If I'm not mistaken, your abilities originated in Yu Cheng. He paused, watching the flicker of recognition in Chen Yuhang's eyes. Do you know where Yu Cheng's power comes from? A slow smile spread across Li Tianran's face. According to the hierarchy, if you call Yu Cheng father, then I suppose that makes me... He snapped his fingers. Your grandfather. Rage surged in Chen Yuhang's chest, but the pain in his body prevented him from acting on it. Don't kill me, he gasped. Desperation crept into his voice. I inherited your evolution. That means we're the same kind. Li Tianran's eyes darkened. If every product of Yu Cheng turned out like you, I'd kill him too. A cold silence fell between them. Then Tianran asked softly, Tell me, what were you thinking when you slaughtered those soldiers and researchers? He leaned in slightly. Were you dreaming of the luxuries waiting for you in the hands of the consortium? Chen Yuhang's breath hitched. Then, with a sudden surge of defiance, he spat blood onto the ground and snarled, Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. And who wouldn't? Don't act like you wouldn't do the same. You think you're some kind of righteous hero? His voice cracked, teetering on the edge of hysteria. I deserve that life. Why shouldn't I fight for it? A dull impact silenced him. Li Tianran's fist buried itself in his chest, precise and lethal. Broken ribs punctured his heart. Chen Yuhang's eyes widened, mouth opening and closing soundlessly as blood gurgled past his lips. Tianran exhaled, slowly, watching the life drain from his opponent's eyes. You aren't even worthy of fighting for it, he murmured. You don't deserve anything. Not life, not freedom. A shadow moved beside him. A massive spectral hound emerged from the darkness, eyes glowing with hunger. Xiao He, Tianran said evenly. Eat. The beast lunged, engines rumbled as military vehicles rolled across the ruined streets. Armed officers disembarked, sweeping the area with cold efficiency. Their expressions were grim, their movements precise. 5 minutes earlier, they had received the final distress call from their fallen squadron. Chen Yuhang had to be nearby. Professor Nan, his face a blank slate, trailed behind them. A sharp gasp rang out. "Over here!" Weapons snapped into place as officers rushed toward the call, but there was no need to be on guard, because their target was already dead. Chen Yuhang's severed head lay discarded in a dark corner, his lifeless eyes staring at nothing. Beside, it scrawled onto the ground in dark, drying blood were several sentences. Professor Nan stepped forward, squinting as he read aloud. "An evolver is not human, but a wolf. If you wish to raise wolves, you have 3 choices. Feed them like the consortium does, rule them like the Wolf King does, or possess the power to kill them at any time. Until you have one of these 3 things, stop playing God. Otherwise, the wolves you raise will be the ones to devour you." A chilling silence fell over the squadron. Professor Nan closed his eyes, and for the first time in years, he felt truly afraid. Li Tianran didn't wait around after dealing with Chen Yuhang. He turned on his heel and left, making his way back to the farm. The weight of what had just happened sat heavy on his mind. The incident confirmed what he had begun to suspect. No one, not even the government, could fully control the evolvers yet. These beings, far beyond ordinary human limitations, had been unleashed prematurely. Without adequate preparation, chaos was inevitable. His concerns mirrored the Yanhuang Federation's past stance on nuclear weapons. The moment they acquired nuclear capabilities, they immediately sought to restrict other nations from developing them. Not out of fear of losing dominance, but because they understood the destructive potential. If such power fell into the hands of unstable governments or reckless leaders, catastrophe would follow. A single detonation could spiral into an all-out war that no one could escape unscathed. Evolvers were no different. If they started wreaking havoc, the ensuing storm would be impossible to contain. Even Li Tianran himself might not be able to stay out of it. And worse still, if the global powers saw evolvers as a threat, they would respond with brutal efficiency, eliminating them indiscriminately. If Bai Jingyan truly intended to establish a god's kingdom on Storm Island, it would put a giant target on his back. And that, in turn, would jeopardize Tianren's own investment. He couldn't afford to see his project destroyed before it even took off. Li Tianran trusted Bai Jingyan. If Bai created evolvers, he must have measures in place to control them. But others weren't so careful. Tianran had initially believed the government would handle it. But after witnessing Chen Yuhang's reckless actions, his faith was beginning to waver. By the time he returned to the farm, his thoughts were still tangled with worries. Ding Lu had already finished cooking and had set the table. Han Han was curled up on the sofa, eyes glued to the TV. Over the past few days, the two had bonded well, and Han Han's usual shyness had softened slightly. Tianran walked in and caught a whiff of the meal. "What's on the menu tonight, Eggy?" "Fried rice," Ding Lu grinned, holding up a steaming plate. "I just learned how to make it. Try it, boss. I think I'm getting the hang of cooking." Li Tianran glanced at the dish and felt a pang of nostalgia, though not the good kind. He shook his head, clearing away his dark thoughts. Egg fried rice was a simple dish. Anyone could make it, but making it well? That was a different story. If the technique was off, the rice would clump together, turning into an unappetizing mess. Tianran studied the fried rice in front of him. His expression was unreadable. "Ding Lu," he said finally, "ruining good ingredients is also a form of waste." Ding Lu blinked, clearly caught off guard. "Let me show you what fried rice is supposed to be." Tianran rolled up his sleeves, grabbed an apron, and stepped into the kitchen. He cracked 2 eggs into a pristine white bowl. Their yolks were a deep, golden hue, and there was no fishy smell, only a faint herbal fragrance. These weren't ordinary eggs. They came from Level, 3 medicinal-grade hens, prized for both taste and nutritional value. The farm's produce is top tier, Tianran said as he stirred the egg mixture. Our rice is even better than the Xiang Shui tribute rice from ancient times. Regular people don't even get to see this stuff. He drizzled in olive oil, pure, preservative-free, and extracted by hand. And this oil? I pressed it myself. He gave Ding Lu a pointed look. Yet with all these high-quality ingredients, the rice you made tastes about the same as a cheap street stall's. Isn't that a shame? With practiced ease, he poured the eggs into the hot wok. His movements were fluid, almost artistic. Within minutes, the fried rice was done. Every grain was coated in golden egg, each separate yet glistening. A simple scoop with a spoon showed how effortlessly the rice fell apart. Just looking at the dish made one's mouth water. In contrast, Ding Lu's fried rice now looked utterly unappealing. This, Tianran declared, setting the plate down, is what fried rice should be. He leaned in slightly. When you can make it like this, then you can proudly say, I want the whole world to know the kitchen belongs to me. Ding Lu hesitated, then took a bite. The moment the rice hit his tongue, his expression changed. So this was what true flavor was. Tianran tapped the table. Eat up. After dinner, Tianran didn't turn in early. Instead, he took a walk around the farm, surveying the defenses. Ever since Xiaohei had grown larger, he had been thinking about rebuilding his residence. But more importantly, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing in the farm's defenses. Right now, the place had the basics of a level 2 fortress. He hadn't added many weapons yet, believing the existing security was sufficient. But after the last beasttide, he was uneasy. If another attack of that scale occurred, the farm wouldn't hold. The combat units were mobile, but only the tank class. Warriors had enough firepower to counter large-scale threats. The rest? Too weak to make a real difference. What he needed was more firepower. Large-caliber weapons. Something like a close-in weapon system. The problem was placement. Those weapons were expensive, and he couldn't afford to install them everywhere. He had to be strategic. Tianran paced the farm, studying different angles, but still couldn't pinpoint the best spots. If only I had a military strategist, he muttered. Someone who actually understands defensive combat. Ding Lu, who had been silently following him, suddenly spoke up. Boss, do you want someone who can help with military defense? Tianran stopped in his tracks. You know someone? Ding Lu nodded. Yeah, he might be able to help. What's his background? Tianran asked. Military academy? Former officer? Ding Lu hesitated. Neither. Tianran narrowed. His eyes. Then what? He, has non-progressive brain damage syndrome. Tianran was silent for a long moment. Then his expression turned grim. So he's just a damn idiot? Cerebral palsy, technically termed non-progressive brain injury syndrome, is more than just a label for diminished intelligence. The full name, cerebral palsy, is often misunderstood. While some people assume it simply turns a person into a fool, that's an oversimplification. The condition manifests as central movement disorders and abnormal posture, sometimes accompanied by cognitive impairment, epilepsy, sensory deficits, language difficulties, and behavioral abnormalities. People with cerebral palsy don't just become idiots. Idiocy is only one of many possible symptoms. The effects can range from losing logical reasoning to impaired learning ability, making independent life a near impossibility under modern science. In short, a diagnosis of this condition is practically a life sentence to helplessness. Boss, don't be mad, Ding Lu blurted out nervously upon sensing Li Tianran's worsening mood. The guy I'm talking about used to live in the same shantytown as me. Yeah, he's got this condition and can't take care of himself, but he's a genius at electronic warfare games, robot wars, red alert, that kind of stuff. He's got insane talent. He even figured out how to code his own combat simulations, just by following some basic tutorials. I've seen it with my own eyes. Every time he plays, he dominates. He's never lost. Li Tianran's expression twisted. Was he seriously supposed to recruit a cerebral palsy patient to plan his farm's military defense? A video game prodigy? The idea was ridiculous. Sure, there were stories about people with cognitive impairments, excelling in hyper-specific fields, mathematical savants, musical prodigies, and so on. But Li Tianran had never witnessed it himself, and trusting someone like that with such a critical responsibility seemed absurd. How do you even know a guy like this? He asked, rubbing his temples. Ding Lu looked down. Back in the shanty town, he was the only one who would talk to me. Li Tianran recalled Ding Lu's past. Maybe only those who shared a similar fate could truly understand each other. Boss, at least give him a chance. If he doesn't work out, we'll figure something else out. Ding Lu's voice was careful, almost pleading. Li Tianran was silent for a moment. Snatching a real military strategist would cause a lot of trouble. Even if Ding Lu's suggestion sounded absurd, there was no harm in testing it. If he's useless to me, I won't keep him, Li Tianran said coolly. Ding Lu clenched his fists. Just giving him the opportunity is enough. If he fails, it's on him. Where is he? A few days ago, he was in the same shelter as me. Wrapped in a black trench coat, Li Tianran stood before a makeshift shelter in the heart of the city. Most of the tens of thousands of displaced South City residents were packed within a 10-kilometer radius, crammed into this cluster of temporary buildings. It was nighttime. Armed military police patrolled the area, rifles slung over their shoulders. Trucks carrying rations and supplies rolled in along the roads. Each time a vehicle arrived, desperate residents peeked out from their makeshift homes, eyes gleaming with hunger and desperation. Li Tianran adjusted the heavy backpack on his shoulders and slipped through the gaps in the patrol routes like a shadow. A few graceful leaps carried him past the guards and into the shelter, East District. Shelter number 08, 6th floor of the Lankai Garment Office building, he murmured, following Ding Lu's directions. Because the two had lived together. In the shantytown, they were assigned to the same shelter during the evacuation. The building was 8 stories tall, but every available space, rooms, hallways, even the underground parking lot, was filled with displaced families. Faces of exhaustion and resignation surrounded him. Survival was a cruel burden. Yet, compared to the ones who had perished, these people were the lucky ones. Moving through the throngs of people, Li Tianran went unnoticed, just another returning resident in a sea of displaced souls. The air was thick with noise, shouting, cursing, desperation. Stop. Shoving, damn it! I just got this water. Now it's all over the floor. Who stole my milk? I swear if I find you, may your whole family rot. 2 packs of instant noodles for 1 bottle of water. Tempers flared, but the military presence kept people from escalating to violence. Then an announcement cut through the chaos. A new supply truck has arrived. 1 person per family. Line up to receive your rations. A tidal wave of people surged forward. It was like a scene from a zombie film. The hungry, desperate masses flocking to the promise of food. Li Tianran ignored them, weaving through the crowd until he reached the 6th floor. He stopped in front of a door. Inside was the family Ding Lu had spoken of. A small, cramped dressing room, barely 2 or 3 square meters, served as their living space. A pungent stench hung in the air, making his stomach twist. An old man with graying hair knelt on the floor, arranging a makeshift bedding. In the corner, a frail boy sat in a wheelchair, a grimy bucket positioned beneath his feet, the source of the room's overpowering odor. The father and son both had the same empty, despondent gaze, the look of men who had long since lost any hope for the future. They barely reacted to Li Tianran's entrance, merely glancing up before returning to their silence. Li Tianran shut the door behind him, exhaling slowly. Keeping his mask on, he tilted his head slightly and addressed the old man. Qin Hai? Your son, Qin Yiming. A flicker of recognition crossed the old man's face. His tired eyes sharpened slightly. "Who are you? What do you want?" His voice was hoarse from years of hardship. "I'm here to make a deal." Li Tianran slid the heavy backpack from his shoulders and dropped it in front of the old man. His tone was calm, almost casual. "I want to buy your son." He unzipped the pack slightly, revealing stacks of vacuum-sealed food and bottles of clean water, more than enough to last a long time in these conditions. Qinhai's eyes widened. Even the boy in the wheelchair struggled to lift his head and look at Li Tianran. "You want to buy him?" Qinhai asked, voice laced with disbelief. "Yes." "No refunds?" Li Tianran's gaze was unwavering. "Once the deal is made, he's mine. His life or death will no longer be your concern." Qinhai was silent for a long moment. Then, to Li Tianran's surprise, he let out a dry chuckle. "Deal." Li Tianran blinked. That was faster than expected. "You're not even going to ask me why?" he asked, eyebrow raised. "Do I need to?" Qinhai's lips curled in a bitter smirk. "Human experiments? Bioweapons? Slavery? It doesn't matter. I've been tortured enough by this life, and by this useless burden of a son. I don't care what you do with him." Qinhai sat in the dimly lit dressing room, his face lined with exhaustion, his expression vacant. Years of hardship had drained him, leaving behind only fatigue and a quiet, simmering resentment toward the life he had been forced to endure. "You're awfully quick to give up," Li Tianran remarked, dropping his backpack onto the floor. His sharp gaze flicked toward Qin Yiming, the frail boy slumped in the corner. Qinhai's face twisted in anger at the implication. His voice rose, raw with pent-up frustration. "You think I haven't tried? I had a career, a good life, but I gave it all up for him. Spent everything I had chasing treatments, relocating from comfort to squalor, just to keep him alive." His voice cracked, years of frustration spilling out. "I even got him a damn computer, thinking it might make his life worth something, and now I'm out of time, out of options. I can't protect him anymore." His gaze darkened. "If I die, he dies too. Isn't this better? At least this way he has a chance." Li Tianran said nothing. Everyone had their own burdens. He wasn't here to judge. He was here to get what he needed. Qin Yiming's thin fingers trembled as he clutched his blanket. Tears welled in his eyes as he whispered, "Dad, don't send me away. I'll be good." Li Tianran knelt before him, his voice low but firm. "Your father can't take care of you anymore. Do you want him to watch you waste away, or do you want to take control of your life?" His eyes locked onto the boy's. "Come with me." Qinhai turned his back, his shoulders rigid. He had already made his choice. Qin Yiming let out a shuddering breath. Slowly, painfully, he nodded. I understand. I'll go." Li Tianran let the boy cry. When the sobs finally faded, he spoke again. "I have top-tier computers, cutting-edge software. If you're as skilled as I hear, you won't just play games anymore. You'll change reality." Something flickered in Qin Yiming's eyes. Something beyond fear. A spark of curiosity, of purpose. Li Tianran lifted the boy with ease, his frail body barely weighing anything. He set him inside his empty backpack, leaving only a small opening for air. As he turned to leave, a muffled voice came from inside. "Dad, I'm sorry for being a burden." Qinhai remained motionless. He didn't reply. "Do you need anything else?" Li Tianran asked, glancing around. "That CD case." "On the table," Qin Yiming stammered. Li Tianran reached for it, but Qinhai suddenly spoke. "The deal was for my son, not his things. If you want those, you'll have to pay extra." Li Tianran stopped. Slowly, he turned back to face the man. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Price gouging, huh? Even now, Chin-Hai's expression remained blank. Bring me more food and water or medicine, then we'll talk. Li Tianran chuckled. He pulled back his coat, revealing the glint of a black pistol at his waist. I can't offer you medicine, he said coolly. But I can give you 2 bullets. Comes with free delivery. Want to make that deal instead? Chin-Hai's face twitched. He swallowed hard and said nothing. With a scoff, Li Tianran snatched the CD case and strode out without another word. The world after the catastrophe was merciless. It twisted people, forcing them to survive however they could. Chin-Hai had once been a loving father, but desperation had turned him into something else. A man willing to sell anything, even his own flesh and blood. Li Tianran had seen stories like this before. Parents who cared for their disabled children until the pressure broke them until they snapped under the weight of it all. He wasn't here to moralize. He just knew he wasn't going to be anyone's victim. Moving swiftly through the city, he slipped past military patrols, vanishing into the night with Qin Yiming on his back. For what felt like an eternity, Qin Yiming was trapped in darkness. Then, at last, he saw light again. He blinked, adjusting to his surroundings. A familiar face came into focus. Ding! Ding Lu? Ding Lu's eyes lit up. Yes, Yiming, it's me! You're safe! Li Tianran set the boy down on a couch, rolling his shoulders. He let out a dry laugh. You know, I'm starting to think my hiring criteria is a little unconventional. First a stutterer, now a shut-in gamer in a wheelchair. Maybe I should rename this place. The Strong-Willed Disabled Workforce. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Ding Lu shot him a glare. Boss, I promise you won't regret this. Yiming's a genius, he just needs a chance to prove. Qin Yiming hesitated, but seeing Ding Lu's excitement gave him courage. He straightened as much as his frail body allowed. I need a computer with a 7.0 GHz processor or higher. Top-of-the-line motherboard and graphics card. Li Tianran's lips curled into a smirk. Good, let's see what you got. In the dimly lit room, the hum of an old fan mixed with the soft clatter of a keyboard. Qin Yiming sat rigidly in his chair, his thin fingers trembling over the keys, his face a blend of uncertainty and yearning. You really have something like that? His voice wavered, eyes flickering with doubt as he gazed at Li Tianran. I wouldn't say it if I didn't. Li Tianran leaned against the desk, arms crossed. Is 65 GHz good enough? Silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating. Qin Yiming's lips parted, but no words came. He blinked rapidly, as if trying to process what he'd just heard. 65? His voice cracked. You're lying. No civilian tech, no existing tech, has that kind of power. Li Tianran merely shrugged, pulling up the marketplace interface on his device. A sleek, impossibly advanced computer materialized in his shopping cart. He turned the screen towards Qin Yiming, letting him see the raw numbers flashing in cold, clinical precision. This isn't a joke. Li Tianran's voice was steady. This is real. Qin Yiming stared at the display, his breath coming in short gasps. His fingers twitched, reaching as if to touch the screen. Then, in a low whisper, he said, It's more than enough. I can work with this. A snap echoed through the room. In an instant, a brand new, ultra-powerful computer materialized beside them. Li Tianran swept the dusty remnants of an old rig off the desk and set the new machine in place. The moment the power button was pressed, the screen lit up, a smooth, unassuming Windows 7 interface, almost mocking in its simplicity. Ding Lu helped lift Qin Yiming into a chair, but something had already changed. The boy's frail hands, usually shaky, were now unnervingly steady. His eyes, once hollow and dull, burned with an intense, feverish light. With careful precision, he opened a small, battered CD case and retrieved a disc. Slipping it into the drive, he waited as the computer, processed the contents. A custom-built program booted up, filling the screen with layers of dense data. This... Qin Yiming exhaled slowly, his voice soft yet brimming with reverence. This is my life's work. Rows upon rows of numbers, maps, and schematics flooded the screen. I have compiled every known technological weapon, city defense system, and wartime resource into this program. Every statistic, every calculation, every strategic variable, I mapped it all. This program allows for real-time war simulations with a precision margin of over 98%. Li Tianran's brows furrowed as he studied the intricate network of data. Go on. Qin Yiming's fingers danced across the keyboard, cycling through different city defenses, adjusting variables on the fly. I can simulate real-world conflicts, input existing military assets, and predict the outcome of battles before they even happen. The system accounts for unpredictable elements, terrain shifts, supply shortages, leadership casualties. Every factor is considered. His voice grew steadier, more confident. If given the right data, I can determine the best strategy for any given war. I can minimize losses, maximize efficiency, and ensure victory before the first bullet is fired. Li Tianran folded his arms. That sounds like theory. War isn't fought on paper, and battlefields are never predictable. A single misfire, an unexpected casualty, and the whole plan collapses. I've accounted for that, Qin Yiming countered, eyes gleaming. Every battle has thousands of unpredictable variables, but I've simulated countless scenarios. With enough data, I can prepare contingency plans for every possible outcome. Without waiting for approval, he initiated a simulation. The screen flashed as two nations clashed in a hyper-realistic battlefield, their forces maneuvering in real time. The first battle ended in minutes, then another, and another. Within moments, Qin Yiming had run the same war 13 times, each iteration adjusting for different unexpected factors. Not once did he lose control. Li Tianran exhaled sharply. There was no hesitation in Qin Yiming's calculations, no wasted movements. Every adjustment was precise, every countermeasure flawless. These simulations, Qin Yiming murmured, consume my entire existence. I have no other purpose. Every second of my life is dedicated to understanding war, to mastering its every nuance. Li Tianran's gaze darkened. If I give you data on an enemy incursion, can you construct the most effective defensive strategy using the resources we have? Qin Yiming hesitated for the first time. He fell silent, his expression shifting into deep contemplation. Then, after a moment, he gave a single nod. Yes, but it depends on what assets we have and how much we can mobilize. A slow smile spread across Li Tianran's face. Finally, he had confirmation. This wasn't just a game. Qin Yiming wasn't some delusional theorist playing with numbers. He was a prodigy, a true strategist whose mind operated on a different plane. And with the right tools, he might just be the key to turning the tides of war. Li Tianran paused for a moment, his gaze serious as he said, "I'll take you to see my farm." Ding Lu stepped forward, about to lift Qin Yiming up when, bang! Li Tianran quickly moved to support Qin Yiming's shoulders. From his pocket, he pulled out an ancient-looking carrot, its vibrant orange hue almost glowing under the moonlight. "Based on what I just saw from you, I think you're worth it," he said in a low voice. "Eat this, and then follow me." Qin Yiming hesitated, confused but trusting. He didn't quite understand what was happening, but if Li Tianran had given it to him, it couldn't be harmful, right? He bit into the carrot. As soon as the sweet, earthy taste touched his tongue, something strange happened. His body, which had been stiff and weak for so long, began to feel warm. His legs, which had once been numb and unreliable, suddenly tingled with sensation. He watched, astonished, as a soft, pink glow radiated beneath his skin. "What is this?" he murmured, his voice full of disbelief. The transformation happening inside him felt like a dream, but the excitement bubbling in his chest was undeniable. With effort, he gripped the sides of the chair and placed his feet firmly on the ground. Was standing. His legs wobbled unsteadily, like a child trying to walk for the first time. But he was standing. Qin Yiming's heart pounded. The emotion hit him like a wave, and before he could stop himself, tears sprang to his eyes. He hadn't cried like this in years, not even when his own father had sold him. Ding Lu, who was watching, understood. These weren't tears of sorrow, but of overwhelming joy. "I'm really standing," Qin Yiming gasped, his voice trembling, as he looked at his hands, now filled with life, the sensation of movement exhilarating in a way he'd never known. "Quiet. There are still people sleeping," Li Tianran murmured, glancing at Han's room. He softened his tone. "Let's move quickly. We don't have much time tonight. Come on." Even as they stepped outside the small building, Qin Yiming's mind was still reeling from the change. To think that a simple carrot had cured the illness that had plagued him for so long. It was beyond belief, but that was only the beginning. What happened next would leave him utterly stunned. The farm, which had seemed so ordinary under the night sky, suddenly pulsed with a bright blue light. In the blink of an eye, a massive complex appeared, its shape reminding him of a high-tech military base. The sight of towering turrets, imposing, anti-aircraft guns, and hundreds of mechanical warriors sent a jolt of awe through his body. The entire setup felt like something out of a science fiction movie. "Go ahead and check the lethality ratings on those in your program," Li Tianran said casually, observing Qin Yiming's awe. "When you're done, I've got some new things to show you. We're on a tight schedule." Qin Yiming swallowed hard, barely able to contain his excitement. His mind raced as he ran toward the artillery towers and anti-aircraft guns, his eyes drinking in the sight of the unfamiliar, formidable weapons. A lifelong military enthusiast, this was the first time he'd been so close to such heavy weaponry. His heart pounded as he analyzed them, but there was one problem. Without the right data, he couldn't make sense of it all. "I've got to test these to know their true power," he muttered. "But if I just start shooting now, it might attract unwanted attention from the military." Li Tianran raised an eyebrow. "I can tell you the specifics." Although Qin Yiming couldn't see the data for the weapons, Li Tianran could. He had adult-level combat warriors demonstrate the power of sniper rifles, setting that as the baseline for the data. From there, the lethality of the turrets, anti-aircraft guns, and other weapons could be calculated simply by comparing their range, damage radius, and any additional effects like splash or burn damage. It was a straightforward calculation, but to Qin Yiming, it felt like magic. "There are more new weapons available too," Li Tianran added. "If you need them, you can buy them." Li Tianran jotted down some names on a piece of paper. Laser towers, close defense gun clusters, armor-piercing turrets. These were all new weapons unlocked after the farm reached level 2. Now weapons and equipment on the scale of nuclear power were accessible. When Qin Yiming saw the list, his excitement surged. "These are all so new, but I've designed something like Star Wars before. I just need to analyze the terrain and the scope of this place. With this data, I can input it into my program and get results in no time." Li Tianran exhaled in relief. "Seems like it's not as difficult as I thought." "If you're not sure, we can run a simulation once you've input the data," Qin Yiming suggested. "We'll simulate an attack on the farm using the same forces in the program. Let's see if the results match up with my calculations." His voice was full of energy as he showed off his gleaming smile. Li Tianran watched with interest as the data populated on the screen, labeled "Writing in Progress." Before long, he quietly slipped into Han's room to check on her, then returned to observe Qin Yiming. He was more at ease now, knowing that there was no danger lurking behind the boy's actions. These days, trust was something you had to be cautious about. Even if you saved someone's life, You could never be too sure if they truly had no hidden motives. Boss, Yiming's ability? It's pretty useful, right? Dinglu asked from her seat, glancing at Li Tianran. Li Tianran gave a slight nod. It's looking good for now. But words don't mean much. Only the test results will tell us what we need to know. Qin Yiming smiled, his excitement still palpable, but he fell silent. After a moment, Li Tianran turned to him. You have such impressive skills. Why didn't your parents send you to a professional academy for training? Qin Yiming froze, caught off guard by the question. Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he replied, Having a son like me is more of a shame than anything to them. If they sent me to study with other normal kids, it'd just highlight that shame. Not everyone can handle that kind of gossip. I'm just lucky they've put up with me this long. A shadow passed over his face. For someone like me, dying young is the greatest kindness they could receive. There was a silence that followed, thick with unspoken emotions. Actually, Qin Yiming continued, his voice quieter now. Everything my dad told you earlier was a lie. He's just an ordinary worker. Everything he said he did for me, it was all my mom. She's the one who took care of me, worked hard for me. He only said those things to feel better about himself, to keep his pride intact. I didn't argue with him because I didn't want my mom to suffer anymore. Li Tianran listened, his expression softening. He hadn't known this part of the story. For a while, no one spoke. The data continued to appear on the screen, but the weight of Qin Yiming's words hung in the air. Trying to break the tension, Qin Yiming suddenly grinned, clearly attempting to ease the mood. Let's talk about something else. I've been wanting to ask you a legal and personal question. Li Tianran raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. Qin Yiming leaned forward, his tone serious. You cured my cerebral palsy. Does that mean you've taken away my right to be an idiot? The room went still. Ding Lu blinked in confusion, while Li Tianran opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Li Tianran chuckled, shaking his head. Not really, because the fact that you can even ask that question means your mind still works just fine. The conversation between Qin Yiming and Li Tianran gradually eased the tension in the room. The atmosphere, once filled with apprehension, now felt lighter, the awkwardness lifting. The differences in personality between Qin Yiming and Ding Lu were immediately evident. Ding Lu was quiet, often retreating inwardly, avoiding discussions about his past. He carried an unspoken sense of inferiority and kept to himself, rarely opening up. Qin Yiming, on the other hand, had lived through even harsher circumstances, yet he wore his scars more openly. He didn't shy away from his flaws, and often found humor in his struggles. Unlike Ding Lu, he had learned to embrace his imperfections, even making light of them without the weight of self-consciousness. But perhaps it was that carefree attitude that made him a valuable addition to the farm. With his unique perspective and unburdened outlook on life, he would likely fit in well with the group. All the data for the super farm force has been input, came the prompt from the program. Weapons and terrain have been configured based on the entered data, and the map is ready. Please input the specifics of the enemy force. Beast-tide. Qin Yiming stared at the screen, lost in thought for a moment. Then, after a brief pause, he responded, We don't have the exact data for the Beast-tide yet, but I've witnessed the battle between the military and the Beast-tide firsthand. I can make a reasonable estimate and simulate it. I believe the margin of error won't exceed 8%. Li Tianran, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. I've got some data on the Beast-tide as well. He had previously hunted 2 Beast Kings, so he was well acquainted with their abilities, their strength, speed, and unique traits. Though the mutated sea beasts were generally powerful, their abilities weren't far off from the Beast Kings. In fact, some of the mutated creatures, like the mutant blue whale, would easily outclass the Beast Kings in sheer strength and speed. Let's use the data from the 2 Beast Kings I encountered. Li Tianran suggested. Adjust the numbers by 30%, increase the count to 40, and then calculate. Let's see how much firepower we'll need to ensure the farm can wipe out a beast tide without suffering significant damage. He took out a piece of manuscript paper and began writing down the strength, speed, and other key data of the Beast Kings. He converted these into comparable stats for weapons, like guns, so that they could calculate the necessary firepower to fend off such an attack. Qin Yiming quickly entered the data into the program, using his knowledge to set the types of mutated beasts that would make up the beast tide: giant crocodiles, sea lizards, giant squids, and more. Even if these beasts shared similar stats, their physical traits and abilities could differ significantly, depending on their species. Once done, he listed over 50 possible compositions of the beast tide. With this setup, we can account for all kinds of emergencies that might occur, Qin Yiming explained, barely showing signs of fatigue. His voice was upbeat, and his enthusiasm was contagious. Though it was late into the night, his excitement seemed to be growing rather than waning. There was something special about introducing a field you're passionate about, especially when you've made progress in it. The data's ready. We can start testing whenever you're ready, the program declared. Qin Yiming grinned. Based on my settings, there are 54 potential beast tide compositions. Let's start with the first one and test it against the current farm defense. He input the command to begin the simulation, and the screen shifted abruptly. What appeared before them resembled a scene out of a futuristic video game. The bird's-eye view of the farm was roughly rendered, but the positions of the turrets, anti-aircraft guns, and other heavy weaponry were accurate down to the last detail. It was like watching a strategy game unfold. Combat warriors, resembling soldiers from Red Alert, guarded the gates of the farm. Above each warrior and turret was a red health bar that tracked their condition, making it feel like a real-time battle simulation. In the distance, a horde of menacing sea beasts lumbered toward the farm, their grotesque forms twisted and terrifying. This is based on the Star Wars map I've worked on, Qin Yiming said, clearly enjoying the moment. He clicked a button labeled Fast Forward, and the entire scene sped up, moving at 5 times the usual rate. When I test a new map, the first time is always a bit slower, he explained. I usually speed it up 10 times during subsequent runs. Li Tianran's attention remained fixed on the screen. He knew this wasn't just a game. This was a full-scale war simulation. As the sea beasts approached the farm's defenses, the battle began in earnest. A tank-level combat warrior, with the most health of any unit, charged forward, engaging the first wave of beasts. Immediately, turrets sprang to life, and the adult-level combat warriors joined the fray. The health bars of both sides began to shrink, flashing with damage. Speed it up. Li Tianran's voice was calm, but firm. Qin Yiming, slightly surprised by the request, asked, "Can your eyes keep up?" "Speed up," Li Tianran repeated, his eyes locked on the battle unfolding on screen. With a few clicks, the simulation moved at 10 times the normal speed. The images on screen blurred as the battle raged on, the sea beasts falling one after another, while the health of the warriors and turrets steadily declined. 3 minutes later, the simulation concluded. Li Tianran closed his eyes and took a moment to process the events he had just witnessed. The battle lasted 29 minutes and 38 seconds. The farm emerged victorious, but the sea beast tide, number 01, was completely wiped out. However, the farm's loss rate reached 19%. 27 adult-level combat warriors were destroyed, and the tank-level combat warrior suffered severe damage, with only 20% of its health remaining. The sea beasts breached the walls, damaging 72 meters of the structure, and 1 turret was destroyed. Qin Yiming read the battle damage statistics aloud, his tone even but serious. Li Tianran opened his eyes, his mind racing with the implications of the results. This wasn't just a simulation. It was a grim reminder of the dangers they were facing. The loss rate is 19%, Li Tianran exhaled, a mix of frustration and disbelief in his voice. He had always assumed that a level 2 fortress would be able to withstand the full force of a beast tide without significant damage. But this result was far from what he expected. Let's test the second beast tide composition, Qin Yiming suggested, already resetting the data for the next round. It was going to be a long night. Hours later, after running simulations on all 54 beast tide configurations, the results were strikingly similar. The data from all 54 tests point to one conclusion, Qin Yiming said, his voice steady despite the late hour. The current defenses of your farm are insufficient to withstand a full-scale beast tide of the magnitude we saw before. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in. You'll need to upgrade. New weapons are absolutely necessary. Li Tianran fell silent for a moment, processing the information before him. Then, with a steady tone, he said, Proceed. Qin Yiming wasted no time. In Area 021, we need to deploy a laser tower with an attack power rating of 25, and in Area 0356, we should add a heavy machine gun tower. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he quickly outlined his improvement plan. These are the key areas identified after testing all 54 possible beast tide scenarios. These zones require the most reinforcement and represent the best positions for placing additional firepower. Ding Lu, who had been quietly observing, couldn't resist speaking up. Is that really enough? It seems a bit too sparse. Maybe we should add more. Without missing a beat, Qin Yiming glanced at him and said, If resources were limitless, we'd simply blanket the entire farm with powerful laser towers, covering every corner with overwhelming firepower. But we're not in that position. Our resources are limited, so we need to maximize the efficiency of every weapon we have. He turned to Li Tianran, who had already told him about the scarcity of heavy weaponry. It's not just about bolstering the defense. It's about using the least amount of resources to achieve the highest possible performance. Qin Yiming pointed to the farm map on the screen, highlighting a few areas. Take this for example. If we were to build 2 laser towers too close together, their combined firepower wouldn't be the sum of their parts. Instead of a 1+1=2 scenario, it could end up being more like 1+1=5, because their close proximity limits their effectiveness. But by pairing the laser tower with a heavy machine gun tower nearby, we can reach that same 1.5 lethality without wasting extra resources. Ding Lu furrowed his brow, still processing the information. While the specifics of the program went over his head, he understood the main point. Sometimes, the most effective defense wasn't about stacking the most powerful weapons together, but about using combinations of weapons that worked well in tandem. Qin Yiming smiled, his excitement evident as he continued, The key is synergy. When weapons complement each other, you don't need to rely on the strongest tools. With the right combinations, even mid-level weapons can be just as effective. Li Tianran, now focused, looked at Qin Yiming and asked, Based on the adjustments you've made, how confident are you that this defense will hold up against the next beast tide? Qin Yiming raised an eyebrow, then nodded with assurance. According to my calculations, there shouldn't be any problem, but I'll need to run a test first. Li Tianran's gaze was unwavering. Then let's start. We can't afford to waste any more time. Time was critical. The beast tide could strike at any moment, and unlike the cities, Li Tianran didn't have the option to hide in a shelter. His farm had to become an unassailable fortress. Qin Yiming quickly dived back into the program, adjusting the defense parameters based on his new plan. Soon the screen flickered, and the simulation of the beast war began. The night dragged on. As the two of them sat in front of the screen, eyes fixed on the data as the battle raged in the virtual world. Hours passed, and with the first rays of sunlight breaking through the windows, Qin Yiming finished running the final simulations. The results appeared on the screen. This battle lasted 21 minutes and 13 seconds, ending with the farm's victory. The sea beast tide numbered 54 was completely destroyed, with no significant losses to the farm beyond energy consumption and ammunition. The enemy beasts managed to invade up to 459 meters, but were ultimately wiped out. Li Tianran couldn't help but smile, clenching his fist in a silent show of triumph. After Qin Yiming's modifications, the farm's defense had held up far better than expected. Out of the 54 simulations, only 3 had resulted in losses. Those were minimal, around 3%, while the other 51 battles ended with 0 losses. Not only had Qin Yiming's adjustments been effective, but they had also been remarkably cost-efficient. Li Tianran had expected the upgrades to drain his resources far more than they actually had. With the points he had accumulated, he could immediately implement the defense improvements without any significant financial strain. "This is impressive," Li Tianran murmured under his breath, more to himself than to anyone else. He found himself quietly admiring Qin Yiming's skills. "It's true. Every profession has its experts." Qin Yiming smiled, satisfied with the results. "Every system has its nuances. The plan I've given you is a temporary solution, but if anything changes, you can always modify it to adapt." Leech. Tianran's gaze was still fixed on the map displayed on the screen. Though the success of the simulations gave him hope, there was something else lingering in his mind. "You're thinking that all this data on the screen doesn't feel real enough. You're hesitating to trust it because it's all just numbers on a screen. You need to see it for yourself, don't you?" Qin Yiming seemed to read his thoughts. It was only natural. After all, trusting something so abstract with life and death stakes was no small leap. "If you're not too tired," Qin Yiming said calmly, "I suggest we run a real test. I can prove the system works in practice." Li Tianran raised an eyebrow. "A test?" A short while later, Li Tianran stood atop a turret, watching as smoke and dust began rising on the horizon. His heart skipped a beat as he spotted the approaching threat. A group of mutant beasts, nearly 100 of them, was advancing from multiple directions. They were a grotesque mix of mutated creatures, mutant cattle, wild dogs, brown bears, each more twisted than the last. Driven by dozens of adult-level combat warriors, they were heading straight toward the farm. From another direction, Xiaohe led a smaller group of huge mutant beasts, adding to the growing threat. While they didn't possess the overwhelming pressure of a full sea beast tide, they were still an impressive and terrifying force. Li Tianran turned to Qin Yiming. "See those monsters? I need you to test them in the system now. If the simulation results diverge too far from reality, you know the consequences." The fighting warrior and Xiaohe formed a defensive perimeter, keeping the mutant beasts contained. Despite their twisted forms, the creatures seemed hesitant to attack. The presence of Xiaohe, an unspoken authority figure, kept them in check. "If the simulation results differ too much from reality," Qin Yiming said, his voice firm, "I'll take full responsibility." With the data Li Tianran had provided, Qin Yiming immediately ran the test on the program. 3 minutes later, he handed over the results to Li Tianran. "Here's the data. You can start whenever you're ready." Li Tianran gave him a brief nod. Then, pulling out his mobile device, he stared at the video feed. With a sudden whistle, he signaled Xiaohe. The massive beast responded immediately, charging into action, its roar echoing across the field. The adult-level combat warriors opened a path, and the mutant beasts surged forward in a wild rush. The sound of heavy machinery whirring to life filled the air. Kerala. The gears of the turret systems clicked into place. Da-da-da! The first wave of gunfire erupted, followed by a barrage of dazzling light from the laser towers. The battle was no longer a simulation. It had come to life. The war from the screen was now happening in real time, a seamless blend of technology and reality. Li Tianran stood at the ready, eyes locked on the unfolding conflict. Qin Yiming's face was serious, every muscle tense as he watched the data. He had calculated playout in the real world. Both of them knew how critical the outcome of this battle was. If the defense failed now, everything they'd worked for would be at risk. The ground was soon soaked with the blood of the mutant beasts. The air was thick with the acrid stench of battle, as the remains of the fallen creatures littered the field. the acrid stench of gunpowder mixed with the coppery tang of blood, painting a scene of utter devastation. Li Tianran stood atop a fortified turret, his gaze steady as he observed the battlefield below. The mutated beasts charging toward the farm were being shredded apart by relentless gunfire. Limbs and viscera painted the landscape in gruesome detail, while thick clouds of dust and smoke rose into the air. His eyes flickered toward the live calculation feed on his mobile device. As the battle raged on, the numbers on the screen adjusted in real time, each prediction aligning with brutal accuracy. A monstrous roar tore through the battlefield. Then, an explosion. The deafening cacophony of destruction filled the air as another wave of mutants fell. The relentless onslaught of bullets ceased, and silence finally crept over the battlefield, broken only by the occasional groan of a dying beast. Li Tianran checked his watch. Exactly 2 minutes and 41 seconds had passed since the first beast breached the perimeter. The system's projections had estimated the battle would end in 2 minutes and 39 seconds. The farthest beast had been projected to reach 685 meters from the farm. The reality? 683 meters. The margin of error was within 1%. Precision at its finest. Li Tianran exhaled slowly, then turned his attention to the man standing beside him. Extending a firm hand, he addressed Qin Yiming. "Congratulations, you've proven yourself." His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. "From today onward, you will oversee all border defense operations within the farm." A towering structure now loomed over the farm, sleek, futuristic, and deadly. The newly erected laser tower was unlike conventional turrets. At a glance, it resembled an oversized street lamp, but the pulsating electric arcs at its peak hinted at its true purpose. Energy crackled along its sleek metallic frame, emitting a soft but menacing glow. Qin Yiming's eyes widened in awe. This is military-grade technology," he murmured. Typical laser-based weapons are meant for disrupting optics, night vision, infrared, targeting systems. But this is powerful enough to pierce a 900mm steel plate. His fingers traced the tower's surface, marveling at its cutting-edge design. With a fire rate this high and a range of nearly 2 kilometers, this isn't just a weapon, it's a game changer. This is something straight out of science fiction. Standing beside him, Li Tianran glanced at the incoming data feed. Laser tower type, fixed defensive installation, defense rating, 18 primary. Weapon, high-intensity laser cannon, effective range, 1,800 meters fire rate, 8,000 shots per minute. Damage output, 100 per hit. A small smile played at the corner of Li Tianran's lips. This installation had cost him 2 million points, alongside a heavy machine gun nest and a long-range howitzer. A staggering price that had all but depleted his resources, but the trade-off was worth it. The farm's defenses were now formidable enough to withstand a full-scale beast tide. Qin Yiming let out a breath, shaking his head in disbelief. "You keep surprising me, boss. The more I learn, the more mysterious you become." Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, in a desolate city on the edge of an ancient Indian territory bordering the Yanhuang Federation, despair clung to the air like an unshakable curse. The streets were a graveyard. Emaciated bodies littered the ground, victims of starvation, disease, and violence. The surviving civilians, reduced to little more than walking corpses, shuffled forward in a sluggish line toward the city's central district. Their eyes were hollow, their movements mechanical. They were headed toward the only beacon of hope in this forsaken place, a biological research facility operated by a Yanhuang-based corporation. Rumors had spread like wildfire. The company was offering food and water in exchange for participation in experimental drug trials. The risks, high. But the alternative was certain death. For the desperate, the choice was simple. Some had once tried to storm the facility in search of supplies. They were swiftly and mercilessly executed by a group of shadowy warlords. Since then, no one had dared to resist. "Move faster, you mongrels," a mercenary barked, his thick accent laced with cruelty. He wielded a baton, striking anyone who hesitated. "Remember, you're worthless. Your lives mean nothing. Without us, you'd be dead already." From the shadows of a makeshift observation deck, a sharply dressed Yanhuang official adjusted his pristine white gloves. Unlike the mercenaries, his presence was refined, his demeanor one of detached superiority. He wore a thick mask, as if even breathing the same air as these wretches would taint him. The mercenary officer approached him cautiously. "Mr. Bai, how are the trials progressing?" Bai Changyun exhaled slowly, his expression dark. "Not well." His voice carried an air of irritation. "The genetic enhancement formulas provided by the head office are still unreliable. And now they've sent me to this god-forsaken wasteland to conduct crude radiation exposure experiments. Instead, the success rate is abysmally low, less than 1 in 10,000. The officer chuckled, unfazed. "No one cares about these people, sir. Besides, many other regions are already using this method to manufacture superhumans. It's far cheaper than genetic engineering." That was the crux of it, wasn't it? In war-torn, impoverished regions, human lives were cheaper than cutting-edge biotech. Nations like the European Union fiercely protected their own citizens. Meanwhile, in places like ancient India and South Africa, civilians were nothing more than expendable test subjects. Bai Changyun tapped his fingers against his armrest, thinking, "Pick a few hundred for the next round. Inject some with plain glucose instead of radiation. Give them food and water, then send them back out. Let them spread stories of survival. It'll ensure a steady flow of volunteers." The officer smirked, nodding. "Smart move, sir." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the warehouse. A gunshot followed, and then silence. The waiting crowd stirred in fear. Bai Changyun sighed. He turned to the officer, his voice lowered. "Tell your men, if a subject mutates aggressively, do not use firearms. Kill them with blades. No unnecessary panic." The officer nodded and strode away to relay the orders. Bai Changyun turned his gaze toward the bleak horizon, his mind already calculating his next move. In this world, survival was a commodity, and he was the broker. It had been 18 days since the onset of the second era of destruction, and the world had descended further into chaos. A full week had passed since Li Tianran and Qin Yiming carried out their last armed experiment. During this time, Li Tianran had been working relentlessly, focusing on farming and harvesting to build up enough points. In addition, he had remodeled his small living quarters, transforming the ground floor into a vast dining hall capable of accommodating at least 100 people. He had also widened the doorway, creating an entrance large enough to let in the heavy machinery that would be needed for future defense upgrades. At night, Xiao He, acting as a sentinel, would sleep in the living room, standing guard like a vigilant protector. In this week of tireless effort, the strength of Li Tianran's forces had grown significantly. His mobile forces now included 130 adult combat warriors, 1 tank, 1 hound, 40 Hummingbird-class drones, and 12 self-destructing spider robots. His non-mobile forces consisted of 3 heavy machine gun turrets, 1 laser tower, 1 howitzer, a heavy machine gun group, and an anti-aircraft gun. In terms of auxiliary equipment, he now had a detection tower and an interference radar at his disposal. The system's report was clear. Your shelter is now capable of resisting small natural disasters and repelling attacks from ordinary regiment-level armies. The structure is already reminiscent of a castle. Continue to build and fortify it to make it the most impenetrable safe haven in the apocalypse. Li Tianran surveyed the data with a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips. His forces were stronger than ever, and much of that had been due to Qin Yiming's suggestions. The addition of 12 self-destructive spider robots was a game-changer, These tiny, fist-sized robots were equipped with high explosive charges and could burrow through thick armor, delivering devastating blows to the vital points of heavily armored beasts or tanks before detonating in a fiery explosion. The farm's defenses had evolved far beyond the shelters being constructed in the city centers. While those shelters may have had more extensive firepower, their size made it difficult to concentrate forces effectively. The farm, being compact, was able to concentrate its firepower and defend every inch of its perimeter, making it far more formidable. With Qin Yiming's contribution, the farm had gone from a humble outpost to a highly sophisticated fortress. Li Tianran turned his attention to the window, where he habitually opened the online forum. What he saw there was far from comforting. The first headline caught his eye. Pablo Escobar, notorious Colombian drug lord with a private army of 40,000, launched a coup 7 days ago, seizing control of 4 northern provinces. These provinces have been looted for resources, and civilians have been slaughtered in droves. It's rumored that Escobar has begun using inhumane methods to create superhumans, similar to the Beast King, by conducting horrific human experiments. The death toll in the occupied provinces is over 45%, with numbers still rising. The report continued. Escobar is said to have succeeded in creating superhumans through these barbaric experiments, using them for assassinations and terrorist attacks in a bid to consolidate his power over the remaining territories. Another revelation detailed a grim conflict in Somalia and South Africa. Warlords are clashing over resources in the battle-ravaged regions of Somalia and South Africa. The UN-backed government has been pushed to the sidelines. The major warlords are forcing civilians into military service, using them as cannon fodder at the front lines. The captives who survive the battles are subjected to radiation toxin experiments. The result is a grotesque display of mutated bodies, with monstrous limbs scattered across the region. These reports painted a grim picture of the world's rapid descent into anarchy. The most disturbing revelation was the continued exploitation of radiation toxins to create so-called evolvers, a more cost-effective alternative to the expensive genetic experiments that had been tried in various parts of the world. This method was being used to systematically reduce populations, creating an elite class of superhumans at the expense of the weak and the poor. In areas like South Africa, where resources were already scarce, the practice had become tragically common. Li Tianran read the posts with a calm demeanor, though his mind was far from unaffected. The reports detailed the suffering of countless civilians and painted a horrific picture of human experimentation. Despite the chaos, Li Tianran couldn't help but feel a certain respect for the journalists who dared to capture and share these atrocities. Even in the face of warlords and brutal regimes, these reporters continued to risk their lives to uncover the truth. One photo, however, drew his attention more than the others. It depicted a warlord from the ancient Indian country who was using radiation toxins to create evolvers under the guise of drug experiments. Though the photo was blurry, Li Tianran's keen eye caught the profile of a man standing in the background. Someone he recognized immediately. His pulse quickened. It was a figure from Ren Xiao's memories, a key member of the Bai family of the Umbrella Corporation. Umbrella Company? Li Tianran murmured under his breath, his eyes narrowing. You still haven't learned your lesson after Tiancheng Company collapsed. Li Tianran could feel a surge of tension rising within him. This was no coincidence. The Bai family's involvement in these unspeakable acts of cruelty could not be ignored. His encounter with them was now inevitable. Li Tianran was taken aback when he saw the news involving the Umbrella Corporation. It was unexpected, yet not entirely surprising. At this point, he had grown accustomed to seeing the actions of ruthless warlords and drug cartels experimenting on civilians to create evolvers. However, these figures posed little immediate threat to him. The evolvers they created would likely be weak, their influence temporary, and their actions irrelevant to his plans for the near future. But Umbrella Corporation was a different matter entirely. Li Tianran knew that once Umbrella created a team of powerful evolvers, he would inevitably become one of their targets. In fact, he was certain that he would be at the top of their list. After all, his previous encounters with the corporation had cost them dearly, and Li Tianran knew they wouldn't let those losses slide quietly into the past. They would retaliate. That was a guarantee. While he could afford to ignore the smaller players for now, he could not let Umbrella Corporation grow unchecked. The grudge between them had been years in the making. Both sides had pushed each other into a corner, and now there was no turning back. The only option was mutual destruction. One would have to drive the other to its grave. No compromises. Li Tianran's mind was already racing as he strategized. His next move. At the moment, he had the upper hand. He was in the shadows, quietly building his strength, while Umbrella Corporation was exposed, operating openly. His farm, steadily growing in power, was ready for the upcoming conflict. With an army of warriors under his command, he knew the time had come to act. I need to end this now before things spiral further out of control, Li Tianran muttered to himself, a dark glint in his eyes. I can't afford to give them any more time to strengthen. He stood up, his mind focused on the task at hand, and turned toward the open window. He shouted out, "Ding Lu, come here!" Meanwhile, in the distant land of ancient India, the Umbrella Corporation had established a horrifying facility for creating evolvers using radiation toxins. The setting was grim, a vast, cold warehouse divided into narrow, suffocating cells by rusted iron sheets. Each cell contained a heavy iron chair stained with blood, its armrests marked by deep scratches left by desperate hands. Blood had seeped into the chair's cracks, coagulating into dark, dried scabs. The chairs resembled the torture devices used by military authorities during interrogations, each one serving as a tool of containment for those who had been captured. Men and women, their expressions a mix of terror and confusion, were chained to these chairs. They had no way of escaping, no way of fighting back. Around them, workers clad in thick protective gear moved through the cells, placing shackles around the prisoners' wrists and ankles with mechanical precision. One of the staff members approached, a middle-aged man, extracting a syringe from an insulated box. The liquid inside was a sickly yellow color, and as the syringe was prepared, the man's heart skipped a beat. The liquid seemed familiar, too familiar. "Excuse me, what is this?" the man asked in a trembling voice, his eyes narrowing as he studied the syringe. The staff member, devoid of expression, simply replied, "Plague." "Plague? But there's no outbreak of any plague anywhere," the man stammered, his fear intensifying. Without acknowledging the man's question further, the worker moved forward, coldly preparing to inject the serum into the man's veins. Panic surged within him as he realized what was happening. This wasn't just some medical treatment. It was a death sentence. No, I don't want to be part of this anymore," he cried, struggling violently against the chains. "I don't want the food, the water. Just let me go!" His frantic cries were met with an eerie silence. No one cared. As the needle entered his arm, his body tensed, a look of horror crossing his face. Within moments, the man's veins began to bulge with blue blood, and his eyes turned bloodshot. His limbs contorted unnaturally, twitching and jerking violently, as if his body was being ripped apart and reshaped by some malevolent force. A worker in the corner of the room watched with grim satisfaction, holding a sharp dagger in his hand. This was routine for him. He had seen this hundreds of times. Every subject reacted differently, but in the end, they all met the same fate: death. The man continued to convulse in agony, blood seeping from his mouth. His screams echoed through the grim facility. But it was only a matter of time before he fell silent, his body twitching one final time before going still. The staff member paused for a moment, observing the man's transformation. There was no hope for him now. His body would either mutate or die. Yet this was just another day in the brutal experiment. With a sigh, the worker reached for the intercom, calling for another subject. "Send in the next one," he ordered, his voice devoid of any emotion. The response came quickly, and with the turn of a key, the worker unlocked the chains around the dead man's body and prepared to dispose of the corpse. It was just another failure, just another soul claimed by their twisted science. But as the worker went to move the body, something was wrong. The corpse felt unusually heavy, far heavier than it should have been. And then he felt it. The body shifted. It moved. The worker froze, his breath catching in his throat as he slowly turned to face the corpse. There, staring back at him, were eyes. Eyes that glowed with an otherworldly white light, filled with tiny blue flecks like a starry sky. A chill ran down the worker's spine. "Great Brahma," he whispered, his voice trembling. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. This wasn't supposed to happen. The experiments had never yielded anything like this before. Suddenly, all the electrical equipment in the warehouse began to malfunction, sparking erratically as strange blue flames flickered in the darkness. The transformation had begun. A new superhuman was born, and this one would not be like the others. Han Han stood before Li Tianran, her eyes radiating powerful brainwave magnetic fields. The invisible waves surrounded his body, pushing against his mind with increasing intensity. The sensation was overwhelming, like crashing waves, each one heavier than the last. Li Tianran remained focused, his expression grave. He felt as if his mind was a fragile ship navigating through a violent sea. Each pulse of energy threatened to overturn him, but with careful concentration, he held steady, determined not to let the mental storm consume him. Time seemed to stretch, but after half an hour, Han Han closed her eyes, and the magnetic waves finally subsided, leaving Li Tianran to breathe a slow sigh of relief. That was 34 minutes this time. I could definitely feel the danger pushing at my limits, Li Tianran said with quiet approval as he glanced at the clock. Han Han, clearly exhausted, flopped onto the nearby sofa. "Ugh, I'm so drained. Training's definitely not a fun activity," she complained, her voice soft and weary. A small smile tugged at Li Tianran's lips. For the past several weeks, he had been relentlessly honing his own abilities while guiding Han Han through her training. His control over gravity had become more refined, and Han Han's powers were growing at an astonishing rate. Unlike the other types of evolvers who gained strength, speed, or agility, Han Han's evolution was entirely dependent on the power of her mind. Her brainwave magnetic fields were an expression of her mental strength, and she was able to project them with ever-increasing force. Ordinarily, a human's mental strength was around 10, but Han Han's had reached an extraordinary 200, a result of both her natural awakening and the potent radiation-proof farm products she had consumed. Recently, she had even been feasting on Beast King meat, which further amplified her abilities. With her current mental capacity, Han Han could easily incapacitate or kill a target within 10 meters simply by focusing her powers. It was like killing, without anyone ever knowing what had happened. But even among evolvers, most had weaknesses in their spiritual attributes. Physical prowess could be immense, but when it came to mental strength, many of them lagged far behind. For example, a god-descended human with 400 units of physical strength might have only 40 in mental power. Li Tianran, however, was different. To become a rare, ancient god-type evolver, he had consumed nearly 50 level 4 fruits. Although the fruit's evolutionary properties did not remain intact, they had restored balance to his own attributes, making him a near-perfect hexagonal warrior, proficient in all areas, without any glaring weaknesses. Thanks to those level 4 fruits and his recent consumption of Beast King meat, Li Tianran's mental strength had surged to an astonishing 190. Though he still trailed Han Han slightly in raw mental power, the gap between them was almost negligible. Just as he was contemplating this, Qin Yiming walked in, clearly excited. "Boss, I've finished the 3D model you requested. Take a look and see if it matches your vision." Li Tianran followed Qin Yiming into his room. Since the renovations of their small base, Qin Yiming had been given his own personal space. It was simple and functional, with just a computer and a bed. On the screen in front of Qin Yiming was a detailed 3D model of a building, beneath which the words Umbrella Headquarters were clearly displayed. "Look here," Qin Yiming pointed to the model. "If I'm remembering correctly, this building has 17 entrances, right?" Li Tianran studied the model closely. It was based on his memories of the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters, specifically the layout he had extracted from Ren Xiao's mind. He had long said that if the Umbrella Corporation didn't halt their experiments on evolvers, he would destroy their headquarters. But now, it was clear that his words had fallen on deaf ears. Li Tianran had made his decision. He would not wait any longer. The time had come to take the initiative, to escalate this war and end the corporation's existence for good. "This is the entrance I'll take," Li Tianran muttered, his eyes tracing a route through the model. "More than 30 guards here. It'll be a challenge, but manageable." His plan was twofold. First, he would demolish the Umbrella headquarters. Then, he would eliminate Bai Changyun, the leader of the Bai family, whose power had caused so much trouble. From Ren Xiao's memory, Li Tianran knew that the Bai family was teetering on the brink of internal collapse after the loss of their heir. Killing Bai Changyun would trigger a chain reaction of infighting, tearing the family apart. "The headquarters will be heavily guarded. Hundreds of armed personnel," Qin Yiming said, still working through the details. "We're in the magic city, too. Extracting ourselves safely could be a real issue." "I have an idea," Qin Yiming continued, growing more animated. "We could send in a large number of self-destruct robots. They could infiltrate the building and flatten it without us even needing to be there. It's the safest way." He clicked on his computer screen, showing a breakdown of the costs. "To take down a 168-meter-tall building, we'd need 38,050 self-destruct robots." Li Tianran's face remained expressionless as he listened. "This plan won't work," he said firmly. Qin Yiming blinked, surprised. "What? Why not? Is it too expensive?" Li Tianran's face grew pale at the thought. The cost of one self-destruct robot was 40,000 points, meaning 38,050 robots would total over 1.5 billion points. Such an amount would be better spent on acquiring a mecha-type combat warrior, which would be far more effective in taking down the headquarters directly. "I can't afford it for now," Li Tianran said, his voice even. Qin Yiming stared at him in disbelief. You can't be serious. This is the safest and most reliable plan." Li Tianran's hand fell heavily on Qin Yiming's shoulder, a dark look in his eyes. "Do you have a relative named Chen Luyu, who's a host?" Qin Yiming froze. The question came out of nowhere, and he could feel his face flush with confusion. Li Tianran's cold gaze held steady as he added, "You're still young and eager, but you need to learn when to rein in your ideas. Now, move aside. I'll handle the plan from here. If I had enough points for that, do you think I'd be bothering with robots? I'd just buy 300 tank-level combat warriors and take over Handong province. Anyone who steps in my way would be crushed." Qin Yiming went silent, embarrassed by his overly simplistic suggestion. He had certainly been effective at designing city defenses, but his methods were clearly ill-suited for this direct assault. Half an hour later, Li Tianran finalized the plan. "A detailed plan makes for more opportunities to fail," Li Tianran murmured as he reviewed the final version of his strategy. "Keep it simple. The more straightforward it is, the higher the chance of success." He stood up, resolute. "Get Ding Lu ready. We move out tonight." The biting cold wind cut across my face as the massive tank-class battle warrior soared above the earth like a sleek chariot in the night. Beneath it, several dozen warriors, glowing faintly with a silvery aura, moved in formation across the dark fields, keeping pace with the relentless march of the massive machine. Li Tianran stood on the shoulder of the tank, his gaze fixed ahead at the sprawling night sky. Despite the gravity of the upcoming battle, an eerie calm had settled over him. This fight, this confrontation, would undoubtedly be the most perilous he had ever faced. But there was no turning back now. The threat he had been dodging for so long could no longer be ignored. If he didn't deal with this now, the shadow of his enemies would loom over him forever, and he could never truly build the farm in peace. The true enemy he feared wasn't the beasts or the monstrous creatures prowling in the dark. No, it was the Umbrella Corporation, the very organization he despised with every fiber of his being. For Li Tianran, they were like a knife hanging over his head, a blade just waiting to fall. Tonight, he would take matters into his own hands and sever that threat once and for all. "Are you afraid?" Li Tianran asked softly, breaking the silence. Ding Lu, perched on the tank's other shoulder, shook his head with a grin. "Not at all. This feels amazing." In the darkness, their warriors moved in perfect synchronization with the tank, each one acting on Li Tianran's command like a loyal pack of wolves. The thrill of battle, the anticipation, it filled Li Tianran with a fierce sense of purpose. "We are the wolves," he murmured. "Tonight, we hunt." Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters, a helicopter touched down quietly in the night. The cold air was thick with tension as over 100 heavily armed soldiers gathered, their weapons raised and aimed at the helicopter. Bai Changyun, dressed in a custom-tailored windbreaker, stood motionless against the frigid wind. His face, marked with age and experience, held a look of barely contained excitement. He had waited in the cold on this rooftop for this moment, waiting for what was inside the helicopter to be delivered. Soon, 4 burly men emerged, carrying a stretcher between them. Upon it lay a comatose middle-aged man from India, his head covered by a strange device. 2 medical personnel stood beside the stretcher, their cases in hand, each of them prepared with syringes full of powerful anesthetics. "This subject's body is different from the others we've captured. We can't afford to wake him up too suddenly," one of the medical staff explained as they went about their task. "We've been administering an extremely high dose of anesthetic every 10 minutes to keep him deeply unconscious." Bai Changyun's voice trembled slightly with anticipation as he asked, "Is this the level 2 superhuman?" The staff confirmed, their tone serious. "Yes. We know he possesses abilities that can interfere with radio and magnetic fields. We've already lost dozens of soldiers trying to capture him. Some couldn't even get close without suffering from intense headaches. 2 of them are brain dead now." Bai Changyun's eyes gleamed as he looked at the man. "Wake him up." The medical staff exchanged uncertain glances, but Bai Changyun's command left no room for hesitation. "Are you sure?" one of the staff members asked, looking troubled. "Waking him up might be dangerous given his ability. He's powerful enough to cripple our systems without even trying." "Wake him up," Bai Changyun repeated, his voice cold and firm. "What I want is not some caged animal. I want a superhuman who will serve the Umbrella Corporation." The medical staff complied, retrieving several tiny steel needles and inserting them into the spaces between the man's joints. The anesthetic could not be reversed easily, but they knew that physical pain would be the quickest way to stir him. The needles dug deep into the man's bones, and the sharp pain quickly spread, forcing the man to stir. His eyes flickered open, slowly at first, then with a rush of awareness. The moment he opened his eyes, the 2 medical staff members flinched back, fear flashing across their faces. But there was no overwhelming burst of brainwave energy. The man simply lay there, disoriented and exhausted. His pupils dilated, scanning his surroundings with confusion. Then, his gaze locked onto the figures around him. "Where am I? Who are you?" The man's voice was hoarse, his panic clear. He struggled against the restraints on his arms and legs, but the prismatic shackles dug deep into his skin, spikes piercing into his flesh at the slightest movement. He cried out in pain as blood began to seep from his wrists and ankles. The man collapsed back onto the stretcher, too weak to continue his struggle. Bai Chang-yun, eyes gleaming with satisfaction, moved closer, squatting down to get a better look at the man. "What's your name?" An interpreter quickly stepped forward, bridging the gap between the two. Sanjay Gandhi, the man muttered weakly, still shaking with fear. He looked up at Bai Chang-yun, his voice trembling. "Why am I here?" Bai Chang-yun leaned in, his gaze unwavering. "Do you remember anything about your past? What happened to you?" Sanjay's hands trembled as he glanced at them, as though his body had betrayed him. I was part of a drug experiment," he said, slowly, as if piecing the fragments of his memory together. "My brain, it felt like it was turning into electricity. Then I lost consciousness. And now, I see you." Bai Chang-yun's expression darkened with intrigue. "Is this what you were hoping for? The power to control your own fate through these changes?" Sanjay's eyes brightened with sudden realization, his voice tinged with excitement. "Yes, I remember now. I passed the drug test. I was supposed to become something greater, something extraordinary." Bai Chang-yun's lips curled into a grin. He liked this man. Sanjay's greed and ambition were exactly what the Umbrella Corporation needed. Those who desired power, who craved more, were far more useful than those who were content with what they had. "Ha ha ha." Bai Chang-yun laughed, the sound ringing through the cold night air. Yes, you are exactly what I need. You, Sanjay, will help me push the Bai family and the Umbrella Corporation straight to the top." He gestured to a nearby medical staff member. "Let's see just how powerful you really are." With caution, the staff member took a few steps back, positioning himself several meters away from Sanjay, who was still adjusting to his surroundings. His eyes narrowed, and the air seemed to pulse with an eerie energy. Sanjay paused, his mind diving into the recollections of his experiment, the strange sensations he had felt during it. Then, his eyes widened with sudden clarity. Zzz! A sharp crack echoed as an electric arc shot from Sanjay's forehead. The crude signal jammer exploded into a cloud of sparks and charred fragments. The medical staff member stumbled backward, clutching his head in agony. Blood oozed from his nose and mouth as he collapsed to the ground in pain. Bai Chang-yun, his breath quickening, burst into laughter. "Good! Very good! This is a true superhuman! I've struck gold!" He could barely contain his excitement. This was exactly what he had been hoping for. A weapon of immense power, one that would elevate the Umbrella Corporation to unprecedented heights. With your abilities, Sanjay, the world will soon know the name of the Bai family. Though it was deep into the night, the Umbrella Corporation facility was a hive of activity. No one dared rest, not when the most powerful superhuman they'd ever encountered was under observation. The head of research hurried across the sleek corridor and entered the central control room, his face tight with urgency. "Sir," he began, voice low but urgent, "we've confirmed it. His genome is different. We can't replicate it. It's more intricate than any we've seen. Cloning him is beyond current technology." Across the room, Bai Chang-yun turned slowly. But instead of disappointment, amusement tugged at the corners of his mouth. "So," he said softly, "he's truly one of a kind." The researcher hesitated, then pressed on. "There's more. His abilities, they've expanded beyond electrokinetic disruptions. He's beginning to see inside the minds of others. Crude imagery, yes, but it's memory. He's pulling it from their thoughts." Bai's brows arched slightly. "Memory extraction?" The scientist nodded. "It's rudimentary for now. We're running another test to deepen the imprint." A sudden sharpness flashed through Bai's gaze. "Whose memory?" The man hesitated. "A member of the research team," he admitted, almost whispering. Bai's smile vanished. "You idiot," he snapped. "Do you realize what you've done? Those researchers know the truth, that we never ran a drug trial, that he was the experiment. If he sees even a glimpse of that—" The scientist paled, mouth dry. But Bai was already moving. His plan had always been calculated. Let Gandhi bask in comfort and luxury, feed him lies about noble sacrifices and scientific miracles. Once his hatred dulled, the truth could be unraveled gradually, distant enough not to ignite rage. But now the illusion may have shattered. He reached the lab doors and shoved them open. Chaos greeted him. Gandhi stood at the heart of the lab, chest heaving, rage etched into every line of his face. Around him, researchers cowered, some bleeding, others unconscious. The air was thick with static and fear. When Gandhi looked up, his eyes locked onto Bai's. His voice came out cracked but thunderous. "That wasn't medicine. That wasn't healing. You used me." A translation AI echoed his words in real time. The message was crystal clear. Bai's stomach dropped, but his expression stayed composed. "I need you to listen," he said calmly. "You need to think before you act." Gandhi pointed a trembling hand, his knuckles white. "You butchered my people, slaughtered them by the thousands. You think I'll ever forgive that?" At once a dozen guards stepped forward, weapons aimed. Tension crackled. Bai raised a hand. "Stand down." His tone shifted, cold and sharp. "You think the world outside would have spared them? You were already dying, all of you. Forgotten, abandoned." He stepped closer, each word deliberate. "This world, it doesn't care about morality. Families betray each other for scraps. You think your kin wouldn't have done the same to survive? You're alive because of us, because of me. While the rest rotted in the mud, you were chosen." He extended an arm toward the high windows, where the city's decaying skyline stretched in darkness. "What lies ahead of you is power, wealth, influence. The dead are gone. You can mourn them, or you can rise above them." Gandhi's glare faltered. His breath hitched. Bai saw the shift. With a single clap, he gave the signal. The lab doors hissed open again. A procession entered. Elegant, calculated temptation. Women of varied origins stepped into the room, clothed in whisper-thin silk, each carrying ornate trays. On them sat goblets of crimson wine, seared cuts of meat, fresh fruit, velvet pouches glinting with gold, and gleaming weaponry. They were gifts, a promise of indulgence. Bai's voice turned silk smooth. "There are two paths before you. One leads back to the cold, righteous perhaps, but alone. The other?" He gestured toward the women. "This one offers warmth, comfort, power, everything a man could desire." Gandhi was silent. A woman approached him, pouring wine into a goblet and lifting it to his lips. When he didn't move, she leaned in, mouth to mouth, letting the liquid flow between them. It was intoxicating. Another pressed her body against him, hands sliding over his chest, whispering sweet nothings in a language he didn't know but understood perfectly. The fury in Gandhi's eyes dulled, replaced by confusion. Then desire. His gaze fell on one of the women, tall, regal, with skin and features that stirred an ancient memory. "Kshatriya," he said softly, staring. She paused, then nodded. Yes. In another lifetime, another world, she would have belonged to a class that looked down on his people. He would have been forbidden even to look at her. A wicked grin twisted across Gandhi's face. He slowly slipped off his shoes and pointed downward. "Lick." Without hesitation, she knelt and obeyed, her lips brushing against the dust of his feet. It was a reversal of power so absolute, it unhinged something in him. His breathing quickened, his smile widened, unrestrained, manic. and Bai Changyun just stood back, watching the transformation unfold. He turned to the head of research and placed a hand on his shoulder. "That," he said softly, "is what control looks like. As long as we own the resources, even the gods kneel." Li Tianran stood in the shadow of the night, staring at the towering building ahead. The flickering lights from 1,000 meters away cast a cold glow on his face, his expression hardening as the seconds passed. It had been 5 hours since Li Tianran had embarked on his journey from South City, covering an impressive 800 kilometers to the heart of the Magic City. While the Umbrella Corporation's main office was located in Shanghai, it wasn't situated in the highly secured central area of the city. This was by design. The nature of their operations made it necessary to keep their headquarters away from the prying eyes and tight security of the capital's core, offering them more freedom to operate undisturbed. For Li Tianran, this arrangement worked perfectly, as it made his mission easier. The absence of the Capital Patrol's presence around the outskirts meant that he wouldn't be hindered while he carried out his raid. Though the world had descended into chaos, the capital of the Yanhuang Federation, Magic City, still maintained a rare sense of order and stability. With a quick snap of his fingers, the darkness behind Li Tianran stirred, and a line of mechanical warriors emerged from the shadows, their iron frames gleaming in the faint light. Li Tianran, dressed in his usual attire, his face obscured by a black mask and his long coat billowing in the night, took a deep breath and gestured towards the imposing structure ahead of them. "That's our target," he murmured coldly. "Let's move out." A series of mechanical sounds erupted as his warriors, like wolves unleashed, charged toward the building, their movements coordinated and lethal. Ding Lu, standing silently by his side, spoke in a low voice. "Boss, I'm heading out." "Let's not jinx it," Li Tianran replied, his tone dry. Ding Lu hesitated, before nodding and swiftly departing in a different direction. Li Tianran watched her disappear into the darkness, his lips curling into a faint smile at her bluntness. Some things never change. Meanwhile, within the fortified walls of the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters, Bai Changyun sat comfortably in his office, briefing his most trusted confidant on the future course of action. "I've heard that Ren Xiao is back at the Ren family's estate. She's hiding something from us, I'm sure of it. Once Gandhi has mastered his abilities, we'll pay the Ren family a visit," Bai Changyun said, his tone calculated and cold. However, before his confidant could respond, a violent tremor shook the building, an earthquake-like vibration that sent a ripple of panic through the room. "What the hell is going on?" Bai Changyun demanded, rising from his chair. It didn't take long before the answer came. A massive mechanical warrior had torn through the alloy doors of the building, smashing its way into the headquarters like a rampaging tank. The beast was wreaking havoc on the first floor, cutting down anything that dared cross its path. At the same time, smaller mechanical warriors had breached other entrances, and the sounds of gunfire and chaos filled the air. Bai Changyun's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is the damn capital of Yanhuang, the Umbrella Corporation. How can they have the nerve to attack here, especially with weapons like that?" His confidant, face pale, stammered, "Could it be the same one who attacked Tiancheng?" Bai Changyun's face darkened, the realization sinking in. "It's him. It's really him." The rhythmic pounding of boots echoed down the hallway, and over 100 heavily armed guards arrived, surrounding the door to his office, ready for action. "Contact the 1st and 2nd Guard squads. We need heavy artillery to wipe out those mechanical fools. The rest of you stay here. No one gets past this line." Bai Changyun barked, his voice sharp with authority. Things had become complicated. Ever since Bai Changyun had used radioactive toxins to mass-produce the evolvers, the other families had started to pull away from him, quietly distancing themselves and taking their resources with them. It seemed like the company was on the verge of fracturing. Bai Changyun had anticipated this move and was content to let them go, fully prepared for this kind of split. It worked in his favor. especially now that the evolvers were under his control. The others didn't have the power to challenge him anymore. Inside the vast headquarters, the Bai and Lan families were now the only forces still holding ground. It wouldn't be long before that changed. Didi! The electronic door to his office slid shut once more, and Bai Changyun collapsed onto the sofa, his mind racing. "Prepare the helicopter. We're leaving this place. Straight to the top floor," he instructed his confidant. He had told the guards to defend the office, but now, with the attack in full swing, he was already planning his escape. "I don't need to stay here and risk my life. I'll send for Gandhi, and we'll leave together." Bai Changyun sighed and loosened his tie, his voice tinged with fear. "Let's move now." The sound of hurried footsteps grew distant as his confidant rushed to execute the orders. Bai Changyun settled back into the couch, relieved. But just as he was about to get up and follow, the sound of slow, deliberate applause broke the silence. "Boss Bai certainly knows how to protect his own skin, having his men guard the office while planning his escape," a voice teased. Bai Changyun froze. His office was empty, yet the voice came from right next to him. A chill ran down his spine. A ghost? He instinctively reached for his communicator, but before he could call for help, he felt an immense pressure on his chest. It was as if the air itself had turned solid, forcing him to the floor in a painful kneel, his face pressed to the cold tiles. An evolver, he thought, recognizing the power that had overwhelmed him. Li Tianran stood before him, watching impassively as Bai Changyun struggled beneath the invisible force. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he surveyed the once powerful man now reduced to a helpless wreck. He had used an invisibility fruit to silently slip inside while the warriors created chaos, and tracking Bai Changyun's location had been a simple matter. Once the guards had moved toward the 6th floor, it was clear where the target was. Li Tianran had slipped into the office without anyone noticing. "Tell me, Bai Changyun," Li Tianran spoke, his voice cold and mocking. "What are you willing to offer me to spare your life?" Bai Changyun, ever the strategist, tried to rally his wits. His words came out with difficulty as he gasped for breath. "There's no need for this. We both have something the other needs. We could work together, combine."
"Your power with my resources, and we could dominate this world."
"Anything you want, I can give you. Wealth, power, women, whatever you desire." Li Tianran's lips twitched into a humorless smile. "Even now, he's trying to bribe me?" Bai Changyun's desperation only increased as he saw the growing murder. In Li Tianran's eyes, "I'll show you how sincere I am," Bai Changyun continued, gritting his teeth. With trembling fingers, he pressed a hidden button beneath his desk. The office door swung open, and several scantily clad women entered, their movements deliberate as they approached Bai Changyun. Li Tianran's gaze remained impassive. Bai Changyun, panting and hopeful, said, "Is this what you wanted? Are you satisfied now? Is this it?" Li Tianran scoffed. "You really think I'm going to be bought off by this?" Desperation crept into Bai Changyun's voice. He pressed another button, and this time, various treasures were brought in. Rare fruits, vintage wine, expensive firearms, and priceless antiques. But Li Tianran didn't flinch. The aura around him grew colder with every passing second. Bai Changyun could feel the looming presence of death and was terrified to move even an inch. He didn't know where Li Tianran was, but he knew that any sudden movement would be his last. With a final shaky breath, Bai Changyun pressed the last button. The door opened again, and this time, 4 well-built men entered, their muscular bodies flexing as they walked toward Bai Changyun with exaggerated gestures. Li Tianran stared, utterly bewildered. His mind raced in confusion and disgust. "What the hell is this, Bai Changyun?" He nearly spat, his voice low and furious. "Do you think I'm some kind of pervert? I'm going to kill you tonight." Li Tianran had always considered himself a man of patience, but the moment he laid eyes on the scene before him, something in him snapped. An almost primal fury surged through his veins, violent and unrelenting. This wasn't the cold hatred reserved for a lifelong nemesis. No, this was worse. This was personal. A direct insult to his pride as a man, a violation that gnawed at his very core like a pair of venomous serpents slithering beneath his skin. Then came the crack of energy. With a thunderous thud, 4 burly bodyguards were hurled into the walls like ragdolls, groaning as they crumpled to the floor. Suspended mid-air by an unseen force, Bai Chang-yun twisted and writhed, his limbs convulsing in agony. Crack, snap. His bones groaned under the pressure, grinding audibly, his frame buckling as if the very air itself conspired to crush him. Desperation wheezed from Bai Chang-yun's throat. Outside the office, the guards stood frozen. They had strict orders: protect Bai Chang-yun, eliminate all threats. But what good were guns against an enemy they couldn't even see? One wrong move, and their employer might be the first to die. Li Tianran watched the squirming man caught in his invisible grip. His hand tightened slightly, then relaxed. He didn't kill him, not yet. Bai Chang-yun had just muttered something, offering everything to Li Tianran, and that gave him an idea. Umbrella Corporation was a technological giant, hoarding an arsenal of advanced weaponry, machinery, and rare resources. Letting such riches vanish along with its downfall would be a waste beyond words. No, Li Tianran would take it all. He opened his system interface. His backpack, digitized and otherworldly, could absorb large machines and equipment, converting them into data stored neatly within its grid. It couldn't accommodate buildings or living beings, but for equipment and materials? Perfect. He had 48 open slots remaining. Plenty of room to pillage the core assets of Umbrella Corp and bring them back to his base. War was not just about conquest, it was about gain. Unlike the brutal warlords who razed villages and stole from the helpless, Li Tianran had standards. But make no mistake, he would still claim the spoils rightfully won through blood and fire. The others preyed on the weak. Tianran hunted the strong. When a predator feasts too long on sheep, it becomes fat, lazy, vulnerable. Eventually, a bigger predator appears. That was Li Tianran's role in this world. He walked a harder path, but one that pointed only upward, to the summit. Right, back to the task at hand. From Ren Xiao's memories, Li Tianran recalled a special storage site beneath the Umbrella headquarters. A warehouse stacked with weapons, survival kits, tactical gear. Umbrella Corp wasn't just about pharmaceuticals and biotech. It had its claws deep in the private military sector as well. While domestic laws forbade selling heavy weaponry on local soil, there were always loopholes. And their headquarters? Stocked for war. That warehouse was his next destination. There was just one problem. It required Bai Chang-yun's iris scan to open. Tianran had briefly entertained the idea of extracting the man's eyeball, but modern biometric scanners weren't so easily fooled. A dead eye simply wouldn't work. You get to live, for now, Tianran muttered coldly. The mutant pepper he'd used granted full-spectrum invisibility for 7 minutes. That window was all he needed. Unlike Ding Lu's chameleon ability, this cloak evaded thermal sensors and visual tracking alike. As far as the enemy's tech was concerned, he didn't exist. He kicked open the back door of the office and yanked Bai Chang-yun into the executive elevator. Just as the doors began to close, crash, a team of elite guards burst through the front entrance. Too late. They caught only a glimpse of Bai Chang-yun's terrified face vanishing behind the steel doors. Move. Seal every exit. Don't let them escape with Mr. Bai, lockdown initiated. But the private elevator isn't in the main system. It requires a password to override. Only Mr. Bai has it. What are we supposed to do then? Panic set. And across the building, chaos had already erupted. Multiple firefights were raging on different floors. The mechanical warriors under Li Tianran's command were ruthless and nearly unstoppable. Their armor absorbed bullets, their combat programs outmatched human reflexes, and their brutality was unmatched. Within minutes, Even the heavily fortified first floor had fallen. The guards knew that chasing Li Tianran might provoke him into killing Bai Changyun outright, but standing idle wasn't an option either. "Redirect support to the first floor," barked the guard captain. "If we lose the building, Bai's survival means nothing. Teams 1 through 4, cover all exits from the private elevator on floors 2 through 5. Everyone else, come with me. Hurry! Go, go, go!" Just as they split off into action. Blackout. All lights on the 6th floor flickered and died. Darkness swallowed everything. What the hell? Stay calm. Someone barked, but it was no use. A split second later, a shrill whoosh tore through the corridor, followed by a sickening crash. A decorative marble beast weighing over a ton had been dropped from above, instantly flattening half the squad, leaving behind a ruin of limbs and crushed armor. Boom! 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 Heavy footsteps echoed from every direction, reverberating like war drums in the enclosed space. The corridor's acoustics twisted the sound. No one could tell where the enemy was coming from. Then came the voice. 10 minutes. "Ago, I disabled your thermal sensors," said Dinglu, his tone eerily cheerful. "Now you're just flailing around in the dark." "I finally get to help the boss. I've never been so happy." A pause, then a whisper. "Forgive me, but I'll be using you all as my offering of thanks." Terror gripped the remaining guards. Several fired wildly into the dark, but their bullets hit nothing, except, tragically, each other. The beast in the dark began to move, faster, closer, relentless. The last words any of them would hear were uttered with quiet, murderous joy. Petrified skin. Rage blood. Li Tianran carried Bai Changyun down the elevator shaft to the underground level. The corridor ahead was cold. The only sounds echoing through it were his steady footsteps and Bai Changyun's ragged, wheezing breaths. "We can still turn this around, make them allies. We can win together," Bai Changyun muttered deliriously, his words disjointed and desperate. Li Tianran didn't spare him a glance. But then, Li Tianran halted. In the dead silence of the underground corridor, a faint set of footsteps reached his ears, then another. 2 sets in total. From the far end of the passage, 2 tall silhouettes emerged from around the corner. They were men of ancient Indian descent, dark-skinned, with sharp, exotic features. They moved in perfect unison and came to stand before Li Tianran, barring his path. Recognition flickered in Bai Changyun's dim eyes. He stirred, hope flooding into his expression, as if strength returned to his battered frame. "Gandhi, Tra!" Li Tianran's gaze calmly swept over them. His mind registered their build, their aura. One's a throwback type, the other's a cerebral enhancement. He sighed inwardly. The Umbrella Corporation's twisted experiments had evidently borne fruit. In mere days, they'd created 2 new evolvers by sacrificing human lives, one of them a rare, highly dangerous, intelligent brain type. "The building's surveillance system is dead," Gandhi spoke in a cold, clipped tone, dressed incongruously in a loose nightshirt. "But I can sense your brainwave field. You radiate like a beacon. I know exactly where you are." His words came in a strange, lilting language from their homeland. Li Tianran raised a brow. "What the hell is this bird chatter?" Trar, the atavistic type beside him, stepped forward. His voice was rough, but he spoke in broken but clear Yanhuang. "Leave Boss Bai and walk away." He had arrived before Gandhi, long enough to learn the basics of the language through sheer will and adaptive ability. Li Tianran stared at them impassively. "You evolvers, made by genetic injections? Or radiation toxins?" Neither man spoke for a beat. Then Trar's voice cut in, harsh and cold. "That's none of your business." A low chuckle escaped Li Tianran's throat. "So it's toxins, then," he remarked, dryly. His gaze slid toward Bai Changyun, limp in his grasp. "And yet you two serve this man like loyal hounds. Isn't that a disgrace? Where's your pride?" The tension in the corridor thickened. Gandhi and Trar exchanged a glance but made no move. Despite their abilities, neither dared strike first against Li Tianran. His reputation, his invisible presence, the sheer force of his will, it unsettled them. But Li Tianran's words seemed to dig deep into Trar, reopening some old, festering wound. His bloodshot eyes lifted. "I don't give a damn what Bai Changyun did before," he growled. "He gave me a life I could never dream of. Luxury, power, a bed full of beautiful women every night. I came from a nightmare and woke up in paradise. And you? You could never understand what that feels like." Li Tianran tilted his head slightly. "You're right," he murmured. "I wouldn't know what it feels like to be slapped in the face and then lick the hand that did it, hoping for candy afterward." His tone turned colder, harder. "I'd spit in his face and smash a brick against the back of his skull." He looked them both over, voice steady. "That's called dignity, and sometimes it's worth more than your life." Trar's face twisted into a sneer. "Nothing's worth more than life itself. I've finally tasted freedom. If anyone threatens that I'll kill them, I could offer you more than he ever could," Li Tianran said, voice low. "A life not as a dog, but standing upright. You coming?" The offer hung in the air a moment. Trar let out a derisive snort and shook his head. Li Tianran exhaled slowly. His gaze shifted to Gandhi. One look at the man's expression, icy and resolute, told him all he needed to know. The world was too twisted. Even those born from horror and despair, those who should have hated the warlords and corporations, had willingly become their enforcers. The ones who survived the slaughterhouse had chosen comfort over justice. They're still human after all, Li Tianran thought bitterly. And humans are the same everywhere. His ideals, his hopes of banning radiation toxins, ending these atrocities, suddenly seemed laughably naive. The survivors of these nightmares didn't rise against the system. They clung to it, desperate, to protect the luxury bought by the blood of their friends and families. Li Tianran's lips twisted into a cold smile. "What a fool I've been." He laughed at himself, the sound sharp and bitter in the empty corridor. "From now on, no more playing savior," he murmured. "Anyone in my way dies. Doesn't matter what their story is." Without warning, he tossed Bai Changyun aside, like a rag doll, and strode toward the two evolvers. Murderous intent surged through the air. Gandhi and Trar instinctively braced, their expressions darkening. Li Tianran's invisibility shimmered, his form becoming visible, radiating a quiet, lethal confidence, Trar snarled. Gandhi narrowed his eyes. Though it was Gandhi's first real battle using his abilities, he'd tested his limits before, and the results had shown terrifying potential. His eyes turned ghostly white. An immense electromagnetic field burst outward, the corridor's lights flickering wildly under the strain. The hum of power filled the air. Sparks spat from the walls as electricity crackled and arced. Trar charged forward with a roar, his fist raised to strike. In a distant corner of the room, Bai Changyun cackled through bloodied lips. He could already see it. Li Tianran flattened to the floor, his skull caved in by Trar's blow. Perfect. But in the next heartbeat, time itself seemed to hesitate. Li Tianran's body shifted. His right foot slid back, his torso twisted. His right arm coiled like a drawn bow. Then, he struck. The sound was monstrous, like a thunderclap in the narrow corridor. His fist slammed into Trar's chest. Bone and muscle crumpled. Blood exploded from Trar's mouth and nose. The man was hurled backwards like a cannon shell, crashing directly into Gandhi. The impact sounded like a landslide of breaking bones. Gandhi didn't even have time to unleash his full power. Both of them were flung backwards into the darkness, vanishing into the far end of the corridor. The electromagnetic storm abruptly collapsed. Lights steadied, sparks died. Silence fell. One punch, that's all it took. The world's supposed gods, reduced to nothing. Bai Changyun's face went slack, his eyes wide, unblinking. A thin, strangled wheeze slipped from his throat. Li Tianran exhaled, slipped one hand into his pocket. He looked down at his fist, then into the lingering shadows. Head. A crooked grin tugged at his lips. He spat on the floor. All that drama, he muttered. Not bad for a light show. In this new world where evolvers had begun to emerge, some gained strength dozens of times greater than ordinary men. That kind of power tends to twist people's perceptions, makes them believe the world revolves around them. But even among evolvers, there was a hierarchy. Most evolvers plateaued the moment they awakened. Their numbers hadn't yet been truly tested in battle, not until the Beast Kings invaded en masse. For now, their potential was mostly theory, their limits already clear. But Li Tianran was different. His stats had nearly doubled since his awakening, a freak anomaly in a system meant to cap growth. To him, these so-called monsters were barely out of kindergarten. Gandhi, who claimed mastery of the mind, wasn't even fit to polish Han Han's boots in a contest of psychic power. If Han Han had stood here tonight instead of Li Tianran, Gandhi's mind would have snapped like a brittle twig. Li Tianran, still carrying the limp, half-conscious Bai Changyun like a ragdoll, strode down the corridor toward the warehouse. It was laughable, all the schemes, all the conspiracies. None of it mattered against sheer, unrelenting force. Bai Changyun, a man who held power over hundreds of lives, who could spark wars and crush cities with a single command, now dangled, helplessly in one hand. Li Tianran thought of Ying Zheng, the great first emperor of Qin, commanding millions, yet forced to flee before Jing Ke, a lone assassin with nothing but a dagger and raw fury. And in this moment, Li Tianran felt very much like Jing Ke. I can't match you at politics, he thought. But let's see how you deal with me when I don't bother playing your game. Even emperors must bow to madness when it storms through their gates. Tonight had gone smoother than he expected, and the reason was obvious. Bai Changyun hadn't for a moment believed anyone would be reckless enough to attack the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters head-on. Crazy. Certainly. Suicidal. Maybe. But possible. Never in Bai Changyun's mind. Li Tianran reached the final security door, a monstrous slab of alloy 2.5 meters thick, built to withstand direct tank fire. It was, for most, an unbreakable barrier. But not for Li Tianran. A brief ping from the combat system informed him that city garrison troops had finally caught wind of the assault. 2 armed battalions were en route and would arrive in less than 10 minutes. He wasn't interested in fighting the nation's military just yet. Grabbing Bai Changyun by the scruff, he shoved the man's face toward the retinal scanner. A second. Later, the screen blinked green. Gas hissed from hidden vents as the door unlocked and slowly parted. Bai Changyun found his voice at last. Let me go. I can give you everything in here. Li Tianran smiled, cold and tired. You still don't get it, old man. Even if I kill you, everything in here is already mine. Bai Changyun's heart slammed against his ribs at those words. The pressure was unbearable, as though a mountain sat squarely on his chest. Blood burst in his eyes and he crumpled. Li Tianran drew a long breath, stepping into the cavernous warehouse beyond. What lay inside made his pulse race. Heavy weapons, armored suits, tactical gear, stockpiles of rare survival materials. Enough to arm a small country. This was what real wealth looked like. No wonder Bai Jingyan could throw money around like confetti in Nancheng. A single piece of equipment here could fetch billions on the black market. Li Tianran's hands moved on instinct. Wherever he touched, weapons, crates, and tech vanished in a flash of white light, instantly absorbed into his system storage. His movements blurred, and within minutes, what was once a fortress stockpile had been picked clean. It was like watching a swarm of locusts strip a field bare. Nothing remained. By the time he finished, only dust and empty racks were left. 8 minutes later, Li Tianran emerged from the warehouse, a satisfied grin on his face. The haul was astronomical. Things he'd once planned to grind for, to save points for over years, he now held in hand. A fortune beyond reckoning. He chuckled darkly. Robbery is a damn profitable line of work. Behind him, 10 adult-class combat warriors followed, each carrying a massive white phosphorus incendiary bomb. The first floor was already his. Bai Chang Yun was as good as dead. Now it was time to reduce the headquarters to ash and get out before the battalions arrived. His men swiftly moved through the building, placing the incendiaries at key structural points. White phosphorus, a substance so deadly, so sticky, and so hard to extinguish it was banned by every sane nation. Umbrella had stockpiled it for their enemies. Tonight, it would turn on them. The orders came through his comm. All combat units, withdraw. Warriors scattered, vanishing into shadows. The system reported nearly 20 units lost in the fighting. The Umbrella Corporation's defenders hadn't gone down without a fight. But it was a price Li Tianran had already counted on paying, and now the reckoning would come, Ingwood. Li Tianran stepped out of the burning headquarters, the heat of the flames licking at the night air behind him. His sharp gaze swept the surroundings, and there, half hidden in the shadows, lay Traal's bloodied form. But Gandhi was gone. Cold frown creased Tianran's face. Evolvers were notoriously hard to kill. As long as their brain remained intact, even severe wounds could be shrugged off with time. Focused as he'd been on the warehouse, he hadn't noticed Gandhi slipping. Away. I let my guard down, he muttered, tapping his temple in frustration. But it was no use dwelling on it now. Gandhi wasn't worth chasing. He was a nobody in the grand scheme of things. The sharp, synchronized sound of combat boots striking the ground snapped him from his thoughts. His warriors, silent as shadows, regrouped and poured from the headquarters like wolves returning from a hunt. Without hesitation, Li Tianran lifted the remote control device in his hand. A simple click. The night was split by a series of muffled explosions. Flames erupted, devouring the headquarters in seconds. Within moments, the Magic City's military police arrived, swarming the scene with sirens blaring and orders shouted over the roar of fire. But it was too late. The arsonist was already gone, and the building's surviving personnel were trapped inside. Though Umbrella Corporation was a corrupt den of snakes, they were still registered citizens, and the military's priority was rescue. Even as the top floors crumbled, the officers surged inside to save whomever they could. Li Tianran, standing far from the blaze alongside Ding Lu, watched the chaos in silence. "Boss," Ding Lu's voice broke the night's tension. "You could have brought the whole place down. But you left those upper floors intact on purpose, didn't you? To keep the military and police busy. A cold tactic. If the building had been entirely leveled, the authorities would have nothing left to do but hunt the attackers. But now, burdened by duty and lives on the line, they had no choice but to focus on firefighting and evacuation, no matter how hopeless. Even though every officer there likely knew it was pointless, abandoning people to burn wasn't an option. Human nature. A trap, baited not with weapons, but with conscience. Ding Lu's voice quivered slightly. "That's ruthless." Li Tianran glanced sideways at him. "You think I'm cruel? Devious?" Ding Lu hesitated. Then, with a slow shake of his head, he answered, "I think you figured out how to survive in this world." A grim smirk tugged at the corner of Tianran's mouth. He turned away, stepping into the thick night. "Took me long enough." The city wouldn't sleep tonight. The Umbrella Corporation's headquarters was reduced to smoldering rubble. The military and police combed the wreckage, but no trace of the attackers remained. When they pulled the surviving surveillance logs, what little footage existed left them rattled. The combatants weren't soldiers, nor mercenaries, but something else entirely. Mechanical warriors, armed with weapons and technology decades beyond anything known. The official report would dub the incident as consortium warfare, a corporate grudge taken to extremes. The search for the mysterious warriors would spread across Yanhuang, but surveillance grids were crippled in most cities thanks to frequent sea beast assaults. Once the warriors left Magic City's borders, they vanished without a trace. At dawn, Li Tianran and Ding Lu cruised through the broken outskirts of Xingcheng in a battered off-road vehicle. Tank-class combat units were far too conspicuous in daylight, so they'd salvaged something more discreet from an abandoned checkpoint. Xingcheng was a ghost town now. The city that once shimmered with neon life lay in ruins, its buildings charred and half-collapsed. Massive gouges in the streets marked where sea beasts had rampaged through, leaving only destruction in their wake. Somewhere amid the rubble, a male singer's old recording crackled from a long-forgotten speaker. Where is the world full of flowers? If it exists, I would go there without a second thought. The melancholic voice drifted through the air. Ding Lu peeled off his bloodied shirt and tossed it out the window. "There's no such place anymore," he muttered, eyes hard. "This world, it's nothing but blood and ash now." He had fought like a demon the night before, holding off waves of enemies, escaping the final explosion by a hair's breadth. The violence had stripped away the last of his innocence, leaving behind a hardened survivor. It was a cruel world, and survival was its only law. Li Tianran's gaze lingered on him for a moment. "Looks like you learned something valuable last night." Ding Lu didn't respond, but his silence said enough. Tianran gave a small, approving nod. "Good. That means dragging you into this wasn't a waste." He reached back, stretched, and yawned lazily. "I'm dead on my feet. I'll crash for a few hours. Back to work tomorrow." The vehicle rolled on, carrying them deeper into the wasteland. Behind them, Magic City smoldered, its once proud structures now no more than blackened skeletons. And ahead, the endless war for survival awaited. The devastation in Xingcheng far exceeded what had happened in Nancheng. More than 70% of the city lay in rubble, crumbled towers, shattered roads, entire districts reduced to ghostly, skeletal remains. The power grid was dead, hospitals gone, and every security system offline. No one had tried to rebuild. The government evacuated who they could and left the rest. Now the place was a wasteland. The only signs of life were the grotesque scavengers, mutated beasts picking through the ruins, gnawing on the bones of those no one had come to bury. In an apocalypse like this, the old customs of honoring the dead were luxuries no one could afford. Survival demanded everything. Even when official teams had been sent to collect bodies, many were left entombed beneath wreckage too deep, too costly to clear. The living always mattered more. Li Tianran gripped the wheel, his foot heavy on the accelerator, as their battered off-road vehicle tore down a fractured road barely wide enough to navigate. The engine growled over broken concrete and scattered debris. Then, sharp, muffled gunfire in the distance. Both Li Tianran and Ding Lu stiffened. In a city abandoned to monsters and rot, the sound of gunfire was the last thing either of them expected. And it never meant anything good. "Boss, should we check it out?" Ding Lu asked cautiously. Li Tianran hesitated, then shook his head. "Not our business. Keep driving." Ding Lu slumped back into his seat, muttering under his breath. "Damn. World's gone insane. Every corner's a death trap. I just want to get back, crash, and sleep like the dead." Li Tianran's grip on the wheel tightened at those words. He exhaled slowly, gaze hard on the road ahead. "You know," he murmured, "there's an old saying about jinxing yourself." "Huh?" Ding Lu blinked, glancing over. "In the old dramas, a soldier tells his sweetheart, 'I'll come home and marry you,' and boom, he's dead by the next scene. A gangster says, 'One last job, then I'm out,' and you know it's over for him." Li Tianran sighed. "You just raised a death flag." Ding Lu looked embarrassed. "Come on, that's superstitious nonsense. Want to bet?" Tianran smirked. Before Ding Lu could answer, Li Tianran's sharp eyes caught movement at the far end of the road. His face darkened. "Never mind," he muttered. "Looks like there's no time for bets." A figure appeared. A woman, running hard. She was tall, long black hair clinging to her face in sweat-streaked strands. Blood and grime smeared her face and clothes, but even through it, there was no mistaking her sharp, commanding presence. In a clean suit, she could have passed for a corporate executive. Now she looked like hell, bruised, bloodied, her coat tattered, her expression fierce. She sprinted toward the SUV, ignoring the dozen armed men in dark coats and combat gear chasing. After her, rifles in hand. Ding Lu gaped. Boss?" Li Tianran sighed. Yeah. Fate's got a sick sense of humor." The woman veered straight for their vehicle, reaching out as if she meant to grab the luggage rack. Li Tianran's expression didn't change. Without hesitation, he wrenched the wheel hard to the right, sending the SUV skidding into a sharp turn. The woman's hand missed its mark. She slammed into the side of the car with a dull thud, rolled across the road, and came up cursing. "The hell? What are you, allergic to women or something?" The SUV sped off in the other direction, but before either could relax, a sharp whistle split the air. An RPG screamed down from behind, and the explosion rocked the road as it struck the fleeing vehicle. Metal twisted, tires shredded. The SUV flipped, debris raining down as it tumbled to a stop. The woman blinked in shock, watching the smoking wreck. "Well, damn," she muttered. "Guess I dodged a bullet there." Gunbolts clacked, dozens of rifle barrels locked onto her position, red laser sights painted dots across her chest and forehead. "P-35, a cold voice barked. "Take another step, and we'll turn you into beast chow." Then, gunfire, a tight barrage that tore up the ground around her without a single bullet landing, gravel sprayed into the air. Okay, I give up," the woman yelped, hands up. 4 men advanced. Their uniform, but lacking the hard discipline of proper military. Their helmets and goggles masked their faces, but the way they moved, more thuggish than trained, spoke volumes. One of them snapped heavy chains onto the woman's wrists and ankles. "Bitch cost us 20 men, growled the leader, a broad man in a battered camo helmet. "If you weren't worth a damn to the boss, I'd gut you right here." He yanked a black hood down over her head. Glancing at the burning SUV, he asked coldly, "Who the hell was in that?" Shrugs from his men. "Doesn't matter," the leader grunted. "Dead or gone. Either way, if anyone crosses us, they die." At those words, the woman's exposed arms broke out in goosebumps. "Move out," barked the leader. But just then, a metallic groan echoed through the street. Every head turned as the SUV's crumpled door burst open from inside. Dust billowed out as Li Tianran and Ding Lu climbed out, battered but alive. Li Tianran dusted himself off and gave Ding Lu a dry look. "Now, do you believe me about flags?" Ding Lu coughed and scowled. Okay, I get it." The soldiers stared, momentarily dumbfounded. And just like that, the whole situation shifted. At both ends of the shattered, desolate road, 2 groups faced off like wolves over a fresh kill. The burly leader scowled, disbelief flickering across his scarred face. Persistent little bastards. A cruel smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Luck's got nothing to do with it now. The RPG's explosion had struck the rear axle, a hit that should have reduced anyone inside to a smear of blood and smoke. But somehow, the 2 figures still standing amidst the wreckage were alive. "Kill them." His voice was a low growl, and a dozen rifles rose in unison, laser sights bathing Li Tianran and Ding Lu in deadly crimson. Li Tianran sighed, a trace of weariness in his voice. "I swear, I've been trying to stay out of trouble, yet here you are, knocking on my front door." He looked up, expression calm, almost serene. "Would it kill you to let a man live in peace?" Without another word, his hand flickered, a black pistol seemingly materializing from thin air. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of rifle fire erupted as Ding Lu snarled, muscles bulging as he hoisted a cracked concrete slab like a makeshift shield. Bullets bit into the stone, sparks dancing wildly, but neither of them faltered. Li Tianran's gaze sharpened. His gun moved in a blur, 8 quicksilver motions, the shots so rapid they sounded like a single note of thunder. Bang! A heartbeat later, 8 enemy soldiers slumped lifelessly, a neat bullet hole between each pair of goggles, red seeping. Through their helmets, Li Tianran tossed the empty weapon aside. Too slow. Another pistol was already in his hand before the first hit the ground. Even now, after countless battles, Li Tianran never underestimated the value of cold, reliable technology. Gravity manipulation was a potent weapon within 10 meters. But for anything beyond, nothing beat a bullet. He leveled his pistol at the remaining soldiers. Wait, hold on. The burly leader's voice cracked as cold sweat beaded down his brow. You don't even know who you're messing with. Maybe we're on the same side. Friends even. Bang, a bullet punched cleanly between his brows. He fell without another sound, the light in his eyes snuffed out mid-beg. Not interested, Tianran murmured, squeezing the trigger again. Another man dropped, then another, until nothing remained but bodies cooling in the dust. The only one left alive was the woman, huddled in a corner, wide-eyed. This wasn't a battle. It was a massacre. Ding Lu exhaled sharply, heaving the concrete slab aside. He knelt and pressed, an ear to the broken asphalt, his face tensed. Boss, we've got incoming. Multiple squads. Closing fast. Li Tianran rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No sense drawing too much heat. This stinks of a setup. No need to play someone else's pawn. His gaze flicked to the woman. Take her. We'll squeeze out the truth somewhere quieter. Ding Lu stomped off in frustration, his footsteps echoing down the stairwell until he disappeared from sight. Now, only Li Tianran and the mysterious woman remained in the silent, wind-battered ruin of the building's top floor. A faint flush colored the woman's cheeks. She took a slow step forward, her slender arms slipping around Li Tianran's neck. Her body pressed against his in a way that left little room between them. The heat of her breath brushed his ear, carrying a faintly sweet fragrance that lingered in the air. By anyone's measure, she was stunning. The kind of dangerous beauty that made men lose their minds. A face carved like a delicate masterpiece, and a figure that could stir obsession in the sanest of hearts. Look at me, she murmured, her voice light as silk. I want you. She cupped Li Tianran's face with soft, pale hands. Her gaze, shimmering and deep as a midnight lake, locked onto his, silently drawing him in. For a brief, tense moment, it felt like the world had stilled. Li Tianran's breathing faltered. The corners of the woman's mouth twitched upward. She inched closer, their faces almost touching, and then she abruptly stepped back, her lips curling into a mocking smirk. Did you actually believe you could decide my fate? It was a jarring, incongruous thing to say in the middle of such a charged moment. But the scene was about to grow even stranger. Without missing a beat, Li Tianran's expression mirrored hers. The same mocking tone echoed from his lips. Did you actually believe you could decide my fate? A cold wind whipped through the shattered windows, the eerie quiet amplifying the unnatural atmosphere. The woman moved again, a casual shrug of her shoulders. Li Tianran mimicked her exactly. She raised a hand to rub her collarbone. He did the same. Step for step, movement for movement. Li Tianran was imitating her perfectly, like a puppet on invisible strings. A glint of sinister satisfaction flashed in the woman's eyes. You men, always so predictable, she laughed. If I weren't so drained, if my powers weren't down to a flicker, I wouldn't have needed to shoo your little dog away first. Her arrogance filled the room like a toxin. She arched, her back in a languid stretch, her confidence swelling. "I've slipped past squads of armed guards on my own, you know," she went on smugly. "And here you are, thinking you're rescuing some helpless damsel." Li Tianran's every movement remained an eerie reflection of hers. "Well, I've almost recovered." The woman grinned, dark glee in her expression. "Time to kill you." She tapped a finger to her lips, thinking aloud. "How, though? If I toss you off the roof, your little lackey might get suspicious. A nice throat. Slit would be dramatic, blood everywhere, make him panic. When he loses his head, his eyes will meet mine. And then he'll belong to me too." The thought made her chuckle as she idly slapped her own cheek. Li Tianran mirrored the slap. The sound unnervingly sharp in the empty room. The woman scooped up a rusted iron pin from the floor. Li Tianran did the same. Without hesitation, she drew the pin across her throat. Blood poured out, but she remained standing, her skin already knitting itself together. An evolver's resilience. She turned to watch Li Tianran expectantly, her grin widening as she awaited the spray of blood. But it didn't come. Li Tianran stood still, uninjured, his gaze cool and clear. Confusion flashed across her face. She cut again, this time across her wrist, sending more blood cascading down her. Li Tianran raised his hand, but instead of mimicking the wound, he simply gave a slow, deliberate thumbs up. "Not bad," he said evenly. A translucent data panel materialized in Li Tianran's view. Name, Tang Su. Gender, female, age, 26. Evolution type, God-descended human strength, 360 intelligence, 80 spirit, 50 speed, 180 stamina, 5/100, severely weakened, all. Stats, 80%. Abilities, puppet, death together, sprint puppet. Locks target and mimicry after 10 seconds of eye contact, unless target spirit is 3 times higher. Death together. If Tang Su's blood enters a weaker body, injuries she suffers replicate onto the host for 3 minutes. Sprint. Triples running speed temporarily. Li Tianran smirked. Ignoring her shocked stare, he reached out, seized her by the throat, and slammed her against the crumbling wall. The impact left a crater of shattered concrete. Tang Su coughed blood, her once flirtatious face twisted in pain and fear. "I knew what you were the moment I saw you," Li Tianran said, his voice cold and steady. "And I gave you a chance. Thought maybe we could part ways peacefully if—" "You told the truth. I sent Ding Lu away to save you the humiliation." His grip tightened, "But you just had to push it." His lips twisted into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Tang Su, let me answer your question now." "Yes," he said softly. "I can decide your life and death." Fear flashed in Tang Su's eyes. She had spent years evading death, slipping through the fingers of power-hungry warlords and corrupt consortiums. But this time, she'd traded one predator for a worse one. "It's not easy to kill a god-descended evolver," Li Tianran admitted. "Your life core isn't in your heart or brain. It's fused into a hidden place, nearly impossible to detect." He towed aside some rubble, a long, sharpened iron pipe falling neatly into his hand. "Lucky for me," he murmured, lifting the makeshift weapon. "I know a thing or two about your kind." He tapped the tip of the pipe against her chest. 14th. Vertebra from this angle. He smiled, the warmth of it as cold as a blade. "Let's see if I'm right. In the end times, distinctions like man and woman ceased to matter. A blade was a blade, whether it wore a dress or a suit of armor. And cruelty. Some of the most merciless were the ones with soft features and sweet voices. Li Tianran never hesitated, because of a pretty face. If he hadn't been an evolver, his corpse would be cooling on the floor by now. The sharp iron pipe pierced through Tang Su's tattered underclothes, slicing through the pale skin beneath. But Li Tianran's eyes didn't so much as flicker. There was no hesitation in the thrust, no moment of faltering. The pipe plunged straight through, the slick sound of flesh splitting under rusted metal filling the air. Gah! Ah! Tang Su's lips parted in a strangled gasp, but Li Tianran's iron grip on her throat robbed her of air, leaving only a guttural croak. For the first time in years, real terror gripped Tang Su's heart. She'd faced death before, laughed in its face even. But this man, this cold, ruthless predator, he was something else entirely. The pipe slid in deeper, scraping against bone. Both of them heard it, that sickening grind of metal on bone. And it wasn't the physical pain that shattered her resolve. It was the way Li Tianran's gaze never wavered. Unmoved, calculating, a monster born in hell, clothed in human skin. "You've got guts," Li Tianran remarked, voice almost amused. "Even now, still clinging to your secrets." Tang Su wanted to curse him. Her mind was a hurricane of fury. "You bastard, I can't even breathe. How the hell am I supposed to talk?" Her lungs burned, her vision blurred. And just as the sharp tip grazed her spine, as Death's shadow finally closed in, his grip loosened. "I'll talk," she rasped hoarsely, the words a desperate croak. Li Tianran dropped her. She hit the ground hard, blood trailing from the iron pipe that still jutted grotesquely from her side. "Ha! Ha!" Tang Su sucked in air like a drowning woman. Her eyes flicked up to meet his. You're an evolver too? How are you this strong?" Li Tianran said nothing, his expression unreadable. The iron pipe in his hand dripped crimson. Okay, forget it. I won't ask." Tang Su raised trembling hands in surrender, her voice cracking. "My name is Tang Su." She coughed, wiped blood from her lips, and forced out the words, "The ones chasing me. They're from a terrorist group called I.O." Her story spilled out haltingly, of a town called Landong, overrun during the first collapse, of a bandit horde claiming to build some false paradise, robbing resources, taking women. Li Tianran's eyes darkened. Eden. A memory stirred. The Wells gang, the ones he'd wiped out. They'd whispered about Eden too. Pieces of a bigger puzzle falling into place. Tang Su went on. "I was just a scared girl. I thought death would be better than being their toy. So I ate irradiated crops, hoping to die. But instead, I changed." Li Tianran arched an eyebrow. "An evolver before the second apocalypse? That kind of fortune was beyond rare. I was stupid. Showed off my abilities too soon. They separated, me from the others. No one came near me unless it was to hurt me. I was a prisoner, a lab rat, a weapon they couldn't fully control." Her voice hardened. "Every inch of my skin's been cut, my body drained just enough to keep me weak but alive. I got used to bleeding." She met his gaze, unflinching now. "So when I cut my own neck earlier, it wasn't bravery, it's routine." Li Tianran's expression remained neutral. But deep down he acknowledged one thing. In a world where death lurked behind every corner, Tang Su had survived horrors most couldn't imagine. "They moved me recently," she continued. "Took me to the border. I met a foreigner. He promised me anything I wanted if I cooperated. Of course, after what they'd done to me, it didn't take much to break me. The first clean water and meat I'd seen in years." Tang Su's voice was bitter, almost a laugh. "After that, they told me their goal." Li Tianran's gaze sharpened. "They wanted a beast king." He frowned. Beast kings weren't unheard of, but nothing worth this much risk. "This wasn't an ordinary one," Tang Su confirmed, as if reading his mind. "Not a sea beast either. Something else. They'd been tracking it for a long time." She leaned in close, breath warm against his ear. Her next words made his blood run cold. Li Tianran's pupils shrank. Even for him it was a shock. "Now, you see why they went to such lengths? Why they smeared my blood on bullets so my death tether ability could be used on the creature when wounded. They thought they had it cornered, but even gravely injured, it broke the siege and vanished into the wild. A savage grin touched her lips, and I used the chaos to escape. Broke my chains, took their detonator, left a trail of corpses in my wake. Her eyes gleamed. Then I found you. Li Tianren exhaled a slow breath. So the Beast King? It's still in Xingcheng? Tang Su gave a small, blood-stained smile. Yeah, and it's pissed. As soon as Li Tianren spoke, the intent behind his words struck Tang Su like a thunderclap. You're not seriously thinking of hunting that Beast King, are you? Her voice quivered, disbelief and horror threading through every syllable. Li. Tianran's gaze lingered on the crumbling skyline, the remnants of old Xingcheng silhouetted against the dusk. If it's even half as you've described, I'd be a fool not to be interested. His eyes gleamed, calm and unreadable. Biological. Evolution is a wondrous thing. The mysteries it holds, the things it can become. That creature's value far outweighs yours. Tang Su's face twisted in shock, devastation cutting deeper than any wound. You've lost your damn mind, she snapped. There are over 300 mercenaries crawling through this hellhole, all armed to the teeth, RPGs, snipers. Mortars. I don't care how tough you are, nobody walks through that alive. She wasn't wrong. Evolvers could survive wounds that would leave ordinary people in pieces, but even the strongest weren't invincible. A well-placed shot to the head or neck could paralyze even a god-descended evolver, turning them into a helpless corpse before their regenerative abilities could catch up. It's how they'd kept her in line all this time. The bomb collar. At her throat wasn't for show. For a long time, Tang Su had believed that if she could just regain her full strength, then maybe, with Li Tianran's power and a little caution, they might just slip past the mercenaries and escape this cursed city. But revenge? Taking food from those butchers? She'd never even considered it. You really think we're not outnumbered? She hissed. Li Tianran's faint, amused smile returned. You've only seen the tip of the iceberg. Don't speak like you know the depths beneath the surface. His voice turned cold, decisive. And you do well to remember, you don't get a say in this. You're a prisoner, not my ally. His words stung like a whip, sharp and merciless. Tang Su opened her mouth to retort, but the words withered in her throat. After a long, heavy silence, she stood, her posture brittle. So, what now? Are you going to kill me? I'm going to save you from your misery, Li Tianran said softly, almost gently. Tang Su let out a hollow laugh, suddenly feeling merciful. I've always been a good person, Li Tianran replied, as if the words weren't absurd in this world. She scoffed. In times like these, good person just means dead idiot. I've seen what you are, Tianran. You're not the kind to leave an enemy breathing unless you have a leash on them. Her gaze hardened. You're planning to use me, just like them. Bleed me for what I'm worth, then throw me to hell with your enemies when the time's right. She wasn't wrong. Her death tether ability was a devastating trump card, one that could drag even the mightiest down with her. Guess you want me as your hound, she said dryly. Li Tianran chuckled, leaning casually against the railing. You should be grateful. You're still useful, better than being discarded like trash. His laughter faded, and he tossed something in his hand, a small, spider-shaped bomb. It landed on Tang Su's shoulder, scuttled down her spine, and burrowed into the skin near her 14th vertebra. A sharp jolt of cold pain ran through her body. Tang Su stiffened. Li Tianren watched her reaction, lips curled into a faint smile. Cute little thing, isn't it? She knew better than to touch it. No one knew the anatomy of evolvers better than Li Tianren. His traps weren't crude like the IO gangs. Whatever horrors awaited her if she tampered with it were left unspoken, and that silence made it all the worse. Tang Su's breathing raggedly slowed as her wound began to knit itself closed. She wiped blood from her mouth, and a crooked smile touched her lips. So, guess I'm wearing your leash now? Li Tianran arched a brow. Woof woof! Tang Su barked mockingly, then tilted her head with feigned innocence. Like what you see, master? For a moment, something flickered in Li Tianran's expression. This one's dangerous, he thought. A snake with her fangs hidden behind a pretty smile. You adapt fast, he said, tone unreadable. You might even be a valuable asset. But in his heart, a quiet, unshakable decision settled. When the time came, he'd wring every drop of worth from her, then finish it. Women like her were a liability, and if she slipped free, trouble. Night fell over Xingcheng like a heavy shroud. The ruined city plunged into darkness, broken only by the faint flicker of distant lights. At an abandoned factory on the city's edge, a cluster of mercenaries gathered in silence, weapons gleaming in the dim light. Any sign of the target? A gruff voice demanded. Silence. Useless. Bastards! The man spat. Their commander's expression was a storm cloud. We've already lost P-35. If we don't deliver the Beast King, we're dead men walking. The 3rd Recon unit picked up a heat signature, huge and moving slow. It's hurt, but still alive. A grim tension settled over the group. Tonight, we finish this. The order was given. Dozens of figures melted into the night, closing in on their prey. High above them, atop the tallest ruin in Xingcheng, Li Tianran stood alone, the city sprawling in fractured light beneath him. He watched the scattered pinpricks of torchlight moving through the dark like fireflies, converging on a single cursed place. An encirclement. A cold grin split his lips. Let's get to work, he whispered, and vanished into the night. End. In the dead of night, a monstrous figure prowled the ruined factory on the outskirts of Xingcheng. Its dark blue eyes gleamed with a faint, sinister light, feral fangs bared to the air. Once pristine, snow-white fur was now matted and streaked with blood, dyed in shades of crimson, rust, and black. The creature's long, barbed tongue flicked out to lap at an open wound, its breath ragged and heavy in the choking silence. That low, guttural sound echoed throughout the shattered factory like the breathing of a ghost. The Beast King, a ruler of flesh and fang, cornered, hunted, and driven to desperation by relentless human pursuers. Its once limitless strength was sapped, its wounds stubbornly refusing to close. Only time and meat would restore what it had lost, and both were running thin. With a weary grunt, it slunk into a dark corner and curled up tight, snow-colored, fur pressed against cold concrete. Even now, even as a monster of legend, it slept as it had in its fragile youth. Huddled in the shadows, head tucked against its chest, one eye half open in case of danger. A primal instinct. The last habit of its old life. But suddenly, it froze. A prickling sensation ran down its spine. Its heavy-lidded eyes snapped open, pupils narrowing from wide circles to dagger-thin slits. The night was too still. Something was coming. Tink, tink, tink. The faint sound of glass and metal shattering cut through the dark, followed by half a dozen round metal canisters sailing through the broken window panes. The instant they struck the floor, blinding light burst forth. Flashbangs. The abandoned factory, which moments ago was a cavern of pitch-black ruin, was now flooded with searing white light. Every shadow banished, every hiding place exposed. Roar! Blinded and snarling, the Beast King thrashed against the agony in its eyes. Its huge frame staggered toward a rear passage, thick muscles rippling with effort, but the light had robbed it of precious seconds, and in that fleeting instant, red laser dots peppered its torso, dozens of sniper sights locking on. Bang! The high thunder of sniper fire shattered the silence, the round smashing through rusted steel and tearing into the Beast King's left forelimb. Blood and fur burst into the air as the creature reeled, its roar turning to a bellow of pain. "Units 2 and 3, cut it off! It's headed for you!" crackled a voice over comms. A second later, a squad of mercenaries charged through the rear corridor. Burly men in tactical armor, assault rifles gleaming in the artificial glare. Break. "It's limbs! We want it alive, but don't let up! Hit anything non-vital!" barked their leader. The men hesitated at first, their muzzles lowering slightly, but the order was clear. The Beast King moved first. With a burst of impossible speed, it leapt straight up, claws sinking deep into the crumbling concrete wall. Using the vertical surface like a ramp, it bounded forward and crashed down upon them. Shrip! A single swipe, claws like 10-inch blades, tore through reinforced armor as if it were paper. The first mercenary was split from collar to hip. Blood and viscera splattered the floor. Shit! Scatter! Too late. The Beast King carved through them like a butcher through livestock. Mercenaries screamed, some shredded to pieces, others hurled bodily into rusted machinery. Those not torn apart outright were crushed by the weight of the monster's charge, the impact shattering bones beneath their armor. 1/3 of them were incapacitated before they even raised their guns. Team 5, Team 7. Cut it off in A. "The yard! Don't let it escape!" The Beast King burst through the factory wall, chunks of brick and metal crashing down around it. But what waited outside was no refuge. Clink, clink, clink. A dozen stun grenades landed at its feet. Boom! A deafening wall of sound ripped through the night, concussive waves pounding the air at over 700 decibels. The monster staggered, its hulking frame visibly rattled. It was slowing down, and that was when the snipers resumed their work. Bang! 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 Heavy rounds slammed into its flesh. One punched through its hind leg, sending the Beast King sprawling into the dirt with a wet, heavy crash. "It's down! Cease fire! Move in with the tranquilizers!" From the darkness, nearly 200 mercenaries emerged, closing the noose. 3 men in body armor approached with long tranquilizer guns. But even on death's door, the Beast King wasn't finished. It surged up in one final act of defiance, swiping a claw that reduced the 3 men to torn scraps of meat. Gunfire erupted once again. The beast took dozens more rounds to the chest and flanks. Blood sprayed in rivers. It staggered, stood, fell, tried again. "This thing, its vitality's insane," growled the squad leader into his headset. "We've lost over 20 men already. THMP." The sharp hiss of a tranquilizer dart buried itself in the creature's side. The Beast King took one step, then collapsed. Blood pooled around its massive body. Its fur was no longer white, only a sticky, clotted crimson. "Target subdued," came the leader's grim, exhausted voice. "We've got it. At least this way. Even losing P-35 won't cost us everything." Around him, the mercenaries remained silent. Nearly half of them were gone. A hard-earned, ugly victory. And then, crack. A single gunshot split the air. The leader stiffened, his brow darkening. He snarled into his comms. "I said hold your fire. Who the hell shot?" No reply. The other mercenaries exchanged uneasy glances. Crack. Another shot. A man next to the leader dropped lifelessly to the ground, his head reduced to pulp. Blood splattered across the leader's face, his eyes narrowing to furious slits. In that instant, realization struck. It wasn't one of theirs. And then, from the rooftops, from the shadows, from the skeletal remains of the surrounding city, more gunfire erupted. The leader's voice broke through the growing chaos, a single furious roar. "Enemy attack!" The enemy's assault came without warning. One moment, the mercenaries were catching their breath after subduing the Beast King. The next, chaos. The first instinct of the squad was panic. Had the Yanhuang military and police returned to retake Xingcheng? But before they could rally their thoughts, a lone figure emerged from the shadows, half illuminated by the flickering beams of nearby headlights. A man, walking casually toward them through the dust and smoke. The leader's eyes narrowed, his gut twisting with suspicion. No way. Could it be someone sent to rescue P-35? He stepped forward, barking sharply. Where's P-35? Speak. Hand her over now, and maybe I'll let you crawl away with your life. His voice cracked with a mix of desperation and fury. This mission was his ticket to a fortune, and bringing Tang Su back would secure him a mountain of rewards. The figure didn't respond, didn't flinch. The leader's lip curled into a sneer. You really don't get it, do you? Even if you don't talk, Xingcheng is ours. We'll hunt you down, drag you out, and tear you apart piece by piece. He raised his voice, taunting. Cooperate now, and I'll even forgive that little mess you caused before. Still nothing. The leader's patience snapped. He lifted his pistol, took aim at the figure's leg, and fired. Bang! The figure staggered, blood staining his thigh, as he crumpled to the ground. A dull grunt escaped his lips, but no other sound. Something about it felt off. The leader's brow furrowed. His instincts screamed. Check him, he ordered sharply. 2 mercenaries hurried over, weapons drawn. A few tense seconds passed. Then came their panicked voices. Boss, this guy. It's one of our snipers, the U. Color drained from the leader's face. He switched comms channels with a trembling hand. Sniper teams! Report status now! Only silence answered him. A cold dread seeped into his bones. 20 sniper nests had been positioned around this perimeter. 20 of his best marksmen, all vanished. The man he'd just shot had been one of his own. His hand clenched around. His calm as a realization slammed into him like a sledgehammer. P-35 is here. Lock it down. Now! He didn't need a heat signature scan to know what had happened. That eerie control, the way his sniper had wandered into plain sight like a lifeless puppet. It was her, Tang Su. She was near, and then a voice, soft, clear, and carrying effortlessly through the air. No need for that. All eyes turned toward the factory's water tower. There, bathed in the dying light of flood lamps, stood Li Tianran, young, calm, handsome, and smiling like the devil himself. He stretched out his arms, overlooking the sea of mercenaries below as if addressing insects. I'll be taking the Beast King, so why don't you boys drop your guns and kneel? Because his smile widened. You're already surrounded. The words hung in the air, absurd in their arrogance. One man against nearly 200 mercenaries, claiming victory before the fight even began. Had the tension not been so thick, someone might have laughed. The leader's face darkened, a vein throbbing in his temple. A technician beside him whispered urgently. Boss, heat scanners show no other signatures. He's bluffing. The leader's lips twisted into a cruel grin. Walked right into your own grave, you little bastard. His voice was cold steel. I don't care what makes you think you've got the upper hand. But unless you hand over P-35, I'll leave nothing of you to bury. He didn't order a volley immediately. Tang Su was the priority. If this idiot knew her whereabouts, he could still be useful. But Li Tianran's face remained utterly calm. Ding Lu, Tianran called lazily, pointing down at the leader. Did you hear that? He just threatened your boss. The leader blinked. What the? A sharp metallic shriek cut through the night. From the gloom, a figure tore the door clean off an SUV with a single hand. A wiry, lethal-looking man, eyes burning red. In one fluid motion, he hurled the door like a spinning blade. Wham! It struck the leader like a guillotine, severing both thighs. Blood sprayed in wild arcs as the massive chunk of metal embedded itself deep into the wall behind him. The leader's scream was inhuman, his body writhing in agony, and a hoarse voice spoke from the shadows. You can threaten me, but you'll never threaten my boss. Kara, Gunfire exploded from every direction, but it wasn't the mercenaries firing. A crimson wave of sniper fire ripped through their ranks. Mercenaries dropped like wheat before a scythe, blood painting the factory floor. Out of the darkness strode nearly 40 combat warriors, tall, armored figures with gleaming cybernetic bodies and glowing crimson optics, forming a tightening ring around the factory. Boom! The wall at the far end of the yard exploded, and a monstrous war machine, a tank-class combat warrior, crashed through the breach like a juggernaut. Its towering frame swung a serrated rotary blade the size of a car. Wherever it moved, bodies fell. The battlefield became a nightmare of torn flesh and shattered bone. From atop the tower, Li Tianran called down calmly. "Now do you see where my confidence comes from?" His voice carried, clear as a bell. "Surrender. And I might let you crawl away with your miserable lives." But the bloodbath didn't stop. "Stun grenades! RPGs! Now!" Mercenaries shrieked in desperation. An explosion of flame. A rocket-propelled grenade streaked toward the tower. Li Tianran smiled faintly, weightless. The air shifted. The blast wave of the incoming rocket gently pushed his body aside as he floated effortlessly from the water tower. The shell struck the tower behind him, detonating in a blaze of fire. Against the hellish glow, Tianran's descending figure seemed like a ghost, his face serene. And with that, the mercenaries broke. Morale, intangible yet vital, shattered in a heartbeat. In 30 seconds, nearly 100 men lay dead. The rest threw down their weapons. "I surrender." "Don't shoot!" someone screamed, falling to his knees. One after another, the others followed. Li Tianran landed softly on the blood-soaked ground. "Strip their weapons!" he ordered. "Kill all but one." The stunned mercenaries recoiled in disbelief. "Wait, you said if we surrendered you'd spare us," one man shouted desperately. Li Tianran tilted his head, a ghost of a smile on his lips. "I lied." His voice was cold, final. "You're welcome to condemn me as a monster. I promise I won't argue." Li Tianran's words, even by his own standards, were pretty shameless. Actually, scratch that. Pretty didn't cut it. They were downright brazen. But so what? He'd never been the kind of man to play fair with enemies, let alone debate over rules of war or honor codes about sparing those who surrendered. Mercy towards those who wished you dead was just another way to dig your own grave. History had proven this lesson time and time again. Leave even a few weeds alive, and they'll grow back to choke you later. Especially mercenaries like these, crawling out of the gutter for blood money, loyal only to death and the highest bidder. Who knew how many innocents lay dead by their hands already? Wiping them out wasn't a crime. It was a public service. The air filled with desperate screams as Li Tianran's warriors carried out his orders without hesitation or pity. These warriors weren't flesh and blood anymore. They were precise, unrelenting instruments of death. Li Tianran crouched beside the leader, pulled a weathered medicinal fruit from his pouch, crushed it, and forced it into the man's mouth. It wasn't out of kindness, just a way to keep him alive long enough for questions. This guy's rank was leagues above that fool Wells. There might be valuable intel about the so-called Garden of Eden hidden in that skull of his. A short A. Distance away, Ding Lu and Tang Su emerged from the shadows, faces pale from the aftermath of the massacre. Tianran waved them over to keep watch on the leader, while he headed for another corner of the factory. The southeast sector. There, half hidden, in the rubble and streaked with blood, lay a beast. Massive, feline, its white fur, matted blue eyes barely flickering open beneath heavy lids. If it weren't for the faint rise and fall of its flank, it could easily have been mistaken for a corpse. Tianran stopped a few paces away, studying it. "So you're the so-called Beast King causing all this mess," he murmured, his pupils contracting as lines of data overlaid his vision. Blue-eyed white cat species, Chinese rural cat, age 3 years evolution, Type, God-descended evolver. Strength, 670 speed, 560. Intelligence, 50. Spirit, 40. Vitality, $3.150. Critical depletion. Attributes reduced by 80%. God's Descent. Abilities, agility, passive, enhanced speed and reflexes. Tenacity, passive, resistance to pain, fatigue, and negative status. Sacred Heart, active, transfers. All trauma and disease from a touched target to itself, cleansing fatigue, weakness, and other debuffs. Transfer of fatal wounds risks immediate death. Current Vitality, 180, 300, irrecoverable. Li Tianran gave a low whistle. This ability's a living saint. Instantly heal wounds, cure disease, erase negative conditions. In a game, it would be a full heal item with a bonus buff thrown in. Even his rare medicinal fruits couldn't, compare to something like this. But what seemed like a miracle to others was a death sentence to the Beast King itself. For evolvers, everything, strength, speed, even lifespan, could be enhanced, except vitality. That was finite, irreplaceable. A regular person might live 80 years. An evolver could stretch that to 150 if they were lucky. But vitality loss? That was permanent, and this cat, by the looks of it, had used its sacred heart far too many times. Its vitality was already hanging by a thread. Unless it had a habit of healing stray dogs and random wildlife. There was only one logical conclusion. It had been using this ability on a human. Likely one it loved. Li Tianran narrowed his eyes. A story unfolded in his mind of a superpowered cat, awakened by desperation, sacrificing itself to save its injured owner again and again. Perhaps foreign criminals caught wind of it, and the ensuing pursuit had driven the two apart. A bittersweet, tragic tale, and one that ended here. Tianran knew nothing for certain without Han to cross-reference details. But what he did know was that this creature was too valuable to let go. Not with an ability like that. Even the strongest evolvers faced life and death moments. Having this beast was like carrying a spare life. He knelt down, retrieved another medicinal fruit, crushed it, and gently pushed it into the cat's mouth. Evolvers could heal quickly, but with its physical strength bottomed out like this, natural regeneration would take weeks. No wonder everyone's after you, Tianran muttered, brushing blood-matted fur from its face. Even I wouldn't mind keeping you close. The cat's chest rose and fell faintly, a small sign of life. You're lucky you awakened, but unlucky too, Li Tianran said quietly. Because with this power, no one will ever leave you in peace. After Li Tianran finished speaking, a towering tank-class combat warrior strode over, its iron-clad fingers clamping down on the scruff of the white cat's neck. With a single effortless motion, it lifted the limp creature off the ground, and the other side, Ding Lu had already stuffed the mercenary leader into a rough sack, slinging it over his shoulder like cargo. He deliberately kept his distance from Tang Su. He'd noticed earlier, the moment Tang Su locked eyes with the leader, a flash of hatred so fierce it could boil blood appeared in her gaze. She looked as though she'd skin the man alive on the spot if given half a chance. But Ding Lu understood all too well. This man was still of use to Li Tianran. Letting Tang Su get her revenge now would spoil bigger plans. In the distance, the final screams faded into silence. The warriors regrouped, their figures looming against the flickering fires and ruined skyline. Li Tianran had no interest in cleaning up corpses. In a city like this, crawling with stray mutant beasts, the scent of fresh blood would draw scavengers soon enough. By dawn, not a bone would be left. He exhaled slowly, voice steady and commanding. We're heading home. Pack it up. The battle had been worth it, a jackpot haul, as if he'd stumbled across a hidden treasure dungeon in some long-forgotten game. The return journey was uneventful. No ambushes, No sudden dangers. Smooth, quiet, and oddly peaceful after the earlier carnage. Roughly 5 hours later, Li Tianran led his battered but victorious crew back through the gates of the farm, his spoils in tow. As the familiar chime of electronic authentication sounded, the reinforced steel doors slid open. A massive black shadow darted out, fur rippling like liquid ink. Xiao He sprinted toward Li Tianran, tail wagging furiously, emitting a series of deep, excited growls. Only when he laid eyes on the enormous black dog did Li Tianran finally drop his guard. "You're always the first to welcome me home, huh?" he murmured, crouching to rub Xiao He's broad head. Despite its monstrous size and power, Xiao He was still the same loyal wolfhound he'd raised, craving affection like a pup. Xiao He whined softly, then stiffened, nostrils flaring as he caught the metallic tang of blood. A low snarl built in his throat, fangs bared as his aura flared. Without hesitation, the tank-class warrior set the injured white cat on the ground. It was in bad shape. Even after being force-fed ancient medicinal fruit, its body remained feeble and unresponsive. Li Tianran gave Xiao He a pat on the head. "Go wake Han Han, I need her." Xiao He barked once and took off toward the residential building. Tang Su trailed behind the warriors as they filed into the farm. She looked around in visible astonishment, unable to keep a hint of wonder out of her voice. "Never imagined there'd be a place like this left in the world," she murmured, legs carrying her toward the livestock pens and cultivated fields. There were thriving green crops, clean industrial, fish ponds teeming with fat fish, and even a beast king in residence. It felt unreal, like stepping into Eden after crawling through hell. "You're adjusting pretty fast," Li Tianran commented mildly. "No signs of a new recruit's hesitation." Tang Su grinned, bright and sharp. "You slapped a collar on me, remember? Since you'll be using me, what's the point of pretending to be fragile and innocent? If I'd known you lived like this, I would have followed you voluntarily." She stretched her arms wide. "Green fields, fresh fish, cold milk, grilled. Lamb on demand. This is paradise compared to the wastelands." Li Tianran chuckled. "You like it that much? Good, it's yours." Tang Su raised a brow. "What do you mean by that?" "It means," Ding Lu interjected with a grin, "not only will you get to see green fields and fish ponds, you'll also be in charge of shoveling dung, cleaning the fish ponds, and harvesting fields under the hot sun. Welcome to the team." Tang. Su's face froze. "Why the hell should I be doing grunt work?" Ever read Journey to the West? Ding Lu's expression was serious. "The ones who join later always carry the heaviest loads. Too bad you're the new hire. You're inheriting my job." Li Tianran nodded solemnly. "That's right. I'm a superhuman," Tang Su growled. "Yeah?" Li Tianran smirked. "So are we." She seethed, fists trembling. She'd expected to be a key player, not a farmhand, but the cold, oppressive aura behind her made her swallow her anger. There's a blade on the word heart, endure. No one conquers without eating bitterness first. This isn't cowardice, she reassured herself. It's strategy. Lying low, biding my time. Han Han came bounding out moments later, throwing herself into Li Tianran's arms with childlike enthusiasm. After a brief embrace, he set the unconscious white cat in front of her, explaining the situation. Even the captured mercenary leader hadn't known the cat's full history, only that it had been hunted down. Li Tianran wanted to gain its loyalty without resorting to brute force. Sacred Heart required willing cooperation. It couldn't be coerced. If trust couldn't be built, its power would be useless in critical moments. Han Han's eyes began to glow, threads of psychic energy rippling outward as she linked with the white cat's dormant mind. Images flashed through her consciousness, disjointed, hazy memories. Its ability had awakened by accident, saving its wounded owner during a sea beast riot. But the betrayal that followed, Han Han's voice dropped. Its owner sold it out himself, not some jealous bystander, the one it saved. The bastard was afraid it would grow too strong and disrupt the sale. Worse, on the buyer's orders, the owner had attached explosive shackles to its limbs. When the deal went south, the owner detonated them without hesitation. Though maimed, the cat had escaped into the ruins, leaving a trail of blood and bodies behind. Han shrugged as the visions ended. That's all. The rest you know. Silence fell. The white cat slowly came to, fur bristling. It glared at them with bloodshot, wary eyes, baring sharp fangs. Ding Lu winced inwardly, imagining how it must have felt, saving someone you loved, only to be crippled by their hand. Tang Su spoke coldly. Not surprising. In this world, even people are bought and sold. Compared to humans, dogs are purer creatures. They never betray. Li Tianran stayed silent. He tossed a chunk of meat toward the cat. It flinched and backed away, distrust thick in its gaze. He sighed. Winning over a beast who'd lost all faith in people was no small task. Tang Su's suggestion was practical, if cruel. If you can't earn its trust, those bastards plan to brainwash it with a shock device, forcing its powers out with pain. Maybe you should consider it too. I'll think about it, Li Tianran murmured, staring at the cat. Half an hour later, dinner was underway. The white cat still refused to touch food brought by humans, though it no longer had the strength to flee. Han stood by the window when she called out. Big Pot, come look. Li Tianran crossed the room. Outside, Xiaohei was gnawing on the remains of the giant crocodile beast king. The white cat lingered nearby, visibly starving, the scent of meat making its stomach growl. It paced 3 meters away, licking its nose, craving the flesh, but too afraid to approach. Xiaohei let out a low, warning rumble and shifted, blocking the carcass from view. The cat whimpered, turned, and limped to a corner, curling into a miserable ball of fur. Then, a shadow fell over it. The white cat's ears twitched, eyes widening. A large chunk of crocodile meat, stripped of its thick hide and jagged bones, landed in front of it. Xiaohei barely glanced back before resuming his meal. The cat hesitated, then took a cautious nibble, and another, until hunger took over. Within minutes, it devoured 20 kilograms of meat. Belly full, it crept over to Xiaohei, cautiously nudging him in submission. Xiaohei gave no reaction. And then, astonishingly, the white cat climbed atop the great black hound's body, curled up on his head, and fell sound asleep. It was a strange, inexplicably harmonious sight. The white cat stubbornly refused to accept food from Li Tianran's hand, yet it chose to inch closer to Xiaohei. Perhaps in its eyes, this cruel and brutal world left no room for trust in humans. Only a fellow beast, a king among them, radiating primal authority, could be approached, however cautiously. Though unexpected, the moment carried a kind of fragile warmth. At least for now, the white cat seemed to have found a sliver of belonging on this blood-stained farm, and to Li Tianran, that was enough. A small step toward his goal. After breakfast, Li Tianran summoned the captured mercenary leader. No need for questions. No pointless interrogations. Han stepped forward, her bright purple eyes gleaming coldly. Without hesitation, she pierced into the man's brainwaves, forcing a psychic connection with his hippocampus. It was a crude, direct method, efficient, merciless. A flood of chaotic memories burst forth, spilling into Han's mind. Scenes of carnage, depravity, and schemes too vast for a single group of mercenaries to dream up. Half an hour later, Han cut the connection. The leader's brain had resisted violently, his will instinctively fighting back against the invasion. The strain was too much. He collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, his body twitching uncontrollably. Han's lips curled in disgust. There's something seriously rotten in his head. The others exchanged grim glances. Only Tang Su sneered quietly, unsurprised by the revelation. The grim, grisly images were shared with Li Tianran through the psychic link. He saw it all. Blood, torture, the mercenaries' atrocities, and worse. This was no ordinary group of thugs. They were part of a terrorist network backed by a shadowy Western force called God's Kingdom. A self-proclaimed elite paradise built atop a mountain of stolen resources, corpses, and human suffering. The terrifying part was, this kingdom wasn't a rogue operation. Hints within the memories suggested official backing from a major nation, perhaps several, which begged the question, if even governments had begun investing in these brutal survival schemes, did it mean the ruling elites of the world had already given up on resisting the disasters? Were they quietly planning to carve out their own sanctuaries while letting the rest of humanity tear itself apart? Worse still, God's kingdom was just one such faction. Who knew how many similar groups lurked in the shadows, unseen and unchallenged? Li Tianran's expression darkened. If even world leaders are turning to these methods, war isn't far off. The balance between nations was razor-thin. On the surface, alliances and peace held, but beneath, spies scurried, and clandestine armies amassed. Each nation like a predator in the wilderness, probing the strength of others, waiting to strike. Even Yan Huang wasn't exempt. Li Tianran shared what he'd uncovered. The white cat's rare ability made it a coveted treasure in this savage new world. No one, not even the heads of state, would easily pass up a creature capable of miraculous healing. Li Tianran had already killed Wells and wiped out Io's mercenaries. If word of this spread to God's kingdom, relentless pursuit and bloodshed would follow. The foreign power dwarfed even the Umbrella Corporation. A private military backed by a state apparatus was an entirely different beast. "Boss, relax," Qin Yiming spoke up, eager and impassioned. "For now, we're fine. Our strength's growing fast. Umbrella's all but crippled. Next, we start stockpiling supplies, lie low, and when the time's right, we hit God's kingdom. Take their women, weapons, food, everything." He was getting carried away. Eyes bright, voice fervent. Li Tianran gave him a sharp look. "What did you just say? Plundering resources and women?" Tang Su's gaze turned frosty, locking onto Qin Yiming with a deadly chill. "The essence of war is resource plundering," Qin Yiming insisted, not noticing the storm gathering around him. "Since ancient times, women have been treated as spoils of war. In prosperous times, they're like fine gold. In chaos, like a handful of rice. It's the nature of war, of mankind." He kept talking, oblivious to the shifting atmosphere. "Besides," he continued, "as the boss grows stronger, his forces multiply. We'll need to rebuild the human race sooner or later. Women are critical for that, you know?" Bang! A ceramic cup in Tang Su's hand exploded into shards, boiling water splashing to the floor. Her face was tight, memories of the concentration camps flashing in her mind, the agony, the dehumanization, the helpless cries of women stripped of dignity, reduced to property. "Enough!" Li Tianran's voice cut through the room like a blade. Qin Yiming blinked, confused. "But I wasn't wrong." "In a purely survivalist sense, no," Tianran admitted, his tone low. "But there's more to people than natural law. Morality, honor. We don't cross that line until the end leaves us no other choice." The sigh, room fell into silence. Qin Yiming glanced around, finally noticing the grim, cold faces. He realized he'd gone too far. Even if his logic held, people weren't ready to embrace that kind of raw, animal cruelty. Not yet. Especially with Han Han and Tang Su in the room. Knowing he'd overstepped, Qin Yiming forced a crooked smile. It's just stuff I saw in dramas and games, you know. Not like I actually support that kind of thing. I don't even like foreign women much." Li Tianran exhaled slowly. He could tell Qin Yiming wasn't malicious, just tactless. But those words had still made Tianran think of Yuan Wen and Han Han. The thought of either of them being reduced to a commodity was enough to make his blood boil. Seeking to diffuse the tension, Tianran asked dryly, "What's wrong with European and American women?" Qin Yiming gave a strangely serious nod. "They're experts at pretending. Pretending. Not personality-wise," Qin Yiming explained with a twisted grin. "I mean literally. Their, capacity. They're great at holding things. A beat." Ding Lu and Han Han blinked in confusion. "Huh? I've watched a lot of educational films," Qin Yiming shrugged. "For science." Tang Su gritted her teeth, her brow twitching. "Disgusting." Li Tianran sighed and shook his head. "I always thought you were a harmless otaku. Turns out you're scum too." The suffocating tension in the room finally began to lift, scattered by Li Tianran's sharp, unrelenting curses. Tang Su's expression remained cold, but at least the murderous gleam in her eyes faded. Qin Yiming, meanwhile, was an undeniably useful person, sharp with numbers, great with systems, and fearless in the face of danger. But when it came to reading the room, the man was utterly hopeless. Even without knowing Tang Su's past, basic decency and awareness of who was in the room should have kept his mouth in check. His comment just now was about as tactless as calling a monk bald in a monastery. It was a miracle he hadn't been ripped to pieces. "I'm gonna go sort through the intel," Qin Yiming stammered, eager to escape the heavy atmosphere. "Been working on a new city defense algorithm too. Super busy. Yep, very busy." He turned, practically sprinting for the door. "Hold it." Li Tianran's voice was calm, but carried an edge sharp enough to stop a man dead. Qin Yiming froze mid-step, shoulders stiff. "I've got a job for you," Li Tianran continued. "I need you to upload some things to the international net." Qin Yiming raised a brow at that. While Yanhuang had tight control over its domestic networks, those restrictions didn't mean much to anyone who'd spent a few years tunneling through cyberspace. If you knew what you were doing, breaching the international web was practically routine. But what Tianran wanted wasn't just the open internet, it was the dark web. The so-called dark web was a shadow realm of the digital world, invisible to everyday users, inaccessible through normal browsers or search engines. It required specialized tools, obscure routes, and the right authorization. Its anonymity and lawlessness had made it the perfect breeding ground for humanity's filthiest dealings. Drugs, guns, illegal experiments, black market data trades, assassins for hire. You could find it all there. To some, it was hell incarnate. To others, a playground. And in this lawless, crumbling world, the dark web hadn't just survived, it thrived.
With governments holed up in shelters and too preoccupied to police the shadows, activity on the dark web had exploded in recent years. Warlords brokered deals. Coup plotters made their moves. Arms dealers sold entire military units with a click.
Entire micro-conflicts erupted across minor nations thanks to a few transactions sealed in that dark place. It was a monster, and Tianran intended to feed it. "I snagged a few things from Umbrella before we torched them," Li Tianran explained as they left the room together. "I want to trade them on the dark web for supplies the farm needs." The loot from Umbrella's outpost had been considerable. While their weapons factory hadn't been based in Magic City, what Tianran seized were industrial-grade machines, rotary drills, rock crushers, heavy-duty mining transports, even oil extraction rigs. Enough heavy equipment to support a mid-sized mining operation on their own. It was a windfall. In this collapsing world, minerals would soon be scarcer than food. As the third phase of global ruin approached, the era of mineral depletion, humanity's existing stockpiles would be stretched to breaking. Even if people somehow endured the ongoing water crisis, once the mineral reserves dried up, society's last remnants would collapse. No minerals meant no weapons, no tech, no machines. civilization would grind to dust. Not that Li Tianran gave a damn about humanity's future. He cared about his farm, and those machines were his ticket forward. Once his shelter reached level 3, it would unlock the ability to recycle not just crops, but mineral resources too. And depending on scarcity and purity, some minerals could fetch astronomical prices. Even common ores like iron would net something. But rare elements like lithium or radium, their recycling rates rivaled those of high-grade crops from level 4 farms. Li Tianran had already run the numbers. At his current point-gathering pace, he wouldn't be able to fortify the farm into a fully self-sufficient fortress before the third phase arrived. He needed new income streams. Mining was going to be one of them. Just a small coal mine alone could yield 1 million tons of resources. If exchanged for points, that was nearly 100 million right there. Dark web? Qin Yiming muttered, frowning slightly. I picked up a login route from a guy's memories, Li Tianran replied flatly. Access won't be an issue. Boss, you underestimate me, Qin Yiming scoffed. I can break into the dark web in my sleep. That's not what worries me. It's dealing with those psychos on the other end. Half of them are warlords worse than cannibals. Tang Su let out a sharp, derisive laugh. You clearly haven't seen the hellholes out there, she said coldly. Corpses stacked to the ceiling, rivers of blood. And you're worried about a few cruel warlords? Don't flatter them. None of those scumbags are a match for your boss. Only then did it truly dawn on Qin Yiming who he was dealing with. This was the man who razed Umbrella's regional HQ and wiped out their elite mercenary corps. Compared to Li Tianran, those warlords weren't even worthy of mention. Fair enough. Qin Yiming gave a sheepish grin. All right, boss. I'll handle it. Their system anonymizes everything anyway. No one will trace it back to us. What are we trading for? Tianran listed it off without hesitation. A 3,000-ton class cargo vessel, 2 armed helicopters, 5 heavy tanks. Specify the models yourself. Just make sure they're reliable. I want control over the air and rivers, not just land. Qin Yiming's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. That's a serious haul, he stammered. Regular arms dealers won't be able to afford it. The value of the equipment I seized easily exceeds those demands by at least 40%, Tianran replied coolly. I'm not worried about finding a buyer. He paused, then added quietly. But there's a catch. Qin Yiming gulped. Let me guess. You want the cargo ship and Hellas, but you don't actually intend to hand over the mining equipment? Tianran smiled. Don't put it so crudely. I prefer the term redistributing wealth. For a long moment, Qin Yiming was silent. Then he gave a thumbs up. Boss, when it comes to being a magnificent bastard, I've got so much to learn from you, Li. Tianran chuckled. Damn right. The state of the world was plain for anyone with eyes to see. Chaos reigned, warlords carved out petty kingdoms, and the last tattered threads of law and order frayed by the day. In times like these, the reckless were buried in shallow graves, and the timid starved in silence. And what about the arms dealers? Li Tianran intended to fleece them blind. With this next move, Tianran's farm would command dominance across land, river, and sky. The cargo ship could be outfitted as a war barge, helicopters would give him rapid deployment options, and the tanks, well, nothing made a better argument in a negotiation than the barrel of a heavy cannon. Getting these through conventional trade? Impossible. But the dark web wasn't conventional. Those bloodsuckers have been bleeding this world dry for years. Tianran mused with a sly smile. If I don't rob them blind, it'd be a disservice to the apocalypse. There was something unspeakably satisfying about stealing from the thieves. Poetic, even. Even though the world was unraveling, Tianran wasn't particularly worried about any of these arms syndicates sending heavy mercenary groups to retaliate against his farm. The border defense lines still stood. Military police hadn't fully withdrawn yet. Warlords and black market cartels might start brushfire wars in weak nations. but they wouldn't dare openly challenge a fortified zone under a major state's watch. And that was where Tianran's confidence came from. Few hundred rogue fighters showing up at his doorstep. They'd be slaughtered by his gunners before they crossed the fields. And if some fool actually brought armor and artillery through the checkpoints, they wouldn't even make it past the border alive. You know, boss. Qin Yiming gave a helpless grin. I feel like we're turning into real villains over here. It wasn't even said in protest, more like a reluctant, amused acceptance. That was the alpha wolf effect. The leader's nature seeped into the pack. Under Tianran's ruthless example, even Qin Yiming and Ding Lu had started growing a little darker, a little colder. As for Tang Su, well, the girl was rotten to the core to begin with. She'd just been wearing a prettier face. While Qin Yiming dove into the dark web negotiations, Tianran kept busy himself. The loot from Umbrella's compound was staggering. Beyond the industrial machines, there were high-end civilian luxuries, home entertainment, systems, 3D projectors, climate control modules, the kind of things you wouldn't find anywhere outside the old megacities. By nightfall, he'd turned the living room on the farm's first floor into a private theater. Sprawled in a massage chair, 3D glasses perched on his nose, a plate of yogurt-topped fruit in one hand and a tall glass of fresh juice in the other, Li Tianran savored his hard-earned comforts. The surround sound washed over him, immersive battle scenes flickering across the projector screen, while the chair's motors kneaded away the stress in his shoulders. Life was good. And then, bang! The door burst open. Tang Su stormed in, yanking off a filthy apron, her face twisted in outrage. "I want a different job!" she snapped. In the last few hours, Tang Su had gotten a hard taste of frontier life, harvesting crops, scrubbing livestock sheds, and hauling feed. Turns out, apocalypse or no apocalypse, some work still stank. Even with her enhanced physique, the filth and stench gnawed at her pride like maggots, and for a woman who once bathed in luxury, the fall was unbearable. "You can't ask a painter to fix engines, or an engineer to farm," she said through gritted teeth. "I don't know if you're doing this to humiliate me, or if you're just blind to it, but I can't do those jobs." Li Tianran didn't even look away from the screen. He waved a hand dismissively. "Quiet," she stood there fuming while the movie played on. A full 30 minutes later, when the credits rolled, Tianran finally removed his glasses and gave her a cold, unhurried look. "You seem confused," he said, his voice like a blade sliding from its sheath. "You're not my employee, Tang Su. You're my prisoner. You don't get to choose your duties." He leaned forward slightly. "You think hard labor's beneath you? You think Ding Lu's an idiot for doing what he's told? People who can't even manage the simplest grunt work aren't assets. They're dead weight." Each word hit like a hammer, driving the breath from her lungs. Tang Su's hands trembled with anger, face pale, but she bit her lip and said nothing. Tianran wasn't punishing her for fun. It was a test. He needed to break her ego, or she'd never truly submit. "Get out," he said flatly. "And next time you whine, you'll be sleeping in the pig pen too." She spun on her heel, storming toward the door, only for Ding Lu to slip inside at that exact moment.